Chapter 758. Time flew by and a few days passed. During these days, Yang Kai had been in retreat in his cultivation room, prying into the mysteries of this Saint Pill, but his gains were minimal. During these past few days of monitoring, Yang Kai found that Ling Er seemed to be very calm and had no intention of betraying him. However, for some unknown reason, the people from Nine Heavens Holy Land didn't leave this place and instead stayed here temporarily. Yang Kai was certain that after experiencing the disappearance of their saintess, they didn't feel it was safe to set out now. Shaking his head, Yang Kai no longer paid attention to Ling Er's situation and instead focused all of his attention on the pill in his hand. After spending a few days, Yang Kai still hadn't been able to obtain much information from it. Now, there was only one method left. Perhaps this method would allow him to obtain some useful information, or perhaps he wouldn't be able to obtain anything at all. Either way, it was a gamble. That was to take it, using his own body to feel the medicinal efficacies of this pill and feel the secrets of the pill cloud. He would be able to explore the process of forming this Saint Pill. However, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, not knowing whether or not he should use such a method. Pills with pill clouds were too rare. This pill was a mid-grade saint-grade pill. Once it was consumed, it would be impossible to find such a pill again. Moreover, because of the pill cloud that covered the Saint Pill, Yang Kai didn't know what this pill was for. Was this Saint Pill a healing pill or a cultivation aid pill? Or was it a cultivation enhancement pill? Or a detoxification pill? Yang Kai didn't know anything. The only thing he was certain of was that it wasn't a poison pill. Moreover, after experiencing the flowing time Great Emperor for so long, the energy contained in this pill was simply too great. Yang Kai was worried that he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Although he had the unyielding golden skeleton which could accept an unimaginable amount of energy, the capacity of his meridians and physique was limited. Once too much energy entered his meridians and physique in a short period of time, if the unyielding golden skeleton couldn't absorb it in time, it would put a heavy burden on his body. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai's hesitant look gradually became firm. He decided to give it his all. This was such a great opportunity. If he didn't try it, he would always keep it in his heart. No matter how much time passed, he would always think about this problem. Rather than that, he might as well take it now and wait for the medicinal effect to dissolve. Then everything would be clear. After thinking it through, Yang Kai walked out of the secret room and paid the person in charge of the secret room a fee of 10 days. He also told them that without permission, no one was to disturb him. The person in charge of the secret room naturally agreed. Returning to the secret chamber, Yang Kai reinforced the restrictions and barriers set up in the secret chamber, keeping them in perfect condition. Only then did he take a deep breath and sit cross-legged in his original position. Calming his mind, Yang Kai directly threw the Saint Pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Not daring to be negligent, he immediately activated the True Yang secret art and waited for the medicinal effect of the pill to erupt. In just 3 breaths, a hot stream was born in his lower abdomen. This hot stream was like magma, burning Yang Kai's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. When this hot stream was first born, it was only like a small stream, not too strong, but in the blink of an eye, this small stream grew into a river, and then a fierce ocean. Kai Yang could even hear the movement of the huge amount of energy in his abdomen. It was like the rolling waves of the sea, extremely violent, and this violent energy was still being produced. His expression changing, Yang Kai's entire body seemed to be on fire. His yuan qi fluctuated up and down, and the pores all over his body opened involuntarily. Countless amounts of energy leaked out from these pores and flowed into the air. The True Yang secret art circulated even faster, and his meridians were filled with the medicinal effect of the pill, causing them to swell and ache. The medicinal effect was pervasive, following Yang Kai's meridians and penetrating every inch of his flesh and blood. At this moment, Yang Kai was like opening a door full of explosive energy. While he was enduring the baptism of this violent energy, he also had to see the hidden mysteries behind this door. Multitasking was extremely difficult. Suddenly, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. The medicinal effect flowing through his meridians and flesh, following the circulation of the True Yang secret art, showed no signs of being absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Instead, it was all rushing towards his mind. When it rushed to his mind, it was as if it had entered an invisible black hole and was completely swallowed up. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and quickly immersed himself in his knowledge sea, his soul avatar manifesting. At this moment, a golden knowledge sea was continuously pouring in energy from the outside, and the burning flames of the sea were accepting and assimilating this energy. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly realized. It turned out that this saint pill was not a healing pill, nor was it a pill to assist in cultivation, but a pill to enhance one's soul. In that moment of absent-mindedness, as the surging energy poured in, his entire knowledge sea began to tremble. The soul battle hall and the demon eye of annihilation floating above his knowledge sea seemed to show signs of instability. That small heaven-grade, high-grade divine soul sword was blown away by the storm and disappeared without a trace. Cursing in his heart, Yang Kai had thought that no matter how much energy this saint pill contained, with the special properties of his unyielding golden skeleton, he should be able to absorb all of its medicinal effects. But he had not expected that this saint pill was actually a pill to enhance one's soul. As a result, the unyielding golden skeleton had no place to use it. Although the space within his knowledge sea was extremely vast, there was a limit to how much it could hold. With such a huge amount of energy pouring in, sooner or later his knowledge sea would explode. Yang Kai's expression became ugly as he could only try to stabilize the turbulence in his knowledge sea while trying to think of a way to resolve the current crisis. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, his entire knowledge sea suddenly flashed with a 5-colored light. As this 5-colored light flashed, the energy pouring in from the outside gathered in a single direction and disappeared. Yang Kai was startled and quickly turned to look in that direction, a moment later grinning from ear to ear. What had helped him swallow that huge amount of energy was actually the 5-colored soul-warming lotus. When Yang Kai first obtained this soul-nourishing treasure, the old demon had said that the 5-colored soul-warming lotus could grow. As long as it was given enough time, it could grow to 6 colors, and eventually 7 colors. This process could be very long, thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Once it reached 7 colors, the help that the soul-warming lotus could bring to a cultivator was simply immeasurable. Yang Kai had already obtained unimaginable benefits from the 5-colored soul-warming lotus. The reason why his spiritual energy was so outstanding, far exceeding his physical strength, was mostly because of the soul-warming lotus. Therefore, he could understand how much help the 7-colored soul-warming lotus could bring him. The old demon had also said that although the growth of the soul-warming lotus was slow, it could be artificially accelerated. After harvesting it, one could often take some soul-nourishing pills or precious treasures to accelerate its growth. Strictly speaking, this was a kind of investment. After the cultivator took these pills, they would share the effects of the soul-warming lotus. Although the benefits obtained in the short term would be divided, in the following time, the soul-warming lotus would return those benefits back to the cultivator. Since the beginning, every time Yang Kai took a soul-nourishing pill, a lot of energy would be diverted to the soul-warming lotus. However, all of this was done silently, so Yang Kai did not pay too much attention to it. Now, when this unimaginable amount of energy poured into his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus's effect was directly demonstrated. It frantically swallowed the energy, reducing a lot of pressure on Yang Kai. At least now, his knowledge sea was much more stable. Immediately refreshed, Yang Kai tried his best to drive the energy pouring into his knowledge sea towards the soul-warming lotus, while controlling his knowledge sea to accommodate the excess energy. However, he was still struggling. The amount of energy was simply too huge, so much so that even Yang Kai was a little scared. Without hesitation, Yang Kai quickly used his spiritual energy and began to spy on the mysteries of the true alchemic way. He had to constantly consume his spiritual energy to keep up with the current situation. The energy pouring in from the outside was divided into 2 general directions, most of which was absorbed by the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, while the other was accommodated in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, supplementing his constant consumption. The soul-devouring insects on the 5-colored island also played a role. They lived by devouring this kind of energy, so now that such a situation had occurred, they were naturally happy to see it. After exhausting all his means, his knowledge sea gradually stabilized. With all kinds of assistance, the energy pouring in and consumption were basically balanced. Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief. This time, he had taken the saint pill without understanding its function, almost making a fool of himself. Not paying any more attention to the situation in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai diverted his attention and began to spy on the mysteries of the saint pill through its medicinal efficacies. At this moment, Yang Kai's lower abdomen seemed to be hiding a small sun that was constantly emitting a huge amount of energy. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai was stunned. He found that the saint pill's medicinal efficacies were only being released a little, and compared to the total amount of energy stored inside it, it was no more than 1%. However, when the pill cloud dissipated and the medicinal efficacies were released, Yang Kai was able to see some traces that he had not been able to see before. The selection of the pill's materials, the control of the flame, what kind of spirit array was used during the refinement, the mood and technique of the alchemy grandmaster at the time, and all kinds of other things could be figured out. Vaguely, Yang Kai's thoughts followed the traces of the pill that had been refined countless years ago and entered a new world. In that new world, all kinds of mysteries about alchemy were presented to him one by one. With a subtle mood, Yang Kai was intoxicated, imprinting every detail into his divine sense, allowing his understanding of alchemy to rise to a new level. Gathering all these traces together and gradually reconstructing the situation at that time, Yang Kai seemed to see the scene of the Saint Pill's initial formation, covered by the pill cloud, appearing in front of him. Chapter 759. Back in the archipelago, in the palace where Nine Heavens' Holy Land resided, Qian Ning once again met with the Saintess and proposed that they continue on their journey. Since the Saintess returned, he had already proposed twice, but each time he was refused by Ling. This time was no exception. Qian Ning couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. Although the status of the Saintess in the Holy Land was higher than his, he had followed Ling out this time not only to ensure her safety but also to lead the team forward. Young lady, finding the Holy Master is your task. You shouldn't remain here, no matter what your reason is. I know. And Ling frowned, her pretty face slightly pale. But I don't know why. These days I've been feeling uneasy, like something big is about to happen. Something big? Qian Ning's expression changed slightly. What kind of big thing? And Ling slowly shook her head and muttered, I don't know. I can't explain it. Qian Ning was stunned and stared at her suspiciously for a moment before slowly nodding. Since that's the case, we'll stay here for a while. When young lady has made up her mind, we'll leave. Looking at Qian Ning's departing back, and Ling forehead suddenly began to ooze large drops of sweat. What she said just now wasn't to deceive Qian Ning. She really did have such concerns. She didn't know why, but these days, Ling had been having some bloody and unpleasant visions. She thought that this had something to do with Yang Kai depriving her of her soul brand, but after investigating it, she found that there was no connection between the two at all. Oh. Inside the secret chamber, Yang Kai spent a full 10 days in retreat before fully absorbing the efficacies of the Saint Pill. He had managed to pry into the mysteries of the formation of the Saint Pill and the mysteries of the pill cloud. Although it wasn't much, it was still a harvest, which made him very satisfied. Even his understanding of alchemy had improved a lot. After the Saint Pill's efficacies were fully absorbed, Yang Kai felt as if his whole person had become somewhat different from before. His body was light. His knowledge sea was clear and his spiritual energy was undoubtedly much stronger than before. But there was also a strange feeling in his knowledge sea. As soon as this feeling appeared, it made it much easier for him to use his spiritual consciousness. Frowning, Yang Kai quickly immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea and carefully examined it. His soul avatar had just manifested. Yang Kai was stunned. During this period of seclusion, he had been prying into the mysteries of the pill cloud. He didn't pay much attention to the situation in his sea of consciousness. When he discovered the huge changes in his sea of consciousness, he couldn't believe it. It was only natural that the blazing seawater divine sense energy would become denser. The demon eye of annihilation and the soul battle hall were still floating in the air without any changes. The biggest change was the island formed by the multicolored soul-warming lotus. At this moment, the island was flickering with multicolored light. It was dazzling and exceptionally beautiful. Yang Kai took a closer look and was surprised to find that the island, which should only have 5 colors, now had an additional color. It had turned into 6 colors. This additional color was a little fainter than the other 5 colors. But it was truly born. The multicolored soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he threw his head back and laughed wildly. After obtaining the soul-warming lotus, he hadn't thought about it. In his lifetime, the soul-warming lotus would grow and evolve. After all, according to the old demon, the process was too long. But who would have thought that the absorption of the saint pill's medicinal efficacies would directly cause the multicolored soul-warming lotus to evolve to a new level, only one step away from reaching its final 7-color form. With each additional color, the effect of the soul-warming lotus would double. Yang Kai could feel that the current soul-warming lotus's soul-nourishing effect was indeed much stronger than before. Moreover, this effect was constantly being produced. As long as Yang Kai possessed the soul-warming lotus, his spiritual energy would continue to grow. The harvest this time was simply unimaginable. It took nearly 10 years to evolve from the multicolored lotus to the multicolored lotus. During this time, Yang Kai had taken a large number of pills, and this was not even counting the nutrients provided by the previous owner of the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai didn't know if he would be able to see the soul-warming lotus evolve to its final form before his time was up. However, he was already satisfied. Looking at the island emitting 6 colors, Yang Kai couldn't help giggling foolishly, unable to control himself for a while. At this moment, a strange movement came from his soul. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he hurriedly investigated. A moment later, his brow furrowed. It wasn't that something was wrong with his soul, but the soul brand that belonged to Enling was emitting an unusual fluctuation. This woman seemed to have encountered something that frightened her, causing her heart to tremble. The soul brand gave off an extremely uneasy feeling. What kind of danger could she have encountered? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling puzzled. Although her strength wasn't too high, only a first-order transcendent like him, she was still the saintess of 9 heavens' holy land. Her status was revered. In the outer islands, who would dare harm her? Puzzled, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked out. After breaking through the layers of barriers in this secret room, Yang Kai had just walked out of the door when he heard a burst of mournful cries and screams. Not far away, there was also a series of loud noises, as if the entire world was trembling as a terrifying pressure pressed down on him. Yang Kai paled and quickly circulated his yuan qi to resist this tyrannical pressure. On the island, there was a mess as countless people rushed in one direction, as if there was something terrifying chasing after them. Hong. With a loud bang, Yang Kai almost lost his footing as the secret room behind him cracked and crumbled under the violent shockwave. Yang Kai glanced around, but couldn't find any trace of an enemy at all. Quickly releasing his divine sense, he detected an aura not far away in the sky that made him feel extreme dread. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a giant sword 1,000 meters long chopping down from the sky, carrying with it a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering momentum that almost tore space apart. Profound heavenly sword? Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he recognized this as one of the 9 heavens' divine skills. He had also obtained the inheritance of this move from Enling and had even used it before, but the profound heavenly sword he used was a soul skill, while the one in front of him was a martial skill condensed from his yuan qi. Whether it was its attribute or power, the two were vastly different. Kacha. As the giant sword slashed down, an island was split into 2 halves. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared closely at the beautiful figure in the void. The profound heavenly sword was displayed by this person. It was a woman in a spotless white robe, with a beautiful face and a graceful figure. The aura on her body was somewhat similar to Enling both exuding a noble and holy feeling, but in addition, there was also a faint death qi. It seemed that her vitality had been extinguished, and at this moment, she was nothing more than a walking corpse. Yang Kai felt a sense of horror for no reason. The giant profound heavenly sword was held in the small hand of this woman, and with a few casual slashes, an entire island not far away was shattered and sunk directly into the sea. The people on the island, under her terrifying attack and tyrannical pressure, could not even muster the will to resist, and countless people died. The blue seawater was dyed red in an instant. This doomsday-like scene was horrifying. The woman stepped forward and arrived above another island, continuing to wave the profound heavenly sword in her hand. In an instant, another island was destroyed. In less than 10 breaths of time, 3 islands had been destroyed by her hand. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he watched this woman's anger spread to the island he was on. Not daring to remain, he quickly used his movement skill and flew away. His movement seemed to have attracted the woman's attention, and a ray of light shot out from her side, like a fanged snake, rapidly closing in on Yang Kai. Imprisoning heaven chain. Yang Kai was shocked and finally determined that this woman was from Nine Heavens' Holy Land and was most likely a high-level figure. Otherwise, how could she have cultivated the Nine Heavens' divine skills? What made Yang Kai feel even more uneasy was this mysterious woman's cultivation. Without a doubt, she was a Saint Realm Master. The imprisoning heaven chain chasing after him was incredibly fast, and the Yuan Qi was also extremely rich, so Yang Kai was unable to escape. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai unfurled his wind and thunder wings, and his speed suddenly increased several notches, disappearing from the spot like a bolt of lightning. The imprisoning heaven chain tried to bind Yang Kai, but it only managed to bind the afterimage he left behind as he moved. From a distance, the woman's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai's back, a look of suspicion appearing on her pretty face as her tender body flickered, and she suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was not far behind Yang Kai. Feeling the murderous intent and chill behind him, Yang Kai's hair stood on end. Taking advantage of the woman not having time to act, he once again disappeared, at the same time hurriedly restraining his aura and flying off in a certain direction. The woman stopped mid-air and tilted her head, her eyes darting around as she accurately located Yang Kai's position. Although she had found Yang Kai, she didn't rush to take action and instead stared off in a different direction. Her brow furrowed slightly, a look of pain appearing on her face. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed. He really didn't understand why such a powerful master was targeting him. But Ling should know something about this situation. The most important thing right now was to find this woman and ask her for an explanation. In front of the palace, the masters of Nine Heavens' Holy Land were gathered, all of them staring blankly towards the woman floating in the sky. "Grandma Nan," and Ling called out, her tender body trembling as large tears suddenly flowed out of her beautiful eyes, making her look extremely sad. "Saintess Nan is here. Could it be? The Holy Master has fallen?" Qian Ning's lips trembled as his face paled. Chapter 760. While these people were talking, Yang Kai had already arrived and rushed over to Enlinger, frowning as he stared at her. Enlinger burst into tears as she glanced over at Yang Kai and anxiously asked, "Why are you here? Why haven't you left yet?" "I can't." Yang Kai calmly shook his head. "That woman's divine sense is locked onto me." "Ah!" Enlinger covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling as she stared towards Yang Kai with some sympathy. "Who is she? Why is she targeting me? Does it have something to do with you?" Yang Kai looked annoyed as he asked several questions in a row. "You're that little brat who hitched a ride before?" Qian Ning squinted towards Yang Kai, his expression ugly. Originally, this kind of situation was enough to give the people from Nine Heavens' Holy Land enough headaches. But now Yang Kai had suddenly appeared here and was constantly questioning them. Qian Ning's anger suddenly showed signs of erupting as he waved his hand and shouted, "Scram! Do you think you have the right to speak here?" Saying so, a Yuan Qi suddenly shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression remained cold as he didn't bother hiding his strength, casually waving his hand and dispersing Qian Ning's attack, his body remaining motionless while his expression remained calm. Qian Ning was stunned as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly not having expected that this little brat would be able to so easily resolve his attack. I have no intention of becoming enemies with you. I just want to figure out why that woman is targeting me, Yang Kai said with an impatient look on his face as he shot a cold glare towards Qian Ning, indicating his position and attitude before turning his eyes back to Enling. Uncle Qian. Enling raised her hand, stopping Qian Ning's restlessness before turning to Yang Kai and smiling bitterly. You being targeted is your own fault. What do you mean? It's probably because you've learned the 9 heavens divine skills. As soon as this statement came out, the expressions of the several transcendent realm masters from 9 heavens holy land all changed greatly as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Qian Ning was even more dumbfounded. Look at Yang Kai. She then looked at Enling and exclaimed, How did he learn the 9 heavens divine skills? The 9 heavens divine skills were something that only the highest echelons of the Holy Land were qualified to learn. Even Qian Ning had never learned it. You're courting death. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned ferocious. He hadn't expected that Enling would reveal such a great secret in front of so many people. Once this secret was exposed, he would have no choice but to stand on the opposite side of 9 heavens holy land. What does it matter? Enling smiled bitterly. They're going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter if they know. Young miss, what's going on? Qian Ning asked hastily with a shocked and bewildered expression. Obviously, he had some guesses in his heart. Just as you thought. Enling wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and whispered, The man in front of you. You've passed my test and comprehended 3 9 heavens divine skills at once. Everyone was flabbergasted, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. After a long silence, Qian Ning seemed to come back to his senses and said with difficulty, Then wouldn't he be the perfect candidate for the Holy Master? Enling nodded lightly. The look Qian Ning and the others directed towards Yang Kai suddenly changed, becoming respectful and expectant. But it's too late now. Grandma Nan has already found this place. Enling smiled bitterly as she listened to her. The expressions of Qian Ning and the others also suddenly became gloomy. I don't care what Holy Master you're talking about. You'll have to explain this matter to me. Who is that woman? You should know her, right? Yang Kai temporarily suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and pointed towards the woman standing mid-air who was staring towards them coldly. Enling had already exposed his secret, so there was no point in holding her accountable now. Yang Kai only wanted to figure out who this woman who had suddenly appeared was and why she had chosen to kill so many people without saying a word, even locking her divine sense onto him. It's Grandma Nan. Enling replied softly. Grandma Nan? The only surviving saintess of the Holy Land's previous generation. Yang Kai was dumbfounded and asked in surprise, Is there some kind of internal strife in your 9 heavens holy land? Why would the previous generation's saintess be so hostile towards you? Enling shook her head bitterly. Grandma Nan is very good to me. How could there be internal strife? And do you remember what I said to you? What? As the saintess of 9 heavens holy land, she will not kill a single person in her lifetime. What does that have to do with the current situation? Yang Kai was puzzled. That's only the first half. There's another half. Enling voice trembled slightly, showing the panic in her heart as she muttered, Not killing a single person in her lifetime, but after death she will slaughter 1,000,000 corpses. Yang Kai's expression was dull as he frowned. What does that mean? The saintesses of the Holy Land really won't kill any living beings in their lifetime, but once they die, if their bodies aren't destroyed in time, they will fall into the Azura's path, slaughtering all living beings who can sense their Tao. This is probably a drawback of the secret art we cultivate. Enling took a deep breath. So after the death of every saintess, their bodies will be quickly burned to avoid a situation like this. Before we set off, Grandma Nan was fine, so how could she suddenly? Yang Kai suddenly realized why he felt a faint death chi from this woman. According to what Enling said, this previous saintess called Grandma Nan should already be dead. The dead could still move. Yang Kai had seen this before. The coffin-carrying man was one of the living dead. He had passed away many years ago, but there was still a strong obsession in his heart. His tyrannical cultivation and obsession supported him, so even after his death, he continued to fulfill his responsibility and search for a savior for the ancient demon clan. In other words, this saintess called Grandma Nan should also have a strong obsession in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to support her actions. Saintess Nan and Holy Master's hearts were tied together, probably because Holy Master fell. Saintess Nan. Qian Ning sighed heavily. What the hell is your Nine Heavens Holy Land doing? You actually released such a dangerous person. Yang Kai was furious. Being targeted by a Saint Realm Master made him feel like he was about to die, so naturally his mood wasn't very good. What's the point of saying all this now? And Ling glared at him. Because we cultivate the same secret art, Grandma Nan has already found me. If anyone in this nearby archipelago can't resist her, I'm afraid they will all die. After killing me, she will go after my 3 sisters. Only when she destroys them will she stop her slaughter. Until then, she will regard any living being she encounters as an enemy. The most powerful person in the nearby archipelago was Qian Ning, a trivial third-order transcendent, so it was impossible for him to resist the previous generation saintess who was a Saint Realm Master. No matter what, young lady and the future Holy Master must not meet any mishaps. Qian Ning's expression suddenly became firm as he stared at Yang Kai solemnly. Little brother, although you haven't entered the Holy Land yet, since you have passed the young lady's test, you will become its Holy Master sooner or later. Please take the young lady and leave this place quickly. Even if you have to survive, the young lady will protect your safety with her life. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. Although Qian Ning's words made him feel somewhat moved, it was impossible for him to become the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land. Qian Ning was simply playing the lute to a cow. You two hurry up and leave. We'll hold them off for a while. You think too highly of yourselves. Yang Kai coldly snorted. You're courting death. Besides, where can the 2 of us escape? There is no place nearby where we can. Before he could finish his words, though, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of a possibility, turning his gaze towards a certain location out in the sea. And Ling also seemed to have thought of this possibility and exchanged a glance with Yang Kai, both of them understanding what the other was thinking. While the 3 of them were speaking, Saintess Nan, who was hovering in the sky, had been watching with cold eyes, not in a hurry to act, a look of hesitation flashing across her face. Obviously, the reason she had when she was alive was preventing her from acting at this moment. But obviously this wouldn't last long as a cold murderous intent gradually began to radiate from her body. Little brother, if you die, it's fine, but if you survive, I hope you can go to the Holy Land and take over the position of Holy Master. The Holy Land cannot be without a Holy Master. Qian Ning patted Yang Kai's shoulder heavily and exhorted. Yang Kai was speechless. Go! Run as far as you can. Qian Ning took a deep breath and stared towards Saintess Nan in the sky. The expression on the other party's face was constantly changing, and gradually, the previous hesitation were replaced by a ferocious and violent one. A thick murderous intent overflowed from her body, and the outer islands suddenly became like a ghost town. Yang Kai didn't dare to hesitate. Grabbing Ling and spreading his wind and thunder wings behind him, he shot off like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, Saintess Nan waved her hand and unleashed a barrage of attacks at them. Qian Ning, together with the other masters from Nine Heavens Holy Land, all wore dignified expressions as they rushed forward. Uncle Qian and the others. And Ling turned around and said anxiously, They're dead. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he increased his speed, bringing in Ling to the surface of the sea. Releasing his Yuan Qi, he wrapped the 2 of them in it and quickly sank into the sea. While sinking, Yang Kai glanced up and saw Qian Ning's group explode into a bloody mist mid-air. None of them had lasted more than 3 breaths against Saintess Nan. After killing Qian Ning and the others, Saintess Nan still refused to give up, waving her profound heavenly sword and quickly destroying the island where Qian Ning and the others had been standing. Large chunks of land sank into the sea, causing countless deaths and injuries. In the next moment, The huge, profound heavenly sword was thrown out by Saintess Nan, breaking through the obstruction of the sea and chasing after Yang Kai and Enling Er. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine as he pushed his true chi violently, pushing his speed to its limit, but he was still unable to escape. The giant sword continued to advance through the sea without any hindrance, directly splitting the dark blue water in half. Chapter 761. Looking up, amidst the blue water, a massive sword exuding a shocking energy fluctuation was chasing after them, the murderous intent radiating from it causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. Behind this giant sword, Yang Kai also vaguely saw the figure of the previous generation's saintess. She had also chased after them, seemingly determined to kill Yang Kai and Enling Er as soon as possible. As they dove deeper, Yang Kai hurriedly whispered into Enling Er's ear, "If you want to live, do something. Now is not the time for you to grieve." Hearing this, Enling Er nodded quickly, sending out a strand of Yuan Qi into Yang Kai's body. In an instant, Yang Kai felt the flow of Yuan Qi in his body become much faster. The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess secret art allowed Yang Kai to enhance his combat effectiveness for a short time, which was why he had brought Enling Er along with him when he was escaping. As the Yuan Qi burst forth, the profound heavenly sword, which was also one of the Nine Heavens' divine skills, also shone brilliantly in Yang Kai's hands. However, even with Enling Er's support, Yang Kai could only create a profound heavenly sword a few dozen meters long, far inferior to Saintess Nan's. The two Nine Heavens' divine skills rushed towards each other in diametrically opposite directions and collided a moment later. A huge muffled bang rang out as Yang Kai's profound heavenly sword was instantly reduced to dust. The surrounding seawater churned violently, the resulting shockwave pushing Yang Kai and Enling Er down a great distance. Saintess Nan's figure also seemed to be hindered for a moment, but soon she was able to catch up again. "What kind of weakness does your Nine Heavens Saintess have?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. "None, unless one is stronger than her, but I can try to stop her for a while." Enling Er grit her teeth and allowed Yang Kai to hold her as they fell, a burst of spiritual energy bursting out from her mind and rushing towards Saintess Nan. Yang Kai seemed to hear the sound of a song, one that seemed to originate from the depths of one's soul. Under the influence of this song, one couldn't help becoming lazy and relaxed. His expression becoming solemn, Yang Kai didn't dare act carelessly. Yang Kai secretly thought this soul skill, it should be similar to the one Enling Er had used in the Soul Battle Hall and had a soothing effect. Saintess Nan was already a dead person. Only her obsession was supporting her actions. Using this kind of soul skill to deal with her was undoubtedly the right thing to do. In his perception, Saintess Nan's movements had indeed been affected, and her speed had also slowed down. Moreover, the true essence fluctuations on her body were extremely unstable, as if she was suffering a great deal. "That's it. Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang with he. I won't be able to hold on for long." And Ling Er's pretty face paled as she said softly. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and found that she was also wearing a pained expression. Yang Kai immediately understood that with her cultivation, using a soul skill to deal with Saintess Nan would definitely result in a backlash. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he tried to think of a way to stall for time. Yang Kai had many methods at his disposal right now, but the gap between his strength and his opponents was simply too great. Ordinary methods wouldn't work at all. The Soul Battle Hall would probably work. After all, it was a saint-grade artifact. However, once it was used, Yang Kai's soul would be dragged into that white space, engaging in a divine sense battle with Saintess Nan in such a place. Yang Kai wasn't certain he could win. The demon eye of annihilation was also extremely powerful, but Saintess Nan's soul couldn't break into his knowledge sea. The demon eye of annihilation was simply useless. In addition to purifying the spiritual energy that had broken into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, it could only absorb the soul of a dead cultivator. In other words, this Saintess Nan wasn't technically dead. Otherwise, the demon eye of annihilation would have already taken effect. Thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't think of a way, causing him to feel anxious. At that moment, the The song that had been ringing in his ears suddenly stopped. The moment the song was interrupted, Enlinger spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed into Yang Kai's arms, gasping for breath, looking extremely weak. Without Enlinger's interference, Saintess Nen once again regained her previous speed, closing the distance between her and Yang Kai. Fortunately, the huge, profound heavenly sword had disappeared, so until she reached a certain distance, Yang Kai was still safe. As he dove deeper and deeper, countless sea beasts and fishes swam around him, but Yang Kai didn't care about them. On the other hand, Saintess Nan, as Enlinger had said, wherever she passed, she cut down all life forms, killing all sea beasts and fishes. Although killing these creatures didn't take much effort, it did slightly slow down the speed of Saintess Nan's pursuit. Yang Kai had never felt time pass so slowly. Being chased by a Saint Realm Master like a maggot, his life was in constant danger, making him feel like time was passing like years. When the brilliant light of the corals flashed below, Yang Kai couldn't help shaking his spirit and calling out, "We're almost there!" Hearing this, Enlinger opened her eyes and asked weakly, "At this time, can you tell me what your name is? At the very least, if I die, I should know whose arms I died in, right?" Yang Kai frowned, really not understanding what kind of brain structure this woman had, actually asking such a boring question. However, this time he didn't give her a perfunctory answer and instead told her his real name. Enlinger pursed her lips and smiled bitterly. "If we can survive, will you follow me back to the Holy Land?" Scram. Yang Kai bluntly refused. "If you keep nagging, I'll leave you here. Heartless bastard." As they spoke, they arrived at the barrier of the ancient ruins. Yang Kai directly rushed in, but the barrier didn't stop him in the slightest. After entering the barrier, without the obstruction of the sea, Yang Kai's speed finally recovered, the wind and thunder wings behind him bursting forth with the power of wind and thunder. Yang Kai and Enlinger shot out like arrows from a bow towards the void corridor they had found before, leaving behind afterimages along the way. It was as if there were countless copies of Yang Kai and Enlinger. Less than 10 breaths after the two of them rushed into the barrier, Saintess Nen also rushed in, her tender body flickering and disappearing into the distance, her speed no slower than Yang Kai's. Under her terrifying pressure, Yang Kai could only run away. He had no intention of fighting her. As they continued to move forward, the Yang attribute energy coming from the void corridor became stronger and stronger, indicating that the two of them were getting closer and closer to the void corridor. Yang Kai clenched his teeth, not daring to relax in the slightest. Suddenly, a burst of Yuan Qi came from behind him, causing Yang Kai's expression to change. Realizing that Saintess Nan had made another move, immediately becoming vigilant, he paid close attention to the surrounding movements. In front of him, a giant net appeared and enveloped him, capturing Heaven Net. Enlinger exclaimed, "Avoid it quickly. Once you touch it, even your soul cannot escape." There was no need for her to remind him. Although Yang Kai didn't quite understand what this divine skill was, he was still an experienced fighter, so naturally he had already turned around and avoided the capturing Heaven Net's range. Failing to hit him, another shocking energy fluctuation came from behind him. High up in the sky, a jade-white hand that seemed to have been magnified thousands of times slowly slammed down. When this giant hand entered Yang Kai's eyes, he couldn't help but feel as if the entire world was being covered by this giant hand. There was no escape, only darkness in front of him, no light at all. Heaven-covering hand. Enlinger muttered, her face ashen, the corners of her mouth curling into a bleak smile, her beautiful eyes slowly closing, as if she couldn't escape this time no matter what. In the end, she was going to die here. Become the demon race. Yang Kai's low whisper suddenly rang out, and in the next moment, the world trembled as an extremely violent demonic qi suddenly spread out from his body, transforming into demon crests and disappearing into Yang Kai's flesh. Yang Kai's blood force became extremely turbulent, and his aura soared madly. Enlinger suddenly opened her eyes, her tender body trembling as she stared blankly at the man beside her who had not let go of her, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, She felt that Yang Kai seemed to have changed into a completely different person, full of evil, bloodthirsty, and cruel aura, but more reliable than before. That stalwart figure was like a towering mountain, and no matter how the wind blew or the rain fell, it would not budge. This towering mountain broke through the blockade of the heaven-covering hand, and before the devastating attack arrived, it found a glimmer of hope, bringing a glimmer of light. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk inside the ancient ruins, countless houses collapsed, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's position, rushing out to the edge of the ruins, rolling up the seawater. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan, his face pale. At the same time, Ling also felt the wetness on her face, reaching out to wipe it, only to find that it was actually the blood from Yang Kai's mouth. Obviously, he had not completely avoided the heaven-covering hand just now, but even so, he was still standing tall. Fuck! Yang Kai cursed in a low voice, quickly escaping from the scene while glancing at his abdomen. Following his gaze, Ling looked suspiciously and couldn't help covering her mouth as she cried out, "Heaven-punishing spear!" At some point, a dazzling divine spear had been inserted into Yang Kai's abdomen. This divine spear was also one of the 9 heavens' divine skills. In the chaos and shock, not only did Ling not notice it, but even Yang Kai was unable to avoid it. His body directly pierced through. Blood dyed his clothes red, and if one looked carefully, there was a faint golden light. And Ling suddenly burst into tears, feeling that this time there was really no hope. She knew the power of the 9 heavens' divine skills better than anyone. Not to mention this was displayed by Saintess Nan, not holding back in the slightest. No matter how extraordinary Yang Kai was, with such an attack penetrating his body, it was likely that his internal organs would have been crushed to pieces, not far from death. The reason why he had not fallen and was still running was because he still had one last breath left. Thinking of this, and Ling-er's heart was filled with guilt and regret. Chapter 762. And Ling-er felt that if she hadn't used her soul skill on Yang Kai back in the Soul Battle Hall, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the 9 heavens' divine skills. If he hadn't comprehended the 9 heavens' divine skills, he wouldn't have been targeted by Saintess Nan. Thinking of all this, and Ling-er was naturally filled with guilt, feeling that she had harmed Yang Kai, causing him to die at such a young age. Damn it, you better teach me those moves, otherwise I'll suffer a great loss this time. Yang Kai's face was as white as paper, and while enduring the severe pain in his body, he anxiously cursed. He hadn't expected that the heaven-punishing spear would be able to penetrate his body. After becoming the demon race, Yang Kai's physique had become unbelievably strong, even able to resist the Starfield storm head-on. But he had still been unable to block Saintess Nan's killing move. It was obvious how powerful this move was. If it had been any other transcendent facing this move from Saintess Nan, it was likely they would have been torn to shreds. At this time, you're still thinking about this. And Ling-er stretched out her small hand and covered the wound on Yang Kai's body, feeling the blood flowing out from her fingertips. Her heart filled with panic as tears continued to fall, soaking his clothes. Can you stop crying? You're making father feel uncomfortable. Yang Kai snorted disdainfully. How can you women not bear the pressure? Hearing him say this, and Ling-er quickly stopped crying, but she couldn't stop the sobbing, and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Around the corner in front of them, about 10 meters off the ground, a pitch-black hole suddenly appeared. Yang Kai smiled happily. We're here. Accelerating on the spot, Yang Kai leapt up into the air and rushed into the void corridor within Ling-er. Just as he stepped into the void tunnel, Saintess Nan's killing move had already arrived. Now that he had reached the final juncture, how could Yang Kai lower his guard? Directly throwing Ling-er into the void corridor, Yang Kai turned around. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, a huge black dragon suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. The dragon's maw was ferocious, facing Saintess Nan's killing move head-on. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk energy raged and the world energy aura became chaotic. The jet black flood dragon was only able to resist for a moment before it was scattered, allowing Saintess Nan's momentum to continue onwards towards Yang Kai and into the void corridor. Yang Kai grinned miserably as blood dripped down the corner of his mouth. Demonic chi filled with an evil aura surged wildly as it shot out in all directions. The void corridor that had existed at the bottom of the sea for who knew how many years could not withstand such an explosion of energy. Finally, it shattered, and the void force that erupted from it dissolved Saintess Nan's attack while simultaneously sweeping towards Yang Kai's body. In the next moment, Yang Kai's defend to the Saintess to Yang. Yang Kai nearly fainted. Forcing himself to focus, Yang Kai tried to keep his mind clear. A moment later, the darkness in front of him was swept away and a scene of white clouds appeared above his head. There was no sun, moon, or stars in the blue sky, but there was a faint heat in the air. This kind of aura. It made Yang Kai feel very comfortable. Yang Kai felt like he was constantly falling. He should have been teleported to another place through the void corridor because he could no longer feel Saintess Nan's aura around him. Moreover, before he left, Yang Kai deliberately destroyed the void corridor so that even if Saintess Nan had extraordinary skills, she wouldn't be able to find this place in a short time. Considering all this, Yang Kai breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Being chased by a Saint Realm Master really wasn't a fun thing to do. On top of that, Saintess Nan should be at least a second-order saint. She was much stronger than Ice Sex Qian Yu. In front of her, Yang Kai didn't even have the strength to fight back. His falling body was suddenly hugged by a pair of jade arms. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Ling, who had arrived ahead of him, smiling at him, her face still wet with tears. Yang Kai struggled for a moment before jumping down from her arms and landing on the trunk of a large tree, gasping for breath as he swept his eyes around, a dumbfounded look appearing on his face. He and Ling were currently standing on the trunk of a towering tree. They were about 300 feet above the ground, surrounded by a dense forest. In this vast forest, life was full of vitality. Moreover, Yang Kai also discovered a very strange phenomenon. The trees here seemed to be somewhat different from the ones outside. Not only were they shaped differently, but there was also a faint yang attribute energy flowing from their trunks. Simply put, these trees seemed to possess a yang attribute aura. Yang Kai was puzzled. These trees should just be ordinary trees, not some kind of precious spirit grass, so how could they give off a yang attribute aura? Looking up at the scene in the sky again, Yang Kai frowned and muttered weakly, "A mysterious small world? Only mysterious small worlds had no suns, moons, or stars, such as the one the ancient demon clan lived in." Ah, a mysterious small world? And Ling was obviously taken aback, but her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. She had never been to a mysterious small world before and had only heard about its existence from rumors. Coming to this place for the first time, she couldn't help feeling a bit curious. This should be a sealed-off mysterious small world. Yang Kai nodded lightly, coughing violently as he spoke, blood flowing from the wounds on his body again. "You should rest quickly." And Ling anxiously supported him. Yang Kai's injuries this time were extremely serious. Not only had he been pierced by Saintess Nan's heaven-punishing spear, but when he had destroyed the void corridor at the last moment, he had also been struck by the explosive force of the void. His clothes were in tatters and his body was riddled with terrible scars. Even his flesh was missing a great deal, making him look extremely miserable. With such injuries, an average person would have died several times already, but Yang Kai still had the strength to speak and leisurely observe his surroundings, causing Ling to not know whether to laugh or cry. Saying so, she took out a bottle of pills from the universe bag at her waist and handed it over. "These are my Holy Land's healing saint pills. Take them quickly." Yang Kai nodded lightly, also feeling like he was about to collapse. So he took the pill bottle and poured out a few pills before swallowing them directly. Before he had time to refine the medicinal efficacies, though, Yang Kai suddenly felt a hot energy shoot towards him from all directions like a rope, wrapping around him and Ling. The two of them were caught off guard and were quickly tied up before falling to the ground. After landing, Yang Kai found that he couldn't move. Already an arrow at the end of its flight, Yang Kai directly fainted. "Damn! How did I get caught again?" With this last thought lingering in his mind, Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly. The 2 times he had entered a different mysterious small world, he had been caught both times. The first time, he had been captured by the coffin-carrying man, and this time he had broken in on his own, but before he had time to figure out the terrain, he had encountered such misfortune. Hateful demon race people! Before Kai Yang lost consciousness, he vaguely heard a muffled curse. In front of his eyes, there seemed to be a few silhouettes moving. Soon after, he lost consciousness. In the pitch-black darkness, Yang Kai slowly woke up. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't aching. Even with his powerful physique, such a wound couldn't be ignored. Not sitting up immediately, Yang Kai quickly checked his current situation. After a while, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Just as he thought, his Yuan Qi and Knowledge Sea had both been sealed. If he wanted to break through the Yuan Qi seal, it would take some effort, but it wasn't impossible. It should have been a master whose strength surpassed his. As for the seal on his Knowledge Sea, Yang Kai was confident he could easily break through it, but in order to avoid attracting attention, he still didn't dare act rashly. He didn't know where this place was, nor what kind of master existed, so if he acted rashly, he would likely end up in a very miserable state. However, what made Yang Kai somewhat concerned was that this seal gave off the same aura as his Yuan Qi, a Yang attribute energy. On top of that, the Yang attribute aura here was much denser than outside. The energy he felt in the ancient ruins should have seeped in from here. Yang Kai's injuries were almost healed, and from the extent of his recovery, it should have been at least 3 days since he fell unconscious. There was someone nearby, but it wasn't an Ling Er. Where did that woman go? This woman could be considered a heavenly beauty, so if she fell into the hands of someone with bad intentions, her fate would be worrying. Yang Kai was a little worried. His current location should be a prison cell. The walls of the prison cell were constructed with special wood, which appeared to be extremely sturdy. After a while, after adapting to the light in front of him, Yang Kai slowly sat up. The noise he made spread outside, and soon a person came over and said in surprise, "Hey, you brat! You're not dead yet? How are you so tough? Where is this place? Who are you?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked, "You talk too much. Be careful not to pull out your tongue." The man coldly snorted, his attitude unfriendly. He opened the door of the cell and said, "Get out here. My leader wants to see you." "Leader?" Yang Kai frowned. "You'd better behave yourself, or I'll bury you right now and use you as nutrients for the divine tree." The man tilted his head and glanced at Yang Kai, then walked in front of him and said, "Follow me." Yang Kai's expression changed, but he didn't say anything, quietly looking around as he followed the man. The dark and damp corridor was surrounded by the cells Yang Kai was in before, separated from each other. There were many people in each cell, and after hearing the noise, they all looked over with strange eyes. Yang Kai's face was filled with suspicion as he secretly observed the people imprisoned here, feeling that something was not quite right. The aura emitted from these people seemed to be different from ordinary people. Strictly speaking, there should be traces of demonic qi, and every one of them was like that. Among these people, Yang Kai didn't find any trace of an Ling Er, so he didn't know where she went. Chapter 763. Soon, Yang Kai followed the man out of the dungeon. After arriving outside, the man glanced back at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to say something, but after seeing Yang Kai's current state, his expression couldn't help changing as he pointed at him dumbfoundedly. "You? Your body? Is there a problem?" Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. "Weren't you about to die? How come your body?" Before, Yang Kai's body had lost a lot of flesh and blood and had even been pierced through, so his clansmen all thought that he would soon die. But now, he seemed to be completely unscathed, causing the man to be somewhat surprised and unable to accept this. "My restorative ability is much better than the average person's." "That's a bit too amazing." The man stared at Yang Kai with a look of distrust before suddenly shouting coldly, "Boy, do you have some kind of healing pill or medicine? If you do, quickly take it out so you don't suffer." "I don't have such a thing." Yang Kai shook his head indifferently. The man swept his eyes over Yang Kai, seemingly trying to find traces of his universe bag. But in the end, he couldn't find anything, obviously a bit disappointed. Gritting his teeth, he pushed Yang Kai aside and led him into a large hall. There were many people inside the hall, all of them with ruddy complexions and radiant auras. These people all exuded different levels of intensity, but all of them were clearly burning hot. Everyone here, whether male or female, old or young, actually cultivated Yang attribute secret arts just like Yang Kai, and their cultivations weren't low either. The weakest among them was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage cultivator, while several of them were Transcendents. Inside the hall, more than a dozen people had gathered, led by an old man who exuded a powerful aura. This old man had a head of red hair and was radiating a dignified aura, giving him a youthful appearance. Beside the old man stood a young man with a square face. He wore a gray shirt. The faint yuan qi fluctuations coming from his body were also quite powerful. This young man, he should be a third-order transcendent. When Kai Yang arrived, this group of people seemed to be in the middle of discussing something. As soon as they saw him arrive, everyone cast surprised gazes towards him, no longer continuing the previous topic, instead showing a strong interest in him. "Leader, I've brought him here." The person who led Yang Kai here cupped his fist and said. The old man sitting at the head of the table nodded lightly and waved his hand. The man respectfully withdrew, but before leaving, he gave Yang Kai a warning glare, hinting that he'd better behave himself. "Yifeng, this is the human you captured?" The old man stroked his beard and nodded, his deep eyes looking at Yang Kai. As he spoke, Yang Kai clearly felt a burning aura seeping into his body, inspecting him from the inside out. "Yes, leader," the young man standing to the side quickly responded, looking at Yang Kai with a strange expression. "Didn't you say this human was about to die? How come he's standing here now?" The old man asked again. Yifeng scratched his head and frowned. "I don't know. When I captured him, he really looked like he was about to die. I thought he wouldn't be able to live for more than a few days. Hey, little brat, what's going on with you?" Yang Kai looked at him, then at the old man, frowning. "From the tone of your voice, it seems you're not human? Only creatures of other races would refer to humans as such." "Impudence." Yifeng's expression became cold. "Answer whatever I ask. You have no right to speak here." Saying so, he waved his hand and a burst of energy shot out from his hand, striking Yang Kai like a whip. With a bang, a bloody mark appeared on Yang Kai's body. With his yuan qi sealed, he couldn't resist such an attack. Yang Kai didn't move, grit his teeth, and glared at the young man with a ferocious expression. "You've got some backbone," Yifeng sneered, his yuan qi surging out from his hand, seemingly wanting to teach Yang Kai a lesson. "Enough, Yifeng." The old man suddenly raised his hand, stopping him from whipping Yang Kai, turning a slightly curious look towards Yang Kai and smiling. "Human, you have some skill. If I'm not mistaken, your physique isn't inferior to an average saint, right? Is that so, leader?" Yifeng's expression changed as he said in surprise. "But his cultivation is only at the first-order transcendent realm. He must have persisted in tempering his body, which is why he has today's achievements. He actually has such a strong body at such a young age. It's amazing." The old man had a look of praise, and then asked, "How did you do it?" "Being whipped 10,000 times a day. Anyone can do it." Yang Kai grinned. "It's a stupid method, but it makes sense." The old man didn't know if he knew that Yang Kai was just being perfunctory or not, but he didn't pursue the matter and simply said, "Because you are a human, I spared your life and didn't kill you on the spot. If you were from the demon race, you wouldn't have been so lucky." Saying so, the old man's expression became cold as he quickly said, "Boy, I'll ask you some questions. If your answers satisfy me, I can let you live a few more days. If not, you know the consequences." Under the eaves, Yang Kai could only nod. "Do you have some kind of relationship with the demon race?" "No relationship." "No relationship? Then why are you here? Where did you come in from?" "The seabed. In one of the ancient ruins, there was a void corridor. My companion and I were being chased by a master and had no choice but to enter that void corridor. After we recovered, we found ourselves here. When Yang Kai was speaking, the old man stared at him closely, seemingly wanting to see if he was lying. After he finished speaking, the old man frowned and said, "Tell me what happened to you in detail." Under the other party's intense gaze, Yang Kai didn't hide anything and recounted his previous encounter. This old man's strength was unfathomable, and Yang Kai didn't know if he had some kind of special ability. Lying at this time could be counterproductive. Escaping from the hands of a Saint Realm master? The old man looked surprised. "Your skill isn't small. It was just good luck. I almost died." The old man nodded lightly, agreeing with Yang Kai's explanation. "Why do you think I have something to do with the demon race? Also, where is my companion now? What is her situation?" Yang Kai asked. "Boy, you ask a lot of questions." Yifeng coldly snorted. The old man also frowned, apparently not very happy with Yang Kai asking so many questions, but he still said, "Because only those from the demon race can enter this place. You are the first humans to arrive here. As for your companion, you don't need to worry. She is fine. Only her freedom has been restricted." Saying so, he turned to Yifeng and said, "Go investigate the place where you found them. See if there is another entrance. If you find one, destroy it immediately." Yifeng was about to agree when Yang Kai cut him off. "There's no need to investigate. I destroyed that void corridor before we arrived. Just because you say so?" Yifeng glanced over at Yang Kai contemptuously before quickly leaving, apparently taking his people to investigate the situation in the forest. After he left, the old man continued, "Do you cultivate a Yang attribute secret art?" Yang Kai nodded. The old man chuckled. "There aren't many humans who cultivate a Yang attribute secret art, but looking at you, it seems your secret art isn't bad, right?" Yang Kai's expression became slightly cold, thinking that the old man was interested in his true Yang secret art. But the old man didn't seem to have any intention of asking, instead just saying, "But even if it is a good secret art, it is still far worse than ours." The old man spoke as if it was a matter of fact, while the others also wore proud looks, as if they all thought Yang Kai's secret art was trash. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he asked, "You all seem to cultivate a Yang attribute secret art. What race are you, and where is this place?" The old man stroked his beard and muttered, "We can be considered humans, but we also aren't." Yang Kai frowned, listening to the old man's words in confusion. "Our ancestors were humans, but our generation has become somewhat different from them," the old man lightly said, not explaining further. The old man said lightly, not explaining too much, "This is where we have always lived. You outsiders should call it a mysterious small world. I saw a lot of people imprisoned in that dungeon. Those should be members of the demon race, right? What kind of hatred do you have with the demon race? Little brat, you really have a lot of questions. It seems you aren't afraid of death." The old man glanced at him coldly, but then grit his teeth and said, "The hatred between us and the demon race is absolutely irreconcilable. Sooner or later, we will eradicate all the demon race. As for you, I won't kill you for the time being. Your body looks a bit different from the rest. It should be of great use." Saying so, he swept a malicious look towards Yang Kai and waved his hand. "Take him away!" A person immediately rushed out from the side and took Yang Kai away. After he left, the people in the hall began to talk at once. "Leader, that little brat's physique is extraordinarily good. And what's more is that he cultivates a Yang attribute secret art. If he can be transformed into nutrients for the divine tree, I'm afraid the divine tree will be stable for a while. And the divine tree has become more and more unstable recently. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't have a place to shelter ourselves. Capturing those demon race isn't a long-term solution. What we need to do now is find a way to solve the problem of the divine tree. If the divine tree is gone, I'm afraid our clan will suffer a catastrophe." "Shut up!" the old man shouted. "Do you think this old master doesn't want to solve this problem? It's just that I haven't been able to find the root cause, so how can I solve it?" Hearing this, everyone's faces became gloomy. After a while, the old man ordered again, "Suchio, You go and tell our clansmen to take good care of that little brat. Give him the best food, lift the seal on his body, and send him a fruit from the divine tree. I want him to recover his peak strength as soon as possible." "Yes." The master named Su Qiu quickly got up and walked out. Hearing this, everyone's spirits shook, knowing that their leader was making plans for the near future, so they couldn't help secretly looking forward to it. Chapter 764. In the same dark and damp dungeon as before, Yang Kai was brought here and locked up in another cell. Inside the cell, there was a somewhat bleak-looking figure curled up in a corner, sobbing sounds coming from inside. After hearing the movement, this person looked up and in an instant, her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise as she called out, "Yang Kai!" Shouting like this, he hurriedly stood up and staggered over here, paying close attention to him. When he found that his injuries were basically healed, he also seemed a little surprised. After being brought here, and Ling Er had been separated from Yang Kai. Like the others, she had thought that with the injuries Yang Kai had suffered, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled, but now that she saw him again, he was actually fine. Yang Kai signaled to her with his eyes, indicating for her to calm down. After the two outsiders who had escorted him here left, he pulled her to the corner of the cell. "How are you?" Yang Kai glanced at her and found that this little girl's clothes were neat, but her eyes were a little swollen from crying. And Ling Er shook her head. "I'm fine. They didn't embarrass me. What about you?" "I'm fine." Yang Kai smiled. "Where is this place? Do you know who those people are? Why did they capture us?" "I'm not sure, but they don't seem to be from the human race, and they seem to have a great hatred for the demon race." While speaking, Yang Kai looked around the cells on both sides. Inside, there were pairs of eyes curiously looking at him and in Ling Er, each of them exuding a demonic aura. These people should be members of the demon race who had been captured and brought here. "We just escaped the wolf's mouth only to enter the tiger's den." And Ling Er's face was gloomy, seemingly in a bad mood. "Relax. At least that Granny Nan won't be able to find this place for a while." Yang Kai sat down. Compared to being chased by the previous generation saintess, this place was much safer. At the very least, Yang Kai felt that he wouldn't lose his life if he didn't use it for a while. Hearing him say this, and Ling Er's mood suddenly improved. She sat down with Yang Kai and snuggled up to him. Yang Kai didn't pay any more attention to her. Instead, he looked at the people from the demon race on the left and right. They should also have had their Yuan Qi and divine sense suppressed. Moreover, in this kind of place where yang energy was rich, their demonic qi would also be suppressed to varying degrees. There were at least a dozen people from the demon race locked up here, and their strength varied. As for what kind of cultivation they had, Yang Kai couldn't feel it. Since his sea of consciousness was sealed, he didn't dare to use his spiritual consciousness to spy on others. While he was observing, a person suddenly appeared outside the cell. Yang Kai's face turned cold. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the man. Yang Kai had seen this person before. It was the one sitting in the front of the hall. He should be one of the masters here. He stood outside the cell, looking at Yang Kai with an indifferent expression. A moment later, many of his clansmen came in carrying some things. "Open the cell door," the man ordered. Immediately, someone unlocked the cell door. These people filed in, bringing with them an enticing aroma. Yang Kai was surprised because he found that these people were actually bringing in some very exquisite food and several pots of wine. "Boy, consider yourself lucky. The head ordered us to take good care of you." The man coldly snorted and waved his hand, sending a stream of Yuan Qi into Yang Kai's body. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt the seal on his body being lifted. The Yuan Qi once again flowed through his meridians, restoring his original strength. However, he did not act rashly. Since the other party had lifted the seal so easily, it was obvious they were not afraid of him causing any trouble. The fine wine and food were placed in front of Yang Kai one by one, but the master just stood in place, staring at him coldly. "What is the meaning of this?" Yang Kai frowned. The attitude of the people here towards him was not good. For no reason, not only had the seal on his body been lifted, but they had also provided him with such good treatment, so he could not help but be a little vigilant. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Nothing. The man sneered and slowly walked over. Flipping his palm, a pale yellow fruit about the size of a fist appeared in his hand. The moment this fruit appeared, Yang Kai felt a rich Yang attribute qi and a fragrant aroma fill his nose. Raising his brow, Yang Kai stared at the fruit. Humph, this is a bargain for you. Digest it properly. The man casually tossed the fruit over. Yang Kai caught it and looked at him suspiciously. The man did not say anything more and simply led his people away, locking the cell behind him. A moment later, this group of people disappeared. Looking at the fruit in his hand and the fine wine in front of him, Yang Kai was puzzled, but he could not understand what was going on. From the cell on the left, a burst of strange laughter suddenly came. Human boy, you are quite lucky, being able to eat a full meal before you die. It seems you are of great value to them. Yang Kai frowned and glanced sideways at the man, but the light was too dim so he could not see what this man looked like. Rolling his eyes, Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Friend, we are all people in distress, so there is no need to be so sarcastic. Would you like some?" "No need. You can count on your own luck." The man snorted and no longer spoke. "Will this be poisonous?" And Ling asked worriedly. "You think too much." Yang Kai shook his head. If they really wanted to kill him, there was no need for those people to play such a trick. Judging from the strength they had displayed, they were fully capable of killing him. So why would they put poison in his food? On top of that, the fruit that person had given him was also extraordinary. Yang Kai didn't recognize what kind of spirit fruit it was, only knowing that it was at least a spirit-grade top-rank fruit and that the Yang attribute energy it contained was extremely rich. A single spirit fruit like this was enough to allow a cultivator like him to completely recover. "Eat, it won't get in the way." Yang Kai smiled, picked up a plate, and stuffed it into Ling Er's hand. Yuan Qi and spiritual energy had been completely sealed, and with the previous shock, Ling Er really needed to replenish her strength, so she did not hesitate and began chewing slowly. Yang Kai ate like a whirlwind, quickly replenishing his strength, not even letting go of the fruit, directly eating it. Soon, several drops of Yang liquid appeared in the dantian. Over the next few days, someone delivered food every day. The food was exquisitely prepared and the taste was quite good. Yang Kai took things as they came, and after a few days not only had his injuries healed, but his strength had also improved a little. Cultivating the true Yang secret art in this place with rich Yang attribute energy was really a heaven-sent opportunity. Every time he and Ling received this kind of treatment, the prisoners of the demon race on the left and right side of the prison cells felt uncomfortable for a while. Although they were all prisoners, the difference in treatment was too great. They did not know what relationship Yang Kai had with the foreigners here. In the cell on the left, the demon race prisoner who had spoken before thought that Yang Kai would soon be killed, but over the past few days not only did these people not cause trouble for him, they even continued to provide him with various benefits, leaving him speechless. About 5 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating in his cell, suddenly felt that the Yang attribute energy in the air was somewhat unstable, as if something had happened to the source of this energy. Frowning, he carefully examined it, but was unable to find any useful information. On the contrary, when the prisoners of the demon race on the left and right side of the prison cells felt this, their expressions changed greatly, and they all became silent. Uneasiness and irritation gradually spread, as if a great disaster was about to befall them. What happened to them? And Ling shrunk timidly beside Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. Yang Kai shook his head, a dignified expression on his face. There was a soft creak, followed by a burst of rapid footsteps. Several people quickly rushed in from the outside, and at the same time, all of the imprisoned demon race people began to curse loudly. All of them were extremely agitated, and it seemed as if they were ready to fight for their lives. But with all kinds of methods used to imprison them, they did not have the strength to fight back. With a burst of banging sounds, several of the demon race prisoners were quickly caught and thrown out. With a bang, the door of the prison cell was locked again. The rest of the prisoners were still shouting and cursing, but they did not get any response. Enough! All of you shut up. What's the use of shouting here? In the cell on the left, the demon race prisoner who had spoken to Yang Kai before angrily shouted. Everyone was silent. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. This person seemed to have some reputation and prestige in the demon race, otherwise the others would not have obeyed him so much. After about an incense stick worth of time, the chaotic energy fluctuations in the air gradually calmed down and became stable. A feeling of sympathy for the death of a rabbit like the fox began to spread. All of the demon race people were dejected. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, secretly thinking that they should know more about this place than he did. Perhaps it was possible to obtain some information and clues from them. A day later, someone brought food and wine to Yang Kai's table again. Yang Kai didn't wolf down the food like before, and instead walked over to the demon race man next to him and called out, "Friend, would you like to join us for a drink? The taste of this wine is not bad." In the darkness, a pair of eyes slowly opened, overflowing with light. A moment later, a sneer came from the other side, revealing a sense of disdain and ridicule. Although I am a human and you are from the demon race, the relationship between humans and demons has always been bad. But there is a saying that the enemy of an enemy is a friend. What do you think? Yang Kai said with a pleasant expression on his face. The man's smile slowly disappeared, and after pondering for a while, he said in a deep voice, "Humph! You humans are treacherous, but you know how to be flexible." Saying so, he stood up and walked to the middle of the two cells, sat down cross-legged, and snatched the wine jug from Yang Kai's hand, drinking it in large mouthfuls. After a few breaths of time, the jug of wine had gone down his throat, and Yang Kai took out another jug and handed it to him. Seeing him so tactful, the demon race prisoner couldn't help but nod and say with disdain, "I look down on you humans the most, bowing to the strong and overbearing to the weak, insidious and cunning." Haha. Yang Kai was not angry. Drink first, we'll talk later. Chapter 765. After eating and drinking for a while, everything was quickly consumed. The demon race man didn't seem to have the slightest understanding of the situation and instead continued to stare at Yang Kai contemptuously, as if he was looking down on an ant, his eyes filled with disdain. "What do you want to ask?" The man snorted, clearly seeing Yang Kai's intentions. Yang Kai chuckled, first introducing himself before asking, "I haven't asked for this friend's name yet." The man frowned, seemingly reluctant to report his name, but after thinking about it for a while, he still replied, "Go Che." Yang Kai sniffed but didn't respond, but Enlinger was startled for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth and exclaiming, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. "You're Go Che." Enlinger looked at the man from the demon race with a surprised expression. Heavens, you're actually Go Che. How did you end up here? Is he very famous?" Yang Kai looked at Enlinger in surprise and asked. Go Che snorted and curled his lips. "You little human brat, you looked quite smart before, so how come you're acting like a fool now?" "Sorry, I've never heard of you before." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Enlinger pursed her red lips and whispered, "Although I've heard of Go Che's name, it's not very famous. The famous one is his father, one of the 4 demon generals, Go Cheong." "Your father is a demon general?" Yang Kai was also taken aback. He had long heard of the demon general's name. Back in the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's Evil Cavern, he had even killed a demon general's soul clone. After coming to Tong Shen Realm, Yang Kai learned from Shui Ling about the terrifying strength of the demon general, so he was well aware of what kind of character the demon general was. "My father is my father. I am me," Go Che proudly declared, not willing to borrow his father's name. "If you have such a powerful father, how did you end up being captured here?" Yang Kai was also shocked. Go Che's expression became awkward as he glared at Yang Kai fiercely before sighing heavily. "Capsizing at such an easy task, there's no need to mention it. Once I leave here, I'll definitely gather my people and raze this place to the ground." "I hope your wishes come true," Yang Kai casually said before asking, "How much do you know about this place?" "Not much. Che shook his head, no longer rejecting Yang Kai as much as before. He probably also felt that the enemy of an enemy was a friend and intended to join forces with Yang Kai to see if they could find a way to survive. All we know is that the people here call themselves the Sun Clan. They seem to have originally been a part of the human race, but because of their secret art and the divine tree, their physique has become somewhat different from that of the human race, so they decided to call themselves a new race. Divine tree? Yang Kai frowned, vaguely remembering that when he had just woken up, one of the Sun Clan's clansmen had brought him to the main hall and mentioned something about a divine tree, saying they would turn him into nutrients for it. It's the Sun Clan's foundation. Didn't you see a somewhat different tree when you came here? The reason why the Yang attribute energy here is so rich is entirely because of that divine tree. If not for that, how could our demonic chi be suppressed? The demon race called the energy in their bodies demonic chi, which was the same reason why human cultivators called it Yuan Qi. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He really hadn't seen any divine tree, probably because he and Enling had entered this mysterious small world from a different entrance. That divine tree is very strange. It can produce Yang attribute energy on its own, but it's said that in recent years, the divine tree has had some kind of accident, causing it to become somewhat unstable. In order to maintain the divine tree's health and stability, the Sun Clan began to capture people from the outside and bring them in. The only entrance to this place is in my demon land. So, those who are captured are all from my clan. You two are quite strange. How did you end up being captured? There's more than one entrance here. We just accidentally broke in. Yang Kai explained casually. Oh, no wonder. Che nodded lightly before continuing. That unusual energy fluctuation just now, presumably you also felt it. That was the divine tree having some kind of problem. Every time this happens, the Sun Clan will capture a few people and turn their blood and flesh essence into nutrients for the divine tree in order to appease it. Then the people who were captured, dead, Che sneered. And it won't be long before it's our turn. As you can see, there aren't many people from my clan left here. Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly. There were only about a dozen people left in the cells on either side of him, and there weren't many people in the other cells either. Every time something happened to the divine tree, they would have to sacrifice a few people as a blood sacrifice, so it wouldn't be long before everyone here died. The Sun Clan here always captured people from the demon race from the demon land, so after a long time, it would definitely attract attention and vigilance. Presumably, the demon land would also be on guard, making it impossible for them to succeed. The fruit you ate a few days ago came from their divine tree. Che frowned. Seeing you eat it with such relish, and the aura on your body is so disgusting. You should be cultivating a Yang attribute secret art, right? Yang Kai nodded lightly. Then you can live a carefree life, before everyone here is killed. They won't touch you. That divine tree likes people like you the most as nutrients, so they'll save you for the final moment. Che said, a gloating look on his face, sneering meaningfully, causing Enling to shiver slightly. Many thanks for telling me. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Che grinned wickedly as he stared at Enling meaningfully. Little brat, if I were you, I would take advantage of this moment to enjoy myself. With such a beautiful woman here, you don't seem to have any problems with her, right? You can't be like this, you'll only disappoint her. As soon as this sentence came out, the remaining demon race people burst into laughter. Yang Kai's face went black, suddenly feeling this guy was a bit hateful. And Ling tightened her clothes even more as she glared at Che hatefully before hiding behind Yang Kai. Oh! After talking with Che that day, Yang Kai had learned a little about the current situation and was somewhat mentally prepared. After tasting the delicious wine, Che also became somewhat shameless. Every time the Sun Clan people came to deliver food, he would always take 2 jugs of wine from Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't mind and even shared the food with him. After more than 10 days of getting along, Che was no longer as arrogant as before. Although he hadn't reached the point of calling Yang Kai a brother yet, his attitude had become much better. However, what made Yang Kai speechless was that this rascal would always try to instigate him to take care of Enling. Every time this happened, and Ling Er would blush and stare at Yang Kai with a weak expression. Being imprisoned here, they were constantly on edge, never knowing when they would lose their lives. This group of unscrupulous demon race people naturally wanted to have some fun. Over the past 10 days, Yang Kai had felt 2 unstable Yang attribute energy fluctuations, most likely caused by the divine tree. Without exception, both times, a member of the demon race was captured and never returned. As the days passed, the number of demon race prisoners in the prison grew fewer and fewer, causing everyone's mood to gradually become heavy. The day of their deaths was not far away. Everyone was aware of this problem. The atmosphere was very dignified. Only Yang Kai and Go Che seemed indifferent, one seemingly not worried at all while the other seemed to have completely disregarded life and death. During his free time, Yang Kai had been cultivating, not letting go of any opportunity to improve his strength. He knew that the day he was captured would be the day he had to give it his all. In this mysterious small world, whether he could survive or not depended on a little bit of accumulation and hard work. Yang Kai didn't put anyone below the saint realm in his eyes, so if he was provoked, he would release his soul-devouring insects and cause this entire mysterious small world to become a living hell. Presumably, the Sun Clan's elders wouldn't be able to accept such consequences and would use this as a bargaining chip to negotiate with their masters. So Yang Kai didn't show any panic. This was his trump card, one he wasn't prepared to reveal until the last moment. A month passed, 2 months passed, basically every 5 days someone would be captured, and as time passed, Yang Kai felt that the frequency of the divine tree's instability seemed to be increasing. There were only a few people left in the dungeon. In addition to Yang Kai and Ling Er, there was only Go Che and the 2 remaining people in his cell. Next time, it would be their turn. This feeling of their lives hanging by a thread made everyone panic, even Go Che somewhat unable to remain calm. One day, while drinking with Yang Kai, Go Che suddenly asked, "Friend, I can see that you're a man. If death really comes your way, won't you resist? Do you think I have a chance to resist?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "They didn't imprison your Yuan Qi, so your chances are better than mine. If that's the case, I certainly won't just sit still and wait for death. Good, when the time comes, Father will help you. If you can really escape, please go to my father and tell him about the situation here, so he can avenge me." Saying so, Go Che's expression became fierce. "Let them know that the people of the demon race are not to be trifled with." Yang Kai glanced at him thoughtfully, faintly feeling that this rascal should still be hiding some means, so he wouldn't be so powerless to resist when he was captured. However, this rascal's means should be limited. From the tone of his voice, it was clear he didn't think he had any hope of escaping. With his help, perhaps there really is a chance. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Just as he was speaking, though, a chaotic fluctuation appeared in the air. Yang Kai, Go Che, and Ling Er's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise as they glanced at each other. "It's here." Go Che took a deep breath and quickly said. The divine tree had once again become unstable. At this moment, besides them, there was only one person from the demon race left in the dungeon, so this time it was likely they wouldn't be able to escape. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk the sound of hurried footsteps came from the outside, accompanied by a light creaking sound as several Sun Clan members entered from the outside, their expressions cold and gloomy. Chapter 766. The one leading this group was the master who had previously lifted the seal on Yang Kai, his expression gloomy and helpless. After entering, he waved his hand and several of his clansmen immediately opened the cell doors on both sides. "Little brat, it's time for you to die," the man coldly declared. "You've enjoyed so much to eat and drink for so long. Now I want to see just how much of a role you can play." Saying so, he once again sealed Yang Kai's Yuan Qi and shouted to his clansmen, "Take them all away!" Go Che and his clansmen immediately cursed out loud, but were met with a flurry of punches and kicks before they were taken out of the cell. Yang Kai and Ling Er didn't resist, so they were spared such a fate. Walking down the corridor of the dungeon, Go Che didn't seem to be willing to cooperate, constantly stopping here and there, resulting in him being whipped quite a few times. By the time they left the cell, Wuxia was covered in blood from head to toe. But his backbone was firm and he didn't utter a single word, instead spitting out all kinds of obscenities that irritated the ears of those who heard him. The Sun Clan master sneered, "Curse all you want. You won't have a chance to do so later. I heard you're the son of some demon general? I think your father is nothing more than that. His own son is about to die, yet he doesn't even know how to come and save him. If you have the guts, let me go. I'll go back and call for reinforcements so my father can wipe you all out." Wuxia clamored. "Idiot!" The man spat disdainfully. As Wuxia spoke, he constantly winked at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to take action. Yang Kai quickly responded, motioning him to remain calm. This was the time when the master was most vigilant. Even if Yang Kai was at his peak, he couldn't guarantee he could successfully escape, let alone now that Yuan Qi and his knowledge sea had been tampered with. Yang Kai had to wait for an opportunity, find the best time to release his soul-devouring insects and control a large number of Sun Clan clansmen. Seeing this, Wuxia no longer said anything and instead stared at Yang Kai suspiciously, wondering what he was planning to do. The more he was escorted forward, the more Yang Kai felt. The stronger the Yang attribute energy fluctuations became. The more he felt, the more uneasy he became. They seemed to be very anxious, and the speed of their feet was also extremely fast. Not long after, they came to an open field. There was nothing in the radius of a few thousand feet here, except for a giant golden tree that was 1,000 feet tall and had a lush canopy that took root here. Yang Kai could feel all the Yang energy. They all came from this giant tree. It was like a protective umbrella, its huge canopy spreading out and radiating energy into the distance, forming a semicircle visible to the naked eye that covered the Sun Clan's residence. As soon as he arrived here, the Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body showed signs of restlessness. His flesh and blood also began to wriggle, and many of the restrictions placed on his body were destroyed. Yang Kai's eyes lit up in astonishment. Yang Kai hadn't expected such a strange tree to exist in this world. This should be the divine tree that the Sun Clan spoke of, the foundation of their clan. Because of the cultivation method, as long as they had this divine tree, their strength would increase rapidly. They didn't need to be like Yang Kai. They needed to search everywhere for Yang attribute precious treasures and places where world energy gathered. This was simply the paradise that Yang Kai had always dreamed of. Looking up, Yang Kai could see the giant divine tree. Vaguely, there were some fruits hanging upside down, the kind that Yang Kai had eaten before. There were quite a few of them, some of which seemed to be ripe, some of which were still in their tender state. Not far from the roots of the divine tree, the Sun Clan's elders were all waiting. When they noticed the arrival of Yang Kai's group, they all turned to look at him. Their eyes filled with expectation when they saw Yang Kai. The divine tree also seemed to be giving off some unusual fluctuations, actually conveying a kind of desperate message. Visible to the naked eye, pure Yang attribute energy transformed into ropes that stretched out from the divine tree and wrapped around Yang Kai's body. Seeing this scene, everyone's spirits rose. The leader smiled and stroked his beard, nodding. "It seems that the divine tree likes this human very much. We're saved. With this human, the divine tree should be able to remain stable for a while, giving us plenty of time to find new nutrients. Being able to become nutrients for the divine tree is your honor." The master who had escorted Yang Kai and the others here sneered. "I don't think it's an honor." Yang Kai snorted, but didn't try to break free from the divine tree's energy chains. Not only did these energy chains not restrict his movements, but they also made him feel very comfortable. Continuing forward, not far in front of them, the ground was littered with bones and dark red blood. These bones were obviously the remains of the demon race members who had been dragged here as a blood sacrifice. As far as the eye could see, it was like a sea of bones. It was a ghastly sight, truly a bit horrifying. And Ling Er's pretty face paled, thinking that she would soon become like this, her heart filled with panic. Kacha. The group continued forward and stepped on these bones, breaking them and emitting a series of bone-chilling sounds. Wuxia's eyes were filled with anger as he gasped for breath. his eyes gradually turning red as an aura of resentment slowly spread from his body. These bones and dried blood were all left behind by his clansmen, so Wuxia was naturally angry. As they approached the divine tree, Yang Kai's expression gradually became strange. He seemed to be able to sense some indescribable information from the divine tree, and for a time, he couldn't help immersing himself in it. A moment later, the group was escorted to the divine tree's roots. The Sun Clan didn't seem to intend to waste any time and directly began the blood sacrifice to appease the divine tree. The leader stared at Wuxia with scorching eyes and coldly said, "Let's start with him." Immediately, someone stepped forward and pressed Wuxia to the ground. "Little brat, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?" Wuxia suddenly shouted angrily at Yang Kai, his body suddenly swelling as his physique filled with explosive power, instantly shattering the seal placed on his body. Without hesitation, Wuxia stretched out his claw-like hand towards the nearest Sun Clan clansman and thrust it straight towards his heart, intending to kill him in one blow. All the Sun Clan clansmen's expression didn't change as they all stared at Wuxia like he was a clown. The old leader simply waved his hand and Wuxia's movements stiffened. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. Cold sweat gradually dripped down his forehead as Wuxia's red eyes flashed with unwillingness. But in the face of absolute power, he was powerless. "You seem to want to fight to the death?" The leader chuckled. "How naive. Do you think I'll give you a chance? You old bastard." Wuxia ground his teeth and cursed, the veins on his forehead bulging as he unwillingly circulated his yuan qi, but was still unable to escape from this predicament. His strength wasn't low, having reached the third-order transcendent realm, but in front of a Saint Realm master, he still couldn't resist. What's more, this was the divine tree's foundation, so in front of the rich yang qi, his demonic qi had been suppressed to the lowest possible level. Even a Sun Clan clansman of the same level as him could easily deal with him. "Kill him," the leader coldly ordered, his face filled with impatience. The two Sun Clan clansmen who had been holding Wuxia down before grinned fiercely and raised their hands, their yuan qi surging as they prepared to kill him. "Wait!" Seeing that Wuxia's blood was about to be spilled, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Little brat, what do you want to do?" The leader stared at Yang Kai gloomily. "Do you want to die in his place?" As soon as this statement came out, Wuxia's expression became a little strange. Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully and said, "Sorry, my friendship with him isn't that deep. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me." "Then why did you say something to stop him?" "I just thought that I might have a way to resolve the current problem and appease your divine tree." Yang Kai smiled lightly. All the Sun Clan people's expressions changed, the leader's expression becoming even colder as he stared deeply towards Yang Kai. "Little brat, you're young and frivolous. I can understand if you want to show off, but if you dare play tricks on us, I'll make sure you taste a fate worse than death. Whether I'm bragging or not, just let me try." "You won't lose anything," Yang Kai said as his body shook. In the next moment, the yuan qi in his body surged. "You!" The master who had escorted him stared at him dumbfoundedly, seemingly not having expected him to be able to break his seal so easily. "Don't be so surprised. It's not that I have the ability to break your seal. It's the divine tree that helped." Yang Kai chuckled, pointing to the energy wrapped around his body. "Strange." The man shook his head, a puzzled look on his face. "Then do you want to let me try? To be honest, if you want to kill me right now, I have no objection, at most I'll die. But if you let me try, you may find some unexpected surprises. And if it really doesn't work, it won't be too late for you to act then. It's all up to you." Seeing him speak so calmly, as if he didn't know the meaning of death, the Sun Clan clansmen began to hesitate. The main reason was that the divine tree's actions this time had surprised them. There had never been a precedent of the divine tree wrapping its energy around someone before, not even the Sun Clan clansmen. As such, Yang Kai's words were somewhat credible. Perhaps, as he said, they would find some unexpected surprises. After discussing for a while, everyone turned their eyes to their leader. The old man hesitated for a moment, his eyes staring at Yang Kai with some distrust, but after a moment of silence, He nodded lightly and said, "This old master allows it? What do you want to do? Let's hear it first." "I can't say, just watch." Yang Kai chuckled, ignoring the Sun Clan clansman's oppressive gazes, and walked forward. "If you dare damage the divine tree in the slightest, I'll pull out your soul and torture you for all eternity." The leader threatened coldly. Yang Kai coldly snorted and didn't pay attention to him. Chapter 767. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai walked up to the huge divine tree. Both Go Che and Enling secretly broke out in cold sweat, not knowing what Yang Kai was planning. Standing at the base of the divine tree, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly as he slowly stretched out his hand and placed it on the thick trunk of the tree. In an instant, Yang Kai's body shook. The divine tree in front of him was simply a huge treasure trove. The divine tree contained a massive amount of Yang attribute energy that Yang Kai couldn't even fathom, and it was currently flowing through the veins in its trunk like a roaring river. Listening carefully, Yang Kai could even hear the sound of flowing water coming from it. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he thought to himself, if he could take this huge amount of energy for himself, just what kind of strength would he be able to grow to? But soon, Yang Kai secretly shook his head. After all, this was the Sun Clan's divine tree. In front of so many masters, it was impossible for him to absorb the divine tree's energy. If he really did so, he would become a corpse in the next moment. While Yang Kai was observing this, the divine senses of each of the Sun Clan's masters were locked onto him, as if the moment he made the slightest move, they would ruthlessly destroy him. However, Yang Kai acted quite tactfully and simply continued to investigate. After a long time, these people began to show impatient looks because the fluctuations coming from the divine tree were still chaotic and unstable, showing no signs of change. Yang Kai didn't waste any more time and once again shattered the seal in his knowledge sea. His soul avatar leapt out of his body and rushed into the divine tree's trunk. In a golden world, Yang Kai's soul avatar seemed to be swimming in a golden river. This river was composed entirely of Yang attribute energy, and following the source of this river, Yang Kai continued upwards. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at a mysterious place. This place should be somewhere inside the divine tree. Strictly speaking, it could be considered the heart of the tree. In front of him, there was a unique mass of energy quietly floating around the golden river. This mass of energy also exuded a hot aura. However, there were some subtle differences between this and the surrounding river. At this moment, a rhythmic pulse was being emitted from this ball of energy, making it look like a beating heart. Looking at it, Yang Kai was shocked. Sure enough, he thought to himself. When Yang Kai came here and saw the energy of the Tree of God coiling around his body, he sensed it. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was shocked. This immediately confirmed the guess in his heart. At the same time, he completely understood why the Tree of God was rioting and unstable. The Sun Clan didn't understand this and could only use blood sacrifices to provide nutrients to the divine tree. With a light snort, Yang Kai stared ahead without blinking. That ball of energy was still moving. He revealed a thirsty message to Yang Kai. This mass of energy was currently in a chaotic state, but Yang Kai believed that if it was given enough time and nutrients, it would become a mass of conscious energy. In the boundless universe, there were all kinds of strange life forms. The Jade True Spirit Yang Kai had encountered before was a kind of life form, the bone race he saw in Ice Sect was also a kind of life form, and this divine tree was also a kind of life form. However, looking at its current appearance, it seemed to be transforming into a different kind of life form, from an unconscious state to a conscious one. This mass of energy at the heart of the Tree of God was the place where its consciousness converged. Once this evolution was successful, this mass of energy would become the place where the divine tree's soul converged, becoming its soul avatar. Yang Kai was deeply shocked, never having thought that a giant tree could reach this point today. The instability and rioting of the divine tree was not because it was in some kind of condition, nor was it because it was nearing the end of its life, but because this kind of evolution required a lot of energy and nutrients. It was rooted here and couldn't absorb too much nutrients, so whenever it needed something, it would unconsciously riot. So when someone was sacrificed here, the divine tree would calm down for a while. After eating and drinking enough, it would naturally calm down. However, this kind of method only treated the symptoms, not the root cause, and when it once again craved something, the Sun Clan's people would be helpless. The amount of energy required to evolve was simply too great, and judging from the frequency of its rioting, Yang Kai secretly felt that it wouldn't be long before the divine tree's evolution succeeded. Thinking about this, Yang Kai quickly figured out the situation in front of him, but he didn't know how much the Sun Clan knew about this. Logically speaking, as long as they sent their soul avatars into this place to investigate, they should be able to figure out the situation, but judging from the uneasiness they felt towards the divine tree's rioting, it seemed they didn't know the reason for it. Yang Kai was a little confused and couldn't help feeling puzzled. I need to ask them about this carefully. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly withdrew his soul avatar and returned to his body. As soon as he opened his eyes, the angry shouts of the Sun Clan masters rang out in his ears. They seemed to have become impatient and were about to sacrifice Go Che and his companions. What's the hurry? Yang Kai glanced over at them and said lightly, I've already made some progress. Just wait a little longer. The Sun Clan leader glared at Yang Kai and coldly declared, I'll give you half a cup of tea's time. If you still can't stabilize the divine tree, all of you will die here today. Half a cup of tea's time. Yang Kai chuckled. That should be enough. Saying so, his figure leapt up into the air and disappeared into the dense foliage, disappearing from everyone's sight. The Sun Clan masters weren't worried though. Although they couldn't see Yang Kai, with their divine senses locked onto him, they weren't worried about Yang Kai playing any tricks. Atop a huge tree trunk, Yang Kai estimated the distance and felt that he should be in the same place as the mass of energy his soul avatar had seen before. Stretching out his finger, Yang Kai opened a crack in the tree trunk. Immediately, Yang Kai released a drop of Yang liquid from his fingertip and dripped it into this crack. The Yang liquid directly seeped into it and disappeared. Waiting quietly, Yang Kai's heart was in turmoil, and he didn't have much confidence. What he was doing now was just to give it a try. He wasn't sure if it would work. He still remembered that when he was still very weak, he had used his Yang liquid to cultivate Yang attribute spirit grasses and spirit trees, so he knew that his Yang liquid had a very significant effect on promoting the growth of such things. Spirit grasses and spirit trees that had been growing for several years only needed 1 or 2 drops of Yang liquid to fully mature in half a month. Now, this divine tree needed energy to evolve. Giving it a drop of Yang liquid was undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, Yang Kai's drop of Yang liquid was very different from before. The difference in energy contained within it was tens of millions of times greater. Perhaps it could meet the divine tree's requirements. It was only a possibility, but if it didn't succeed, Yang Kai would have no choice but to give it a try. Waiting nervously, Yang Kai's heart was in his throat, not because he was afraid of fighting with the Sun Clan, but because he was full of anticipation. He was looking forward to the effect his Yang liquid would have on the divine tree. He really wanted to see what this divine tree would look like when it evolved into a sentient form. Suddenly, the divine tree's already unstable fluctuations became even more chaotic and violent, as if it had been stimulated by something, its Yang attribute energy raging. A scorching hot wind swept up from the ground. Little brat, what did you do? One of the Sun Clan clansmen who had been waiting down below immediately roared and flew up to deal with Yang Kai. Wait! The Sun Clan leader waved his hand to stop him. His brow furrowed as he carefully probed the situation. Leader, that little brat must have done something to the divine tree. Please let me kill him. I told you to wait. The leader swept a dignified glance over him, causing the man to immediately shut up. On the tree trunk, Yang Kai heard the other party's words. However, he didn't panic at all and instead showed a happy expression. The divine tree was really thirsty for Yang liquid. Its riot wasn't because it was uncomfortable, but because it had tasted something so delicious and was unconsciously asking for more. The crack on the tree trunk that Yang Kai had made before had actually opened up on its own. The divine tree seemed to think that it could obtain more benefits by doing this. Its consciousness was now in a state of chaos and ignorance, like a growing fetus. It was somewhat sensitive to the outside world, but it couldn't distinguish too many details. The opening of the crack on its own was a direct manifestation of its consciousness. Yang Kai grinned and dripped a drop of yang liquid from his fingertip into the divine tree's trunk. A moment later, the divine tree's violent aura suddenly calmed down. At this moment, the faces of the Sun Clan clansmen all showed strange expressions. The leader's expression also changed, a cold light flashing across his eyes. As time passed, the divine tree's aura gradually stabilized, as if it was being smoothed out by an invisible hand. Everyone waited at the bottom for a while before they saw Kai Yang jump down with a pale face. After landing, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged without saying a word and began circulating his secret art. No one dared to disturb him. Even the Sun Clan clansmen held their breaths and waited quietly, wondering what kind of method he had used to calm the divine tree's riot. Go Che and Enling glanced at each other and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this time they had luckily escaped disaster. After a long time, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. Although his complexion was a little ruddy, anyone could see that he was quite weak at the moment, and the Yuan Qi in his body seemed to have been completely exhausted. His expression was also quite gloomy, obviously not in a good mood. Yang Kai was indeed in a bad mood. This time, in order to provide nutrients to the divine tree, he had consumed a total of 20 drops of yang liquid before finally stabilizing it. It was a big loss. Little brat, what method did you use? The Sun Clan leader quickly asked. How did you manage to calm the divine tree? Do you think I'll tell you? Yang Kai sneered. Little brat, you don't know what's good for you. If you don't speak, we'll let you taste all the torture in this world. Someone immediately threatened. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not showing any fear. It doesn't matter. This time's pacification was just a stopgap measure. If you don't want to completely solve the divine tree's problem, you can try to kill me. I promise you, even if I lose a single hair, the next time something happens to the divine tree, I will absolutely stand by and watch. Chapter 768. Yang Kai's fearless appearance made the Sun Clan's men feel somewhat troubled. The Sun Clan leader let out a strange laugh, whether it was out of ridicule or admiration, muttering, Little brat, your courage isn't small. Do you think we won't dare attack you? You only have one life, so you'd best cooperate. Yang Kai stared at him indifferently, not saying a word, making it clear that he wouldn't reveal the truth even if he was beaten to death. Now, if he wanted to take the initiative, he could only remain silent. Once the Sun Clan found out what he had done, they would likely treat him as a long-term nutrient for the divine tree, forcing him to constantly produce yang liquid and feed it to it. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. However, listening to their tone, Yang Kai faintly felt that they really didn't know the divine tree was evolving. Frowning for a moment, a thought flashed through his mind and he suddenly understood. The reason he could detect this was because his soul avatar had entered the tree trunk and could easily see what was happening. Their soul avatars obviously didn't have this ability. Inside the tree trunk, rich and hot yang attribute energy flowed, so once their soul avatars entered it, they would likely be incinerated to death. They didn't have conflagrated knowledge seas, so they could ignore this kind of heat. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart calmed down and he became more and more confident. As long as they didn't know the inside story, he could completely seize the initiative. The Sun Clan leader stared deeply at Yang Kai, his brow furrowed as his expression fluctuated. But after a while, he chuckled and nodded. If you don't want to say, then don't. Even if you don't say anything, I'll still have a chance to figure it out. This was their territory and his cultivation was much higher than Yang Kai's, so naturally he felt that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to hide it for long. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, not denying this. Since you have the ability to appease the divine tree, you have some value to us, so we won't kill you today. But I warn you, don't play any tricks or you'll have to bear the consequences. Yang Kai chuckled. Don't worry, I know my limits. As long as you don't hurt me and my companions, I will cooperate. This kid is interesting. The leader laughed strangely. Yang Kai's flexible attitude was an eye-opener for him. But before that, I have a few requests that I need to tell you. Don't push your luck. You dare to make demands of us? You don't have the qualifications. Don't you know where you stand? The leader coldly snorted, his expression becoming gloomy. I'm not making this request for myself. This is for the sake of your divine tree. If you want your divine tree to recover as soon as possible, it's best that you listen to me. It's fine if you don't listen. It's up to you. The Sun Clan's people all frowned as they stared at him with some distrust. Speak, the leader said with a sullen expression. First, starting today, I want all Sun Clan members to stop absorbing Yang attribute energy from the divine tree. If he wanted to cultivate, stay far away. Why? I can only say that this has something to do with the divine tree's rebellion, Yang Kai said perfunctorily. The divine tree needed nutrients to evolve, so he had to use his Yang liquid to help it evolve. Yang Kai didn't want the divine tree's energy to be divided up by the Sun Clan again, as doing so would only worsen his own consumption. What kind of joke is this? You think you can make my entire clan stop cultivating with just a few words? A Sun Clan master shouted. That's up to you to decide. I don't care. I'm just making a suggestion. How long must we stop? The Sun Clan leader asked. Yang Kai frowned and asked, how long ago did your divine tree start acting up? The leader replied, about 3 years ago. At first, it wasn't very obvious, but recently it has become more and more frequent. Yang Kai nodded lightly. In other words, the divine tree's evolution had begun 3 years ago, so his inference was correct. As long as the conditions were met, it wouldn't take long for the divine tree to complete its evolution. At that time, it would develop its own consciousness and become a higher-level life form. If that's the case, then you only need to endure for a year at most, maybe half a year, maybe even less. Acceptable. The leader nodded and agreed to Yang Kai's request. With him saying so, even if the other Sun Clan masters were somewhat unwilling, they couldn't refute. At worst, they would just have to endure for a year. Second, I need something to supplement my Yuan Qi. Preferably the divine tree's fruits, the more the better. Yang Kai said lightly. As soon as this statement came out, all the Sun Clan members wore strange expressions. The leader chuckled and said, the more the better? Do you think the divine tree's fruits are inexhaustible? Each of the fruits here has been growing for hundreds of years. Even we don't have the opportunity to consume them easily. Who do you think you are, daring to ask for such a treasure? Aren't there a lot of fruits on the tree? Yang Kai's face also sank. These people were really stingy. There were a lot of ripe fruits hanging from the divine tree, at least a few dozen of them, each of which emitted a strong fragrance, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely envious. These are the treasures my clan has accumulated over thousands of years. How can we allow outsiders to consume them? The leader looked reluctant. Even if you don't have such fruits, Yang attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines are fine. You should have enough, right? Yang Kai said impatiently. The wool comes from the sheep's back. He was providing the Yang liquid for the divine tree's evolution. So naturally, the Sun Clan would have to supplement his consumption. As you can see, I need to consume all my Yuan Qi to appease the divine tree. If I don't replenish it, how can I recover? The leader heard this and could only nod. Good. We'll do as you say. We'll provide you with something to supplement your Yuan Qi. You don't need to worry about that. Thirdly, little brat, we don't have the patience to discuss conditions with you. The leader looked displeased and directly interrupted Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. I just wanted to say, since you need me, shouldn't you provide me with a better environment? I can't escape from here. What's the point of keeping me locked up in this dungeon? Good. There's also my female companion, and I've been getting along quite well with those 2 friends from the demon race. If it's convenient, arrange for them to be with me. Go Che couldn't help glancing over at Yang Kai in surprise, his expression changing slightly, seemingly a little grateful. I agree. The leader was already impatient to the extreme, his expression slightly ferocious. Your conditions, I'll satisfy you, but if you don't, you know what will happen to you. Very well. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his face filled with a bright smile. Take them away. Arrange for them according to his requirements. The leader waved his hand and ordered. The master who had escorted Yang Kai and the others here immediately stepped forward and escorted them away. After they left, one of the Sun Clan's elders wore a gloomy expression. That little brat is simply rude, daring to make so many demands. Why did you agree to his demands, leader? What's wrong with agreeing? In any case, it's just a small matter. I'd like to see how he appeases the divine tree next time. Send someone to monitor them, especially that young human. Let's see what he's up to during this time. Yes. Oh. Inside a palace, Yang Kai's group of 4 was led here. After arranging their accommodations, the Sun Clan man who had led Yang Kai and the others here left. However, whether it was Yang Kai or Go Che, both of them could feel that there were many powerful masters monitoring them from the periphery of this palace, their divine senses seeping in. Obviously, they wouldn't give them a chance to escape. Changing to a more comfortable environment. Escaping from the jaws of death again, the group of 4 felt some lingering fear. In particular, Go Che and the unknown man from the demon race couldn't understand why Yang Kai would take such good care of them. Inside a private room, the 4 people gathered together, Go Che looking at Yang Kai with a somewhat complicated expression, hesitating several times before finally asking the question in his heart. Yang Kai chuckled. It's nothing special. It's just that now that we've all fallen into this predicament, it's not a big deal. Isn't Brother Go Che thinking too much? Go Che's expression became awkward as he scratched his cheek awkwardly, suddenly saying in a serious tone, no matter what, this time I, Go Che, owe you my life. I will remember this kindness. If we can leave this place, I will definitely repay it. This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai's unexpected actions, he would have already been sacrificed to the Sun Clan. Brother Go Che is too serious. Yang Kai waved his hand lightly. Whether or not we can leave this place is another matter altogether. If things go wrong, we may still die here. When that time comes, I'll fight them. I've already experienced that. And this palace is a bit big, you can find a room to stay in. For the time being, no one will be in any danger. I need to quickly restore myself. Then, brother, I won't disturb you any longer. Have a good rest. Go Che said before quickly leading his clansmen away. And Ling didn't leave, just staring at Yang Kai thoughtfully with her pair of beautiful eyes. What else do you want? Yang Kai asked. You lied. And Ling frowned. I can feel that you didn't save Go Che out of kindness. You must be plotting something. If you know too much, it's easy to be silenced by others. Yang Kai grinned wickedly. I'm not afraid of you, you're just talking nonsense. And Ling spat disdainfully, seemingly having already seen through Yang Kai, hesitating for a moment before asking, what exactly do you want from him? What can he possibly give you? It's nothing, Yang Kai smiled. What I want is for him to be grateful. What good is that for you? Here, his gratitude can't save you. It really can't save me here. But what about outside? Yang Kai stared at her meaningfully. Outside. And Ling brow furrowed, seemingly puzzled. Idiot. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. They say women have big breasts but no brains. It seems that's true. And Ling blushed, quietly lowering her head to look at her towering peaks, grinding her teeth as she asked, where are they big? I don't think they're small, they've developed quite well, Yang Kai said with a lewd expression. Shameless bastard. And Ling shouted angrily, her neck flushed red. Chapter 769. Inside the room, after listening to Yang Kai's explanation, and Ling finally understood what Yang Kai was planning. If his guess was correct, after leaving this mysterious small world, they would arrive at the Demon Land. The Demon Land was the territory of the demon race. Since ancient times, humans and demons had never coexisted. In Tongxian realm, except for the neutral zones, once creatures of different races met, they would inevitably fight. If Yang Kai, a human, suddenly appeared in the Demon Land, he would definitely be hunted down by the demon race. At that time, even if he had extraordinary skills, he would not be able to escape. But with Go Che, things were different. This guy's father was the demon general Go Cheong, a powerful master, so as long as he could shelter Yang Kai and Enling they wouldn't have to worry about such matters. That was why Yang Kai had decided to help him in order to gain his gratitude. Hearing this, Enling stared at Yang Kai with a contemptuous look. So you're trying to extort me for my kindness? Why do you have so many tricks up your sleeve? Yang Kai snorted. I'm just thinking further ahead than you. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that we can leave this place. If we can't leave, even if we become sworn brothers with that rascal Go Che, it won't help us. Can we leave? And Ling pursed her red lips, her brow furrowed uneasily. I don't know, everything depends on effort. Yang Kai also shook his head helplessly. Right now, he didn't dare make any guarantees and could only say he would do his best to create a way out. I wonder how the Holy Land is doing. And Ling sighed faintly. Saintess Nan had suddenly become like this, and the old Holy Master had likely fallen. It was likely that the entire Holy Land was in chaos right now. I don't know what's happening to your Holy Land, but I think your 3 Saintess sisters are most likely dead. Ah! And Ling beautiful face went pale as she exclaimed. Thinking about it carefully, she suddenly felt that what Yang Kai said was indeed possible. Because they cultivated the same cultivation method, Saintess Nan could easily find the location of the other saintesses, and Enling had managed to escape the calamity on the archipelago. However, her 3 sisters might not have such good luck. There was no Saint Realm Master in the Saintess Patrol team, nor was there anyone capable of resisting the previous generation Saintess, who was only a 2nd-order saint. It was very likely that before Saintess Nan pursued Enling she had already killed 1 or more of those 3. Yang Kai's words made Enling joy from escaping from the jaws of death instantly sink to the bottom of the valley. Her pretty face faintly paled. Just pretend I didn't say anything. The situation may not be so bad. Yang Kai secretly regretted his words. He had already thought of these things. He had just casually mentioned it. But who would have thought that it would make Enling so sad? It's all your fault. I was in a good mood. Enling glared at Yang Kai with reddened eyes. She covered her face and ran out. Yang Kai could only shake his head helplessly, feeling that trouble often came from careless talk. The Sun Clan people were relatively trustworthy. Not long after Yang Kai and the others settled down, they sent him a large number of pills. Thus, he sent over a large number of spirit pills and medicines, all of which were of the Yang attribute. This place was rich in Yang attribute energy, so naturally it was very suitable for growing herbs of this attribute. The Sun Clan probably had someone skilled in alchemy, so these herbs were all refined into pills. There were a total of 10 bottles, each containing 10 pills, all of them spirit grade low rank. Not high grade, but not too bad either. 10 bottles of spirit grade low rank pills. Took Yang Kai less than half an hour to swallow all of them. The Yang liquid he had consumed was basically replenished. However, Yang Kai was still not satisfied and was preparing to take advantage of this opportunity. He wanted to properly extort the Sun Clan. After all, he would need to replenish the Divine Tree's Yang liquid many times in the future, so how could a trivial 10 bottles of pills satisfy him? After 3 days of peace, Yang Kai once again requested pills from the Sun Clan, causing the eyes of the Sun Clan person in charge to almost pop out of their sockets. 10 bottles contained a total of 100 pills, enough for any one of their clansmen to consume for several months. But Yang Kai had consumed all of them in just 3 days. However, under their surveillance, they also knew that Yang Kai had been meditating in his room and had not taken even half a step out. He also didn't have a universe bag storage artifact on him, so naturally it was impossible for him to hide these pills. After a series of dissatisfied scoldings, the Sun Clan person finally brought another 10 bottles of pills for Yang Kai and advised him to use them sparingly. Even for their Sun Clan, refining these pills was not easy. Yang Kai nodded in agreement, but secretly snorted disdainfully, still swallowing these pills like they were beans. Spirit-grade low-rank pills, if he wanted to refine them now, he could easily refine 10 bottles in less than 2 days. It could only be said that the standard of the Sun Clan's alchemists was simply too low. Time passed day by day, and everyone in the Sun Clan thought that after this time's appeasement, the divine tree would remain stable for a while, but after 5 days, the divine tree once again began to emit unstable energy fluctuations. When he noticed this, Yang Kai had already made preparations. Sure enough, a moment later, someone came and led him to the divine tree. This time, Ling and the others didn't follow and instead remained in the palace. Under the divine tree, the Sun Clan's masters, led by their leader, were all waiting. After seeing Yang Kai appear, all of them locked their divine senses onto him, seemingly wanting to take this opportunity to figure out what kind of trick Yang Kai had used to appease the divine tree. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, not showing the slightest hint of nervousness. Even if they probed his methods, there wouldn't be any problems because in this world, besides him, there was likely no one else capable of such a feat as such. He wasn't worried at all. Arriving here, Yang Kai didn't waste any time and directly jumped onto the divine tree's trunk, still searching for the crack he had previously opened, condensing a drop of yang liquid at his fingertips and dripping it down. Each drop of yang liquid contained Yang Kai's yuan qi, and with his current cultivation and meridian's toughness, the amount of energy contained in this yang liquid was already enormous. Even so, when the drop of yang liquid seeped into the divine tree, it disappeared and was completely absorbed by the divine tree. A burst of rapid fluctuations began to spread from the divine tree, more unstable than before, obviously in desperate need of more energy. Yang Kai didn't become anxious and continued to drip yang liquid into the divine tree one drop at a time to appease its unconscious fluctuations. The Sun Clan's masters were watching closely from below, but they still couldn't figure out what was going on and couldn't help frowning. Although they could feel a huge amount of energy leaking out, it would quickly disappear, but they still couldn't figure out what was going on. One after another, all of them frowned. They wanted to go up and take a closer look, but were afraid that Yang Kai would turn hostile, so they hesitated. About half an hour later, the divine tree's aura stabilized. Yang Kai's soul avatar flew into the divine tree and inspected it, quickly discovering that this time the mysterious energy was somewhat different from the last time. It seemed to have become more solid. Nodding to himself, Yang Kai felt that it wouldn't be long before this energy mass gained its own consciousness. When Yang Kai jumped down again, the Sun Clan's masters found that he was the same as last time, his face pale and the yuan qi in his body completely consumed. Looking at each other, all of them were very satisfied. Regardless of what method Yang Kai had used to appease the divine tree, from his performance, it was clear he had done his best, which was what the Sun Clan wanted to see. After waiting for him to recover for a moment, everyone came forward. The Sun Clan's leader said, "Little brat, I heard you consume pills very quickly. Do you take my Sun Clan for fools?" Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, pursed his dry lips, and said weakly, "I consumed so many pills, and although I had some gains in the end, the one who benefited was still your divine tree. Let me tell you this, of the energy I absorbed from those pills, 90% was fed back to the divine tree. I think you can also see this, all I obtained was a small benefit. Do you really want to bicker with me over such a small amount?" The Sun Clan's leader frowned. Although he felt that Yang Kai's words were somewhat untrustworthy, he couldn't refute them. "Since you've brought this up, I have to make a serious declaration to you. Provide me with a large number of pills, a large number, do you understand? Otherwise, the next time something happens to your divine tree, I can't guarantee I'll have enough yuan qi to deal with it." Everyone's face sank. Yang Kai's attitude being so arrogant made them feel a little uncomfortable. "If it's really for the divine tree, I can provide it to you. But your consumption is too fast. If this continues for too long, I'm afraid we won't be able to supply it." The Sun Clan's leader said calmly, "If you don't have pills, I'll refine them myself." Yang Kai took a step back. "You also understand alchemy?" The Sun Clan's leader looked at him with slight surprise. "That's none of your business." Yang Kai snorted. "Good. I'll have someone prepare it." The Sun Clan's leader nodded. "Right. Why did the Divine Tree's rebellion come so quickly this time? Shouldn't you explain it to us?" "What do I need to explain? You don't think that after my pacification, the divine tree will stop rioting, do you? I don't think so, I just think the cycle should be longer. Idiot. Yang Kai sneered. The faster its frequency, the better. Once it reaches a certain level, it won't riot anymore. If possible, I hope to come here once a day to appease it. There's no need to wait for it to show any signs of trouble. Once a day. Everyone showed a surprised expression, their faces full of confusion. This request can be satisfied. Rest assured, as long as you wholeheartedly devote yourself to the Divine Tree and my Sun Clan, we will definitely not treat you unfairly. Perhaps we will even give you many benefits. Since you cultivate a Yang attribute secret art, my Sun Clan has some martial skills that are very suitable for you. Seemingly feeling Yang Kai's sincerity, the Sun Clan's leader's expression became much more amiable, immediately promising him a great deal of benefits. Yang Kai was overjoyed on the surface, but in his heart, he was disdainful. From the way they treated him, it was obvious they only regarded him as a laborer. Even if they opened martial skills to him, they would only offer him some low-end stuff. Yang Kai really didn't care about these things. Chapter 770. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai's days were quite dull. Go Che and another from the demon race had nothing to do all day, while Yuan Chi's divine sense had been sealed, making it impossible for him to cultivate. So he was bored to death. Although in Ling was the same, in the end, she was still a woman, so her temperament was much calmer and she spent most of her time in a daze, no one knowing what she was thinking. Compared to them, Yang Kai was extremely busy. The Sun Clan sent him a large number of spirit grasses and herbs. Yang Kai refined these herbs into pills while swallowing them into his abdomen to absorb their medicinal efficacies. Every day, he would go to the divine tree to provide it with a few drops of Yang liquid, making his days extremely fulfilling. The grade of the Sun Clan's herbs was very good, and using them to perform alchemy, Yang Kai was able to put all his previous insights into practice, allowing his alchemy skills to soar rapidly. The Sun Clan members were also constantly monitoring Yang Kai's movements, but they were still unable to completely figure out what kind of bizarre method Yang Kai had used to appease the divine tree. On top of that, from the time he insisted on visiting the divine tree every day, the divine tree no longer emitted unstable energy fluctuations like before. All the Sun Clan members were overjoyed, feeling that this human really had some use and secretly rejoiced that they hadn't directly killed him. The only thing that made them dissatisfied was that Yang Kai was consuming too many herbs, like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled no matter how hard they tried. If it weren't for them constantly monitoring Yang Kai's movements, they would have already asked him what was going on. Time flew by and soon 3 or 4 months had passed. On this day, after Yang Kai finished providing the divine tree with Yang liquid, his soul avatar dove into the trunk as usual to examine it. Looking up, his eyes couldn't help lighting up. The primal chaos soul energy inside the trunk was pulsing vigorously at this moment, like a butterfly about to break out of its cocoon, full of vitality. Under the probing of Yang Kai's divine sense, it was also transmitting some subtle messages. It seemed like it wanted to communicate with Yang Kai, but didn't know how to express itself. Yang Kai's expression shook, knowing that the divine tree's evolution had reached the most critical juncture. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than 2 months before its consciousness was completely born. At that time, it would be a completely new life form. After quietly comforting it for a while, Yang Kai's soul avatar came out and weakly jumped down from the trunk. After resting for a while, he went straight to the Sun Clan master who was waiting. Yang Kai, from tomorrow onwards, I will live here. Here. The sun frown on His Highness's face was, yes. There are some things that I'm very concerned about. I need to observe them for a while so I won't be running around. If you live here, I'll be able to find out if anything happens to your divine tree. But why do I? God heavens gods? Yang Tree Spiritess the Sun Clan master stared at Yang Kai distrustfully. I'm very self-aware. As a prisoner, I won't ask for trouble. You think too much? Yang Kai chuckled. Boy, you're smart. But I'll have to report this matter to the leader first and see what he has to say. The Sun Clan master nodded. As soon as possible, I'll wait for news from you, Yang Kai said before walking straight towards the palace. Returning to the palace, Yang Kai explained his plan to Enling, causing her to suddenly look a little uneasy. If you leave, what will I do? Go Che and the others are still living here. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning as he fell into deep thought. Although Go Che didn't look bad, no one could guarantee that without Yang Kai's protection, he wouldn't act lustfully towards Enling. Even if Go Che had some self-awareness, there was still another member of the demon race. The members of the demon race were a group of violent and cruel people who acted based on their own preferences. Trying to reason with them was pointless. Then you can come with me? I'll tell them I need someone to take care of me. I don't think they'll embarrass me in this regard. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, And Ling nodded quickly, her expression relaxing. The next day, the Sun Clan master came to the palace and informed Yang Kai that the leader had agreed to his request. Yang Kai took this opportunity to bring up the matter of Enling. The Sun Clan master pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, no longer needing to report to the leader. After saying goodbye to Go Che and the others, Yang Kai took Enling and left the palace. Under the divine tree, Enling temporarily settled down. The Sun Clan didn't allow her to fly to the top of the tree like Yang Kai, only allowing her to stay under the divine tree. However, as long as she wasn't too far away from Yang Kai, Enling felt relieved. She also knew that the reason she was safe and sound right now was entirely because of Yang Kai's protection. If not for Yang Kai, she would have either become a blood sacrifice or become a plaything for the Sun Clan, neither of which was the outcome she wanted to see. Atop the divine tree, Yang Kai began to observe the reaction of the chaotic soul energy after injecting it with a few drops of Yang liquid. Just like yesterday, the divine tree still wanted to communicate with him, but was unable to express itself clearly. Yang Kai's soul avatar sent out waves of soothing energy, calming the divine tree's impatience and guiding it bit by bit. Miraculously, after such a long supply of Yang liquid, the divine tree had developed a very strong sense of dependence on Yang Kai. So after being comforted by him, not only did it immediately calm down, it even showed a sense of comfort. As time passed, everything returned to normal. Every day, Yang Kai, in addition to communicating with the divine tree through his soul, spent most of his time accompanying Enling. In order to ensure that the divine tree could evolve as quickly as possible, Yang Kai didn't even dare to circulate his true Yang's secret art, lest he absorb energy from it and delay its evolution process. No one noticed the divine tree's little by little changes, except for Yang Kai, who tried to communicate with it all day long. However, the chaotic soul energy seemed to have reached a limit and was about to undergo some unimaginable changes. More than a month after Yang Kai and Enling lived next to the divine tree, one day, when Yang Kai once again sent his soul avatar into the trunk, the divine tree's soul energy suddenly burst out with a joyful fluctuation, as if it had been waiting for Yang Kai's arrival for a long time. At the same time, Yang Kai clearly felt that the divine tree's soul energy in front of him had given birth to a small consciousness. A look of shock appeared on his face as Yang Kai carefully released his spiritual energy and slowly approached the divine tree heart. The moment his spiritual energy came into contact with the divine tree's soul energy, the divine tree suddenly burst out with a scorching aura. In an instant, Yang Kai's soul avatar was wrapped up in this aura. There seemed to be some unusual sounds in the depths of his soul, like a baby who had just learned to speak and was acting coquettishly in its parents' arms, not knowing what to do. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, his soul avatar contained the conflagrated spiritual energy. Otherwise, being wrapped up in the divine tree's soul would have been enough to shatter anyone's soul. He hurriedly transmitted his thoughts, and the aura that wrapped around him hesitated for a moment before reluctantly retreating. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily, feeling that this divine tree soul was no different from an ignorant baby, instinctively trying to get close to the person it thought it was close to. On top of that, at this moment, it shouldn't have completed its evolution and was still at the final juncture, only one step away. Perceiving its disappointment, Yang Kai quickly poured his divine sense into the divine tree's soul, instantly causing it to become lively again. 2 hours later, the divine tree's soul gradually calmed down and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, no longer emitting any spiritual energy fluctuations. Yang Kai gently exhaled and released his soul avatar, an unimaginable wave of fatigue washing over him. Dealing with such an unevolved life form was even more difficult than fighting a Saint Realm master. It didn't understand anything at all, and Yang Kai's emotions could completely affect its mood swings. In order to avoid any accidents that would alert the Sun Clan's people, Yang Kai had been coaxing it from beginning to end like he was coaxing a child. However, the current situation was somewhat beyond Yang Kai's expectations. The reason he had poured Yang liquid into the divine tree was to stall for time so that he and Ling and the others wouldn't be sacrificed by the Sun Clan, and also to see what the divine tree's new form would look like. However, after pouring Yang liquid and comforting it with his divine sense for so long, the divine tree had developed a sense of dependence and trust towards him. Perhaps it had mistaken him for its own family. Just like some creatures, they would feel a sense of closeness to the first living being they saw when they were born. The divine tree's current situation was similar. Yang Kai couldn't explain it clearly, but it shouldn't be a bad thing. After resting for a while, Yang Kai gradually recovered. After this round of fun, the divine tree seemed to be very tired because Yang Kai had sent his soul avatar into its trunk for the next few days. But the divine tree didn't respond at all, remaining completely silent. After a full 5 days, the divine tree finally woke up. This time, though, its consciousness was much clearer than last time. Not only was it able to play with Yang Kai's soul avatar, but it was also able to transmit some vague information to him. The information it transmitted was quite confusing, and Yang Kai couldn't figure out what it was trying to say. It was like it was talking to itself, full of curiosity and exploration about everything around it. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and could only grit his teeth and continue to accompany it. After such a long time, Yang Kai was both physically and mentally exhausted. Time passed by, and every day the Sun Clan's people would come to observe the situation to confirm that Yang Kai wasn't playing any tricks. They would also observe the divine tree's changes, but to no avail. The divine tree would also wake up every few days, and each time it would show a different change. After playing with Yang Kai for a while, it would go back to sleep, appearing somewhat carefree. As time passed, the divine tree's need to sleep became shorter and shorter. At first, it slept for 5 days, but gradually it became 4 days, 3 days, 2 days. From its consciousness, the information it conveyed gradually became clearer. Yang Kai knew that the divine tree's consciousness was about to be completely born, and suddenly his heart filled with anticipation. Chapter 771. In the heart of the divine tree, Yang Kai repeatedly transmitted his divine sense, guiding the divine tree's consciousness to perfect itself. After a long time, he began to treat the divine tree as a real life form. It had its own emotions, its own thoughts, and its own judgment, not just a simple towering tree. Under this premise, the divine tree became more and more friendly to him, opening its heart to him without the slightest bit of precaution. Its weak consciousness was like that of an ignorant and naughty baby. Every time Yang Kai's soul avatar entered the heart of the divine tree, it would show great joy, wrapping him up, pulling him along, shuttling through the trunk of the divine tree, as if it wanted to show him its own body. At this moment, its consciousness was very pure. It was completely like a piece of white paper that had not been stained. All of its emotions could be completely expressed. When Yang Kai came, it would be happy, but when Yang Kai left, it would feel sad and reluctant. Many times, even when it fell into a deep sleep, its spiritual energy would tightly wrap around Yang Kai's soul avatar, unwilling to let him leave. This made Yang Kai very happy, and he began to like this pure and subtle life form from the bottom of his heart. This purity and simplicity made Yang Kai feel ashamed. While it was playing and communicating with Yang Kai, the divine tree's consciousness also grew rapidly. One day later, when Yang Kai's soul avatar entered the heart of the divine tree, an incomparably clear divine sense suddenly appeared in front of him, welcoming his arrival. Soon, the divine tree's consciousness rushed over, suspended in front of Yang Kai, and wrapped him up affectionately. Yong-kai was stunned for a moment, and after a long time, he tried to send a message to the divine tree. He hadn't expected it to respond so quickly. Although its expression wasn't very clear, at least Kai Yang was able to understand what it wanted to say to him. Yong-kai grinned as the divine tree's consciousness was finally born. After such a long supply of yang liquid, the divine tree had successfully evolved into a new life form. The emergence of this new life form was largely due to Yong-kai. Although the divine tree could still evolve without him, it was undoubtedly much earlier. A strong sense of accomplishment arose spontaneously. It was like watching the child that he had nurtured finally stand up and grow from babbling to learning how to walk. However, it still had a lot to learn. Yong-kai immediately began to teach it. He taught it how to express its emotions and how to communicate with itself normally. However, the little girl was too naughty. Compared to these, she seemed to be more willing to play with Yong-kai. God knows how much she learned. After a long while, Yong-kai's soul avatar emerged from the heart of the tree and rubbed his aching forehead. Just as he was feeling helpless, suddenly many tree branches extended from the side. At the same time, a strand of divine sense surged into his mind, transmitting a message. Yong-kai was stunned. He raised his head and looked at the branches that extended over, only to see golden fruits growing on them. "For me," Yong-kai quickly responded. The branches trembled slightly. It seemed to be nodding. Yong-kai laughed involuntarily and shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, but I can't take these fruits." There were still many Sun Clan masters watching from below, so if Yong-kai really took these fruits, he would inevitably be in trouble. Although he had always been envious of these fruits filled with rich Yang attribute energy. From the beginning until now, Yong-kai hadn't tried to pick them. But the divine tree refused to back down. It seemed that if Yong-kai didn't accept it, it wouldn't give up. It stubbornly stretched out its branches in front of him. No matter how Yong-kai tried to persuade it, it was useless. In the end, the fruits actually fell from the branches and into his arms on their own. Yong-kai's face went black, feeling like he couldn't explain himself no matter how he tried. The divine tree, on the other hand, seemed to have done something extraordinary and took back its branches, letting them flutter in the wind. Yong-kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the 6 or 7 fruits in his arms, he didn't know whether to put them away or not. After thinking about it for a moment, Yong-kai jumped down from the tree trunk and shouted. Immediately, a few Sun Clan masters who had been watching nearby came over and were about to ask what was going on, when they suddenly saw the fruits in Yong-kai's arms and became angry. "Boy, you dare steal the divine tree's fruits? You're courting death." One of them was furious, his yuan qi surging as he spoke, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Yong-kai looked at him coldly and frowned. "I didn't steal them. They fell on their own." "Nonsense, even if the divine tree's fruits have been here for hundreds of years. As long as they aren't picked, they won't fall. Boy, your ability to lie through your teeth isn't small. I said I didn't steal them, I didn't steal them. If I did, I would have eaten them long ago." Yong-kai was too lazy to waste words with them and directly threw the fruits in his arms at them. The Sun Clan masters hurriedly caught them and glared at Yong-kai. The Sun Clan master who had just spoken coldly snorted, "Don't think you can escape punishment like this. We'll report this matter to leader and see how he punishes you." Yong-kai curled his lips, a look of indifference on his face. At that moment, a terrifying burst of energy suddenly erupted, filling the air with a frenzied aura as a series of golden whips shot towards the Sun Clan masters from the front, enveloping them in an attempt to envelop them. Perceiving the impending crisis, these Sun Clan masters' expressions changed greatly, and they hurriedly leapt up in an attempt to avoid these attacks. But these attacks were incredibly fast, and not only were there many of them, the range of their attacks was also quite large. Before these Sun Clan masters could escape, these attacks had already struck their bodies. A series of light bangs rang out, interspersed with bursts of muffled groans, and all of the Sun Clan cultivators were sent flying while coughing up blood, unable to resist these attacks. One of the weaker Sun Clan clansmen was directly reduced to a bloody mist, not even his bones remaining. Yang Kai was stunned, and even Ling who was hiding behind him, couldn't help trembling as she stared blankly at the scene in front of her. The Sun Clan masters who had been sent flying and coughing up blood didn't even understand what had happened before the overwhelming golden light once again descended upon them. Even if they were prepared, they still couldn't resist such a violent and indiscriminate attack. Asterisk pa 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 pa. Asterisk light bangs rang out incessantly as each Sun Clan cultivator was struck at least 100 times, and in the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 of them died on the spot, none of them surviving. Yang Kai turned around and stared at the giant divine tree behind him with trembling eyes. At this moment, there was no wind around them, but the divine tree was still rustling noisily as its lush branches and leaves writhed madly. From the crown of the divine tree, visible golden energy drooped down. These energies were like thick and long whips, incomparably sharp. The dead Sun Clan cultivator were all struck by these light whips. The ground was littered with blood and dismembered corpses, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Yang Kai clearly felt that the divine tree was emitting a violent and hysterical mood, seemingly angered by the attitude of these people towards Yang Kai just now. Yang Kai was completely dumbfounded, never having expected such a sudden turn of events. He had only returned those fruits because he didn't want to cause any trouble. After all, he wasn't sure if he could escape from this place, let alone find a way to escape. Although he knew better than anyone that the divine tree had developed its own consciousness and was very different from before, he hadn't expected that it would act on his behalf and attack him in such a violent and direct manner. There was no need for any kind of strategy in its attacks. The massive amount of energy that was born from its body was the sharpest attack in the world. Yang Kai and Ling Er's tender body trembled as she tightly clutched onto Yang Kai's clothes, her beautiful eyes widening as a look of confusion appeared on her face. Yang Kai regained his composure and quickly transmitted his divine sense to the divine tree, its furious mood gradually calming down. The energy whips dropped down and picked up the fruits that had fallen to the ground before delivering them to Yang Kai. Why does it seem to have a consciousness? And Ling Er's mind was in chaos as she stared blankly at the divine tree behind her. How should I explain this? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. While they were talking, the energy whips of the divine tree retracted and picked up all the fruits on its branches, handing them to Yang Kai in a fit of pique. There were a total of 60 to 70 fruits, each one filled with an unimaginable amount of energy. Yang Kai took a deep breath, feeling that this time he wouldn't be able to resolve this peacefully. The divine tree was only showing him good intentions. In its opinion, killing those people wasn't a big deal at all. It was simply helping Yang Kai. However, its violent attacks also caused Yang Kai's eyes to light up. Each of the nearby Sun Clan cultivator was a transcendent, but they still couldn't resist the divine tree's indiscriminate bombardment and were instantly killed. A sharp light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as a cold light flashed across his eyes, the corners of his mouth gradually rising. This time, perhaps there was an opportunity. I'll lift the seal on your body. You take care of yourself, Yang Kai quickly said to Ling sending his Yuan Qi and divine sense into her body at the same time. Yang Kai hadn't placed the seal on Ling body in his eyes. It was only because he didn't want to attract too much attention that he didn't lift it. But now that things had developed to a point where it was difficult to resolve, he had no choice but to take a gamble. In the blink of an eye, Ling felt her Yuan Qi begin to flow again and the seal on her knowledge sea shattered, allowing her to regain her freedom. In the next moment, countless figures rushed over from all directions. The divine tree's riot had obviously alarmed the Sun Clan, so the cultivator who had rushed over all had powerful auras and was clearly not weak. At first glance, seeing the blood and broken corpses all over the ground, these cultivators were immediately enraged. None of them had any intention to greet Yang Kai and instead rushed over, their murderous intent filling the air as their Yuan Qi surged. Yang Kai chuckled and calmly stored the divine tree's fruits into the black book space before sending out a burst of spiritual energy. Amidst this burst of spiritual energy, the soul-devouring insects had already hidden themselves. Chapter 772. The last time he had wreaked havoc in Ice Sect, Yongkai had already tested the power of his soul-devouring insects and determined that no one below the Saint Realm could resist them. Although the first batch of Sun Clan members who had arrived wasn't weak and there were quite a few of them, none of them had reached this level of strength. A tidal wave of spiritual energy bombarded these people, and although none of them were injured, the soul-devouring insects had silently infiltrated their knowledge seas, waiting for Yongkai's divine sense to attack and destroy their knowledge seas within 3 to 5 breaths. At the same time as Yongkai made his move, the divine tree once again launched a violent attack, sending out streams of energy that were as heavy as 1,000 caddies, each of them sweeping across the ground, creating a series of giant gullies. A series of rumbling sounds rang out as the Sun Clan cultivators suffered greatly, but none of them were able to get close to Yongkai, all of them swept away by the divine tree's barrage of attacks, those who were unlucky enough to die on the spot. Taking the initiative, Yongkai's expression became dignified. A tyrannical pressure suddenly spread out from the distance, and as this pressure approached, the Sun Clan's leader and several of the elders Yongkai had met before finally arrived. Leader, there's something wrong with the divine tree. The cultivator who had luckily escaped the divine tree's attack before quickly shouted. The leader's expression became gloomy as he stared at the divine tree in a daze, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he stared at Yongkai coldly, his expression filled with shock. The other masters were even more shocked as they screamed, "How is this possible?" All of them were Saint Realm masters, so with their divine senses, they could naturally perceive that there was a consciousness inside the divine tree at this moment. This consciousness seemed to be quite disgusted with their spying and was repelling them with a strong hostility. The divine tree, does it have its own consciousness? The leader stared at Yongkai with a pair of deep eyes and asked in a deep voice. Yongkai chuckled. Kind of. Did you do it? I just helped it. It can't be considered my contribution. Yongkai shook his head. So that's why it's so kind to you while rejecting my clan? The leader was a shrewd man, and although he had never been clear about the inside story, after seeing the scene in front of him, he was certain. He quickly deduced the truth of the matter. A divine tree's consciousness. It would only ever be kind to those it felt familiar with. The divine tree is my clan's, you little thief. The Sun Clan leader's anger in his heart. I didn't want to steal it, it was close to me, what could I do? I really should have killed you then. As Yongkai's expression, Yang Sex Yongkai, S Yongkai's Yang. If you didn't act at that time, you won't have the chance now. Yongkai raised his brow, his face brimming with confidence. If that's what you think, then you're gravely mistaken. The Sun Clan leader smiled grimly. A trivial first-order transcendent dares act presumptuously in front of this old master. You really don't know how high the heavens are. As he spoke, suddenly, a subtle spiritual energy burst out from the leader's mind. Before Yongkai had time to react, he felt a sharp pain in his knowledge sea, and his whole body felt like it was being torn apart. His face distorting as his body trembled, large drops of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yongkai didn't know what this leader's true cultivation was, but facing him, Yongkai felt even greater pressure than when he faced Saintess Nan. This leader's strength was at least a second-order saint. This was a divine sense attack released by such a master. Even Yongkai couldn't afford to underestimate it. Yongkai's knowledge sea tumbled. Yongkai couldn't help feeling a little dizzy and even had a feeling of nausea. The moment the leader released his divine sense attack, the several masters around him rushed up and used their killing moves on Yongkai. A willow-like branch fell from the sky and wrapped around the leader before these attacks could reach him. Even Ling, who was standing beside Yongkai and supporting him, was swept up into the air. And Ling cried out in alarm, and by the time she reacted, she had already landed on one of the divine tree's branches. She and Yongkai were completely wrapped up in the dense foliage around them. At the same time, the energy fluctuations hanging down from the divine tree's crown turned into thousands of attacks and met the Sun Clan masters head-on. These people's expressions changed greatly, as if they hadn't expected such a turn of events. Just as they were about to chase after Yongkai, They were hindered by the divine tree and worried that their attacks would damage the Sun Clan's foundation, causing them to feel extremely uncomfortable. After resisting for a while, they quickly withdrew. Leader. The divine tree seems to be protecting him, one of the masters said with an extremely ugly expression. I saw it. The leader's face was also like a storm, his expression extremely complicated. Not only was the divine tree protecting this little thief, but it was also attacking his own clansmen. These attacks were not inferior to the methods of a Saint Realm master, so it was obviously difficult to break through the divine tree's defenses. The Sun Clan leader felt an inexplicable sense of shame and unwillingness in his heart, as if the treasure he had spent his entire life guarding and raising had been taken away by a shameless bastard. But it doesn't matter, after taking one of my attacks, he shouldn't be able to live much longer. The Sun Clan leader coldly snorted, letting out a deep breath. With his cultivation, dealing with a young man like Yang Kai was as easy as pinching a snail, so he was certain that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. As soon as these words came out, a burst of deep and tragic laughter rang out from the divine tree's trunk. Everyone's faces went pale as they looked up, just in time to see Kai Yang staring at them with a pair of scarlet eyes through the countless branches. Not dead. The Sun Clan leader's brow furrowed as he cried out, Impossible! Even if this young man had an extremely high-grade soul-type artifact, he shouldn't have been able to resist his divine sense attack, and from the fluctuations of his spiritual energy, it was clear that this young man's soul had indeed been damaged, but he was still alive and well. Asterisk dong dong. Dong dong. Asterisk a rhythmic and dull sound suddenly rang out from inside the divine tree, causing everyone to feel that something was wrong. The consciousness contained within the divine tree seemed to have suddenly lost all reason because of Yang Kai's attack. A violent aura began to spread outwards. The strength of this newly born life was beyond everyone's imagination. Even Yang Kai, who was immersed in the pain in his soul, was stunned for a moment, discovering that he had greatly underestimated this divine tree. With the roots of the divine tree as the center, the earth cracked open and a dense yang attribute energy swept out in all directions. Everything that was enveloped by this energy was incinerated into ashes. Even the masters from the Sun Clan had to circulate their yuan qi to resist this burning sensation, causing everyone's skin to turn red and their veins to bulge. The branches of the divine tree danced wildly, and the energy that hung down from its crown also lashed out randomly, creating a series of explosions in the air. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the huge divine tree swayed to the left, then to the right. Gradually, the frequency of the swaying became faster and faster. After a dozen breaths of time, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the divine tree that had been rooted in this place actually broke free from the soil, its yang attribute energy visible to the naked eye transforming into a pillar that acted like a human's legs, supporting its huge body as it walked on the ground. Its roots were well developed, each of them sparkling like crystal, exuding a dazzling golden light. Ha 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 ha! Yang Kai covered his forehead with his hand and laughed wildly towards the sky, his laughter rolling like thunder, filling everyone's ears. This time, too many things had happened outside of his expectations. Even he hadn't expected the divine tree to have such an ability. Yang Kai didn't even care about the damage to his soul. With the nourishment and assistance of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, it wouldn't take long for him to recover from this injury. As long as it wasn't an attack that could shatter Yang Kai's knowledge sea and destroy his soul in a single blow, he wasn't afraid. The Sun Clan's leader obviously didn't have this ability. In contrast to his arrogance, all the Sun Clan members who had been stunned by this sudden attack, all of their expressions changed greatly. Seeing the divine tree rush straight towards them and unleash an unbridled attack, all of them hurriedly retreated. Letting the divine tree vent its emotions, Yang Kai patted its trunk and said, all right, just teach them a lesson. Yang Kai also saw that the divine tree's actions were very clumsy, and although its ability was good, it was still somewhat unrealistic for it to kill the Sun Clan's top masters. As long as these people stayed far away, they would be able to rest easy. Moreover, because the divine tree was the foundation of the Sun Clan, None of the Sun Clan's masters attacked Yang Kai, as if they were afraid of harming it. Now that he had the divine tree's protection, Yang Kai's first thought was to quickly leave this place. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. After listening to Yang Kai's words, the divine tree calmed down a lot, but the energy whip still lingered around it, warning any Sun Clan members who tried to approach. Little thief, if you get down here now and beg for mercy, I may spare your life, but if you wait until my clansmen capture you, you won't have the chance to do so, the Sun Clan leader shouted from below, his old face twisting in anger. I'm so scared. Yang Kai stood on the trunk of the divine tree with a frightened look on his face, infuriating the Sun Clan members below. Do you think you can escape? Wishful thinking, daring to bewitch the divine tree into opposing my clan. Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will tear you to pieces. Whatever you say, I'll treat it as a fart. Yang Kai curled his lips. Behind him, and Ling was still a little nervous, as if she was in a dream, her thoughts in chaos. But when she heard Yang Kai's words, she couldn't help laughing. Yang Kai glanced over at her, his mood greatly improving as he shouted down, Old dog, how about I discuss something with you? Do you think you're qualified to discuss anything with this old master? The Sun Clan's leader glared at him as if he wanted to eat him alive, wanting nothing more than to cut him into 1,000 pieces and drink his blood. Chapter 773. Although the Sun Clan's masters were somewhat hesitant to act, they really didn't put a cultivator like Yang Kai in their eyes. In their minds, as long as they could find the right opportunity and take advantage of the divine tree's moment of weakness, they could take Yang Kai's life in one fell swoop. So after hearing Yang Kai's words, the Sun Clan's leader refused without hesitation. A great humiliation. In his own home, the divine tree, which was regarded as the foundation of the Sun Clan, had actually been bewitched by an outsider brat. This was simply a disgrace to the entire Sun Clan. So if he didn't kill Yang Kai, he wouldn't be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Yang Kai simply sneered. Under the protection of the divine tree's branches, he was extremely safe, looking down at the Sun Clan's leader and lightly saying, I think I have the qualifications. As he spoke, a mysterious divine sense burst out from his knowledge sea. This divine sense didn't carry any murderous intent, nor did it have the slightest offensive power. But when this divine sense swept over the several Sun Clan members, they all screamed miserably, all of them clutching their heads and tumbling to the ground. After 3 breaths, these people's movements stiffened, their vitality drained away, and they all died, bleeding from their 7 orifices. The remaining Sun Clan members all paled while the leader stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Even he hadn't been able to detect what kind of trick Yang Kai had used, but these few Sun Clan members who weren't weak had directly died. A chill suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart, as the eyes of those who were still alive towards Yang Kai became somewhat different, filled with panic. Little brat, you're trying to provoke me, the Sun Clan's leader said in a low voice, his murderous intent so thick it was tangible. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he shook his head and smiled. I just want to prove to you that I have the capital to negotiate with you. Saying so, his voice suddenly became cold. I don't have enough patience. Old dog, give me a reply as soon as possible. Otherwise everyone here, except for the Saint Realm, will die. Hearing this, 80% of the remaining Sun Clan members retreated a few steps in horror. They seemed to think that this would make them safer. Little did they know that the soul-devouring worms had already invaded their spiritual sea and were dormant. The Sun Clan leader took a deep breath, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Yang Kai. Only after a long silence did he finally ask, What do you want? Let us go. That's my only request. Yang Kai shouted. Leader, we can't let him go. Our clan has suffered such heavy losses. How can we let him leave? Isn't this letting him off too easily? Immediately, someone raised an objection. That's right. If I don't kill this kid, I won't be able to calm my anger. Kill him, we must kill him, even if it means harming the divine tree. The several Saint Realm masters began to discuss amongst themselves. He looked like he had to kill Yang Kai. It seemed like there was no room for negotiation. Yang Kai chuckled and shouted towards the crowd below. Your losses are indeed not small, but have you thought about the great gains you've made? Your divine tree has already developed its own consciousness and is completely different from before. As long as I leave, you can try to get closer to it. Gain its approval. In the future, you can obtain unimaginable benefits. As soon as these words were spoken, the huge divine tree trembled. A dissatisfied divine sense was transmitted from the divine tree's heart, as if it had been wronged by Yang Kai's decision to abandon it. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he quickly released his divine sense to comfort it. But if I were to stay, the situation would be different. Because I was the one who gave the divine tree this form of life, it is now very close to me. As long as I have enough time, I can make it belong to me forever. When that time comes, even if you want to take it away, you won't be able to. This won't take too long, perhaps a few days or so. So if I were you, I would send this person who threatens the interests of our clan away as soon as possible. The Sun Clan's people all frowned. Yang Kai's words were spoken from their standpoint, and although there was some suspicion of fraud, it was undeniable that what he said was reasonable. The divine tree having undergone such a huge change was a pleasant surprise. If the previous losses were ignored, such a change was undoubtedly a great thing for the entire Sun Clan. A divine tree with wisdom and soul. This was something the Sun Clan had never even dreamed of. We can still kill you and pull up the roots. The Sun Clan's leader seemed a little tempted, but thinking of the losses his clan had suffered, he still wasn't willing to let Yang Kai live, gnashing his teeth and saying, "As long as you die, the divine tree will still belong to my clan." Yes. Yang Kai chuckled. You people indeed have the ability to kill me, and I don't think I can escape from so many of you, but I can at least drag a few of you down with me. You'll have to be able to afford this price. Besides, if you want to kill me, you'll have to damage the divine tree. If you hurt it, do you think it will accept you? This little guy's mind is very simple right now. If you hurt it, it will remember it for the rest of its life. Old dog, don't try to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. If that happens, you'll suffer a double loss. Where will you put your old face then? Yang Kai's arrogant speech caused the Sun Clan's leader's face to darken. His expression filled with both anger and helplessness. The people who had just been clamoring to kill Yang Kai also frowned, secretly feeling that the situation had become a bit tricky. If the divine tree didn't have wisdom and soul, even if it had to suffer some damage, they would still have to kill Yang Kai. However, the divine tree had its own thoughts, so none of them dared to act rashly. They were all worried that the divine tree would hold a grudge against them in the future and not allow them to absorb any Yang attribute energy, which would be the end of the entire Sun Clan. Turning their eyes to the leader, they waited for him to make the final decision. At this time, none of them were willing to easily voice their opinions. The Sun Clan's leader pondered for a while before glaring at Yang Kai coldly and shouting, "Can you guarantee that after you leave, the divine tree will accept us? Why would I promise you anything? You'll have to work hard. It's best if you treat me more kindly now. The way you treat me so fiercely will make it very unhappy." Unheard of. Go Che wore a look of disbelief as he stared at the divine tree in amazement, discovering that it really was walking on its own. The energy it exuded forming pillars that supported its huge body like human legs. In an instant, Go Che felt like his horizons had been broadened. The other from the demon race also felt the same way, remaining silent for a long time, somewhat absent-minded. The divine tree's movements were relatively clumsy, neither too fast nor too slow. After walking for half a day, Yang Kai finally felt a trace of void force fluctuations in front of him. Chapter 774. The power of the void was very special. It would only be emitted from the void corridor. The presence of void force meant that there was a void corridor in front of them. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared into the distance. After a while, A dark hole appeared in front of everyone's eyes, about a few dozen kilometers away from where the Sun Clan people lived. No wonder I didn't notice the existence of void force until now, Yang Kai thought to himself. A moment later, the divine tree stopped in front of the void corridor. This void corridor was about 10 meters in diameter and could accommodate several people at the same time. But with the divine tree's massive body, it was impossible for them to enter. If they tried to force their way in, there was a high chance they would destroy the void corridor and be torn to pieces by the chaotic void force. Brother Goche, do you have any impression of this place? Yang Kai asked solemnly. Goche looked around for a while before nodding lightly. After we were captured, we were brought here from here. Good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Although he had negotiated with the Sun Clan people, no one knew if they would take him to another void corridor. If the world on the other side wasn't the demon land, but instead a dangerous zone or even unknown place, all his efforts would be in vain. Little brat, you're quite cautious. The Sun Clan leader sneered. Since this old master agreed to let you leave, he won't go back on his word, and there is only one entrance here. There are no other void corridors. It's better to be safe than sorry. Yang Kai didn't mind, his expression becoming serious again as he turned to Goche and the other demon race man and said, You take and linger and leave first. I'll catch up later. Goche and the demon race man's Yuan Qi divine sense had been sealed. So apart from having a slightly stronger physique, they were no different from ordinary mortals, so there was no point in staying behind. Hearing this, both of them nodded. The demon race man didn't say a word, directly jumping into the void corridor and disappearing. Goche quickly exhorting Yang Kai. Brother, you must be careful. I'll wait for you over there. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Goche left with Ling their figures disappearing into the void corridor. And Ling glanced back worriedly towards Yang Kai, seemingly worried that he would not be able to escape. After the three of them left, Yang Kai took a deep breath. Not only did he not leave, he even sat down cross-legged on the tree trunk. The Sun Clan's brow furrowed as they stared at him vigilantly, fearing he was up to no good again. Kid, why haven't you left yet? I've already fulfilled all your requests. The Sun Clan leader stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of plague, wishing he could send him far, far away. This time, they had suffered a big loss, but as long as they could obtain this sentient divine tree, the price they had to pay was worth it. What's the rush? Let me rest for a while. Yang Kai chuckled. Seeing that he was really circulating his Yuan Qi, he began to regulate his breathing. His mind was already silently immersed in the tree trunk. His soul avatar manifested in the heart of the tree. With the divine tree's protection, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the Sun Clan masters secretly attacking him. Feeling Yang Kai's arrival, the divine tree immediately began to rejoice. The divine tree immediately rejoiced, the energy flowing through its trunk becoming much more rapid. Don't be so happy. Yang Kai quickly transmitted his divine sense. I want to ask you, I want to leave this place now. Are you willing to come with me? The divine tree's soul energy immediately wrapped around Yang Kai, expressing its eagerness to leave. That means you're willing. Yang Kai grinned. Very good. Although I've never tried it before, this method should work. I hope it does. Remember, if it doesn't work, you'll probably have to stay here for a while. I promise you, it won't be long before I come back and take you away. Yang Kai's message was a bit complex, and the divine tree didn't seem to understand it for a while, but from Yang Kai's mood, it was still able to sense some information. It was a little unhappy for a moment, but it soon cheered up again, seemingly having recovered from Yang Kai's promise. Then it settled. I'll brand you first, Yang Kai said, not hesitating to consume a huge amount of spiritual energy to leave his brand on the divine tree's soul. This way, even if he couldn't take the divine tree away today, he would be able to sense its existence through this subtle brand. This method was different from subduing Ling soul brand. One was to receive while the other was to give. In other words, if the divine tree soul was damaged, Yang Kai's soul would also be injured, but if Ling was injured, Yang Kai would be fine. After communicating with the divine tree, Yang Kai's consciousness flew out of the divine tree's soul and returned to his body. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai slowly stood up and stared down at the Sun Clan masters below indifferently, a strange light flashing across his eyes as he stood tall and straight like a javelin, his expression firm and cold. The Sun Clan leader's heart clenched as he coldly shouted, "Not good. This little brat didn't keep his word. He's probably trying to play some kind of trick." Yang Kai laughed loudly and shouted, "I'm not trying to play any tricks. I'm just giving you a little surprise before we part." Saying so, Yang Kai's spiritual energy burst out from his knowledge sea and directly wrapped up the divine tree. Inside his body, where the wordless black book was hidden, a huge suction force suddenly appeared. Dong. Kai Yang's heart suddenly contracted, and a muffled sound like the beating of a drum rang out. His face instantly became white as paper and his body began to sway. At this moment, Yang Kai felt the aura of death wash over him. However, in front of everyone's eyes, the huge divine tree actually transformed into a stream of light and strangely disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded, and for a moment they were all dumbfounded. Yang Kai forced himself to remain conscious, not allowing himself to pass out on the spot, turning around and leaping into the void corridor, the several killing moves he had prepared for this moment suddenly bombarding the surrounding area. Yuan Qi fluctuated wildly as the energy fluctuations around it became chaotic. Hong long long. A loud explosion rang out and the void corridor began to distort and distort. Chaotic void force burst out from the black hole and the void corridor rapidly shrank, disappearing from the Sun Clan's line of sight. At the same time, screams rang out one after another from all directions. The moment Yang Kai left, the dormant soul-devouring insects were no longer restrained and suddenly attacked, killing all the cultivators below the Saint Realm. The Sun Clan leader and the other Saint Realm masters all grimaced, none of them able to speak. Their minds went blank. The divine tree had mysteriously disappeared. The void corridor had been destroyed, and countless of their clansmen had been killed or injured. All of this was simply unacceptable to them. The destruction of the void corridor was within their expectations. The Sun Clan masters had long seen through Yang Kai's intentions, but none of them had tried to stop him. In any case, they had all lived in this mysterious small world for their entire lives. Outside was the demon land, so it wasn't safe for them to enter and exit. The destruction of the void corridor was one thing. The deaths of their clansmen were also understandable. This little brat's methods were mysterious. He had silently killed several of their clansmen before, right under their noses. Now he was probably using the same trick again. However, what they couldn't understand was how the divine tree had disappeared. The void corridor wasn't big enough to support the divine tree's escape. Its shape was simply too large, making it impossible to squeeze through. But in front of everyone's eyes, the divine tree had indeed mysteriously disappeared. "Little bastard, I'll tear you to 10,000 pieces." The Sun Clan leader suddenly roared hysterically, his red hair fluttering wildly, making him look like a mad demon. The other Sun Clan masters also swore vows of vengeance. But there was no one left to vent their anger on. Oh! In a sea of sand, Yang Kai's body fell heavily onto the hot sand. Go Che and the others, who had arrived here ahead of time, quickly rushed over. After seeing Yang Kai's current state, and Ling immediately panicked. Yang Kai's face was pale and his lips were blue. His Yuan Qi was in chaos and his spiritual energy was almost completely depleted. From the outside, although he didn't show any signs of injury, his body was extremely cold, as if he was nearing the end of his life. A slow but powerful heartbeat could be heard coming from his chest. Even when he was chased down by Saintess Nan last time, Yang Kai had not fallen into such a miserable state. And Ling didn't know what happened inside that mysterious small world after she left, but Yang Kai's current state made her feel extremely anxious. Brother. Go Che also hurried over and shook Yang Kai's arm, but didn't get any response. After carefully examining Yang Kai, Go Che found that his pupils were dilated and his soul was scattered. It seemed that his knowledge sea had suffered a great deal of damage. "It's hopeless," The other demon race master slowly shook his head, his expression somewhat sad. Although he didn't have much friendship with Yang Kai, this time it was all thanks to Yang Kai that he was able to survive. Seeing Yang Kai like this, he couldn't help feeling a bit bitter. Go Che pursed his lips, wanting to say something, but seeing in Ling Er's sad appearance, he couldn't bear to say anything. They still had a lot of pills on them, but inside that mysterious small world, even their universe bags had been taken away by the Sun Clan, so even if they wanted to rescue Yang Kai, they were powerless. Yuan Qi and his soul had been sealed, so there was no way they could help. No, he won't die. And Ling Er shook her head. And Ling Er kept shaking her head as she hugged Yang Kai's upper body and placed his head on her lap. Her trembling hands gently wiped the dust off Yang Kai's face, carefully lest her movements hurt him. Last time he suffered such a serious injury but didn't die, so this time he won't die. Asterisk dong. Asterisk another strange heartbeat sounded from Yang Kai's heart, and after this heartbeat, Yang Kai's life aura seemed to weaken significantly. And Ling Er burst into tears, her heart filled with pain. Sister, don't cry, Go Che called out. Go Che muttered. Isn't your true chi not sealed? Quickly try and see if you can save him. Hearing this, and Ling Er awoke from her stupor and quickly used all of Nine Heaven's Holy Land's mysterious divine skills in an attempt to restore Yang Kai's vitality. But no matter how hard she tried, Yang Kai showed no signs of improvement, causing her to be at a loss for what to do. Ha! Go Che sighed heavily, feeling sorry for Yang Kai. Originally, Go Che had wanted to find an opportunity to repay him for saving his life, but now, of the four of them, 3 had successfully escaped from that mysterious small world while Yang Kai had become like this. Chapter 775. During the day, the desert was unbearably hot, but at night, it was bitterly cold. Under the full moon, a burst of cold air visible to the naked eye seemed to emerge from the sand like a ghost, bringing with it a bone-chilling chill. As far as the eye could see, the entire sea of sand seemed to be covered with a thin layer of ice. It was sparkling and translucent, and when the moonlight shone down, it was reflected, making everything look so beautiful and magnificent. Somewhere in the desert, and Ling Er was hugging Yang Kai, her Yuan Qi surging as she used her own body temperature to warm Yang Kai's gradually cooling body. Yang Kai seemed to be really dead. Since escaping from the mysterious small world during the day, he hadn't moved even once. At first, there was still some warmth and heartbeat, but as time passed, his body became colder and colder, and his vitality became more and more subtle, like a candle in the wind and rain, in danger of being extinguished at any moment. And Ling Er carefully guarded him, never leaving his side. This was the future master of the Holy Land. Even if Ling Er was dead, she didn't dare harm him, her beautiful face filled with unwavering determination. Asterisk sha sha sha. Asterisk not far away, a rustling sound rang out, causing Ling Er to raise her head and see Go Che, who had left to explore the way, return. Even with his strong physique, in this desert at night, he couldn't resist the cold, shivering as he ran, his hair covered in ice. And Ling Er's beautiful eyes flashed a look of vigilance. When Yang Kai was still alive, she had some contact with Go Che and knew that this demon race youth was a bit of a pervert. Now that Yang Kai's fate was unknown, she felt she had to be on guard against Go Che. However, thinking that the other party's Yuan Qi and Divine Sense had all been sealed, and Ling Er relaxed a lot. How is he? Go Che came up to Ling Er and hurriedly asked. And Ling Er slowly shook her head. It seems he really can't be saved. I won't allow you to say that he's still alive. And Ling Er immediately became annoyed, her almond eyes widening. Good, I won't say it, but the world is unpredictable, you should be mentally prepared. Why is Brother Yang's life so hard? Go Che sighed. Seeing that Yang Kai had suffered such misfortune in order to help them escape, Go Che's tone towards him became much warmer. If he can come back to life, that would be for the best. Father was thinking of taking him to Qingliao City and entertaining him. As he spoke, he sat down on the sand with a pained expression on his face. Suddenly, he chuckled meaningfully. I found that you humans are quite interesting. I've caught many humans before, but none of them are as amazing as little brother Yang. Those guys, as soon as they encounter danger, they immediately flee. So he knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. His face was so ugly. Brother Yang, you have a backbone. You have the same courage as the people of the demon race. You would rather die than submit. That's a real man. Go Che's bragging attracted An Ling Er's attention, and she quietly glanced over at him. He said softly, "The humans you captured, where did they go?" Go Che calmly gestured with his hand, causing An Ling Er's pretty face to go black. She immediately turned her head away and refused to talk to him. The desert was extremely quiet at night, with only a few scorpion-like creatures shuttling through the sand. Go Che casually grabbed a few of them and ate them with relish. As he ate, he commented, as if it was the most delicious food in the world. Later in the night, the desert became colder and colder. Yang Kai's last remaining vitality was also rapidly fading away. Noticing this, whether it was An Ling Er or Go Che, both of them couldn't help secretly observing him nervously. Half an hour later, that last bit of vitality was suddenly extinguished. An Ling Er's beautiful eyes suddenly lost focus and her tender body couldn't help trembling. Go Che also sighed heavily, lamenting that the heavens were jealous of such a talented individual. While the two of them were immersed in their grief, Kai Yang's body suddenly burst forth with a burst of vitality. This vitality was like a raging flame, rapidly increasing in intensity. His originally cold body suddenly became scorching hot, his true qi rapidly flowing through his meridians, emitting a gurgling sound. **** with a soft sound. Yang Kai's entire body burst into flames, the yuan qi that had seeped out of his body quickly melting the nearby sand into magma. And Ling Er was startled and hurriedly dodged. But even so, she was nearly scalded. Go Che also stared dumbfounded at this moment. Yang Kai, a scorpion tail quietly falling from the corner of his mouth. With a loud cry, Yang Kai coughed up a dark blood mist, quickly withdrawing the yuan qi that had burst out of his body. Quickly standing up, Yang Kai glanced around blankly. After seeing An Ling Er and Go Che's shocked expressions, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief and gradually withdrew his vigilant divine sense. Slowly sitting down on the ground, Yang Kai adjusted his heartbeat and breathing, the scenes before he fell unconscious flashing through his mind, quickly understanding his current situation. His body didn't show any abnormalities, but his knowledge C was in extreme pain. Unable to restrain himself, Yang Kai let out a groan as he clutched his head, his body twitching uncontrollably. After a while, Yang Kai gradually stabilized, but the pain in his head didn't diminish in the slightest. "Where are we?" Yang Kai raised his head and asked in a low voice. His face was distorted by the unbearable pain, making him look extremely terrifying. "The Demon Land's desert." Go Che was stunned for a moment before quickly replying, immediately asking with concern, "Brother Yang, are you dead or alive?" Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced over at him weakly. "What do you think?" "Haha." Go Che laughed. "I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Who just said he couldn't be saved?" And Ling Er shot him a cold look. Go Che's expression suddenly became awkward and he didn't say anything. "How do you feel now?" And Ling Er turned her eyes to Yang Kai and asked nervously. "Not good." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Even now, his soul was still in turmoil and extremely unstable. "Then you should quickly rest." Yang Kai nodded lightly, no longer speaking, sitting down cross-legged on the ground and calming his mind before sending his soul avatar into his knowledge sea to carefully examine it. His entire knowledge sea was desolate and the burning sea water that was originally stored here had almost dried up. This was a sign that his spiritual energy had been overdrawn. Inside his knowledge sea, the world was also very chaotic. From time to time, the wind would blow and lightning would flash, as if it had reached its limit and was on the verge of collapse. The reason for this, Yang Kai knew that it was because he had placed the divine tree into the black book space. He had never thought that doing so would cause him to walk through the gates of hell and almost lose his life. In the past, the things he had stored in the black book space were all very small, the largest only 1% the size of the divine tree. So even if he consumed a large amount of spiritual energy, it wouldn't consume much. But this time, Yang Kai's spiritual energy had been completely exhausted. So after placing the divine tree into the black book space, his entire body had collapsed. After all, the divine tree was different from the things he had stored in the past. Not only was it massive, but it also contained an unimaginable amount of energy. So it was understandable that he had to pay such a price. But it was worth it. Being able to take away the divine tree, Yang Kai felt that even if he had to pay an even greater price, it was worth it. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about not fulfilling his promise to the divine tree. Yang Kai was a man of his word. His spiritual energy could be replenished by cultivation, and with the assistance of the 6-colored soul-warming lotus, it wouldn't be long before his spiritual energy was restored to its peak. Moreover, in this incident, the 6-colored soul-warming lotus had played an indelible role. If it hadn't protected Yang Kai's soul from destruction, Yang Kai would likely have already died. Considering all this, Yang Kai rejoiced. His soul avatar slowly withdrew from his knowledge sea and entered the black book space. As soon as he entered, Yang Kai was dazzled by the golden light that filled his eyes. The divine tree now stood here, its roots, branches, and leaves all exuding a brilliant golden light, illuminating the black book space. On top of that, the scorching aura exuding from its body greatly alleviated Yang Kai's pain, causing him to feel warm and comfortable. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, the divine tree's branches and leaves danced as it sent out a call from its divine sense. Yang Kai smiled lightly as his soul avatar rushed into the divine tree's heart. The divine tree's soul immediately wrapped around him. It should also know that Yang Kai was very weak at the moment, so it didn't recklessly drag his soul around like before, instead carefully wrapping around Yang Kai. The next moment, a powerful burst of energy poured into Yang Kai's soul, quickly replenishing his spiritual energy. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised but didn't try to stop it, instead just standing there leisurely, allowing the divine tree to display its means. After an hour or so, Yang Kai's previous weak appearance was replaced by one of high spirits. His dried-up knowledge sea once again restored to its previous full state. All of his internal injuries had been healed. After communicating with the divine tree for a while, Yang Kai informed it that he might need to stay in this space for a while. After receiving a response, Yang Kai left, but he also promised that as long as he had time, he would come back to accompany it. The divine tree was reluctant to part with him, but it didn't try to stop him. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, the darkness had receded and daylight had once again descended. After frowning and contemplating for a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. He estimated that before he reached the Saint Realm, it would be very dangerous to take the divine tree out of the black book space. Only after reaching the Saint Realm would he be able to do so unscathed. However, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Now that he was in the demon land, even if he released the divine tree, there was no place to put it. Yang Kai needed to find a good place for it. Soaring heaven-sec's serene resplendent peak was a good place for it. Seeing Yang Kai open his eyes, Go Che and Enlinger, who had been paying close attention to him all night, also relaxed. "Brother, why do I feel like you've recovered so quickly?" Go Che asked curiously. More than an hour ago, Yang Kai looked like he was on the brink of death. Even if his ability to recover was fast, it shouldn't be this bad, and Go Che hadn't even seen him take any kind of pill. It was really strange. Chapter 776. I've only recovered a little, Yang Kai smiled. Although he had rescued Go Che and another member of the demon race from the Sun Clan, Yang Kai didn't intend to make friends with someone like Go Che. Rescuing him this time was simply out of necessity. Yang Kai wanted to borrow his strength to traverse the demon land unimpeded. Therefore, he didn't tell Go Che the truth. Subconsciously, he was still somewhat wary of the people from the demon race, and he also felt that if Go Che didn't take him seriously, even if he had saved him, he wouldn't care. "Brother Go Che, You said before that this is the Demon Land's Yellow Sand Sea? Are you familiar with this place? Yang Kai asked again. Goche frowned and shook his head. The Yellow Sand Sea is very dangerous. Even my demon race members don't easily set foot in this place. Here, even if you have extraordinary means, you won't necessarily be able to use them. I only know that this is the Yellow Sand Sea, but I don't know which direction we should go. We can only pray that we find the right direction and that we don't encounter too much danger along the way, or that we don't get lost. If we do, I'm afraid we'll never be able to leave this place. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai and Ling Er's hearts tightened again, both of them quickly realizing that their luck had been quite bad recently. Being chased by Saintess Nan on the outer islands and forced to flee into the Void Corridor, falling into the hands of the Sun Clan. Only after narrowly escaping death did they end up in the Demon Land's Yellow Sand Sea. The ups and downs of life really made one feel helpless. Just as he was speaking though, Yang Kai's brow suddenly furrowed as he stared in a certain direction and shouted, "Someone's coming!" Probing the source of this sound, Yang Kai couldn't help letting out a light sigh, turning a strange look towards Goche. "It's that clansman of yours." "Oh?" Goche raised his brow. "So that guy didn't die. He didn't return last night, so I thought he must have died outside. His life is quite tenacious." His tone was light and indifferent, as if he didn't care about his companion's life at all. Whether he lived or died had nothing to do with him. Yang Kai secretly frowned. A moment later, the man from the demon race who was rescued by Yang Kai from the sealed world bead really returned with a look of joy on his face. "I found a way out." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed, Goche hurriedly asking, "Really?" The man smiled and nodded. "I can't be wrong. I came to the Yellow Sea once before and saw an oasis. I even chopped down a tree, and there are still traces of it. Moreover, our luck is not bad. This is the periphery of the desert sea, not too deep. We only need to walk in that direction for a few days and we will be able to leave the desert sea." While that person was speaking, his face was filled with excitement and joy, and he seemed to be extremely happy. Yang Kai and Ling also let out a sigh of relief, a feeling of joy after extreme misfortune. These days, his luck was already bad enough. If it continued, Yang Kai would have to consider whether he should find a place to go into seclusion for the time being. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Father here's dying of thirst." Goche waved his hand and rushed off in that direction. The man from the demon race didn't speak any nonsense. He immediately led the way. "Let's go too," Yang Kai said to Ling. The latter nodded slightly and kept up with Yang Kai's pace. The two of them walked side by side. As the two men from the demon race rushed forward in high spirits, Ling glanced over at them and suddenly whispered, "Yang Kai, you have to be careful of this Goche. Don't treat him with sincerity, otherwise you'll suffer a loss." "Do I need you to remind me?" Yang Kai chuckled. "I didn't intend to form any kind of friendship with him. However, we are now in the Demon Land, so if we want to leave safely, we really need to rely on his strength." And Ling nodded lightly and sighed. "Fortunately, he didn't see much of your true strength in that mysterious small world. Otherwise, this trip might have been really dangerous. If he knew your identity, we would also be in danger." Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he secretly warned, "Don't reveal your identity. And don't use your 9 heavens holy land's divine skills again. I'm not a little girl. How could I be so careless?" And Ling smiled. "Hurry up, Brother Yang. What are you waiting for?" Goche suddenly turned his head and shouted to Yang Kai, "Coming." Yang Kai responded, turning to Ling and saying, "Let's move faster." The demon race man's ability to identify directions was quite amazing. Walking through this endless sea of sand without any reference point, he was still able to accurately find the right direction. This was especially true now that his Yuan Qi and divine sense were both sealed, so he could only rely on his own instincts to lead the way, making him even more valuable. After walking for about 3 hours, in the distance, in the middle of the endless sea of sand, a bright green color appeared in everyone's eyes. An oasis. It was the only magical place in the desert that had water and plants. Almost every desert had such a place. No one knew how an oasis was born, let alone how it existed in this vast expanse of sand. Large oases could even be preserved for hundreds or thousands of years without change, providing a place for travelers to rest. In the eyes of desert travelers, oases were often life-saving places. Seeing the oasis in front of them, the two demon race men ran even faster and soon rushed in. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai and Enling also arrived. Unlike the heat outside, this place was quite cool, with huge cacti and poplar trees growing all over the oasis, and a gentle breeze blowing through them, making them feel very comfortable. At the center of this oasis, there was also a sparkling lake. This lake's water was clear, like a bottomless spring, and there were many strange plants growing around it. When Yang Kai and Enlinger arrived, they found that Go Che and the demon race man hadn't entered the water but were instead hiding behind a rock on the shore, both of them holding their breaths as they stared out towards the lake. Both of them appeared to be very cautious, both of them wearing lustful expressions on their faces. Feeling Yang Kai's arrival, Go Che quickly turned around and gestured towards him, a strange expression appearing on his face. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not knowing what Go Che was up to, so he quietly led Enlinger over to the rock but couldn't see anything. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai asked softly. "Look over there." Go Che quietly pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai and Enlinger looked in the direction Go Che was pointing and suddenly narrowed their eyes. On the shore, some neatly folded clothes were placed there, and from the style and color of these clothes, it was obvious they belonged to a woman. The clothes were here, but the person was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, she was swimming at the bottom of the lake. Go Che and the demon race man hiding here obviously wanted to peep at the moment this beautiful woman came out of her bath. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Scoundrel! And Ling Er's cheeks flushed red as she ground her teeth and cursed under her breath. Her beautiful eyes filled with disdain as she tugged at Yang Kai and angrily said, "Don't associate yourself with them." Yang Kai curled his lips. "I've always kept myself clean. I wouldn't do such a dirty thing." Saying so, he glanced towards the lake's surface a few times. Go Che saw Yang Kai's small movements and grinned. Little brother Yang really is a kindred spirit. At this moment, Go Che felt like he had found a kindred spirit and found Yang Kai much more pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai said seriously, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to be like this? If you're discovered..." "So what if she discovers me? Can she eat me?" Go Che snorted, not showing the slightest worry. Although he couldn't use his strength right now, in the end, his identity was still there. The average demon race man really wouldn't dare attack him, so even if he was caught peeping, he wouldn't care. "Brother Go Che, you don't lack women. Why do you need to do such a thing?" Although Yang Kai also knew that this man's mentality was very subtle, he still faintly felt something was wrong and quickly tried to persuade Go Che to leave. Go Che grinned wickedly. "Naturally, I don't lack women, but this is more exciting." The demon race man next to him also nodded, agreeing with Go Che's point of view, his two pairs of eyes staring towards the lake's surface, secretly looking forward to the moment the woman at the bottom of the lake would appear. Yang Kai was helpless and didn't waste any more words. At that moment, though, a layer of bubbles suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake, causing the two demon race men's breathing to stagnate as their eyes bulged. ****. The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out as a series of water arrows shot out from the bottom of the lake. Everyone's expression changed greatly. Yang Kai and Enling reacted quickly and hurriedly dodged, but Go Che and the demon race man weren't so lucky. In order to see more clearly, the two of them had to stick close to the rock, so when the water arrows struck, they simply couldn't avoid them. With a loud bang, the rock shattered, sending stone fragments flying everywhere. These stone fragments contained a ferocious force, causing Go Che and the demon race man to howl miserably, unable to open their eyes. In just a flash, the two men were covered in wounds, their flesh lacerated. Yang Kai saw a wisp of white light shoot out from the bottom of the lake, faintly discernible and graceful. But before he could see clearly, he lost sight of his target, causing his expression to go cold as his pores opened wide. After everything stabilized, Wuxia suddenly cursed, "Fuck! That bitch actually dared to attack father?" As soon as these words left his mouth, a loud bang rang out as Wuxia was sent tumbling through the air several times before landing heavily on the ground. When he stood up again, his cheeks were swollen and his brow furrowed in anger, as if he was about to go all out and fight for his life. Not far in front of him, a beautiful woman who had just come out of the bath stood mid-air, staring coldly at Yang Kai's group of four. Her figure was full and mature, her legs were long and slender, and she wore a light blue palace dress that accentuated her ample bosom and half of her shoulders. Perhaps because she had just come out of the bath, her clothes were tightly clung to her body, accentuating her graceful figure. Just standing there, she was extremely beautiful. Chapter 777. However, at this moment, her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent, and her yuan qi was like a poisonous snake, exuding a dangerous aura, causing anyone who saw her to shudder. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he silently cursed Wuxia for being such a fool. For no reason at all, he had actually provoked such a woman. When he arrived here, he didn't dare to release his divine sense to investigate carefully. But it wasn't until this woman took action just now that he realized Wuxia seemed to have provoked a powerful master. The other party had clearly noticed that someone was spying on her. So the moment they left the lake, she had taken action. Wuxia, on the other hand, had a reckless look on his face as he shouted, "Smelly woman, you dare hit me? So what if I hit you?" The woman glanced over at Wuxia coldly. "If you dare speak rudely again, I'll kill you. Do you have such courage?" Wuxia grinned wickedly. "I dare you to lay a finger on me." As soon as these words were spoken, a sharp energy beam suddenly shot towards Wuxia, piercing through his shoulder while he was completely unprepared. Blood spurted out like a fountain as Wuxia's face went pale as he stared blankly at the woman in the sky. He hadn't expected that the other party would really attack him without saying a word, and the sharp pain in his shoulder caused him to panic a little. Although he was a rogue, lecherous, and somewhat reckless, he wasn't stupid. Judging from the methods this woman had used over and over again, even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to resist. With a bloody hole in his shoulder, Wuxia became much more obedient. Although his expression was still angry, he didn't dare to speak casually, instead just staring at the woman with hatred. "Humans?" The woman curiously glanced over at Yang Kai and Enling Er, her brow furrowing slightly. "When did the demon race and the human race start colluding together? Interesting." Yang Kai's expression darkened as he silently shielded Enling Er behind him, his yuan qi surging as he prepared to act at any moment. "Humph!" A disdainful sneer burst from the woman's delicate nose as she walked down from the sky, flicking her wet hair as she glanced over at Wuxia and the demon race man. "Your yuan qi and divine sense have been sealed. Was it this human boy's doing?" Wuxia didn't say anything, but the other demon race man slowly shook his head and explained, "It wasn't him. We were just trapped in a certain place and had our strength sealed. It was thanks to this human that we were able to escape." "Useless." The woman's expression became cold. "You think my demon race men need to rely on a human's means to survive? What qualifications do you have to live with you?" With that said, he flicked his slender fingers and several bursts of energy shot out. Xiao xiao. Several bloody holes immediately appeared on the demon race man's body as he let out a muffled groan. The man half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with panic and horror. The woman didn't kill him, seemingly just dissatisfied that he had borrowed Yang Kai's power and punished him slightly. "So, you have some skill?" The woman looked at Yang Kai with interest as she sent a cold wave of spiritual energy over Yang Kai's body, examining him from head to toe. "You're not that strong." The woman disdainfully withdrew her attention from Yang Kai. After pondering for a while, the woman sneered and said, Daring to be rude to me, your courage isn't small. You should be taught a lesson, but I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you for the time being. Come back with me." Saying so, with a wave of her jade hand, a chariot-like artifact appeared out of thin air. In the middle of this chariot was a huge bed wrapped in a pink curtain that gave off a delicate fragrance. The woman lightly stepped onto the chariot and sent out 2 bursts of energy through the curtain towards Wuxia and the demon race man. The next moment, the 2 of them felt the seal on their bodies being lifted and couldn't help smiling happily. "Little human girl, come on up." The woman lay on the bed, her graceful curves exposed, a lazy look on her face as she beckoned to Ling-er. And Ling-er was extremely vigilant, glancing over at Yang Kai hesitantly. Yang Kai nodded lightly, allowing Ling-er to step onto the chariot and stand there cautiously. "You 3 carry it? Do you need me to teach you how to do it?" The woman said lazily, her voice soft and pleasant to the ear. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Wuxia angrily shouted, "Who do you think you are? You actually want father to be your bearer? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. If you don't want to die obediently, I don't mind sending you on your way." A cold light flashed across the woman's beautiful eyes, her true chi pulsing from her slender fingers, as if Wuxia dared to refuse again, she would directly kill him. Wuxia's eyes went bloodshot, but in the face of absolute power, he had no choice but to submit, silently walking forward and placing the chariot on his shoulder. Yang Kai and the other demon race man glanced at each other before helplessly walking up. Following the direction the woman pointed out, the 3 coolies flew forward at an extremely fast speed. On the bed in the carriage, and Ling-er sat upright, her back as straight as a thorn. While observing the surroundings, she followed the woman's instructions and massaged her shoulders. The woman didn't seem to have any intention of communicating with her, simply lying there with her eyes closed in a relaxed manner. A delicate fragrance scattered along the road, causing Yang Kai to feel annoyed. Originally, he had wanted to use Wuxia's strength to safely leave the demon land, but now it seemed that wasn't going to happen. This guy couldn't even protect himself right now, so Yang Kai had no choice but to think of a way out. Half a day later, a huge city appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This city was located near the Sea of Sand. The tall city walls were completely molded by sand, and the entire city showed a kind of earthy yellow color. Inside the city, countless people from the demon race came and went. When the chariot arrived here, Wuxia's eyes suddenly bulged as he called out, "Sand City? So you're—" "Shut up." The woman's eyes didn't open as she shouted softly. Wuxia's head shrank back as he hurriedly shut up, seemingly extremely afraid, no longer displaying his previous arrogance. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Soon, the chariot arrived above Sand City, and following the woman's instructions, the group quickly arrived at a huge palace located in the center of the city. The construction of this palace was extremely special, as if it was sitting atop a mountain several thousand meters above sea level. Flying up to this palace, standing at its highest point and overlooking everything below, the entire city was clearly visible, giving off a wonderful feeling. The style of this palace was also somewhat incongruous with the rest of the city. The floor of the palace was made of white jade, and the buildings were decorated with dragons and phoenixes. Precious crystals could be seen everywhere. When the chariot arrived, a powerful man from the demon race immediately walked over and respectfully said, "Master, you've returned?" The woman nodded lightly and stepped down from the chariot. "These people are—" The man looked at Yang Kai and the others suspiciously, but when he saw Wuxia, a trace of suspicion flashed across his brow as he stared at him, a trace of familiarity flashing across his eyes. "Send someone to deliver a message to Wuxia. Tell him that if he wants to see his son safe and sound, he should prepare enough ransom for his release." The woman glanced over at Wuxia and lightly ordered, report the other 3 to him as well. Whether he redeems them or not is up to him." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, only now understanding that this woman had long since seen through Wuxia's identity. Even if she did, she still dared to treat Wuxia in such a manner. Inferring from the way she addressed Go Cheong, this woman's identity was obvious. Go Cheong was one of the 4 demon generals. The only one who dared not put him in her eyes was a fellow demon general's master. Among the 4 demon territories, there was only one woman, Xueli. Her name was delicate and beautiful, her appearance was beautiful, and her figure was voluptuous. But her personality was also quite ruthless, cruel, and violent. The woman he had inadvertently encountered was actually a demon general. Go Che even didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and provoked her, even attempting to spy on her naked body. Yang Kai couldn't wait to cut Go Che into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Subordinate thinks that Go Cheong won't care about the life or death of these 3. Xueli's subordinate smiled gloatingly as he glanced over at Yang Kai's group, clearly taking pleasure in their misfortune. Just report it to him, right? Tell Go Cheong that this human brat is his son's savior, Xueli ordered. I'd like to see how Go Cheong will treat this matter. Oh, that's quite surprising. The son of a dignified demon general was actually saved by a human brat. Interesting. Subordinate will report to him immediately. Go! Xueli waved her hand. Master Xue, Master Xue. Go Che quickly called out. What's the matter? Xueli glanced over at him. Can we discuss this matter again? The ransom you want, I'll find a way to get it for you myself. There's no need to trouble my father. Go Che wore an embarrassed expression as he pleaded, apparently afraid that Go Cheong would blame him and make him suffer. That's not up to you to decide. Xueli coldly snorted, no longer paying attention to him, turning around and walking into the palace. Immediately, another member of the demon race walked over and led Yang Kai's group of 4 inside. Each of them was assigned a room. Only Ling was placed next to Xueli. Unlike in the Sun Clan, Xueli seemed to be quite confident in herself. Not only did she not restrict the freedom of Yang Kai and the others, she even delivered them 3 meals a day on time. The food was also quite good, clearly not mistreating them in this regard. Although there was no one guarding him, Yang Kai still behaved himself and didn't show any signs of wanting to escape. In front of Xueli, he felt that he couldn't escape at all. What's more, Ling was still bound to her side. So Yang Kai couldn't just abandon Ling and focus on escaping. Go Che also seemed to realize his mistake this time and spent all day listlessly, no longer showing any of his previous arrogance. Xueli had already sent someone to deliver a letter to Go Cheong and didn't give any face to the demon general, directly demanding a large ransom. Yang Kai estimated that Go Cheong wouldn't care whether he or Ling lived or died. At most he would just ransom Go Che and the other member of the demon race. Chapter 778. Yang Kai had heard some rumors about the 4 demon general before. These 4 were the top masters of the demon race, each of them possessing unfathomable abilities and tyrannical strength. The 4 of them were stationed in the north, south, east, west, and north of the demon land, guarding its foundation and ensuring the peace of this part of the world. They generally didn't interact with one another, but for some reason, as the only woman among the 4, Xueli didn't seem to have a very good relationship with the other 3 demon general. There were even rumors that the demon commander didn't like her very much. As such, the place she was stationed in was a relatively desolate location. Whether it was the richness of the world energy or the richness of the Earth's resources, it couldn't compare to the other 3. Yang Kai couldn't remember where he had heard this rumor, but now it seemed that it wasn't baseless. Xueli's city was Sand City, located near the Yellow Sea, so it was indeed quite desolate. On top of that, her relationship with Go Cheong was as bad as the rumors said. However, since she was able to sit firmly in the position of Demon General, she had her own unique skills and means. Such a woman couldn't be taken lightly, so Yang Kai didn't dare to take her lightly in the slightest. Staying in the palace all day long, Yang Kai didn't show any ill intentions. Go Che recklessly tried to escape, but before he could leave the palace, he was caught red-handed and beaten by the masters around Xueli until he was on the verge of death. After more than a month of recuperation, Go Che finally showed some signs of improvement. Learning from his mistakes, Yang Kai became more and more cautious. More than a month later, Yang Kai, who was meditating in his room, suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside, his expression becoming slightly cold as he slowly opened his eyes and stared towards the door. A moment later, the door opened and the master from the demon race who had delivered the letter to Go Cheong pushed open the door and called out to Yang Kai, "Get out here. Master wants to see you." Yang Kai stood up and followed him out. As the man walked, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Seeing this, he couldn't help chuckling. He seemed to have encountered something very interesting, and there was a different meaning in his eyes. Yang Kai frowned as he instinctively felt that something was wrong. But he didn't ask because he knew that as a prisoner, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him even if he asked. He might as well not go looking for trouble. Not long after, the man brought Yang Kai to a large hall. At the front of the hall, there was a spacious chair covered with a thick velvet blanket. The dark red color of the blanket made it look elegant and luxurious. Xueli was reclining on the chair, her delicate and soft curves on full display. She rested her chin on her hand and closed her eyes to rest. In the center of the hall, high-grade spices were burning, causing the entire hall to be filled with a fragrant aroma. And Ling dressed as a maid, stood beside Xueli with a restrained expression. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, and Ling Er's beautiful eyes lit up, she hurriedly cast a concerned look at him. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He signaled that he was safe. Since being captured and brought here, the two of them had not seen each other again. Yang Kai had been in his room all this time while Ling Er had been with Xueli. In this palace in Sand City, she was the only human, so Ling Er had naturally placed all her hopes on Yang Kai, fearing he would encounter some kind of accident. Now that she saw him safe and sound, Ling Er couldn't help quietly breathing a sigh of relief, secretly smiling towards Yang Kai, not daring to make the slightest sound. Yang Kai looked around and found that Go Che and the other man from the demon race were also standing here, both of their expressions filled with fear and dread, like mice seeing a cat, trembling in fear. "Master, everyone is here," Xueli's subordinate reported softly. Xueli nodded lightly, slowly opening her beautiful dreamy eyes and glancing around, slowly straightening her body and stretching her waist. With this action of hers, the short shirt on her upper body was pulled open, revealing her flat and fair belly and delicate navel. Spring filled the air. Besides Yang Kai, who had been staring at her, no one dared to look at her. Xueli's sharp eyes immediately turned towards Yang Kai, causing him to feel as if he had been burned. Yang Kai instantly felt some pain on his face, but his expression didn't change, remaining calm. Xueli didn't seem to have any intention of pursuing such a trivial matter, simply opening her mouth and saying, "Go Cheong has replied." Go Che's body trembled as he pursed his dry lips, looking up at Xueli, his face twitching as he asked softly, "What was his attitude?" "Haha, you're his son. Now that you've fallen into my hands, what attitude do you think he would have? And your old man paid enough ransom to redeem you." Hearing this, Go Che's expression changed, a mix of relief and panic. Relief was that he could finally leave Xueli's place, but panic was that when he returned home, he would inevitably be beaten again. This kind of contradictory mood was intuitively displayed on his face, making his expression look particularly interesting. "What about me?" the other demon race man asked in a low voice. "You were also redeemed." Xueli nodded lightly, smiling as she stared towards Yang Kai meaningfully. "You were also redeemed, as well as this little human girl. Go Cheong redeemed all of you." And Ling Er froze for a moment before a happy expression appeared on her face. On the other hand, Go Che and the other demon race man both showed a surprised look upon hearing this, glancing towards Yang Kai before lowering their heads, their expressions complicated. Yang Kai frowned, not only not showing the slightest joy, his expression instead becoming gloomy as he muttered, "Are all you demon race people so generous?" Xueli's brow rose as she stared at Yang Kai, suddenly smiling. "Go Cheong isn't generous, just this once. The ransom you asked for isn't small, right?" Yang Kai stared at her deeply, even facing one of the 4 demon generals, He didn't show the slightest fear, instead maintaining a calm expression. It's not much, but it's not a small amount, enough for Go Cheong to be annoyed for a while. Shueli smiled and nodded, staring at Yang Kai with interest. In front of her, few people could be as calm and natural as Yang Kai. Even Go Cheong's son was somewhat timid. Comparing the two, Shueli suddenly felt that this human was quite interesting. At the very least, his courage was great, even better than many of the demon races. Yang Kai nodded lightly before suddenly turning to Go Che and asking, "Brother Go Che, this time Senior Go Cheong has gone to great lengths. What do you say?" Ah! Go Che froze for a moment, not daring to look straight at Yang Kai, his eyes flashing as he muttered, "I have nothing to say." As he spoke, his expression became a little guilty. Does Brother Go Che really have nothing to say? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer as he asked aggressively. Go Che slowly shook his head. The demon race man next to him also lowered his head, not saying a word. Inside the hall, and Linger stared at him suspiciously, not understanding why Yang Kai's attitude towards Go Che had suddenly changed, seemingly becoming somewhat cold. Shueli and her subordinate, on the other hand, were all smiling as they watched the show, not showing any intention of interrupting. Good. Yang Kai grinned. Then Brother Go Che, let's part ways here. Haha, our friendship was truly short-lived. This sentence caused Go Che to feel even more ashamed, his face turning red. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to him and instead turned to look at Shueli, asking seriously, "Senior, if I said that I refused the ransom Go Cheong paid for me, would you kill me?" Oh, hearing this, Shueli's beautiful eyes couldn't help flashing a look of approval and surprise as she muttered, "You refused? You actually refused?" "Yes, I refused." "Ha ha." Shueli giggled, her chest shaking as she giggled. Her subordinate also smiled as he stared at Yang Kai with a meaningful look on his face, as if his vision had been broadened. A moment later, Shueli's smile gradually faded as she softly said, "It stands to reason that you refusing Go Cheong is equivalent to depriving me of some benefits, so naturally I will kill you. After raising you for so long, wouldn't I have suffered a loss? However, once the ransom is here, there is no reason for anyone to take it back, and since you've slapped Go Cheong in the face for me, I'll spare your life." Yang Kai's face went black as his expression became gloomy. Shueli's words were insidious, directly pushing him to the opposite side of Go Cheong. Although this was only a trivial matter, for a master like Go Cheong, it was likely a loss of face. He had kindly offered to pay a ransom for Yang Kai, but he had been decisively refused. If word of this spread, it would only cause the world to laugh at Yang Kai for looking down on him. As a demon general, being looked down upon by a mere human, Go Cheong would definitely be furious. Even if the truth wasn't so. "I'll agree to your request." Shueli's expression became solemn as she quickly waved her hand towards Go Che and the man from the demon race. "Scram. If you don't get out of the range of my divine sense within half a stick of incense, don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as these words fell, Go Che and the demon race man turned into streams of light and disappeared from the palace without looking back. In the blink of an eye, they were already a few thousand meters away and were using their full strength to flee. Shueli wasn't joking. Her divine sense had indeed been locked onto Go Che and the man from the demon race. If she could still sense them when the time was up, she really would kill them. This was a woman with a heart as vicious as a snake. "You humans really are quite shrewd," Shueli said sarcastically. "But since you refused the ransom Go Cheong paid for you, you need to prove that you have value in living. My sand city doesn't raise trash. You really won't let me go." Yang Kai spat disdainfully. "Let you go?" Shueli sneered. "Humans who enter my sand city only have one path to walk, and that is death. It's just that you seem a bit different from the rest, so I don't want to kill you right now, but don't disappoint me, otherwise I'll make you experience something worse than death." Saying so, Shueli stood up, seemingly preparing to leave. "Senior," and Ling hurriedly called out, a pleading look flashing across her beautiful eyes. Can you give us some time to talk? Shueli frowned but didn't object, simply leaving, seemingly acquiescing. Chapter 779. After Shueli left, her subordinate chuckled a few times and said, "If you have something to say it quickly. Don't make me wait too long. My temper isn't good either." Saying so, he also walked out of the palace. Only Yang Kai and Enling were left in the hall. The Saintess of Nine Heavens' Holy Land hurriedly came over and asked Yang Kai about his well-being, her concern evident in her words. Yang Kai repeatedly assured her that he was fine and then asked about her current situation. Enling smiled bitterly and said, "That senior didn't embarrass me. She just placed me by her side to take care of her, so you don't need to worry about me. But why did you refuse the ransom Go Cheong paid for us?" "Do you think I shouldn't have refused?" "I don't know, but that Shueli isn't a good person. I was afraid that if I stayed here too long, something bad would happen." "She isn't a good person, and Go Cheong is even worse," Yang Kai coldly snorted. "The reason I refused was because I wanted to find a way to survive." "Ah, what do you mean?" And Ling was confused. Yang Kai explained carefully. "If I accepted his ransom, it would be tantamount to owing him my life, so if he had any excessive demands, I wouldn't have been able to refuse. But you also saved Go Che's life, so in that case, 1 for 1, shouldn't that cancel each other out?" "Are you stupid?" Yang Kai knocked her forehead lightly. "That's the biggest problem." And Ling rubbed her forehead and said aggrievedly, "Explain it clearly. I don't understand." "Ha!" Yang Kai shook his head and looked at her, sighing. "It really wasn't easy for you to grow up. It's all thanks to your Nine Heavens Holy Land that you were raised in the sect. If you had come out alone, who knows how many times you would have died already." And Ling pouted. "I saved Go Che, and this life-saving grace should have been the basis for us to leave the demon land. But now it has become a fatal problem. Think about Go Che's identity. His father is Go Cheong, the demon general. Didn't Shirley say this before we came here? The son of the demon general was saved by a human. What he means is that he shouldn't have been saved by me. At the very least, he shouldn't be a human. If I had really followed Go Cheong's wishes and let him redeem me, I would have died on the road in just a few days." "Ah!" And Ling cried out in alarm and covered her mouth. "Go Cheong won't allow news that would harm his reputation and dignity to spread. The best way to do this is to silence everyone. That way, no one will know that his son was once saved by a human." Yang Kai said with a cold smile, a shrewd light flashing in his eyes. "That's just your guess, isn't it?" And Ling still didn't quite believe him. "It's not a guess, it's a fact," Yang Kai concluded. "Go Cheong is an ambitious and ruthless character. How could he be so kind as to redeem his son, while also bringing you and me along? You should know that the ransom he paid wasn't small at all. He clearly has some kind of ulterior motive. If I'm not mistaken, on the way home, Go Che already had masters waiting in ambush for us. Once we showed up, what awaited us was a ruthless slaughter." And Ling tender body trembled slightly, as she couldn't help feeling a sense of relief that she had just escaped death. This point Shirley is also well aware, but she didn't show any signs of wanting to wake me up. That woman really is insidious. Yang Kai ground his teeth. "No wonder when you refused just now." She smiled so strangely. "So that's how it was." And Ling suddenly realized and couldn't help feeling a deep sense of admiration towards Yang Kai. If it had been up to her, she would have happily left together with Go Che, perhaps even fantasizing about how Go Cheong would thank her for saving his son. But never would she have imagined that the murderous intent would be hidden on the other side. A trace of fear welled up in Ling heart as she angrily shouted, "That Go Che is an ungrateful dog. He should have understood his father's temperament. Right? Humph. He couldn't be any more clear." Yang Kai sneered. "Then we shouldn't have brought him out of that mysterious small world before." And Ling angrily said, "It was my miscalculation. At that time, I only wanted to borrow his identity and status, but unfortunately, My own cleverness backfired on me. However, he did play a role. At the very least he brought us out of that desert. If it weren't for him, we might have been lost in there for the rest of our lives. Even if we managed to escape from that desert, we would have been chased down and captured by other members of the demon race, not having the opportunity to come to Sand City. Everything had its pros and cons. It all depended on one's perspective. Go Che was indeed ruthless, but Yang Kai had no intention of truly forming a friendship with him, so there was nothing to be disappointed about. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Enough of that. What we need to consider now is how to survive from Xue Li's hands. You stay close to her and pay attention to her surroundings. See if there is anything we can use to our advantage. Perhaps an inadvertent discovery will allow us to find a way out of this mess. And Linger nodded heavily, inexplicably feeling as if she and Yang Kai were depending on one another. After talking for a while longer, Xue Li's subordinate called out from outside the hall, prompting Yang Kai to bid farewell to Linger before being led back to his room. Time passed by and everything was peaceful. Since the day Yang Kai refused Go Cheong's ransom, he seemed to have been forgotten by Xue Li, and for a full 2 months, no one paid him any attention. Yang Kai was also happy to be idle, spending all day meditating and cultivating while communicating with the divine tree. After 2 months, the divine tree's sentience had grown rapidly, and it was now able to use its divine sense to carry out simple conversations with Yang Kai. From Yang Kai, the divine tree had learned a lot, and its wisdom had also grown rapidly. Now, it had the IQ of a 6 or 7-year-old child, and besides being a little naughty, everything else about it was fine. The divine tree had now taken root in the black book space, so Yang Kai could replenish his yang attribute energy from it at any time, and even his spiritual energy could be replenished. It could be said that he was carrying a huge energy warehouse with him, convenient and fast to the extreme. After 2 months of cultivation, Yang Kai's strength had also greatly improved. On this day, when Yang Kai's soul avatar entered the black book space, he suddenly found something wrong. The precious ores he had stored in his black book space seemed to have disappeared 1 or 2 times at a time. These ores were collected by Yang Kai when he entered Starfield last time. After the Starfield storm swept through the Starfield, a lot of these ores had been left behind, each of which was quite rare and precious. Yang Kai had wanted to use these ores to create some artifacts, but he hadn't had the time nor could he find a suitable artifact refiner to do so. Yang Kai wasn't too clear about the quantity of these ores, but he was keenly aware that they had indeed disappeared. In their original places, there were some scattered stones left behind. These stones were completely useless impurities. In other words, the original essence of the ores had all disappeared. Yang Kai was puzzled, so he sent his soul avatar into the divine tree's heart and asked the divine tree. He originally thought that the divine tree had secretly absorbed the essence of these ores, but unexpectedly, the divine tree shook its head, indicating that it had nothing to do with it. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing and didn't ask any more questions. The divine tree's intelligence was only equivalent to that of a child, so lying at this age was normal. Yang Kai naturally didn't blame it, and if the divine tree needed these ores, Yang Kai was willing to give them all to it. Good. If these stones are useful to you, just use them. If they're gone, I'll look for more. Right, there's also that drop of spirit liquid over there. You can absorb a drop every day. It may be helpful to your growth. The divine tree suddenly rejoiced, immediately stretching out a branch and carefully absorbing a drop of the myriad drug liquid. A moment later, letting out a satisfied sigh. Yang Kai looked at it with a smile, but at that moment, he suddenly noticed that someone was approaching him. Quickly notifying the divine tree, he released his soul avatar. Just as he opened his eyes, the door to his room was pushed open and Xue Li's subordinate beckoned to Yang Kai, indifferently saying, "Come out. Master wants to see you." Kai Yang furrowed his brow and followed behind the man as he was told. Yang Kai didn't know what this person's cultivation was, but from the degree of importance Xue Li placed on him and the pressure this man put on him, it was very likely he was a Saint Realm Master. However, the demon race generally lived longer than the human race, so from his appearance, this man didn't look very old, probably only around 30 years old. He was quite handsome, and from time to time he would reveal a frivolous look. Only when facing Xueli would this man show a serious expression, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. "Friend, how should I address you?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. The man turned his head and glanced over at Yang Kai, chuckling. "Master said you have courage, boy, and now it seems that is indeed the case. You don't seem to have the slightest awareness of being a prisoner." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Although I am under house arrest here, you haven't done anything to me for so long, which means I still have some value to you. What kind of awareness do I need to have?" "Boy, you're smart enough. I like it." The man grinned, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Call me UMO. You demon race people all have strange names." Yang Kai shook his head. "I think you humans have strange names." UMO smiled lightly. "Why does your master want to see me this time?" Yang Kai asked again. "I don't know. Maybe he thinks you have no value and wants to kill you," UMO said with a gloating look, whistling frivolously. "So you'd best be mentally prepared, or else you may not be able to die in peace." Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but his expression didn't change. UMO observed Yang Kai's expression and nodded, thinking that this little brat was really different from the rest. If it had been an ordinary person hearing this news, they would have been scared witless, but this boy didn't seem worried at all. Chapter 780. Inside the same hall as before, Xueli was waiting quietly while Enlinger was nowhere to be seen. UMO brought Yang Kai here and respectfully reported his arrival before standing aside and watching with cold eyes. Xueli nodded lightly before glancing over at Yang Kai and saying lightly, "I've raised you for so long. Have you prepared yourself to create some value for me?" Yang Kai frowned. "What are you talking about?" Xueli chuckled lightly before standing up and softly saying, "I told you, my Sand City doesn't raise trash. Since I allowed you to live, naturally I won't raise you for nothing. And, a first-order transcendent among the human race, reaching such a cultivation at your age is not an easy feat. You should be a core disciple of some great force, right?" Yang Kai didn't comment and didn't answer. "But that has nothing to do with me. I don't care what force you come from. Since you've fallen into my hands, you need to be obedient and do whatever I tell you to do. If you dare disobey in the slightest, you know the consequences." Saying so, a cold light flashed across Xueli's beautiful eyes. "Then what do you want me to do now?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "Kill. Or be killed." Xueli chuckled, waving her hand. "UMO, tell him in detail. It's time for him to make an appearance." Xueli sat back down in her chair and lazily reclined as she stared at Yang Kai. UMO stood in place and declared, "The land around my Sand City is barren and Master Xueli's other territories aren't very rich. Even the world energy here isn't. On top of that, this place is adjacent to the Yellow Sand Sea and there are no merchants passing through here. It stands to reason that Master Xueli's territory should be very poor. Is that not the case?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. UMO smiled faintly. "Not only is that not the case, it is the exact opposite. My Sand City's riches are incomparable to any other city in the Demon Land. The amount of wealth that flows in and out of here every year is unimaginable." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise. UMO looked at Yang Kai smugly. He originally thought that this kid would ask why. But even after waiting for a long time, he still didn't say anything. Feeling bored, he pursed his lips and explained, "Because my Sand City has a place that can attract all kinds of people from the Demon Land, and this place is Sand City's biggest source of income. Even the other 3 Demon General will send people to this place." "Oh?" Yang Kai's interest was piqued. "What kind of place can attract so many people?" "Death Arena," UMO grinned. "To put it simply, a cultivator with a similar cultivation level would enter the place and fight to the death. Those master beings would bet a large amount of crystal stones or resources on one person based on their own judgment and preferences. If that person wins, they would be able to reap a certain amount of benefits. Since the odds are different, the profits obtained will also be different. If one's luck is good, It is extremely possible to obtain a profit that is several times or more than 10 times. Isn't this a gamble? It's a gamble. The dealer is your Sand City, right? If that's the case, you'll always be the winner. Yang Kai smiled. We also need to cultivate, and to do so we need resources. Our territory is poor, so we can only find a way to take them from the pockets of those master beings. You need me to fight to the death, right? Originally, there were a few people here, but recently they were all killed, causing us to lose a lot of crystal stones. You're a first-order transcendent, although there's nothing interesting about fighting. As long as we operate properly, we can still recover a lot of our losses. Umo nodded slightly. Then what benefits do I get? Yang Kai asked. You want benefits? Umo heard this and was startled. Of course. I'm gambling with my life. Do you think I don't get any benefits? Yang Kai said matter-of-factly. Interesting, Master. What do we do if he wants benefits? Umo looked up and asked Shueli. Just give him a little bit of benefit. Umo lowered his head and nodded, turning to Yang Kai and saying, Since Master says so, as long as you can help us win, we'll give you 5% of the profits. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding lightly. Good. Turning to Shueli, he asked, If I can collect enough ransom in this way, will you let me go? Shueli opened her eyes and stared at Yang Kai coldly before closing them again and saying lightly, That depends on my mood. If you're honest and obedient, there's still room for discussion. But if you dare to nitpick again, I'll immediately kill you. Umo, test his ability. Don't let him be a piece of trash who only knows how to talk. As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying pressure suddenly burst from Umo's body and enveloped Yang Kai in an attempt to suppress him. Yang Kai's body shrank and he almost fell to his knees. Perceiving the tyrannical power contained in this pressure, his expression also changed greatly. Yuan Qi circulated madly through his meridians to resist the pressure coming from Umo. Umo was suddenly surprised. He had long been dissatisfied with Yang Kai and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to teach him a lesson, so he hadn't shown any mercy. He had intended to force this boy to his knees with a single blow to grind down his sharp edges, but he hadn't expected this little brat would actually be able to survive. His expression becoming cold, Umo once again increased his strength. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as his body gradually shrank, his knees bending as his face flushed red. Gritting his teeth, he glared towards Umo as his flesh began to writhe. Kacha. The white jade on the ground suddenly shattered and a shockwave spread outwards from Yang Kai. Cracks of varying lengths appeared on the walls of the entire hall, making it seem as if they would collapse at any moment. Shueli also finally opened her beautiful eyes and stared deeply towards Yang Kai, her pretty face filled with expectation, as if she wanted to see if Yang Kai could withstand Umo's methods. Under the terrifying pressure of Umo's aura, Yang Kai's body trembled and his veins bulged, but after 10 breaths of time, he seemed to have adapted to this kind of pressure, and his lowered body slowly straightened up. Umo's expression changed slightly. He was well aware of how much strength he had just released. Under such pressure, let alone a first-order transcendent, even a second-order transcendent cultivator wouldn't be able to resist. Only a third-order transcendent cultivator would barely be able to resist. But this little brat had actually managed to resist, even though it seemed extremely difficult. Coldly snorting, Umo increased his strength for the third time. Yang Kai's feet sank into the ground all the way up to his knees. At that moment, Yang Kai moved, his body shooting out like an arrow from a bow, Yuan Qi surging from his hands as he rushed towards Umo like a bolt of lightning. Before he even arrived, a giant golden sword appeared in his hand and he slashed down towards Umo. Murderous intent flashed across Umo's eyes as his Yuan Qi flickered like a snake, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Enough! Shueli's faint voice resounded throughout the hall. An invisible shockwave passed through and Yang Kai's body suddenly came to a halt, the profound heavenly sword in his hand disappearing into a streak of light and falling heavily to the ground. Umo also quickly withdrew his strength and frowned as he stared at Yang Kai, who had just gotten up from the ground, coldly asking, "Little brat, did you want to kill me just now?" Seeing this, Kai Yang smiled sinisterly. True Yang Yuan Qi, what a hateful aura. Shueli frowned, seemingly a little displeased. Although her cultivation wasn't suppressed by Yang Kai's Yuan Qi, just like fire and water, the demonic Qi in her body naturally rejected this kind of true Yang Yuan Qi. Your strength isn't bad. This queen has underestimated you. Shueli nodded slightly. Shueli nodded lightly. Being able to resist Yumo's power for so long, even daring to counterattack at the last moment, seemingly determined to kill him, this human brat's combat strength and willpower far exceeded his current cultivation. Shueli was a Saint Realm master, so she still had some insight. Master, we can make good use of this. Umo swept his eyes over Yang Kai indifferently, his expression becoming somewhat restless. Good. It's time for those bastards to bleed out. Shueli sneered coldly. Shueli smiled coldly. Arrange a battle for him tomorrow. I want him to win it with great difficulty. Subordinate understands. Umo grinned wickedly, staring at Yang Kai like a wolf staring at a lamb. I have one more request. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and before Shueli could become angry added, one last request. Speak. Shueli shouted unhappily. Give me an artifact that can change my appearance. I don't want my appearance to be seen by too many people. Otherwise, there will be many people from the demon race hunting me down in the future. Yang Kai said. Shueli was startled but quickly reacted, smiling lightly. You're thinking quite far ahead. As long as Shueli operated properly, Yang Kai could bring her a lot of wealth. Those people from the demon race who had lost so much wouldn't dare to be angry with Shueli. So naturally they would focus all their resentment on Yang Kai. When that time came, even if he obtained freedom from Shueli, he wouldn't be able to leave the demon land. Yang Kai had such an artifact given to him by Du Wan. However, he didn't dare to use it. After all, he had used this artifact to change his appearance to participate in the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid. Once he was recognized, it would cause even more trouble, so he could only ask Shueli for help. I don't have such an artifact on hand. It's too precious. Shueli shook her head. But I can provide you with a mask. Just a little bit of concealment. Good. Yang Kai nodded. Take him away. Rest well tonight. Don't die tomorrow. Shueli chuckled. Umo brought Yang Kai back to his previous room, but before leaving, he directly injected a few strands of Yuan Qi into Yang Kai. In an instant, Yang Kai felt the flow of Yuan Qi in his body become much slower, and even his reaction speed became somewhat sluggish. Do you know why I'm doing this? Umo asked. Yang Kai gently nodded, not resisting. From what Shueli had just said, it was obvious she wanted him to put on a show tomorrow in order to fool those from the demon race and interfere with their judgment. This way, when he fought in the future, they would underestimate his combat strength and not be too optimistic about him, placing their bets on the wrong person. If it weren't for Umo's methods, Yang Kai would likely have been exposed. Those who had placed their bets on the demon race weren't blind. All of them had sharp eyes. Chapter 781. The Death Arena was Sand City's greatest feature. Many great figures of the demon land would bring their own cultivators or cultivators they had captured, arranging them into the Death Arena to engage in life or death battles with others, all for the sake of profit. There were no restrictions. As long as one was a member of the demon race, they were eligible to enter and participate. For the cruel demon race masters, this was undoubtedly very attractive. They could enjoy the blood-soaked battles in the Death Arena, and while doing so, they could also gamble their wealth. As a result, the business of the Death Arena had always been quite booming. For this reason, Sand City would gather a large amount of wealth and materials every year. Among the 4 demon general, in terms of wealth, Shueli was undoubtedly the wealthiest. This was an undisputed fact. Umo briefly explained the situation of the Death Arena to Yang Kai before leaving. After a silent night, Yang Kai decided to conserve his strength. At noon the next day, Umo came again and led Yang Kai out. Leaving the 1,000-meter-tall palace, the two of them flew towards a certain location in Sand City. A moment later, a huge circular arena appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. This arena covered a large area and was surrounded by a variety of mysterious barriers and barriers. At this moment, the high platforms were packed with people. Countless members of the demon race were sitting on them, watching the battle between the two cultivators. The strength of the two cultivators wasn't very high, but their battle was quite fierce. Both of them were covered in blood and had broken limbs. Glaring at each other with hateful eyes, they repeatedly used their artifacts and martial skills, dyeing the battlefield red with blood. As the battle reached its climax, it attracted a burst of cheers from the high platforms. Yang Kai casually glanced over a few times, his expression indifferent. Umo glanced over at him and sneered. "You'll be fighting here soon. Your opponent's cultivation is similar to yours, but unlike you, he can use his full strength while you can only use half. Be careful, although I don't care if you die or not. Master still hopes you can bring her some wealth." "I got it." Yang Kai nodded. When the two of them arrived, a cold glare fell upon them from somewhere on the high platform. Yang Kai turned around and saw Xueli sitting there with Enling by her side. Their eyes met, and Enling couldn't help but cover her mouth. She seemed to be calling out to Yang Kai, but Shirley immediately glared at her. Enling didn't dare to say anything. Yang Kai also shook his head at her, indicating that she shouldn't be too agitated. Flying over the death arena, Umo led Yang Kai into an underground tunnel. After walking for a long time, they finally saw some light. In front of the tunnel was the inside of the deathmatch arena. Xueli's subordinates were already waiting here, so when they saw Umo arrive, they all respectfully greeted him. "Master Umo, will this human brat be the one to fight this time?" a yellow-skinned man asked. All the information has been submitted and the odds have been set." Umo nodded lightly. The yellow-skinned man grinned meaningfully at Yang Kai and snorted. "Little brat, you need to keep your eyes open. Your opponent won't be easy to deal with. He's already fought 3 times and won all 3 times. Among the cultivators in the same realm, no one can last more than an incense stick worth of time against him. Don't die too miserably. Let's wait until he can last more than an incense stick worth of time," Yang Kai said indifferently, not showing any signs of panic. "Oh!" The yellow-skinned man was suddenly taken aback. Where did this human brat come from? Acting so arrogant. This master wants to see how you'll kill him in an incense stick worth of time. Umo also glanced over at Yang Kai and coldly snorted, obviously thinking that Yang Kai was just boasting. Although he had tested Yang Kai's depths and knew that his strength wasn't ordinary, right now he could only display half of his strength. Just being able to survive was already good enough, so spouting such boastful words was a bit too much for his own good. Yang Kai no longer said anything and just waited quietly. Inside the deathmatch arena, the battle between the two cultivators had already come to a conclusion. One was dismembered while the other was crippled. Immediately, someone went to clean up the battlefield. Although the one who was crippled survived, he was also struggling at death's door. When the person who went to clean up the battlefield saw this scene, he asked the spectators on the high platform how to deal with the situation, and after receiving an answer, turned around and directly killed the victor. Blood dyed the ground red, but from the stands there was a burst of cheers. After waiting for a while, Umo nodded to Yang Kai and said, "It's your turn. Remember what Master said yesterday." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he put on the mask that Umo had prepared for him and stepped forward. From the opposite corridor, another person slowly walked out. This person was tall and burly and his upper body was bare, his muscles bulging, each one filled with explosive power. In terms of height alone, he was more than twice the size of Yang Kai. As he approached, a towering murderous aura rushed towards Yang Kai, as fierce as a storm, seemingly wanting to tear him apart. However, Yang Kai remained motionless, like a 10,000-year-old reef. When this murderous aura reached him, he took the initiative to part to the left and right. In the stands, many people showed interested expressions, thinking that this life or death battle would be very exciting. And Ling Er, who was standing next to Xueli, clenched her fists and watched nervously. A moment later, the two stood about 10 meters apart and stared at each other. The burly man opposite them should be a human, but for some reason he had been captured and brought to the demon land. According to what Umo had said before, most of the cultivator who entered the death arena were like Yang Kai, captured and forced to fight to the death in order to preserve their lives. There were also some who took the initiative to seek refuge under the master of the demon race in order to obtain benefits and status. There were also some who were personally trained by these masters. But no matter what the reason was, the ultimate goal of entering the death arena was to kill the enemy. Little brat, hiding your head but showing your tail, are you afraid to show your true face? Hehe, kneel down and kowtow to this grandfather 3 times and this grandfather will spare your life, how about it? The burly man suddenly shouted, his voice like a clap of thunder, resounding in Yang Kai's ears. This angry shout not only had the intention of deterring the enemy, but also secretly mixed in a trace of divine sense attack. If one was careless, they would lose the will to fight in an instant. At that time, they would be chased by this strong man without any strength to fight back. However, such tricks obviously didn't work on Yang Kai, so after hearing this, he didn't say anything and simply stared at his opponent indifferently, slowly moving his body and adjusting his Yuan Qi to check his condition. Thanks to Umo, Yang Kai's current Yuan Qi circulation speed had been greatly reduced and his reaction time had also become much slower. If he didn't lift the seal on his body, he wouldn't be able to display his peak strength. However, this should be enough to deal with this burly man. Little brat, are you deaf? Not receiving a response, the burly man roared again. As soon as his voice fell, he saw Yang Kai's figure flicker and a murderous intent suddenly appear from the side. The burly man's brow flashed a cold light as his lips slowly curled upwards, showing no intention of dodging. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk with a muffled bang. Yang Kai's palm struck his opponent's waist but found that his opponent didn't move at all. His opponent's body was as hard as a sheet of iron and the force of the rebound caused his arm to go numb. His opponent's strength also seemed to be quite good. Yang Kai immediately understood. Being able to win 3 consecutive battles in the death arena. This burly man's combat experience and ability were obviously superior to ordinary people. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Seeing his attack fail without waiting for Yang Kai to withdraw, the burly man grinned, silently and mysteriously lifting his palm and condensing all of his Yuan Qi into it before slashing downwards. His true essence surged and transformed into the shape of a giant hammer in the air. Before this attack even arrived, the ground around the death arena stage had already caved in, showing just how terrifying this blow was. Yang Kai's expression flickered as his reaction was somewhat clumsy, and he didn't have time to withdraw his hand. In the next moment, the palm directly chopped down on Yang Kai's arm. With a crisp sound, Yang Kai's arm broke and drooped down softly. Only then did he reluctantly retreat and open up a distance between him and the burly man. In the stands, there was a burst of boos. The spectators of the demon race had originally seen Yang Kai wearing a mask and appearing calm, so they thought he had some special ability. But they didn't expect that after just one exchange of blows, his arm would be broken, which really disappointed them. Ah! And Ling Er cried out, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Shirley narrowed her eyes and stared at Yang Kai below, pursing her lips into a smile. In the death arena, Yang Kai, whose arm had been broken, had just stabilized himself when the burly man rushed in front of him like a bolt of lightning. His 2 thick arms suddenly flashed with black arcs of electricity, making them look ferocious and terrifying. The burly man's body exuded a bloody and brutal aura, and traces of cold light that made people's hearts tremble suddenly appeared, pouring into his hand in an aggressive manner. Immediately, 2 black lightning-like balls of energy appeared in his palms, the size of wash basins and filled with murderous intent. With a wave of his hands, the burly man directly wrapped Yang Kai in them. Lightning surged. He wanted to use this attack to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai had no strength to resist, and under the attack of the black lightning, he could only move left and right, but he couldn't avoid it at all. Countless palm prints appeared all over his body, causing blood to spurt out, making him look extremely miserable. The boos from the stands grew even louder. What they wanted to enjoy was a blood-boiling battle, not a one-sided slaughter like this. Yang Kai's performance was truly despicable. Those demon race people who had placed their bets on Yang Kai even began cursing and swearing at him, their words extremely unpleasant to the ears. Even Xueli frowned slightly, a cold expression appearing on her face. She wondered if Yang Kai's performance before was an accident. In fact, his true strength wasn't that great, otherwise how could he be so weak when facing a cultivator of the same realm? He couldn't have survived such an attack. Another piece of trash. Shirley coldly snorted in her heart, gradually losing interest in Yang Kai. Chapter 782. Blood dyed the earth red as Yang Kai cut a sorry figure. On the other hand, his opponent was becoming fiercer and fiercer as he fought, seizing every opportunity he could. The brawny man fought to his heart's content and sent Yang Kai flying into the air with a single punch. When Yang Kai fell back down, the brawny man punched Yang Kai's back again, sending him directly into the ground. Dust filled the air, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening on the battlefield. Because of the barrier covering the death arena, even the Saint Realm Masters who released their divine senses were unable to obtain much information. All they could vaguely sense was that this battle had come to an end. How boring! Many people secretly thought to themselves. But before they could finish their thoughts though, a fierce murderous aura suddenly filled the air, stirring up a strong wind and scattering all the dust. After everyone saw the situation in front of them, they couldn't help exclaiming. Yang Kai, who should have been lying on the ground, unable to get up or even killed, at this moment was actually using his unscathed hand to press his opponent to the ground. The hand that covered the brawny man's cheek wasn't too wide, but it was like the sky itself was falling down. So no matter how the brawny man struggled, he was unable to stand up. At that moment, no one had been able to see what was happening inside the dust cloud. But when the dust settled, such a scene appeared. It was truly surprising. Everyone had seen a desperate counterattack, a battle that turned defeat into victory, but none of them had ever been as confused as today. At this moment, the mask on Yang Kai's face seemed to become extremely cold. Wind and thunder force surged, pouring from Yang Kai's palm into the brawny man's body, forming an intertwined killing field inside his body. Asterisk pong. Asterisk the brawny man exploded into a bloody mist, not even his bones remaining. Up in the stands, Xueli's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to display such a bizarre performance, her thin red lips curling into a smile. His true strength? How is it? Xueli suddenly asked and Ling softly. I won't tell you. And Ling shook her head. Why didn't you tell me? Shirley didn't get angry this time. Instead, she revealed a thoughtful expression and pursed her lips into a smile. Then I'll figure it out myself. Looking down at the death arena below, Yang Kai was slowly making his way towards the corridor with one arm hanging by his side. Xueli suddenly felt that this human boy should have some extraordinary skills. The spectator stands were silent for a long time. Suddenly, there was a burst of noise. Most people seemed to be unable to accept such a result and were discussing spiritedly. When Yang Kai returned to the corridor, Yumo's eyes flashed a cold light as he stared at him. The yellow-faced man's mouth was wide open as he stood there in a daze. His eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. It didn't even take half an hour for this arrogant human brat to kill his opponent. Does this match look difficult enough? Yang Kai took off the mask on his face and asked Yumo's mouth twitched as he nodded lightly. Not only had it been difficult, but it had also been quite lifelike, without the slightest flaw. Even Yumo thought Yang Kai was dead. But at the last moment, Yang Kai had been shocked. This little brat's courage was quite big. Wasn't he afraid he wouldn't be able to stand up after taking such a violent attack? Only then did Kai Yang shake his arm, and a crisp sound came from his broken arm. In an instant. Arrange a second-order transcendent for me in the next round. That way you'll be able to obtain more benefits while I'll also be able to obtain more benefits. The sooner I collect the ransom, the sooner I can leave. Yang Kai grinned. Umo couldn't help feeling a bit absent-minded. Following him back to the palace, Yang Kai began to recuperate. It seemed that because of this victory, Yang Kai's treatment had improved greatly. Among the meals he received were many supplements. Even Ling was allowed by Xueli to visit Yang Kai once. The two talked for a long time before Ling left. After 3 days, Yang Kai was arranged to fight a second time. Perhaps it was because of his bizarre performance last time, but when he appeared wearing a mask again, he attracted a lot of attention. This time, his opponent was really a second-order transcendent. After a bitter battle, Yang Kai narrowly escaped death and won again, causing those from the demon race to exclaim in disbelief. Fighting above one's realm was a feat that very few people could accomplish, especially after reaching the transcendent realm. Even if the difference in strength was only a minor realm, the difference in true combat effectiveness was as wide as heaven and earth. A second-order transcendent cultivator could easily kill a first-order transcendent cultivator, but this common sense had been broken by Yang Kai. This time, Yang Kai was still carrying the seal placed on him by Umo, so he wasn't able to use his full strength. Unlike last time, he was really going all out in this battle. In this life-or-death struggle, Yang Kai felt that he had comprehended a lot of things and was quite happy about it. He felt that this kind of life-or-death battle was of great benefit to his growth. In his heart, Yang Kai didn't reject this kind of fighting style and instead looked forward to it. This was an opportunity to hone himself. The growth of a cultivator wasn't just about cultivating behind closed doors. Life-or-death battles often provided greater benefits than this kind of secluded cultivation. Of course, the premise was that one could survive the battle. After understanding this, Yang Kai constantly urged Umo to arrange stronger opponents for him. Umo was dumbfounded, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Yang Kai became somewhat strange, as if he was looking at a psychopath. None of the foreign race cultivators he had captured before had ever acted like Yang Kai and asked to fight in the death arena. Xueli, on the other hand, was very open-minded, and as soon as Yang Kai made a request, she immediately began arranging for him. The opponents arranged for him grew stronger and stronger, and Yang Kai found it more and more difficult to cope with them, but every time he was able to create an amazing miracle at the most impossible moment. Over the course of 3 months, Yang Kai fought a total of 14 battles, all of which were second-order transcendents. These people were from the human race, the monster race, and even the demon race. For different reasons, they were all sent to the death arena, and all of them were defeated by Yang Kai. Yang Kai's harvest was huge. Not only did he gain insights from these life-or-death battles, but he also gained insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao after swallowing the spiritual energy of these people's souls. His own growth was extremely fast. During these 3 months, Yang Kai also inadvertently made a name for himself. Inside Sand City, everyone knew. Xueli had a strange masked man who was only a first-order transcendent but had killed more than a dozen second-order transcendent cultivators. As a result, in the death arena, the odds for Yang Kai's victory changed again and again, but this did not stop people from placing bets on him. Xueli, as a banker, naturally wouldn't suffer a loss in this kind of gambling, but Yang Kai's terrifying growth rate made her feel a little uncomfortable. She understood this better than anyone else. She also understood how Yang Kai was able to achieve such rapid growth in all those battles. On this day, inside Xueli's palace, a messenger came to visit and after talking with Xueli for a long time, left satisfied. An hour later, Yang Kai was summoned. Inside a private room, Xueli was lying on her bed, her beautiful buttocks perked up, her soft breasts squeezed under her body, her hands resting on her chin, her posture extremely provocative. And Ling was kneeling beside her, massaging her shoulders. The room was filled with a mature fragrance, which made people feel relaxed and happy when they smelled it. Umo brought Yang Kai into the room and bowed his head. He didn't even dare to look directly at Xueli. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stood beside the bed. Sweeping his eyes over Xue Li's beautiful body, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. This demon general's heart was like a snake. However, it was undeniable that Xue Li's body was very graceful and mature. Unlike in Ling Er's naivety, Xue Li was a mature woman. Such a woman was a fatal temptation to any man. However, a character as strong as Xue Li probably wouldn't be tempted by any man. The only thing that could tempt her was strength that surpassed all others. After waiting for a long time, Xue Li suddenly said, "Go Qiong sent someone over just now." "HM?" Yang Kai frowned. "Is it related to me?" "Yes, Go Qiong seems determined to kill you." "Then how did you respond?" Yang Kai stared at her coldly and taunted. "Did you sell me out?" This king had such an idea but refused. "Why is that?" "Because he is Go Qiong." Xue Li sneered. "I won't act according to his wishes." However, the messenger he sent made a proposal which I agreed to. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions and simply waited for her to tell him the details. "Tomorrow at the death arena, you will fight the person sent by Go Qiong to the death. If you win, you will be able to collect your ransom. If you lose, you will have nothing left, including your life," Xue Li said lightly. Yang Kai raised his brow and chuckled. "The person sent by Go Qiong isn't weak, is he?" Xue Li glanced over at him and said casually, "Third order transcendent." Hearing this, Umo, who had been standing nearby, also paled slightly. "It seems you want to join forces to kill me." Yang Kai grinned, not showing the slightest trace of panic. "He does want you to die, but this king wants to see what your limits are." Xue Li's pretty face became cold. "Don't think this king can't see through it. You've been concealing your strength from beginning to end. You seem to have many methods you haven't used yet." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and didn't comment. "That's why I'm looking forward to your performance tomorrow. Don't let me down. Then you can wait and see." Xue Li sneered softly, turning to Umo and saying, "Lift the seal on his body. I want to see if he can survive under Go Qiong's hands." Umo nodded lightly, releasing a wisp of yuan qi and lifting the seal that had been suppressing Yang Kai's strength. "There's one thing I want to understand. If I win tomorrow, will I have collected enough ransom? What about Enlinger?" Xue Li looked at him for a moment before smiling. "Of course it's only yours. However, I can give you a chance. As long as you win tomorrow, I'll let you two go." "You said so yourself." Yang Kai laughed. "Demon General's words should be trusted, right? I hope you won't go back on your word." Xue Li closed her beautiful eyes and didn't respond. Chapter 783. The dark red earth, which had swallowed the blood of countless lives, was littered with battle scars. This was the death arena. Those from the demon race who had heard some insider news had long been waiting in the stands. After watching a few not-so-fierce battles, a masked human slowly walked out from an underground tunnel. In an instant, cheers rang out. Over the past few months, Yang Kai had brought these demon race disciples a series of thrilling and suspenseful battles that had long since spread throughout Sand City. Today, however, the battle between Yang Kai and another master would be the finale. Because there were rumors that his opponent this time would be different from before, a third-order transcendent master. Since the opening of the Death Arena, there had never been a battle with such a huge disparity in strength, a gap of 2 full minor realms. In the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, such a battle was already predestined. However, for those who had watched Yang Kai's dozen or so battles, they hoped that Yang Kai would be able to create another miracle. This had nothing to do with the hatred between races. It was simply because Yang Kai's performance had caused their eyes to light up and their spirits to soar. Is that the human boy who won more than a dozen consecutive battles in the Death Arena? The one who barely escaped death each time? In the stands, a Saint Realm Master narrowed his hawk-like eyes and asked the person next to him. "Yes, Master Fengbiao, his performance is indeed very good. Even many of our demon race's elite disciples can't match up to even 1% of his strength." The person next to him immediately replied, "Humph, after today, he'll be nothing but a corpse." Feng Biao coldly snorted, his expression clearly not wanting Yang Kai to continue living. What master says is correct. After all, his opponent is different from the ones before. The man nodded. The man nodded repeatedly, but after a moment of hesitation, he said in a low voice, "But sir, he was raised by Lady Xueli. If we kill him, Lady Xueli will blame us?" "She won't." Feng Biao slowly shook his head. This time, it was Master Go Qiong's orders. "I also went to Xueli's palace yesterday. I've discussed it with her, and she personally agreed to it. How could she blame me?" Hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on that person's face. He didn't know why Master Go Qiong was so interested in this human. Go Qiong's son had been saved by Yang Kai, and only a few people knew about this. Feng Biao was sent here to handle this matter. It was also extremely secretive, so this person couldn't understand the whole story. Although Xueli didn't get along well with Go Qiong, she wouldn't be so bored as to spread such news to suppress Go Qiong. She would only confront Go Qiong with her own strength. "Master, that UMO is coming," the man suddenly whispered. Feng Biao narrowed his eyes and looked to the side, just in time to see UMO fly over from a short distance away with a smile on his face. After landing, UMO sat down beside Yang Kai without any trace of politeness. Both of them were first-order saints, but they belonged to two demon generals who were not pleasing to the eye, so it was only natural that their relationship wasn't very good. As soon as they came down, their eyes met, and sparks flew. "UMO, long time no see." Feng Biao greeted with a cold expression. UMO smiled back. "Feng Biao, it's been so long. I still get angry when I see you. I can't help wanting to kill you." "Same here." Feng Biao gently nodded. His yuan qi slowly flowed as he stared towards UMO like a poisonous snake. UMO curled his lips and said, "But I didn't come here to fight with you. I just wanted to ask you some questions." "What questions?" "Looking at you, it seems you're 100 times more confident in today's battle." "Humph. You already know the answer. My Sand City's death arena has gambling rules. Since you're so confident, why don't you place a bet? When the battle over there is over, you can make some money." "Do I need you to remind me?" Feng Biao said with a disgruntled expression. "I've already bet 200,000 crystal stones." UMO snorted and said in surprise, "Worthy of Feng Biao, you're quite generous. It seems you want to make a fortune in my Sand City." "You can't afford it?" Feng Biao smiled contemptuously. "If you can't afford it, I can withdraw as long as you, UMO, apologize to me in front of all these people. Don't joke, since Sand City has opened up this business, naturally no matter how much it costs. I'm just saying, this is a rare opportunity, why don't we play big?" Saying so, he stared towards Feng Biao with a threatening look. Feng Biao's brow furrowed as he quickly said, "Play big. And you can bet everything you have. I remember you have a lot of artifacts, right?" Feng Biao frowned as he stared at UMO suspiciously, coldly saying, "Why do you look so confident in that human? It's hard to say, maybe he'll win, maybe he'll lose 50-50. Since it's a bet, let's see if you have the courage." Feng Biao stared at him deeply. Although he knew that this guy, who was completely incompatible with him, was provoking him, he still couldn't suppress his anger and nodded. "Good. I'll bet all my artifacts." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and summoned out a glowing artifact armor, a long halberd that exuded a shocking energy fluctuation, and a black ruler, which he handed over to UMO. These three things were all saint-grade artifacts, each of them priceless. Together, the value of these three artifacts was immeasurable. They were Feng Biao's most trusted and most frequently used artifacts. If he lost this bet, Feng Biao's combat effectiveness would plummet. After handing over these three saint-grade artifacts, Feng Biao even took out the universe bag from his waist and handed it to UMO, sneering, "If you want to play, then let's play to the end. What do you say?" UMO's brow twitched, but he still smiled and didn't say anything, turning around and leaving. Feng Biao didn't stop him, nor did he ask him to sign any kind of agreement. Although they didn't like each other, a verbal agreement was still mutually respected. A moment later, UMO returned to Xueli's side. Have you arranged everything? Shueli looked down at Yang Kai standing in the middle of the death arena and asked softly. Feng Biao has bet all his belongings. Umo nodded lightly, frowning slightly. Master, do you have so much confidence in that little brat? To be honest, although his previous performance was quite surprising, this time I really don't think he'll win. He's very likely to die here. It doesn't matter if he dies, but Feng Biao has bet so much if he dies, it will affect my Sand City. I don't know. Shueli's beautiful eyes flashed with confusion as she shook her head gently. Umo was surprised. As one of the 4 demon generals and one of the world's top masters, Shueli naturally had a good eye for people, but this time, it seemed she couldn't see through the situation. I'm also gambling. Although on the surface, that little brat is really going to die, but... Saying so, Shueli glanced over at Enling who had been standing guard beside her and smiled. This little girl hasn't shown much worry from beginning to end. Umo couldn't help glancing over at Enling and found that this was indeed the case. Even if she knew that Yang Kai would meet a strong enemy today, she still maintained a calm expression. Shueli had obviously obtained some information from Enling. I asked her several times what that little brat's true strength was, but she refused to answer. The more she acted like this, the more curious I became. Shueli reached out and touched Enling face, causing the latter to pale in fright. Tell me, has he ever fought with such an opponent before? Shueli suddenly asked. Enling beautiful eyes lost focus for a moment, but soon a look of struggle flashed across her face as she recalled the scene of her being chased by Saintess Nan. The scene of her fighting against the many masters of the Sun Clan in the mysterious small world, one by one, flashed through her mind. Enling expression was pained as she shook her head repeatedly. Shueli sighed helplessly. Her willpower is also quite strange. It seems she cultivates some kind of powerful secret art. However, judging from her performance, that little brat should have fought with such a master before and come out unscathed. Otherwise, how could this little girl be so relaxed? Shueli nodded lightly. Just wait and see. If he doesn't die this time, in the near future, he will definitely become the most dazzling figure in the entire world. In time, he may even reach the level of the demon commander and dominate the world. Umo trembled slightly. Master's evaluation of him is so high? He has such potential. Shueli said decisively, a cold murderous intent flashing across her beautiful eyes. Unfortunately, such a person isn't a member of my clan. If he was, perhaps we would have been able to cultivate him properly. Umo had followed Shueli for many years and naturally knew what she was thinking at the moment, so he couldn't help sighing. With such excellent aptitude, in the face of adversity, the more setbacks he faced, the stronger he became. If such a good seedling wasn't killed early, he would definitely have a huge impact on the entire demon race in the future. Today, whether this little brat won or lost, his fate was already sealed, because his master had already decided to kill him. Looking down at Yang Kai, who was standing straight down, quietly waiting for his opponent to appear, Umo couldn't help feeling a bit regretful. After a long time, a person walked out of the corridor opposite Yang Kai. This person seemed to be strolling leisurely, but in fact, his speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he suddenly appeared not far in front of Yang Kai. Wearing a set of black robes, this man had a majestic physique and an indifferent expression. His long black hair fell to his shoulders and his eyes were like cold stars, giving off an intimidating aura. A towering evil chi radiated from this man's body, one that seemed to stretch far into the distance. His yuan chi was also quite pure, clearly superior to that of an ordinary third-order transcendent cultivator. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as his heart clenched. With just a single glance, Yang Kai knew that this person wasn't a soft persimmon he could pinch at will. This time, he really would have to go all out against him. Although Yang Kai had his soul devouring insects and wasn't afraid of any opponent below the Saint Realm, this time was different. In front of so many members of the demon race, he couldn't use his soul-devouring insects, so he could only use his own means to defeat this enemy head-on. Moreover, Yang Kai also wanted to test the results of his recent cultivation. Chapter 784. While Yang Kai was observing his opponent was also sizing him up, his eyes wandering about as he tried to guess his intentions. Although he couldn't see Yang Kai's face, he could feel a thick, murderous aura radiating from him. This aura was extremely rich and obvious, and when facing an opponent whose cultivation was far higher than his, the pair of eyes under the mask actually burned with a burning desire to fight. He's not a mediocre cultivator. This man only needed to observe for a moment before he immediately understood, a trace of caution flashing across the depths of his eyes. The difference in cultivation was so great, yet the other party was so eager to fight. There were only two explanations, either arrogance or self-confidence. Someone who could win more than a dozen consecutive battles in the death arena could not be the first. If that were the case, this man would have died long ago. Did this human brat really think he could compete with him with just a first-order origin realm cultivation? This man suddenly felt intrigued. In the stands, when Yang Kai's opponent walked out, the sound of discussion rang out from all directions. Many of the demon race cultivators pointed towards Yang Kai's opponent, a look of surprise appearing on their faces, seemingly having recognized his identity. Isn't that Di Xiao, one of Master Go Qiong's subordinates? That's him. I went to Qingliao City before and saw him there. He is indeed Di Xiao. Why would he appear in the death arena? It is said that he is the strongest master under the Saint Realm among Master Go Qiong's subordinates, only one step away from breaking through to the Saint Realm. This human brat facing Di Xiao, I'm afraid he's in for a bad time. Di Xiao's means are not something an ordinary transcendent can compare to. After serving under Master Go Qiong for so many years, he has made many outstanding achievements and is said to be able to even exchange blows with Saint Realm masters. Ha! What a pity! After today, I'm afraid we won't be able to see this masked brat's figure on the death arena stage again. A trivial human brat. If he dies, then he dies. Let's see how Di Xiao kills him. This brat has been so rampant for so long. Does he really think there is no one in our demon race who can match him? Good. Although I prefer him. But he is a human after all. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow when he heard the whispers coming from all directions. It was as if he hadn't expected his opponent to be so famous in the demon race. Since Go Qiong had sent him to deal with him, it was clear that this matter was of great importance to him. Di Xiao suddenly grinned. Friend, although we aren't from the same clan, I heard that you've defeated more than a dozen second-order transcendent masters, each time barely escaping death. I admire people like you very much. If possible, I would like to befriend you, but I was ordered by Master Go Qiong to take your life this time, so don't blame me later. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He remained indifferent and silent. Then, let's begin. Di Xiao cupped his fists slightly before disappearing like a ghost. Yang Kai's expression changed. He hurriedly retreated from his original position. In the blink of an eye, he was more than 100 feet away. He clenched his fists and Yuan Qi gushed out. He ruthlessly smashed downwards in a violent and direct manner. The destructive power reached deep into the ground. Boom! The entire death arena stage shook violently. The aftermath of the impact spread to the edge of the arena and was blocked by countless barriers. A giant crater more than 100 meters deep appeared in an instant. From this giant crater, a cold light flashed, seemingly tearing through space, crossing the barrier of distance and instantly arriving at Yang Kai's chest. *Poo. Blood splashed as Yang Kai let out a muffled groan and staggered back several steps, staring forward with a dignified expression. On his chest, there was a longan-sized wound from which blood was gushing out, dyeing his clothes red. Exclamations came from all directions as many people's eyes flashed with shock at Di Xiao's tyrannical strength. Di Xiao had used some kind of movement skill and disappeared from everyone's sight, burrowing into the ground and striking out like a bolt of lightning. Yang Kai didn't even have time to react before he was struck. Yang Kai had fought more than a dozen times since he had appeared in the death arena stage, and although each time he had narrowly escaped death, he had never been in such a dangerous situation as today. With just a single blow, he had been wounded by his opponent. And it seemed that his injuries were not light either, his face alternating between blue and white as he gasped for breath for a while before gradually stabilizing. Di Xiao still stood not far away with a smile on his face as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly not moving from his spot, but a look of dissatisfaction could be seen on his face. He had thought that even if his blow couldn't kill Yang Kai, it would at least be able to incapacitate him, but he had not expected that his opponent would be able to withstand it. This little brat. There's something strange about him. His physique seems to be incredibly strong, somehow managing to neutralize the power of his attack. Amazing, Di Xiao praised sincerely. I didn't expect there to be an existence like you among the human race. You're not bad yourself. Again, Di Xiao shouted, not giving Yang Kai the slightest time to catch his breath as a series of tornadoes suddenly appeared around him. Each of these tornadoes was extremely thick and shot straight up into the sky. The moment they appeared, the death arena stage was enveloped in a thick fog. The rubble on the ground was sucked into these tornadoes, causing them to become even more terrifying and condensed. An incomparable murderous aura spread out from Di Xiao's body, causing the tornadoes to suddenly turn pitch black. Above the death arena stage, dark clouds had appeared at some unknown time, obscuring the sky and making the atmosphere particularly dignified. A series of wind blades shot out from these tornadoes, each of them incredibly sharp and unstoppable, colliding with each other and creating a series of sparks. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk in an instant. These wind blades completely surrounded Yang Kai, leaving him with no way to escape. Yang Kai shouted as the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank. Condensing a drop of yang liquid from his fingertips, he waved his hand and condensed a shield above his head. The wind blades surged forward and enveloped Yang Kai, but the shield condensed by true Yang Yuan Qi constantly changed shape, like a canoe in the middle of a stormy sea, in danger of being destroyed at any moment, but it persisted, protecting Yang Kai from these wind blades. The demon race spectators in the stands were all stunned and couldn't help calling out in alarm. Yang Kai was only a first-order transcendent, but he was actually able to withstand the attacks of Di Xiao, a third-order transcendent, without showing the slightest sign of defeat, a fact that was difficult to accept. Di Xiao was not an ordinary demon race cultivator. He was one of Go Qiong's subordinates and could be said to be the strongest master below the Saint Realm in the entire demon race. The number of masters who had died at his hands was innumerable, and on top of that, Go Qiong had specially trained him as his future right-hand man. His status and strength were not something an ordinary transcendent could compare to. Even in the stands, the demon race cultivators could feel the terrifying power of Di Xiao's attacks. Such a powerful attack had not been able to break through the defenses of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi shield, which was obviously a bit surprising. Master, he really does have potential to be unearthed. Yumo's eyes lit up as he muttered. In the previous battles, he didn't use his full strength. Xueli's beautiful eyes flashed as she coldly said, Yuan Qi alone was able to resist Di Xiao's attack. It's obvious that the density and purity of his Yuan Qi is no less than Di Xiao's. This young man is not bad at all. The cultivator around Xueli was also paying close attention, a look of shock appearing on their faces. Only in Ling Er's face was filled with worry, although Xueli was praising Yang Kai, and Ling Er could hear the dread in her voice. The more dazzling Yang Kai's performance this time, the more determined Xueli was to kill him. But if Yang Kai fell into Di Xiao's hands, he would still die. Regardless of the situation, Yang Kai's situation was quite dangerous. And Ling Er's heart was in a mess and she didn't know what to do. Interesting. Di Xiao looked at Yang Kai, who was resisting his attacks not far away, and was instead quite happy. He originally felt that Master Go Qiong sending him to kill such a human brat was a waste of his talents. But after arriving in Sand City and hearing about Yang Kai's various achievements, he felt that such a person was worth his time. In fact, he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. But now, when he found that this human brat had the strength to fight back, Di Xiao immediately became excited. He was the kind of person who enjoyed fighting and longed for a baptism of blood. He enjoyed watching his opponents stubbornly resist but struggle helplessly. At this moment, Di Xiao truly regarded Yang Kai as an opponent, and his mentality subtly changed. The power gushing out from his body instantly increased. The tornadoes that hovered around him howled like pitch-black flood dragons. They merged with each other and converged into an even larger storm that swept through the entire arena. The surrounding barriers were impacted by this energy, and ripples visible to the naked eye began to appear. However, these barriers had all been personally arranged by Shueli, so although Di Xiao was skilled, he was unable to destroy them. So the demon race spectators in the stands didn't worry much and instead continued to stare down below in high spirits, chatting amongst themselves. Yang Kai was completely enveloped by the wind blades and tornadoes. The wind blades swept out like a swarm of locusts, covering the sky and earth in an innumerable number, their sharp auras threatening to tear him apart. The aura of death mixed in with these wind blades was terrifying. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Yang Kai didn't even try to dodge. Kacha. The shield condensed from Yang liquid didn't last long under the onslaught of this berserk attack and directly shattered. In the next moment, Yang Kai's body was enveloped by countless wind blades. His clothes were torn apart and blood splattered everywhere. In just a breath's time, Yang Kai's body was covered with countless wounds. Even the clothes he was wearing had been cut into shreds. He was in a sorry state. Di Xiao smiled as he stared at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a dead man, without the slightest emotion. In the next moment, Di Xiao's smile stiffened on his face. Kai Yang, who should have been shot to death, actually slowly straightened his upper body. Lowering his head slightly, he stared at him with a sinister look in his eyes. His throat emitted a strange and creepy laugh, making everyone's hair stand on end. Chapter 785. With a sneer on his face, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tore off his tattered robes, revealing his muscular body. His muscles swelled and trembled as his strength intertwined with each other, giving off a powerful and refined aura. Standing in the center of the raging wind blades, no matter how they swept towards him, Yang Kai was like an immovable mountain, forcibly resisting the onslaught of these wind blades without showing the slightest sign of weakness. "Friend, your strength isn't enough." An uproar broke out among the crowd. The demon race spectators in the stands were all amazed by this scene, their eyes filled with amazement. They had thought that with Di Xiao personally taking action this time, Yang Kai would be defeated or even killed in a short period of time, but the current situation had greatly surprised them. Surrounded by the wind blades, Kai Yang's body was covered in small wounds, but other than that, he didn't suffer much damage. The strength of his physique seemed to have reached a certain limit, allowing him to withstand such an attack head-on. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. Yang Kai's provocation caused Di Xiao's expression to become somewhat ugly as he sneered. "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'd like to see how long you can last." Saying so, Di Xiao suddenly waved his hands, and as he did so, the tornadoes that had swept across the entire Death Arena stage seemed to come to life and converge towards Yang Kai, not leaving a single blind spot. As these tornadoes approached Yang Kai, they also began to merge with each other, growing stronger until they had transformed into a giant black tornado filled with a murderous aura. Like a ferocious dragon, this tornado shook its head and swung its tail as it rushed towards Yang Kai. "Yuan Qi transformation. I have one too." Yang Kai grinned, and with a loud dragon roar, a huge dragon head suddenly appeared behind him. This golden color was dazzling to the eyes, and its momentum was extremely violent. The dragon's head swayed ferociously. Soon, an even longer and stronger golden Jiao dragon appeared and collided with the pitch-black tornado. They tore at each other, above the entire Death Arena stage. In an instant, it was shrouded in gold and black, intertwining with each other. Yang Kai's flood dragon came from the golden dragon tattoo on his back. Originally, this flood dragon could only be used while in his become the demon race, but after the soul exchange between him and Su Yan in Ice Sect last time, Yang Kai was now able to release it at will. On top of that, this golden dragon also contained Yang Kai's divine sense. Compared to Di Zhao's simple martial skill, it was far more flexible and lethal. The two dragons clashed, and the scene was intense. Almost everyone's attention was attracted by this magnificent scene. They stared at the sky above the deathmatch arena without blinking, wanting to know which of these two flood dragons was the better one. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the deafening noise, the beams of light intertwined like a terrifying volcanic eruption. The pitch-black tornado seemed to be subdued by the golden dragon. It retreated again, and soon its color dimmed. The true Yang Yuan Qi was always the nemesis of the demonic Qi. The aura emitted by the golden dragon made every demon race member feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. On the death arena stage, the two figures clashed and separated. Blood dyed the earth red. While everyone's attention was attracted by the two flood dragons in the sky, Yang Kai and Di Zhao had unknowingly collided. The two fought with all their strength for a while. Terrifying bursts of energy filled every corner of the death arena stage. After the two figures separated, Yang Kai bent over and clutched his abdomen, blood gushing out from between his fingers. The pain was unbearable. In just a single collision, he felt as if his body had been pierced by thousands of attacks, his bare upper body riddled with wounds that were deep to the bone. Di Zhao was worthy of being one of Go Qiong's generals. With his peak third-order transcendent cultivation, his combat awareness and rich combat experience allowed him to seize the initiative. Although Yang Kai was suffering, Di Zhao was also suffering. Pieces of flesh and blood inexplicably disappeared from his arms and neck. Fresh blood dripped down. His aura was violent and chaotic, and his face was distorted. Staring at each other, panting heavily, the two men's eyes turned red at the same time. At this moment, a bloodthirsty aura surged out and engulfed both men's minds, leaving only one thought in each of their minds: to kill the other. Looking at the blood flowing from Yang Kai's abdomen, Xueli, who had been sitting in the stands, suddenly stood up, her beautiful eyes trembling as she stared towards him. A look of disbelief filling her face, as if she had just discovered something incredible. "Master!" Yuemo saw the scene and quickly called out. Xueli's brow furrowed as she took a deep breath, staring around in shock for a long time before slowly sitting back down. Yuemo stared at her suspiciously, not understanding why Xueli suddenly had such a reaction. Although Yang Kai's performance was beyond everyone's expectations, it shouldn't have caused her to lose her composure like this. Right? What did Master discover? Yuemo thought for a while before slowly shaking his head, his attention once again drawn to the battle below. Murderous intent surged out like a tide, and even though Yuemo was standing in the stands, he could clearly feel it. Even as strong as he was, Yuemo couldn't help closing his pores, lest his will be affected by this murderous aura. Di Zhao was truly amazing, but Yang Kai was also quite strong. Until this battle was fought to the end, no one could predict the final outcome. A rich demonic qi rolling out from Di Zhao's body, causing the space around him to become pitch black. This demonic qi was filled with various kinds of evil energy that quietly spread out. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was like a burning sun, his true Yang Yuan qi protecting him from the other party's demonic qi. The two opposing energies collided in an invisible manner, creating a series of crackling sounds. Both of them had pushed their strength to the limit. Now that they were evenly matched, neither of them dared to lower their guard, and neither of them would show mercy. A long roar rang out, deafening to the ears. A shocking murderous aura surged out as Yang Kai, who only had murderous intent in his heart, roared towards the heavens, forgetting everything else, only the will to destroy his opponent. His true Yang Yuan Qi madly expanded, immediately suppressing his opponent's demonic qi. Di Zhao's complexion changed, not daring to show the slightest neglect, his body flickering as he appeared in front of Yang Kai, his palms filled with the aura of death as they pressed down towards Yang Kai. The ground below was instantly reduced to dust, but Yang Kai managed to dodge in the nick of time, also releasing a yuan qi from his palms and sending out a burst of pure yuan qi towards Di Xiao. Without any fancy moves, the two men on the death arena stage both brought out their full strength, entangling each other like fire and water. Di Xiao's cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than Yang Kai's, but his demonic qi was suppressed by Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan qi, so even if he used his full strength, he was only able to display 80% of his full strength, causing him to be extremely annoyed. The battle between the two men became more and more intense, the shockwaves bursting out from the two men's bodies and auras completely obscuring them. The people in the stands could only see blurry figures moving about, unable to see what the situation was like. A battle to the death. Blood continued to spatter from the arena, mixed with the sound of explosions and muffled groans. Whether it was Yang Kai or Di Xiao, both of them had gone completely mad. This kind of fierce battle caused everyone watching to tremble in fear, secretly gripping their hearts. A variety of exquisite demon race martial skills were released from Di Xiao's hands, each one of them causing Yang Kai to suffer greatly. Yang Kai's methods were not weak either, his yang liquid constantly changing, making it impossible for Di Xiao to guard against it. The two figures were entangled together, bombarding each other indiscriminately. Their attacks were merciless, and during this period of time, light flickered. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. It was as if meteorites were falling. Before they knew it, almost half of the death arena stage had been destroyed. There had never been a battle with such destructive power. Everyone watching the demon race felt their blood boil, wishing they could rush down from the stands and witness such a battle without regrets. The more Di Xiao fought, the more shocked he became. He had never imagined that this little human brat, whose cultivation was far lower than his own, would actually be so powerful. He had never seen any transcendent who could compete with him. His killing moves bombarded Yang Kai, but they were often only able to injure him, not deal a fatal blow. His body was as hard as a rock, not something a human could possess. What shocked Di Xiao even more was Yang Kai's resilience and endurance. After fighting for so long, every move and strike the two of them had required their full strength. Di Xiao was already feeling overwhelmed. His yuan qi consumed a great deal of energy, so whether it was in terms of momentum or strength, Di Xiao was clearly weaker than when he was at his peak. But this was not the case for this human. He had maintained his peak condition from beginning to end, never once weakening, instead only growing stronger with each setback. It was as if he had an inexhaustible supply of yuan qi in his body. The wounds inflicted on his body stimulated him to become more and more brutal. What's more, during this battle, Di Xiao also discovered something that terrified him. That was that the wounds on Yang Kai's body were actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The numerous wounds that had been inflicted by the wind blades had all disappeared. Being able to heal his wounds in the middle of a battle, what did this mean? Di Xiao did not see Yang Kai take any kind of pill, nor did he have the time to do so. For the first time, Di Xiao discovered that there was such a strange person in this world, not only able to compete with a son of heaven like him, but even surpassing him. This discovery dealt a heavy blow to Di Xiao, causing his mood to become complicated. He was an elite among the elites of the demon race, and in just 80 years, he had reached the third-order transcendent realm and was expected to reach the peak of the Saint Realm before he was 100 years old. A 100-year-old Saint Realm Master was an extremely rare existence in the entire Tongxian realm. Some of the elites cultivated by great forces would reach the transcendent realm at a very young age, but once they reached this realm, almost all of them would experience slow progress, rarely being able to break through to the Saint Realm before they were 100 years old. But Di Xiao had such potential. This was also why he had placed high hopes on Master Go Qiong, providing him with an extremely good cultivation environment and a lot of material support. For a long time, Di Xiao had been proud of this, believing that one day he would become the strongest master below the demon commander, perhaps even stand shoulder to shoulder with the demon commander. But now he had been struck by a huge blow. If what Go Che said was true, Then this human boy he was fighting was only 25 or 26 years old. Had all these extra decades of cultivation gone to waste? Chapter 786. In a battle between masters, it was not only a competition of one's own strength, but also of one's state of mind and will. Di Zhao's mind went blank for a moment as the stalemate between them suddenly became clear, and his momentum was completely suppressed by Yang Kai. The spectators from the demon race in the stands also finally realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Originally, the golden and black energies had been evenly matched inside the Death Arena stage, neither of them inferior to the other. But suddenly, Di Zhao's black demonic qi had weakened significantly, while the hateful golden hue had suddenly become brighter. Seeing this scene, no one could sit still. Impossible! This little brat can even defeat Di Zhao? How is that possible? Di Zhao is a third-order transcendent, 2 minor realms higher than him. If Di Zhao is defeated, our demon race will lose all face. Damn, is this guy even human? A first-order transcendent can defeat a third-order transcendent. What if he really becomes a saint? Even Feng Biao, who had been sent by Go Qiong, had a gloomy expression on his face. His eagle claw-like hand pinched the back of his chair, crushing it into dust, but he didn't even realize it. Xueli also leaned forward and used her powerful divine sense to penetrate the Death Arena stage, paying close attention to any changes in the battle. Of all the spectators present, no one could see the situation more clearly than her because the barriers around the Death Arena stage had been personally arranged by her. Her original intention was to allow the cultivator who entered the stage to fight a life or death battle space without worrying about disturbing the gamblers in the stands. But after all, this was the work of a top-level master, so even if others tried to peer through the barriers, it would be impossible for them to see anything clearly. Xueli, on the other hand, was different. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared intently at Yang Kai and Di Zhao, as if they were floating in the air. This battle had really exceeded her expectations. If she hadn't inferred that Yang Kai was likely to win based on Ling Er's mood and clues, Xueli would have never believed it. This battle was far more exciting than she had expected. Moreover, as she watched, the murderous intent towards Yang Kai in Xueli's eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by a thick sense of suspicion and confusion. Amidst the densely packed sounds of explosions, the golden and black energies that had been entangled together suddenly separated. The two silhouettes retreated separately, and with great difficulty, they stood still with a distance of several hundred feet between them. Dust flew everywhere as the battlefield became chaotic. Everyone in the stands held their breaths and remained silent, their eyes closely watching the battle below. Everyone wanted to know who had won. Gradually, the dust settled and the two figures below were imprinted in everyone's eyes. A series of gasps rang out. No one dared to believe what they were seeing. Di Zhao's entire body was bathed in blood, and there wasn't a single part of his body that was unscathed. There were clear palm prints all over his body. Fist marks, finger marks. This elite warrior under Go Qiong's command seemed to be exhausted, gasping for breath. The sound of his breath sounding like a broken bellows entered everyone's ears, indicating that he didn't have much strength left. Yang Kai was also covered in blood and under the illumination of the sun. There was even a faint golden glow around him, making him look extremely strange. His sturdy body was riddled with scars. He wasn't much better off than Di Zhao. The only difference between the two was the light in their eyes. Di Zhao's originally brilliant eyes were now dull and dull. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was brimming with energy. Di Zhao, as long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to see it. I underestimated you. You really are strong. Di Zhao coughed a few times and spat out some blood and bits of his internal organs. Anyone who underestimates me will pay the price. Yang Kai grinned and took a deep breath before lifting his foot and slowly walking forward, his yuan qi surging madly as his eyes filled with murderous intent. He wanted to kill this man in front of him and put an end to this death match. Seeing his intentions, Feng Biao, who had been sitting in the stands with a gloomy expression, finally couldn't sit still and shouted angrily, "Boy, you dare!" Saying so, his figure flashed like a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the spot, transforming into a streak of light that shot towards the death arena stage. Although Di Xiao had failed Master Go Qiong's expectations by losing to a human brat, he was still someone Go Qiong valued highly, so Yang Kai didn't have the right to kill him. Feng Biao couldn't just sit back and watch. He wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate Yang Kai as well. UMO. On the other side, Xueli suddenly shouted. UMO nodded lightly and also disappeared from the spot. A moment later, he suddenly appeared in front of Feng Biao, blocking his path. "Get out of my way!" Feng Biao shouted angrily, not caring that this was Xueli's territory, directly sending out a palm strike towards UMO. The latter coldly snorted and quickly responded. The two First Order Saint Realm Masters from the demon race instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Above the death arena stage, flashes of light flickered as a terrifying burst of power erupted. All the spectators from the demon race were dumbfounded. They had not expected that today. Not only would they be able to enjoy a wonderful battle between two transcendents, they would even be able to enjoy a battle between two Saint Realm Masters, immediately becoming excited as they stared intently. UMO, what do you mean by this? Feng Biao saw that he couldn't get rid of UMO and angrily asked, "Do you know who Di Xiao is? If he dies here, can you bear the anger of Master Go Qiong?" "Idiot, whether Go Qiong is angry or not, it's none of my business." UMO sneered, "This is Sand City, my master's territory. Have you made a mistake? You're forcing Master Go Qiong and Master Xueli to fight. That's not what I meant. It's just that the death arena has its own rules. Only one person can leave alive. This rule cannot be broken." "You!" Feng Biao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. While he was fighting with UMO, he saw Yang Kai arrive in front of Di Xiao. The Yuan Qi condensed at his fingertips, his movements extremely calm. Di Xiao, who had exhausted all of his strength, was barely able to stand, let alone resist. So at this moment he was looking up towards the sky for help. Feng Biao quickly shouted, "Little brat, if you dare attack, you're dead." Just as he finished speaking, the Yuan Qi condensed at Yang Kai's fingertips transformed into a sharp sword and pierced Di Xiao's chest. Di Xiao's body swayed as blood gushed out of his chest like a fountain, his eyes bulging as he fell backwards. Pong. A cloud of dust was kicked up. "Damn, this little brat. He really killed Di Xiao. This is interesting. I think even Master Xueli won't be able to save him." Master Xueli didn't try to save him. "He's dead." Up in the air, seeing that Di Xiao was really dead, Feng Biao and UMO also stopped fighting, the former's face gloomy as if a storm was about to hit, his pair of red eyes staring towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to tear off the mask on his face and see what he looked like at this moment. Yumo's eyes twitched, secretly shocked by Yang Kai's boldness, silently returning to Xueli's side. Beside Di Xiao's body, Yang Kai stood quietly, his back straight, motionless. Under the influence of the demon eye of annihilation, an undetectable amount of spiritual energy poured into Yang Kai's mind and was purified and absorbed by him. Gradually, the atmosphere and aura in the air became strange as Yang Kai's aura fluctuated. Feng Biao, who was staring at Yang Kai with hatred, suddenly narrowed his eyes, a trace of shock and dread flashing across his pupils. "Sir!" UMO also exclaimed, his eyes glued to Yang Kai as he stared at him. Xueli's expression changed again, as she felt the energy fluctuations around Yang Kai's body become chaotic. Staring at the flickering light around his body, Xueli suddenly froze. "Master, could it be he?" UMO muttered in surprise. An epiphany. This little brat." Xueli's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. "It's probably because of the life or death battles he has experienced these past few months that he has comprehended many things, and today's battle has completely sublimated them. It's incredible." UMO exclaimed. "Did he choose to break through here? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Di Xiao had just been killed by him, so Feng Biao couldn't wait to kill him immediately. The people from the demon race in the stands were also filled with righteous indignation, constantly clamoring for Yang Kai to pay with his life. This was not a good time to break through. If things went wrong, it would cause a great riot and the crowd would directly swallow him up. "Master, are we just going to sit back and watch?" Yu Mo's eyes narrowed as he asked. As long as Xueli didn't say anything, Yang Kai would undoubtedly die today. No one from the demon race was willing to see such a human grow stronger. Although Yang Kai had brought a lot of fun and excitement to these people from Sand City before, the situation was different now. Almost everyone was aware of his terrifying potential. "Of course we'll do something. Pass down my order. Anyone who dares enter the death arena before he breaks through will be killed without mercy." Xueli's beautiful face was filled with inexplicable excitement. "Ah!" Mo was startled, completely confused. Before, Xueli clearly wanted to kill Yang Kai, so after today's battle, whether Yang Kai won or lost, he would undoubtedly die. But now, Xueli's attitude made Mo somewhat confused. If she really wanted to kill this human brat, she wouldn't even need to intervene. Feng Biao and the other members of the demon race would be able to kill him while he was breaking through. Before, she had only stopped Feng Biao because she wanted to suppress Go Qiong's arrogance and uphold the rules of the death arena. Could it be that this little brat's performance is so outstanding that the master is reluctant to kill him? Mo secretly guessed, but was still puzzled. However, he didn't ask any more questions and quickly sent out his divine sense. In the next moment, many masters from the demon race rushed into the death arena and surrounded it. Seeing this scene, everyone understood that Xueli was protecting Yang Kai, so no one dared to act rashly, only cursing and swearing. Standing in the middle of the death arena, Yang Kai didn't seem to be aware of all this. In fact, he was also paying close attention. The actions of Xueli's subordinates made him feel a little strange, but since this woman didn't want to kill him for the time being, Yang Kai could rest assured and boldly break through without any worries. Considering all this, Yang Kai's mind remained calm, without sadness or joy, without any desires or thoughts, allowing his aura to surge. Chapter 787. Outside the death arena, countless people from the demon race were shouting and cursing, but none of them dared to make any aggressive moves. Inside the death arena, the world energy fluctuations gradually became more and more unpredictable. After an unknown amount of time, a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering energy fluctuation suddenly erupted with Yang Kai as its center. The energy of heaven and earth around him was like a tsunami, crazily swirling like a whirlpool, attacking the restrictions and barriers of the death arena. Such terrifying energy! Yu Mo's eyes bulged as a look of horror appeared on his face, unable to stop himself from exclaiming, his eyes flashing brilliantly. Xueli was also slightly dazed, shaking her head slightly as she muttered, "He really does have the qualifications to act so arrogantly. This kind of energy aura is comparable to a third-order transcendent. No wonder Di Shao died at his hands." So when the people from the demon race saw this scene, their expressions became ugly. If the one standing inside the death arena at this moment was Di Shao, they would likely be cheering for him, but since it was a human, they found it somewhat difficult to accept. As the surging world energy raged around the death arena, Yang Kai closed his eyes tightly, a look of comfort and satisfaction appearing on his face as the faint golden glow that enveloped his body became more and more dazzling. After a long time, the violent world energy suddenly rushed back and was absorbed by Yang Kai's body in just a dozen breaths. The chaotic death arena suddenly became much clearer. Looking at Yang Kai at this moment, the expressions of the people from the demon race became somewhat numb, all of them groaning in their hearts but unable to make any sound. Yang Kai, who had been seriously injured in his battle with Di Shao, now had his wounds healed at a strange rate, the small wounds completely disappearing and the big ones becoming negligible. Xueli's beautiful eyes narrowed as she licked her ruby-red lips, as if she was in heat, her eyes staring towards Yang Kai excitedly. Inside the death arena, Yang Kai gently clenched his fists and felt the power flowing through his body. He was extremely satisfied. This time he had broken through. When the conditions were right, there was no obstruction. These past few months of hard fighting and the various insights he had gained were like nutrients, nourishing his body and soul, allowing him to reach the edge of a breakthrough. After his battle with Di Shao, Yang Kai immediately glimpsed the mysteries of the second-order transcendent realm. The richness and thickness of his Yuan Qi had risen to a new level, and even his spiritual energy had become much more condensed and powerful than before. Yang Kai was extremely satisfied. The only thing that made him feel somewhat helpless was that he had broken through in front of so many people from the demon race in this death arena, especially in front of Xue Li. Yang Kai had long been aware of Xue Li's intention to kill him and was extremely vigilant against this powerful woman. But the gap in their strength was simply too great. Xue Li Xue. Xue Yang Kai Yang Kai Xue Yang He Xue. Considering all this, Yang Kai turned his head towards Xue Li and shouted, "Master Xue Li, do you mean what you said before?" Xue Li's beautiful eyes narrowed as she chuckled. "What did I say? You said that as long as I can win this battle, you will let me and my female companion go. Xue Li, does Master want to renege on your promise?" Yang Kai continued to shout. His voice reached the ears of all the people from the demon race. Xue Li snorted. From a distance, she glared at Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of hatred. Although the two of them had made such an agreement before, Xue Li had never intended to abide by it. Now that Yang Kai had said it in front of so many people, Xue Li had no choice but to reconsider. If she did not abide by the demon general's words, it would greatly affect Xue Li's reputation. Smelly brat! Xue Li ground her teeth angrily, knowing that Yang Kai was forcing her. But she couldn't refuse in front of so many people. "Master, he's courting death." Umo laughed gloatingly. "Let him go. We won't need to do anything to stop him from dying." Saying so, Umo glanced over at Feng Biao, whose face was filled with murderous intent. Umo knew that Feng Biao was the one who wanted to kill Yang Kai the most. "The key is that I don't want him to die now," Xue Li snorted. Umo was stunned and didn't dare say anything more. "Xue Li, Master won't go back on his word, right?" Inside the death arena, Yang Kai shouted for the third time, his face filled with an inexplicable smile. Xue Li exhaled lightly, causing her ample bosom to rise and fall exaggeratedly as she slowly stood up and declared, "Of course not. You and your female companion are now free to leave whenever you want. No one will stop you." Yang Kai stared at her deeply and cupped his fists. "Many thanks, Master Xue Li." Saying so, he flew up from the death arena and rushed towards Xue Li, arriving in front of her in a flash, grabbing Ling Er and shouting, "Let's go! Little brat, I believe we'll meet again soon." Xue Li suddenly whispered softly, her words reaching Yang Kai's ears, causing his heart to tremble. Glancing over at Xue Li, he suddenly found that this woman was staring at him with a deep and meaningful gaze. Cheap slut! Yang Kai cursed in his heart, knowing that Xue Li didn't intend to let him leave so easily. In front of all these demon race members in the death arena, she had agreed without hesitation because she didn't want to damage her reputation, but she was definitely plotting something behind his back. Yang Kai was afraid that as soon as they left, there would be people chasing after them. Yang Kai immediately understood and said, "I don't think we'll meet again. Just wait and see." Xue Li coldly snorted. Yang Kai took Ling Er and shot up into the sky, disappearing like a bolt of lightning. In the stands, the demon race people who were filled with righteous indignation and wanted nothing more than to kill Yang Kai saw him leave so blatantly and also left the stands, forming groups of 3 or 4 as they quietly followed behind Yang Kai. Xue Li and Umo saw all this but pretended not to notice, not making the slightest attempt to stop them. Feng Biao, who had been sent by Go Qiong, stood in place, his expression gloomy for a moment before glancing over at Xue Li and grinning meaningfully and disappearing. "Master, they seem to have all chased after him. I'm afraid this time that little brat's fate is sealed," Umo whispered. Not to mention Feng Biao, a first-order saint who was tailing them, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to cope at all. Just his clansmen alone were enough to give Yang Kai a headache. Although Yang Kai was strong and had only just broken through a minor realm, after fighting Di Xiao for such a long time, it was likely his strength had been reduced by at least 70 to 80%. Being caught by those people, only death awaited him. And he's dead meat. Shueli grit her teeth, seemingly a little annoyed. That little brat brought this upon himself. If he hadn't left, I wouldn't have killed him, but he chose to die. Then, you go and bring him back for me. Shueli ordered lightly. Don't let anyone take his life. Yes. Umo nodded and quickly set off. Humph, daring to say we won't meet again. I'd like to see what kind of expression you'll have when you see this king. Shueli smiled softly, got up, and walked towards her palace, preparing to wait for the moment Yang Kai was captured. Outside Sand City, Yang Kai and Enlinger were running at top speed, their speed reaching an unimaginable level, leaving a long afterimage behind them. Are you okay? Enlinger asked worriedly. During the battle with Di Xiao, Enlinger had also been frightened and knew how serious Yang Kai's injuries were. At this time, what he should be doing was calmly recuperating instead of frantically using his Yuan Qi. I'm fine. Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Kai was well aware of his own body's condition. The powerful restorative power of the demon god's blood had even surprised Yang Kai. If it had been before, after suffering such serious injuries, Yang Kai would have needed to recuperate for a while. But now, the demon god's blood in his body had an incredible restorative ability, allowing him to recover in a short time. Although he hadn't fully healed yet, he was able to move without any hindrance. On top of that, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about his Yuan Qi. There were still hundreds of drops of Yang liquid in the Dantian and 60 to 70 fruits from the divine tree in the black book space, all of which could be used to supplement his Yuan Qi. There seems to be someone chasing us from behind. And Ling suddenly shouted, her beautiful face going pale. It's not just someone, it's a lot of people. Yang Kai's expression didn't change. He had long since noticed this. Under the investigation of his powerful divine sense, he was even able to clearly see the number and cultivations of the pursuers. There were quite a few transcendents and even a few saints, but there were only 2 or 3 of them. Behind these people was that Feng Biao. Feng Biao's aura was locked onto him, and he could not get rid of it. Behind Feng Biao was Umo. Sure enough, Shueli had sent him to chase after him. Yang Kai secretly cursed, vowing to himself that one day he would teach this poisonous woman a good lesson. More than half of Sand City's forces had been drawn out by Yang Kai. Yang Kai was quite annoyed in his heart, but he didn't show any of it on his face, continuing to fly forward at a leisurely pace. The masters from the demon race who had chased after Yang Kai out of Sand City had all summoned their artifacts and used their full strength to chase after him, gradually closing the distance between them and Yang Kai. After an hour or so, Yang Kai had only flown a few hundred kilometers before he was about to be caught. And Ling anxiously sent a series of seals into Yang Kai's body to help his Yuan Qi circulate and increase his speed. They won't be able to catch up. Yang Kai comforted her. He had been maintaining this speed all this time, simply waiting for an opportunity. In his perception, most of these pursuers were nothing to fear. Once his soul-devouring insects appeared, they would all die. The only ones he needed to be wary of were the few Saint Realm Masters mixed in with Feng Biao and Umo. These people were the ones Yang Kai was worried about. Noticing that Feng Biao and Umo were maintaining a very subtle distance from him, neither too far nor too close, just the limit of what their divine senses could cover, Yang Kai immediately felt that his opportunity had come. Chapter 788. Whether it was Feng Biao or Umo, both of them were obviously proud of their status and cultivation and were unwilling to associate with other members of the demon race. On top of that, they were also quite confident in their own strength, so they maintained a subtle distance from Yang Kai. This gave Yang Kai an opportunity. With a loud bang, The power of wind and thunder surged, and behind Yang Kai, his wind and thunder wings unfurled in a dazzling display. With a flap of his wings, his already fast speed suddenly increased. And Ling who was being pulled along by him, couldn't help narrowing her eyes as she circulated her yuan qi to resist the fierce wind, causing their clothes to flutter and their hair to fly wildly. In a flash, they had escaped from the range of Feng Biao and Yumo's divine sense. And Ling couldn't help calling out. Although this wasn't the first time she had seen Yang Kai use his wind and thunder wings, she had seen Yang Kai use them when they were escaping from Saintess Nan, but no matter how many times she saw them, and Ling was still fascinated by the beauty of those wings. Such a pair of wings shouldn't belong to a man, but to a woman. Even looking at Yang Kai now, she couldn't help feeling that he was extraordinarily handsome. And Ling pursed her red lips as she stared at Yang Kai's profile, her eyes slightly blurred as she couldn't help leaning her tender body against Yang Kai and hugging his arm. "Hey, can't you at least look at the situation before you act like a love-struck fool?" Yang Kai immediately noticed her abnormality and couldn't help glaring at her. From his elbow, he felt an amazing elasticity and softness, causing Yang Kai's momentum to almost collapse. And Ling face suddenly blushed as she stubbornly said, "How could that be? Don't talk nonsense. I just feel that the outside world is so wonderful. It's completely different from what I imagined in the Holy Land." Since meeting Yang Kai, and Ling days had been filled with excitement. This kind of excitement made her panic, but also made her quite excited. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai was by her side, no matter how dangerous the situation was, she would always be able to avert it. Ordinary people don't have such a wonderful life. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. His wings flapped continuously, and his body moved like a rainbow, faster and faster. The faces of the demon race members who had been tailing him changed. Originally, they could still see Yang Kai, but in that instant they lost sight of Yang Kai. Among the group, the 2 or 3 Saint Realm Masters also wore shocked looks. Not daring to be negligent, he hurriedly sped up and chased after him. In the next moment, 2 figures flew past these people one after the other. It was Feng Biao and Umo who had noticed something was wrong and had increased their speed. The expressions of these 2 were particularly dignified, especially Umo. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized that even in his life or death battle with Di Shao, Yang Kai had been concealing his means. With this jaw-dropping speed alone, Yang Kai should have been able to toy with Di Shao in the palm of his hand, but he had waited until this moment to use this move, so it was obvious he had been prepared for this moment. As a result, Yang Kai instantly escaped from the detection range of his divine sense. "This smelly brat!" Umo cursed as he chased after Yang Kai. Another 2 hours passed. The demon race members who had been tailing Yang Kai finally stopped their pursuit. They had no idea where Yang Kai and the other Saint Realm Masters had run off to, so without a target, they had no way of pursuing them. One by one, they all hung their heads and sighed as they returned to Sand City. 2,000 kilometers away from Sand City, Yang Kai's expression became dignified. Yang Kai found that he had still underestimated the means of these Saint Realm Masters. Although he had displayed his wind and thunder wings and managed to escape from their divine senses for a short period of time, these Saint Realm Masters had used some kind of unknown method to accurately locate his position and firmly follow him. The demon land was very large, so Yang Kai wasn't sure if he was in the right direction, so he could only try to find some desolate routes to escape from the demon land. His powerful spiritual energy played a crucial role at this time. Yang Kai's physical cultivation was only at the second-order transcendent realm, but his spiritual energy was no less powerful than a Saint Realm Master. Even compared to Feng Biao and Umo, his spiritual energy was no worse, perhaps even stronger. With this kind of help, Yang Kai could avoid crowded areas, so as to avoid being discovered by the other members of the demon race and causing unnecessary trouble. After running for such a long time, Yang Kai was also somewhat exhausted. Whether it was his physical strength or his spiritual energy, both had been greatly consumed, while Ling face was also dispirited, obviously exhausted. Running and stopping, Yang Kai was unable to shake off Feng Biao and Umo. The other Saint Realm masters had given up chasing Yang Kai after a few days. But these two were like rabid dogs, constantly biting onto Yang Kai's tail, causing him great annoyance. These two people who were originally enemies with each other seemed to have gradually gathered together because of this pursuit. Half a month passed by. A month passed by. By now, Yang Kai had led and Linger through the demon land for more than 100,000 kilometers, and the demonic chi in the air was gradually becoming thinner. This caused Yang Kai's spirits to soar, and he secretly felt that his direction was not wrong. As long as he continued to flee in this direction, he would definitely be able to leave the demon land. As long as he left the demon land, Feng Biao and Umo would have no choice but to give up. Seeing hope, Yang Kai's spirits suddenly soared. On this day, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as he came to a stop and stared towards a dense forest in front of him. In front of him, he noticed the auras of many masters lurking, seemingly waiting for him to walk right into their trap. At the same time he came to a stop, a pair of cold eyes in the dense forest suddenly spotted Yang Kai. What a vigilant little brat! This master from the demon race secretly praised, a look of surprise flashing across his face. The auras of the people he had brought with him had been perfectly concealed, blending in with the surrounding environment. But this boy had still been discovered. What are you doing sneaking around? Come out! Yang Kai observed for a moment before taking a deep breath and suddenly shouting. The man grinned and no longer hid himself, leaping up into the sky and walking towards Yang Kai. Looking at this master from the demon race approaching him, Yang Kai's face filled with suspicion. He had never seen this person before, but looking at their posture, it was clear they were indeed waiting for him and in Linger. This person's cultivation was not weak, probably at the Saint Realm. Even if he wasn't as strong as Feng Biao and Umo, the difference wasn't great. Behind this man, a number of seemingly powerful masters appeared one after another, all of them curiously staring at Yang Kai. Hearing a sound behind him, Yang Kai's face sank, realizing that Feng Biao and Umo had also caught up. Sure enough, a moment later, these two rabid dogs appeared one after another, blocking Yang Kai's path. Umo, is this the human boy who escaped from Sand City? The master from the demon race in front of him stared at Yang Kai and asked. Umo's expression became cold as he nodded lightly. N. Turning to Yang Kai, he shouted, Smelly brat, you sure run fast. If I hadn't sent a message to City Lord Man, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to stop you. As he spoke, a look of hatred flashed across his face. This time, he had accepted Xueli's order and thought he could easily capture Yang Kai. But after a month of chasing him, he had almost exhausted himself to death. Feeling very depressed, Umo secretly decided that once he caught Yang Kai, he would make him suffer a bit to vent the hatred in his heart. After listening to Umo's words, Yang Kai suddenly understood. When he was being chased, Umo had used some kind of method to send a message to City Lord Man, telling him to set up an ambush here in advance and wait for his arrival. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. After all, this was his opponent's territory. Although he had been able to escape for a while, today he had been blocked, so there was likely no road to heaven or door to earth. While Umo and City Lord Man were talking, Feng Biao, who was standing nearby, wore an indifferent expression, his eyes constantly darting around, seemingly observing the situation around him. His purpose was different from Umo's. He wanted to kill Yang Kai and complete the task given to him by Master Go Cheong. But now that Umo had called for help, he suddenly felt a bit troubled. Feng Biao's restlessness didn't escape Umo's notice, and even City Lord Man wore a pensive look as he chuckled. Isn't this Feng Biao? Why aren't you staying in Qingliao City and serving your Go Cheong master? What are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere? Umo shouted, Feng Biao, today I won't embarrass you, so scram. Feng Biao coldly snorted, glaring towards Yang Kai and then towards Umo before suddenly retreating a short distance and faintly saying, You can capture him, I won't intervene, but I'll report everything that happened before to Master Go Cheong. I hope you can bear the consequences. Seeing him take such a stance, Umo no longer spoke any more nonsense, glancing towards Yang Kai and sneering, Little brat, are you going to surrender yourself, or do you want me to capture you? I'll tell you in advance, if you want me to take action, you may suffer some injuries. Are you so confident you can catch me? Yang Kai smiled lightly. Hearing this, City Lord Man's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he muttered in amazement. UMO, what kind of background does this human brat have? His arrogance is greater than the heavens. In front of several Saint Realm masters, he actually dared to speak such big words. Was there something wrong with his head? He has the capital to back up his arrogance. Di Xiao was killed by him in Sand City's death arena. One-on-one, UMO explained softly. What? City Lord Man's face paled as he exclaimed, Are you sure? Di Xiao was killed by him? He seems to only be a second-order transcendent. I saw it with my own eyes. How could I be mistaken? Also, when he killed Di Xiao, he was only a first-order transcendent. After killing Di Xiao, he broke through to his current realm. Are you for real? City Lord Man had a look of disbelief on his face as he exclaimed in shock. Why else do you think Feng Biao chased after him for an entire month? UMO ground his teeth. Damn it. I won't mention it. It's too embarrassing. Ha 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 ha. City Lord Man burst out laughing, a look of ridicule filling his face. What? You chased him for an entire month and still couldn't catch him? As he laughed, his expression suddenly became cold as he muttered. It seems this little brat really has some skill. Chapter 789. The city lord of the demon race's Man City looked like a burly man, but in fact, he was a shrewd and cunning man. He knew that if UMO hadn't forced him into a corner, UMO wouldn't have praised a human cultivator so highly. City Lord Man City immediately realized that this human was indeed different from the others. With just a first-order cultivation, he had killed the third-order Di Xiao. No one in the demon race had ever been able to accomplish such a feat. It had always been Di Xiao who killed those above his realm. But this time he had been killed instead. It was obvious just how powerful this human was. Gu Man, this time I'll have to trouble you to take action. I'll stand guard for you. UMO glanced over at Feng Biao not far away and ordered. He obviously didn't trust Feng Biao and needed to take action to prevent him from acting rashly. No problem. I like to destroy the pride and self-confidence of young people, especially someone like this human. It'll definitely be very enjoyable. Gu Man nodded heavily, his face filled with excitement as he waved his hand and shouted to the people he had brought with him. Go test his depths. Don't be careless. I don't want to have to collect your corpses. The masters from the barbarian city grinned as they walked over, sizing up Yang Kai with great interest. UMO frowned, faintly feeling that something was wrong. But thinking that with so many people dealing with Yang Kai, there shouldn't be any problems, he didn't stop them. City Lord, is there any reward for capturing this human brat? The experts from the barbarian city shouted. It seemed that they wanted to obtain some benefits from the ancient barbarian city. Reward my ass. Father here was sent to the edge of the demon land by Master Shueli to be city lord. This place is even more desolate than Sand City. Yet you dare ask me for a reward? If you want to, you should ask UMO. Gu Man cursed. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his lips curled into a grin. Although Gu Man's words were filled with complaints, they also revealed a piece of news that made Yang Kai excited. This place was really the edge of the demon land. This meant that as long as he left this place, he could escape from the demon land. What are you blabbering about? Don't tell me you didn't get enough benefits? UMO shouted. Gu Man, you're just like this. If it weren't for this, why would Master Shueli arrange for you to be here? Short-sighted fellows will never improve. Gu Man wasn't annoyed. Instead he grinned meaningfully. Did you hear that? Master UMO said that anyone who catches him will be rewarded. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Idiots. When the masters of Barbarian City heard this, their auras immediately became fierce, and they all glared at Yang Kai with unkind expressions, surrounding him without leaving a trace. Yang Kai was not flustered at all. He just looked at them coldly. Secretly condensing his spiritual energy, he was ready to launch an attack with his soul-devouring insects, killing all these cultivator below the Saint Realm in one fell swoop. Just as both sides were about to draw their swords, and Ling Er's delicate body suddenly trembled, and a trace of fear and pain appeared on her pretty face. She couldn't help but pull on Yang Kai's clothes. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai frowned and asked softly. He thought that Ling Er had been hit by some kind of trick. However, Ling Er's beautiful eyes trembled. Stretching out a finger, she pointed to the distance. "Over there!" Following the direction of her finger, everyone stared in that direction. In just a single glance, all of them were stunned. On the other side of the sky, the wind and clouds were converging, and a thick, rolling dark cloud was rapidly approaching. Mixed with this dark cloud was an extremely uncomfortable aura, and there was even a faint divine sense being transmitted over. Everyone paled in fright. "Saintess Nan," Yang Kai muttered. "It should be." And Ling Er gently nodded, her beautiful eyes dark and gloomy, as if she couldn't see the light at all. "Fuck!" Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. Being chased by Umo and Feng Biao, being ambushed and intercepted by Guman, he didn't care because he hadn't used all of his means yet. He believed that as long as he became the demon race, he would be able to escape within Ling Er. But at this critical moment, this previous generation saintess who had never killed a single person in her life and slaughtered 1,000,000 corpses after her death had actually chased him here, disrupting Yang Kai's plans and causing him to become anxious. Yang Kai had experienced Saintess Nan's methods before and knew he couldn't resist her. Even if he had broken through to the second-order transcendent realm now, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest confidence in defeating her. The last time he had been able to escape from her hands was entirely because of the void corridor at the bottom of the sea. But now that he was in the middle of nowhere, there was no possibility of escape. Yang Kai's emotions were stirred up while Feng Biao, Umo, and the others also wore dignified expressions. All of them were Saint Realm masters, so they could naturally perceive the tyrannical strength of this person. Even they had to be wary of such an existence. What kind of powerful master would actually come here? The two of them couldn't understand and could only stare towards Yang Kai thoughtfully, wanting to get an answer from him. "If you don't want to die, hurry up and leave. My reinforcements are here." Yang Kai stared at them coldly, trying to maintain a calm expression. Umo chuckled. "Why do I feel like this person is filled with murderous intent towards you and the woman beside you?" Yang Kai curled his lips, knowing that there was no way he could deceive Umo and the others. "Little brat, you really know how to stir up trouble, actually provoking such a powerful enemy. It's a miracle you've survived until now. Do you think I want to?" Yang Kai said indignantly. If he hadn't learned a few of the 9 heavens' divine skills from Ling Er and been tainted with her aura, Saintess Nan wouldn't have targeted him like this. "But Umo, this person's aura is a bit strange." Guman frowned as he carefully probed this person's aura. He couldn't help but feel that this person's aura was too heavy, completely devoid of any fluctuations a living person should have. Shaking his head and asking, "What should we do?" "Capture this little brat and leave quickly." Umo decisively made up his mind, not daring to delay any longer. No matter how strange this person was, Umo had already felt how tyrannical his opponent was. Even if he and Guman joined forces, they might not necessarily be able to win. If they didn't leave now, the night was long and the dreams were many. "No need. I'll go with you." Yang Kai said casually, suddenly changing his attitude. Going with Umo and the others might give him a chance to survive, but staying here would only result in death. He didn't have the capital to resist Saintess Nan yet. "Little brat, you know your place?" Umo nodded lightly, expressing satisfaction, but soon his expression changed again, grinning bitterly. "I'm afraid it's too late. This person is too fast." As soon as he finished speaking, a perfectly proportioned hand stretched out from the rolling dark clouds in the distant sky, covering the direction of the crowd from afar. As this jade hand pushed forward, It grew larger and larger until it covered the entire sky, making it impossible for anyone to see the slightest trace of light. Heaven covering hand. A single hand covering the heavens. The masters from the demon race all cursed loudly, while Yang Kai also quickly took an linger and fled. Kong. The earth shook and the forest where Gu Man and the others had been hiding was suddenly smashed deep into the ground. From a bird's eye view, one could see a terrifying giant hand seal appear in a radius of more than a dozen kilometers. As if some kind of natural disaster had occurred, a strong wind swept out, sending sand and stones flying everywhere. Several unlucky masters from Barbarian City, who were unable to escape in time, were crushed into meat paste on the spot. The rest of the people who managed to barely avoid this disaster by relying on their profound cultivations. Umo and Gu Man gathered together, their expressions extremely ugly. Although they already knew that this person was extremely strong, it wasn't until the moment he took action that they realized they had still underestimated this person's methods. Second-order saint. At the very least, this person's cultivation was at this level. Standing midair, Umo and Gu Man didn't have any fighting intent, only wanting to get as far away from this place as possible. But they didn't dare to make the slightest move because when the giant hand seal was about to descend, a divine sense had already locked onto their bodies. Once they moved, they would be mercilessly slaughtered. Both of them took a deep breath and focused their gazes in a certain direction. In that direction, a graceful woman in a pure white dress was slowly walking over. Her appearance was delicate, her figure was slender, and her temperament was extraordinary. She was a rare beauty in this world. But at this moment, her expression was dull and a thick death chi flowed from her brow, making her complexion appear somewhat dark and gloomy. From her, Umo and Gu Man couldn't feel the slightest trace of vitality. As she walked, streams of refined energy shot out from her slender fingertips, transforming into sharp blades that shot towards the experts of Barbarian City. These masters below the Saint Realm were unable to resist in the face of these attacks, and in just a few breaths of time, they were all killed by her, not leaving a single one alive. Gu Man's eyes went bloodshot as he roared, "You smelly whore, you dare attack my Gu Man's people?" Umo also wore a gloomy expression as he shouted, "You slut, don't you think it's a bit too much for you to kill without even asking?" Facing the curses and questions of these two, Saintess Nan didn't respond in the slightest, her beautiful eyes not even blinking. Yang Kai was secretly gloating in his heart, but on the surface he didn't show it. Saintess Nan was already a dead person, so no matter what Umo and Gu Man said, they wouldn't get a response. Yang Kai was naturally happy to watch the show. The only problem now was how to escape from this previous generation's saintess. Even with Umo and Gu Man's interference, Yang Kai estimated they wouldn't be able to last long. Midair. As Saintess Nan continued to approach, Umo and Gu Man's hairs all stood on end. Exchanging a glance with each other, they quickly condensed their strength. They knew that today, they had no choice but to fight with this woman. Even Feng Biao, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, couldn't help feeling angry. He had also been locked onto by Saintess Nan's divine sense, so if he wanted to survive, he could only temporarily join forces with Umo and Gu Man to resist. The three First-Order Saints immediately gathered together. Even if such a lineup couldn't win against Saintess Nan, escaping was probably not a problem. A moment later, when Saintess Nan was about 300 meters away, rolling demonic chi burst forth from the three Saint Realm Masters of the demon race, all of them displaying their full strength as they attacked Saintess Nan. A giant sword appeared out of thin air and slashed down towards the three saints, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. Profound heavenly sword. This giant sword contained a thick death domain, causing Umo and the other saints to tremble in fear. Chapter 790. The three demon race Saint Realm Masters didn't know anything about Saintess Nan and immediately began fighting, falling into a bitter struggle. Although there were three of them, Saintess Nan's cultivation was a minor realm higher than any of them, so even though she was fighting 1 against 3, she wasn't at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Yang Kai was overjoyed. Without saying a word, he pulled in Ling and fled. This little brat. Although Uemo saw this scene, he couldn't free himself to stop it, so he couldn't help grinding his teeth in anger. Knowing that this mission was impossible to complete, Uemo vented all of his anger on Saintess Nan, not showing any mercy as he summoned his saint-grade artifact and released a massive amount of power. After half a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai and Enlinger had fled 100 kilometers away. Even from so far away, the shock waves from the battle between the Saint Realm Masters could still be felt, causing Yang Kai to feel some lingering fear. Yang Kai had always felt that there seemed to be a fundamental difference between the Saint Realm and the Mortal Realm. This wasn't a great realm gap, but rather the true chi flowing through the bodies of every Saint Realm Master he had encountered was somewhat different from that of those in the Mortal Realm. Without reaching this level, Yang Kai didn't know what the mysteries of the Saint Realm were, so he could only wait until later to find someone to ask. HM. And Ling suddenly let out a soft cry, her brow furrowing slightly, seemingly silently sensing something. At the same time, Yang Kai's face also sank. Under the investigation of his divine sense, he discovered that there were several tyrannical top masters in front of him, all of whom were rapidly approaching him. The auras exuding from these masters were no worse than Umo's group, and one of them was even comparable to Saintess Nan. In this desolate wilderness, with so many Saint Realm Masters suddenly appearing, it was difficult for Yang Kai to ignore them. Just as Yang Kai was about to pull Enlinger away from these approaching masters, Enlinger suddenly smiled. Her brow relaxing as she called out, "It's my Holy Land's people." Ah! Yang Kai was stunned. "We're saved. Great Elder Su Hui must have brought reinforcements." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Although he felt it was a bit of a coincidence, it wasn't impossible. If it really was a master from Nine Heaven's Holy Land, then all they needed to do was track Saintess Nan's figure, and they would be able to find Enlinger, provided that Enlinger was still alive. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to run away. Yang Kai didn't want to have any contact with the people from Nine Heaven's Holy Land, but as soon as this idea appeared, he suppressed it. If he left at this time, he would have a guilty conscience and would only arouse the suspicions of those experts. On top of that, Yang Kai wasn't sure if Saintess Nan would let him off after he separated from Enlinger. If she forced Umo and the others to retreat and then went after him alone, he wouldn't be able to resist. There was no doubt that it was safer to stay with the experts in front of him. Enlinger, Yang Kai suddenly called out. How have I been treating you during this time? How have I been? Enlinger was startled, but after thinking about it carefully, her cheeks blushed slightly as she whispered, "Very good," whether it was on the seabed or inside the mysterious small world. Or perhaps it was because in the demon land, Yang Kai had taken good care of her. Even when they were escaping, he would take her with him, sharing many trials and tribulations with her for nearly a year. And Ling had long regarded Yang Kai as a person she could only rely on. "Then do me a favor, when you see the people from your holy land, don't mention anything about the Holy Land. Don't mention anything about the Holy Master, and don't tell them that I learned 3 Nine Heavens divine skills from you. You don't want to be the Holy Master." And Ling keenly understood Yang Kai's intentions. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I already said, even if I don't become the Holy Master, I can still reach that height. If I were to become your Holy Master, I'm afraid it wouldn't even take 300 years for me to become a skeleton. If I die, it doesn't matter. Many people will be sad." "Are they all women?" And Ling asked softly, her tone filled with jealousy. "Ahem. Only 1 or 2, Yang Kai said awkwardly. "Good. Since you're so against it, I won't say anything. When we reach a safe place, you can leave on your own. I'm sure Great Elder and the others won't embarrass you too much." And Ling pursed her red lips. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not slowing down his pace as he flew forward to meet them. While the two were talking, Several divine senses spread out from the other side and began probing them. After a short while, these divine senses all revealed a kind of joy and excitement, apparently having recognized in Ling Er's life aura. A moment later, several streaks of light entered Yang Kai's eyes, and from a distance, someone called out, "Is it Her Highness the Saintess? Great Elder?" And Ling Er responded quickly, "It really is Her Highness the Saintess." The speed of the several streaks of light increased, and in the blink of an eye, arrived in front of Yang Kai and in Ling Er. For Saint Realm Masters, the one leading them should be the great elder Su Hui that in Ling Er mentioned, a second-order saint, not the slightest bit worse than Saintess Nan. Wearing a gray robe, his eyes flashed brilliantly and his expression was one of awe and dignity. Behind him were 3 other saints, all of whom should be masters from 9 Heavens' Holy Land. Such a tyrannical lineup showed just how strong 9 Heavens' Holy Land's heritage was. After all, if the old Holy Master and Saintess Nan had not died, the Holy Land would have had 2 more top masters. Soaring Heaven Sect was such a powerful force, but it only had 2 saints. One was Chu Ling Xiao and the other was a martial uncle Yang Kai had never seen before. Compared to 9 Heavens' Holy Land, Soaring Heaven Sect appeared somewhat weak. With such a heritage, 9 Heavens' Holy Land could be considered one of the strongest forces in the entire world. But after experiencing the death of both the old Holy Master and Saintess Nan, 9 Heavens' Holy Land should have declined significantly. With the blessings of the old Holy Master in heaven, Her Highness the Saintess is safe and sound. Su Hui hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed, a look of relief appearing on his face. Most of the other 3 masters also wore similar expressions. It was obvious that they were all very worried about Ling Er's safety. After seeing Ling Er, all of them hurriedly asked about her well-being. Ling Er simply waved her hand, indicating that she was fine. Saying so, Great Elder Su Hui's pair of sharp eyes suddenly stared at Yang Kai, a look of approval flashing across his face as he nodded lightly. This should be the future Holy Master, yes? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as his brow furrowed. This old man saying such words at first sight made Yang Kai feel somewhat at a loss. Ling Er was also taken aback and quickly shook her head. "No, Great Elder, you've misunderstood. Haha, Your Highness Saintess doesn't need to conceal anything from me. What happened to you in the Outer Islands, I learned from Qian Ning." Su Hui nodded repeatedly, a look of appreciation and satisfaction flashing across his eyes. Young and promising, actually being able to comprehend 3 of the 9 Heavens' divine skills at once is something no previous Holy Master has ever accomplished. Yang Kai was even more surprised in his heart, but on the surface, he remained indifferent, not showing any intention to speak. On the other hand, Ling Er gawked for a moment before asking in surprise, "Uncle Qian didn't die?" In the Outer Islands, in order to give Yang Kai and Ling Er time to escape, Qian Ning and the other mortal realm masters from 9 Heavens' Holy Land had launched a suicidal attack on Saintess Nan. Yang Kai had personally witnessed Qian Ning being beaten to a pulp by Saintess Nan, so there was no reason for him to have survived. Su Hui shook his head sadly. "Dead? In your team? Everyone except you died. But before Qian Ning died, he left behind a message. It was because of this that I was able to learn that you had found the future Holy Master. It was also because we followed Saintess Nan's trail that we were able to find you today." This was basically the same as Yang Kai had guessed. But thinking about Qian Ning, Yang Kai couldn't help grinding his teeth. That bastard had died. But before he died, he had caused so much trouble for himself. His death was truly not worth regretting. Ling Er quietly glanced over at Yang Kai and saw that his complexion was not very good. Her heart couldn't help trembling, not knowing what to do. "We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly." Su Hui glanced around 100 kilometers away and quickly said. Everyone nodded. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. "That's Saintess Nan. Is she going to ignore it?" Su Hui smiled awkwardly. "I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me, but I'm not the Saintess opponent. So even if I wanted to intervene, there's nothing I can do. Then won't she always chase after me and Ling Er in the future?" Yang Kai's expression was slightly unhappy. Once we return to the Holy Land, there won't be any problems. As long as we return to the Holy Land, the Saintess won't chase after us. Another Saint Realm Master quickly replied. That's why we need to hurry back to the Holy Land. When Su Hui spoke, he looked towards Yang Kai cautiously, as if he respected him very much. The other party's attitude was quite good. So although Yang Kai was unhappy and didn't want to have anything to do with Nine Heavens' Holy Land, he had no choice but to follow them. Yang Kai decided to observe them for a while. If they showed any signs of unpleasantness on the road, he would immediately flee and never appear in front of anyone from Nine Heavens' Holy Land until he had grown up. However, now that Su Hui and the others had learned that he had studied the Nine Heavens' divine skills, they wouldn't easily let him leave, causing Yang Kai a bit of a headache. With his permission, Su Hui's expression relaxed, wrapping Yang Kai and Enling in his Yuan Qi before flying off. A short time later, the group left the Demon Land. Saintess Nan's divine sense, which had been locked onto Yang Kai and Enling was also cut off because of the great distance between them. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Flying all the way, Su Hui seemed to be staring at them intently, but in fact he was also secretly observing them, his heart filled with amazement. He noticed that Enling seemed to care a lot about Yang Kai, not like a saintess caring about the future Holy Master, but more like a woman caring about a man. From time to time, Enling would carefully observe Yang Kai's expression, and whenever she saw him show a dignified expression, Enling heart would beat faster. This future Holy Master is amazing. What kind of person Enling was, Su Hui knew better than anyone else. Every saintess cultivated by the Holy Land, which one of them didn't have eyes above their heads? This future Holy Master being able to make the saintess so obedient in such a short time was a testament to his charm and means. Chapter 791. If this was all there was to it, it could only be said that he had indeed obtained the approval of the saintess. What was even more commendable was that his cultivation was not low, a full second-order transcendent. When they first arrived, Su Hui had been guessing what kind of cultivation this future Holy Master would have. If he was just an immortal ascension boundary cultivator with the Holy Land's resources and secret arts, it would only take a few dozen years for him to stand at the peak of the martial Tao, but the reality had greatly surprised him. Such a young second-order transcendent was a rare existence in the entire Tongxian realm. Thinking about the message Qian Ning had left before his death, Su Hui couldn't help smiling. The more he looked at Yang Kai, the more pleasing he found him. By the way, Your Highness, how did you manage to escape from the Outer Islands? As far as I know, the Outer Islands were destroyed by Saintess Nan, and almost no one survived. Su Hui asked curiously as they flew. Enling glanced over at Yang Kai, and seeing Yang Kai nod lightly, she told him about the ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. A void corridor? Su Hui raised his brow and said happily, "The heavens have really blessed my holy land. So, after you came out of the void corridor, you arrived in the demon land, right?" Yang Kai nodded quickly, fearing that Enling would reveal the mysterious small world. After arriving in the demon land, we accidentally fell into Xueli's hands and only managed to escape a few days ago. Demon General Xueli? Su Hui paled while the other three also wore shocked looks, none of them having expected Yang Kai and Enling to be able to escape from such a powerful character, causing them to feel a burst of admiration. If they had fallen into Xueli's hands, they would likely have died without a doubt. Realizing this, the masters of Nine Heavens' Holy Land became even more respectful towards the future Holy Master, Yang Kai. Flying over various famous mountains and rivers, Su Hui and the others didn't slow down in the slightest, quickly escaping from Saintess Nan's pursuit. Along the way, Su Hui intentionally or unintentionally inquired about Yang Kai's origins, and was somewhat surprised to learn that he was from Soaring Heaven Sect. Soaring Heaven Sect was not a weak force. However, it was quite far from Nine Heavens' Holy Land. They didn't interact much with each other. Soaring Heaven Sect's strength has also soared recently. It seems they have suddenly gained 4 Saint Realm Masters. Speaking of Soaring Heaven Sect, an old man with a pale complexion sighed. If that's the case, their overall strength is above my holy lands. For extra people? Yang Kai smiled happily when he heard this and immediately thought of Tsangyan and Feiyu. It seemed that they had obtained the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower from Floating Cloud City. It was indeed of great help to them. I've also heard about this matter. It is said that 2 years ago, the 4 of them took an alchemist with them to Floating Cloud City in neutral territory to compete for the 1,000-year demon flower. If I remember correctly, that alchemist seems to be a young man, and about the same age as our future holy master. Saying so, Su Hui swept his eyes over Yang Kai meaningfully. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he pretended not to hear. At this time, no matter what he said, it would only reveal 300 taels of silver. Obviously, Su Hui had already speculated something. However, this old man didn't have any malicious intent towards him, so Yang Kai wasn't very worried. Seeing Yang Kai not say anything, Su Hui chuckled. There's no need to envy others. My holy land has a new holy master. It won't be long before he can restore his Yuan Qi and perhaps even reach a higher level. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone hurriedly nodded in agreement. All of them had great expectations for Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and said, Friends, I have no intention of meddling with your holy master's position. When we arrive at a suitable place, we'll part ways. Ah, Su Hui wore a shocked expression. You don't want to be holy master? Yang Kai nodded. I have discussed this matter with Enling many times. I learned your 3-9 heavens divine skills without fully understanding them. At most, I won't use these 3 divine skills in the future. The several saints were suddenly dumbfounded. Enling pursed her red lips and also said, I take a lot of responsibility for this matter. He didn't learn my holy land's divine skills. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Su Hui frowned as he glanced over at Yang Kai and Enling, seemingly deep in thought for a moment before suddenly letting out a hearty laugh. Let's not talk about this for now. Since little brother is from Soaring Heaven Sect, we won't embarrass you. If it's convenient for you, why don't you return to the Holy Land with us as a guest and use your own eyes to see what the Holy Land is like? When the time comes, if you still insist, we won't force you. Yang Kai's expression flashed, knowing that in front of these Saint Realm Masters, he couldn't refuse. Once he refused, they would likely use force. Although they wouldn't hurt him, they would definitely try to take him back to 9 Heaven's Holy Land. Su Hui had already made enough concessions. With his identity and strength, if he really decided to use force, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to resist. Saying so was enough to show his sincerity. Good. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not wanting to argue with them anymore. Seeing him agree, and Ling couldn't help showing a happy expression. The group continued to move forward. Unlike the previous harmonious atmosphere, after learning that Yang Kai had no intention of becoming Holy Master, Su Hui and the other saints were constantly exchanging glances and divine sense messages, seemingly discussing something. Yang Kai noticed this but simply pretended not to notice. A moment later, the 4 saints began bombarding Yang Kai with words, describing the strength and foundation of 9 Heaven's Holy Land one by one, showing him the various benefits and wonderful prospects of becoming Holy Master in an attempt to tempt him. Yang Kai let these words flow in his ears, refusing to budge, causing Su Hui and the other saints to feel extremely helpless. However, from their descriptions, Yang Kai did see a behemoth. In 9 Heaven's Holy Land, although the lifespan of each Holy Master was short, each Holy Master was able to reach the peak of the 3rd Order Saint realm. Any force, as long as they had a 3rd Order Saint, would be considered a top force. Moreover, the way they cultivated their Holy Masters was also different. Inside the Holy Land, there were some places that only the Holy Master could enter, and if one cultivated there, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Even Su Hui and the other saints weren't clear on the mysteries behind this. There were also saintesses to assist them in their cultivation, ranging from 7 or 8 saintesses to 3 or 4. It was difficult for a holy master's strength to not improve quickly. Each saintess was selected through a strict selection process, and whether it was in terms of aptitude or beauty, they were all top-notch. These saintesses were completely obedient to the holy master and would do anything he wished. It could be said that as long as one became the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land, not only would they be able to enjoy the blessings of many women, they would also be able to dominate the world. The only drawback was their lifespan. Not only was the lifespan of a holy master short, but so was the lifespan of a saintess. The previous holy master originally had 6 saintesses, but in the past 50 years, 5 of them had fallen one after another, leaving behind only Saintess Nan. When the previous holy master died, Saintess Nan also fell. The previous holy master and saintess had all passed away, so now the Holy Land's hopes were pinned on Yang Kai and Enling. How could Su Hui and the other saints allow Yang Kai to leave so easily? Great Elder, where are Xiao Lian and the others? And Ling caught a glimpse of something unusual from Su Hui and the other saints' words and quickly asked in a trembling voice. Su Hui's face darkened as he hesitated for a moment before replying. They're all dead. Of the 4 saintesses of this generation, besides you, the other 3 have all been killed by Saintess Nan. Ah! And Ling couldn't help covering her mouth as her eyes trembled. She had been hoping that the other 3 saintesses would be able to bring back a suitable candidate for the Holy Master position so that Great Elder and the others wouldn't force Yang Kai to become Holy Master. But now that she had received such bad news, she was unable to accept it. However, after thinking about it carefully, the Saintess patrol team did not have any Saint Realm Masters guarding them. So once Saintess Nan found them, there was no way they could resist. She had been lucky enough to meet Yang Kai and learn about the existence of a void corridor in advance. Otherwise, her fate may have been the same as the other 3 saintesses. Your Highness Saintess, please restrain your grief, Su Hui quickly comforted. That's why the Holy Land is now counting on you too. Saying so, he stared towards Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Forgive this old master's rudeness, but I'll call you little brother first. If little brother doesn't agree to become holy master, within 100 years, the Holy Land will disappear. Su Hui's expression was sincere as he spoke in a dignified tone. The other 3 also hurriedly pleaded, Little brother, please agree to our rude request. The inheritance of the Holy Land cannot be severed in our generation. Yang Kai took a light breath and comforted them. The tides rise and fall, flowers bloom and wilt. No great force can survive forever. Don't think about it too deeply. Didn't the great demon god, who was as strong as he was back then, also fall? Moreover, I'm not the only one in this world who is suitable to become Holy Master. It's just that Enling hasn't found one yet. Little brother doesn't know the whole story, so it's no wonder you say such things. Every saintess of the Holy Land can only choose one Holy Master candidate in their life. Once chosen, they won't be able to sense anyone else. Now that Her Highness Saintess has chosen you, there is no reason for her to choose anyone else. So, the only one who can become Holy Master is me? Yang Kai frowned, suddenly feeling that the situation had become tricky. Su Hui and the others all nodded solemnly. If little brother doesn't agree, then our 9 heavens holy land can only wait for destruction. We implore little brother to inherit the position of Holy Master. Don't force me. If you push me too far, I'll turn against you. Yang Kai glared at him. Su Hui's face changed as he quickly said, We wouldn't dare. Seeing Yang Kai's impatience, Enling quickly interjected, Didn't we say we shouldn't talk about this now? Why are you bringing it up again? Su Hui smiled awkwardly and self-deprecatingly said, I'm old and confused. I hope little brother won't take offense. Let's return to the Holy Land first so little brother can experience the glory of my Holy Land. This old master will definitely entertain you well. Soon, we'll arrive in 3 or 5 days. Another person quickly added. Chapter 792. In a picturesque landscape, the world energy here was extremely rich. Around these mountains, there were many exquisite and powerful barriers, isolating this territory from the outside world. 9 Heavens Holy Land, an ancient force that had existed since ancient times, passed down from generation to generation. Its strength was quite extraordinary. Even when considering the entire world, it was second to none. However, as soon as Yang Kai arrived here, he felt a sad and solemn atmosphere, probably because the old Holy Master had fallen and the new Holy Master had yet to succeed him. 9 Heavens Holy Land, like Soaring Heaven Sect, was also surrounded by mountains, but unlike Soaring Heaven Sect's 100-peak array, 9 Heavens Holy Land only had 9 peaks. Although the number was relatively small, the arrangement of these 9 peaks was in accordance with the heavenly way. The spirit array arranged with these 9 peaks as the foundation was no worse than Soaring Heaven Sect's 100-peak array, perhaps even better. Whether it was its defensive strength or the speed at which it gathered world energy, it was not inferior to the 100-peak array. Surrounded by these 9 peaks, beautiful palaces were arranged in a picturesque, disorderly manner, where thousands of disciples lived. The entire 9 Heavens Holy Land was like a paradise, but it was also bustling with life. Su Hui and the others returned to the Holy Land with Yang Kai and Ling Er, but for some unknown reason, they did not return quietly, instead choosing to make a grand entrance to a magnificent palace at the center of the Holy Land. Along both sides of the road, from time to time, some Holy Land disciples would gather and respectfully salute Su Hui and the others. After seeing Ling Er, all of them called out the name of the saintess, regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, their faces filled with worship and fanaticism. As the only outsider here, Yang Kai was obviously the focus of attention. At such a young age, Great Elder Su Hui and the others were so respectful towards him, making it easy for others to guess what was going on. Whispers constantly came from both sides as the disciples of 9 Heavens Holy Land quietly pointed towards Yang Kai, speculating whether he was the next Holy Master that the saintess had found, each of their faces filled with curiosity and excitement. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai succeeded the position of Holy Master, 9 Heavens Holy Land would be saved. Some of the more astute ones had already determined this matter, and all of them bowed respectfully to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was as calm as ever, his expression unchanged. Su Hui and the others were secretly amazed, their evaluation of Yang Kai rising again. Although Yang Kai was from Soaring Heaven Sect, in the end he was still quite young. Su Hui had deliberately led him down this path in order to let him experience the prosperity of the Holy Land and the strength of its disciples in advance, allowing him to gain some understanding of the Holy Land. However, even in the face of such a grand battle, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest trace of fear or panic, instead remaining calm and composed, as if he had experienced a great storm, causing Su Hui and the others to be somewhat impressed. The temperament of this future Holy Lord seemed to be extraordinary. Su Hui and the others all exchanged glances, feeling more and more that this person should succeed the position of Holy Master. Along the way it was lively. In front of a palace made of gold and stone, the ground was cut flat. The palace was majestic and there were many stone pillars in front of it. The stone pillars were carved with dragons and phoenixes, and all kinds of vivid and lifelike images. Arriving here, Su Hui turned around and gently waved his hand. The onlooking Holy Land disciples gradually dispersed, but everyone's hearts were filled with doubts and curiosity, wondering what Yang Kai's origins were and whether he could succeed the position of Holy Master and save the Holy Land from its current predicament. "Little brother, please." Su Hui bowed respectfully. Yang Kai sighed helplessly and frowned. "Senior, I just came to visit your Holy Land as a guest. Is there any need to be so formal?" Hearing this, Su Hui understood that Yang Kai was still rejecting the Holy Land and them, chuckling lightly and nodding. "What little brother says is right. Let's go in together." After entering the palace under Su Hui's arrangement, everyone took a seat and a short time later, a banquet was set up. From the looks of it, Su Hui and the others were preparing a welcoming dinner for Yang Kai. At the banquet, Yang Kai didn't show too much impatience, simply taking things as they came, exchanging toasts with Su Hui and the others. Yang Kai found that as long as this old man didn't mention anything about the Holy Land's Holy Master, he was quite easy to get along with. His strength was profound, his seniority wasn't low, but he was still approachable. However, Yang Kai guessed that this had something to do with Su Hui's intentions. If it had been any other young man who came here, Su Hui wouldn't have been so patient. When the wine reached its climax, a group of young girls were called in. Music was played in unison as they sang and danced. Each of these young girls was a heavenly beauty, and although their clothes were thin, they weren't revealing at all. What's more, each of them had a graceful figure and a unique temperament, dazzling anyone who saw them. Yang Kai enjoyed this scene with great interest, his eyes clear, without the slightest trace of obscenity. And Ling who was sitting at the head of the table, saw this and smiled with satisfaction. After some excitement, the banquet ended and Su Hui and the others also bid Yang Kai farewell. None of them mentioned anything that would displease Yang Kai, the maidservant leading the way for Yang Kai to rest. In a huge room, the curtains were hung high and the floor was covered with a velvet carpet. The walls were decorated with strange stones used for lighting, so that the light in the room was neither dim nor bright. There was an incense burner in the middle of the room, lit with high-grade spices, making people feel relaxed and happy. Does young lord wish to take a bath? There is a bath in the side room. Warm water has already been prepared, the maidservant asked softly. Yang Kai glanced over at her, slowly shook his head, and waved her away. The maidservant was also well-behaved, gracefully bowing before withdrawing. Yang Kai waited in the room for a moment before walking over to the door and opening it, turning to Ling who was standing outside hesitantly and asking, "Come in? What are you standing here for?" And Ling lowered her head and walked into the room. Come, let me talk to you." Yang Kai didn't allow her to explain, directly grabbing hold of Ling hand and dragging her towards the bed. Ling face blushed slightly, but she didn't resist, allowing Yang Kai to drag her along. A moment later, she sat down on the edge of the bed, looking a little nervous. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on the bed and stared at her with a wry smile. "Su Hui arranged for your Holy Land's disciples to surround me while also having those dancers seduce me. It seems he doesn't have any good intentions. He just wants you to inherit the position of Holy Master. How could he be so insidious? On top of that, they aren't just dancers. They are all outstanding disciples of my Holy Land who have undergone a strict selection process. Only when the most distinguished guests arrive will they appear to perform a dance." And Ling pursed her red lips and stared at him with some resentment. "Do you not want to be Holy Master?" "Not at all." Yang Kai shook his head, frowning for a moment before asking, "Tell me the truth. Is what Su Hui said before true?" "What? After you chose me, you can't choose anyone else." And Ling gently nodded. "Your Holy Land is really strange. No matter what, I am still an outsider. Holy Master is such an important position. Why don't you choose from within?" And Ling smiled lightly. "This has been the rule since ancient times. Presumably you've heard that every Holy Master of our Holy Land is brought back by the saintesses. I've heard of it before. It's basically like this, but there's only one exception. I remember that it was recorded in the ancient records that about 900 years ago, the Holy Lord of that generation was originally a disciple of the Holy Land, and the holy maidens all had a reaction to him, so that disciple became the Holy Lord of that generation, but since then, such a situation has never happened again. If only the Holy Land's disciples could become Holy Master, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to find them. Xiao Lian and the others wouldn't have." Saying so, her expression became sad and her eyes became red. "My condolences." Yang Kai didn't know how to comfort her. And Ling wiped the corners of her eyes and took a deep breath to calm herself down. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "If you insist on not becoming the Holy Master, I'll help you talk to the Great Elder and see if they can make an exception." "Don't say anything, it's useless." Yang Kai shook his head. "Since Su Hui and the others have already decided that I am the only candidate, It doesn't matter who tries to persuade them. Then what about you? It's difficult. Yang Kai sighed. Although Su Hui and the others didn't dare to do anything to him, their resolute determination gave Yang Kai a headache. If it weren't for the short lifespan of Nine Heavens Holy Land's Holy Master, Yang Kai wouldn't mind becoming the next Holy Master. After becoming Holy Master, he could deal with that old dog Su Hui and vent his hatred. However, due to the drawbacks, Yang Kai had no choice but to stay away from the position of Holy Master. And Ling Er also looked a little embarrassed, her brow furrowing as she softly said, "In any case, you should stay here for now. Saintess Nen may be outside, so it's not safe for you to go out. Wait a few days and see how things go." "And that's all I can do." Yang Kai nodded. "Right, I'll have to trouble you to pass a message to Soaring Heaven Sect for me. Tell them I'm fine and that they don't need to worry." "Rest assured, I'll deliver your message." And Ling Er nodded. "Many thanks. No need to be so polite." And Ling Er smiled, her mood seemingly improving as she got up and said, "Then you rest. I'll go back first. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll have Su Hui and the others arrange it for you." After An Ling Er left, Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he quietly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Unsurprisingly, there were many masters arranged around the palace, all of them quietly lying in wait, likely monitoring Yang Kai's every move. Yang Kai sneered lightly but didn't care, knowing that this was all arranged by Su Hui. However, he didn't have any plans to leave Nine Heavens Holy Land right now. As An Ling Er said, Saintess Nen may be waiting outside. Once he left the Nine Peaks barrier, he would be walking right into a trap. Before he had a practical way to get rid of Saintess Nan, Yang Kai didn't want to act rashly. Nine Heavens Holy Land's people didn't have any malicious intentions towards him. They just wanted him to become the next Holy Master. As long as he stubbornly refused, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai decided to consolidate his recently broken through cultivation. Making up his mind, Yang Kai's mood became much better. Chapter 793. Using his divine sense to penetrate every inch of his skin, Yang Kai began examining the changes in his physique's yuan qi. After breaking through to the second-order transcendent realm, Yang Kai felt that the density and purity of his yuan qi had improved significantly. Moreover, his physical body had also become much stronger in those battles of life and death. Yang Kai's spiritual energy had also improved greatly. Under the constant nourishment of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, this breakthrough had allowed Yang Kai's soul cultivation to experience a gratifying growth. Yang Kai felt that his current spiritual energy should not be inferior to a first-order saint in a head-on clash. Coupled with the tyrannical and mysterious power of his conflagrated knowledge C, if an ordinary first-order saint really chose to fight him in this manner, they would likely suffer a great loss. Yang Kai also had the Soul Battle Hall, an artifact that could forcibly drag his enemy's soul avatar into his space and engage in a divine sense battle. All of these factors had greatly increased Yang Kai's confidence. The misfortunes and setbacks he had encountered over the past year had all turned into motivation and opportunities for him to become stronger. Any expert would only be able to gain insights and experience in life and death battles that they would not normally be able to obtain. It was only when they were on the brink of death that they would be able to clearly understand some things that they would not normally be able to understand. It could be said that every successful cultivator had experienced life or death situations and possessed a spirit that did not fear death, allowing them to become stronger and stronger in the face of adversity. This kind of heaven's favored child who grew up in a greenhouse would be fine if their path to maturity was smooth sailing, but if they encountered even the slightest setback, they would be unable to recover and would eventually die young, fading out of sight. Yang Kai belonged to the former. Since he began cultivating, his path had been full of thorns and thorns. Along the way, he had cut his way through countless obstacles, wandering between life and death countless times, allowing him to possess a cultivation that far surpassed that of his peers. Everything he had now could be said to have been achieved by Yang Kai step by step. It was not luck, nor was it a coincidence. Realizing all of this, Yang Kai's state of mind gradually underwent some subtle changes, becoming more confident, feeling that as long as he was given time, he would be able to stand at the peak of the martial Tao and overlook all living beings. Restraining his excitement, Yang Kai continued to examine his body. He was surprised and pleasantly surprised. The amount of golden blood flowing through his body seemed to have increased significantly. Li Rong and Han Fei had both said that once the blood flowing through one's body completely turned gold, it was equivalent to having the blood of the demon god, giving one the same level of power as the great demon god. The great demonic god was only a legend. At that time, he was recognized as the #1 expert in the world by all three races. During his time, no one dared to challenge his prestige. The golden demon god's blood had endless uses. Because of the demon god's blood in his body, Yang Kai's body was so strong and his recovery ability was so abnormal. It was hard for Kai Yang to imagine how strong his body would become when all the blood in his body turned golden. The ancient demon clan's physique was extremely tough. It was also because of the demon god's bloodline. Compared to them, he was undoubtedly more orthodox, purer. Immersing his consciousness into the black book space and communicating with the divine tree, Yang Kai's body began circulating its own secret art and began cultivating. As Yang Kai grew, the divine tree also continued to evolve and grow. With Yang Kai's permission, the divine tree would absorb a drop of myriad drug liquid every day. With this assistance, its consciousness seemed to have become much clearer and its IQ also increased. Now, not only could it clearly communicate with Yang Kai, it would even take the initiative to ask him some questions. Yang Kai was like a child, answering its questions wholeheartedly. Time passed quickly, and more than 2 months had passed since Yang Kai arrived at Nine Heaven's Holy Land. After such a long time, Yang Kai gradually became accustomed to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Besides not being able to leave easily, the treatment he received here was quite good. Great Elder Su Hui and the other elders seemed to receive him with the highest standard, not only providing him with a large number of pills for cultivation, but also sending several young and beautiful maidservants to take care of him. They even gave Yang Kai many of Nine Heaven's Holy Land's martial skills and secret arts for his reference. Yang Kai didn't refuse anyone, and besides the maidservants he didn't touch, everyone else was treated well, immersing himself in cultivation all day long, rapidly consolidating his second-order transcendent cultivation. Su Hui and the other elders also came to visit Yang Kai from time to time, chatting with him about daily life, never mentioning the matter of succeeding the position of Holy Master. Occasionally, when they had some free time, Su Hui and the other elders would take Yang Kai out to tour the Holy Land's 9 peaks, showing him the beauty and depth of the Holy Land. It was obvious that they were hoping to impress Yang Kai in this way, so he would take the initiative to accept this position. Unfortunately, after 2 months, nothing had happened, causing Su Hui and the other elders to become anxious and gradually lose their patience. At the top of one of the 9 peaks, inside a magnificent building, the Holy Land's elders and protectors had gathered, headed by Su Hui, and were discussing something. The entire Nine Heaven's Holy Land originally had a powerful lineup. The old Holy Master was a peak third-order saint, while Saintess Nan and Su Hui were both second-order saints. As for the remaining elders and protectors, Yuing, Luoshang, Shikuan, Meng Tianfei, and Cheng Yutong were all first-order saints, of which Yuing and Cheng Yutong were both women. For a great force to have so many Saint Realm Masters was extremely rare even when considering the entire world. Great Elder, what is the attitude of the future Holy Master? Yuing was a beautiful middle-aged woman. She wore a bright red dress that vividly outlined her plump and mature body. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her bearing was outstanding and elegant. She had a pair of watery almond-shaped eyes that glistened as she lightly opened her red lips and asked. Hearing her question, everyone cast concerned glances towards Su Hui. Su Hui frowned and sighed. He's still the same, refusing to budge. Although I have deliberately not mentioned this matter during this time, I can feel that he has no intention of becoming the Holy Master. This little brat is quite interesting. Luo Sheng wore a look of amazement as he muttered. Who in this world doesn't want to become the sect master of our 9 heavens holy land? Reaching the heavens in a single bound? Why is he acting so indifferent when it comes to us? It's almost as if we're forcing him to do so. Pay attention to your words. That's the future holy master, not some little brat. Cheng Yutong, who was wearing a white dress and giving off a cold aura, shot Luo Sheng a glare, causing the latter to smile awkwardly before glancing over at Great Elder Su Hui. Seeing that he didn't show any signs of anger, Luo Sheng felt relieved. But it really is strange. Cheng Yutong frowned slightly. Could it be that he doesn't like my holy land? How could that be? Shi Kuan snorted. Although my holy land's old holy master has fallen, it is still a great force second to none. Whether in terms of fame or strength, it is still superior to his soaring heaven sect, so how could he not be interested in it? That's possible. Su Hui suddenly said. During this time, I led him to tour the 9 peaks and showed him the Holy Land's heritage. Although I heard him praise me a lot, I didn't feel as shocked as I imagined. It's as if in his eyes, all of this is nothing more than a passing cloud. Ah, this little brat. Ahem, is the future Holy Master really like this? Luo Sheng was extremely surprised. Great Elder, do you know what he likes? We can cater to his interests. Meng Fei suggested. Meng Tianfei suggested. The Holy Land can't be without a leader. It's been almost a year since the previous Holy Master passed away. It's fine if the future Holy Master hasn't been found, but now that he's already in the Holy Land, the disciples are also discussing all day long why the succession ceremony hasn't been held yet. If this continues, the disciples won't have the heart to cultivate, which isn't a good thing. Yuing also nodded. If we know what he likes, we can keep him here. At the very least, we need to make him feel a sense of belonging to the Holy Land. Only then can we ensure the Holy Land's prosperity be guaranteed. He should like strength. Su Hui's eyes flashed a light. After observing him for a while, I found that his pursuit of strength is the only constant. Besides that, everything else seems to be just a distraction to him. Even the few maidservants I arranged for him to stay with him, he hasn't even glanced at them. Is there a man in this world who doesn't like beautiful women? Luo Sheng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, a look of disbelief filling his face. Do you think everyone is like you? Lustful? Yuing coldly snorted, showing a displeased expression. Luo Sheng suddenly felt awkward. Could it be that he likes Her Highness the Saintess? That's why he's behaving like this? Cheng Yutong suddenly thought of a possibility. In front of the woman they admired, no man dared to show his naughty side, often deliberately showing off his heroic side in order to attract their attention. If it was because of Saintess and Ling Yang Kai acting like this wasn't unusual. Everyone present was experienced and had a deep understanding of this. Hearing this, they nodded their heads continuously. Su Hui smiled bitterly. That's not the case. It's the exact opposite. It's as if Her Highness the Saintess has fallen in love with him, but he only treats her as a friend. Poor Ling Yuing and Cheng Yutong couldn't help feeling a little distressed. They had both watched Ling grow up, so naturally they had some feelings for her. The future Holy Master is not an ordinary person. Su Hui suddenly sighed. I've never seen such a young second-order transcendent. Have any of you? Everyone shook their heads. Soaring Heaven Sect. An incredible character has appeared, but what makes me feel strange is that I've never heard anything about him before. Such a young hero should already be famous throughout the world. Yet he has remained completely unknown. It's really strange. Moreover, he was able to escape from Demon General Shui Li's clutches with the Saintess. I can't even begin to imagine how he did it. He even managed to escape from Saintess Nan's clutches. Chapter 794. As they spoke, everyone suddenly quieted down, their hearts filled with shock. Before Yang Kai spoke, no one had realized it, but now that they thought about it, everyone felt it was inconceivable. A second-order transcendent repeatedly escaping from death was either heaven-defying luck or astonishing means. Everyone was more convinced of the latter possibility, making it even harder for them to guess Yang Kai's depths. Before the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land inherited the position of Holy Master, there were many different kinds of people, some with high and some with low aptitude. Even if this generation's saintess only found an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, they were confident they could cultivate him into a top master, not to mention that Yang Kai's aptitude and strength were hundreds of times better than they had expected. No matter what, we must let him inherit the position of Holy Master. Without the Holy Master's spirit ring, there are many places in my holy land that cannot be opened. This matter cannot be delayed. Su Hui suddenly said resolutely. But isn't he unwilling? Yue frowned, feeling a little embarrassed. Even if he isn't willing, he has to. We have so many Saint Realm Masters, do you think we can't do anything to him? Shi Kuan said impatiently. Do you want to use force? Yue narrowed her eyes as she stared at Shi Kuan coldly. That's what I meant. Su Hui took a deep breath. His attitude is already very firm. Waiting any longer will do us no good. Instead of waiting, we might as well take a gamble and send him into the holy tomb. As soon as these words came out, everyone's brow twitched, as if the holy tomb contained unparalleled dangers, causing all the Saint Realm Masters present to feel extreme dread. What if he can't come out? Cheng Yutong asked faintly. Ling is the only saintess left in this generation, and since she has already made a choice, it is impossible for her to find another candidate for us. If he can't come out, then my holy land can only seal itself, wait for the next generation of saintesses to mature. The next generation of saintesses had not yet been selected, so it would take at least 20 years to cultivate them. 20 years might not seem long, but if the Holy Land did not have a Holy Master and could not obtain the Holy Master's spirit ring from the old Holy Master who entered the Holy Tomb, many places would be unable to function properly. In these 20 years, it was very likely that such a colossus would be dragged down. They couldn't afford to wait, so they hadn't dared to make any rash moves for the past 2 months. However, Yang Kai's attitude was so resolute. Su Hui had no choice but to carefully consider this matter. But he hasn't fully comprehended the Nine Heavens' divine skills. How can he enter? It is said that the Holy Tomb is the place where the Nine Heavens' divine skills were born. If he wants to enter, he must be proficient in them. He has already comprehended 3 moves, which is enough. This is for the sake of our holy land. Even if he is the future Holy Master, when it is time to make a sacrifice, we must make a sacrifice. Su Hui shouted. If he can come out smoothly, he will surely be very grateful for our decision today. That's right. Shi Kuan and Meng Tianfei nodded in agreement. There had never been a holy master who didn't feel a sense of belonging to the Holy Land after coming out of the Holy Tomb. The Holy Lords who were brought back by the Saintess were able to contribute their entire lives to the Holy Land. He worked his heart out. His exhaustion was definitely related to the secrets in the Holy Mausoleum. Although no one knew what was hidden inside the Holy Tomb, all of them firmly believed in it. Yue and the middle-aged woman both glanced at each other, and although they were faintly worried, they didn't say anything more. The discussion came to an end. Everyone quickly took action to prepare for Yang Kai's entry into the Holy Tomb. The next day, Kai Yang, who was meditating in the palace, suddenly opened his eyes. In his perception, there was a strange feeling. He had sensed that Su Hui and the others had come again. Moreover, this time was somewhat different from the past. The people who had come weren't just the few he was familiar with, there were also a few he had never met before. Although these people were concealing themselves well, their breathing and aura revealed a solemn atmosphere, causing Yang Kai to become somewhat vigilant, wondering what they were planning. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai responded casually and the door was pushed open, revealing Su Hui and the other elders and protectors. Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow, faintly feeling that Su Hui probably had something to say to him. It was definitely related to the Holy Master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned all of the Holy Land's masters here. After exchanging some pleasantries, Su Hui introduced Yang Kai to each of the people he had never met before. Yang Kai nodded to these people in greeting. "Great Elder, what brings you here today?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he got straight to the point. "I'd like to ask little brother to accompany us to a certain place." Su Hui smiled lightly and said, "I seem to have visited all of the 9 peaks. Is there anywhere else I can go?" "There is. The Holy Land has many secrets that little brother usually doesn't know about. The place we're going to this time is one of them." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he faintly asked, "Since it's a secret, isn't it inappropriate to open it to outsiders?" "Little brother is not an outsider, and no one can enter that place except little brother," Su Hui said seriously. "Oh?" Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. "No one can enter except for me? Isn't that a place only your holy master is eligible to enter?" "Haha, I can't refuse, can I?" Su Hui's expression became slightly awkward as he cupped his fists and said, "I hope little brother can forgive us and follow us." Yang Kai sneered as he swept his eyes over the Saint Realm masters in front of him, secretly wondering what his chances of escaping were if he were to suddenly attack them. But soon he rejected such an idea. There were too many people here, each of them a Saint Realm master. Yang Kai felt that even if he displayed his full strength, he wouldn't be able to escape from here. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression relaxed as he shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then, lead the way, I'll follow you." Hearing this, everyone's face lit up with joy, Su Hui even more so smiling as he quickly said, "Please." He had thought that today there would be some unpleasantness between him and this future holy master and had even made up his mind that if the other party really resisted, even if it meant offending him, he would bring him into the holy tomb. But he hadn't expected Kai Yang to be so flexible, saving him a lot of embarrassment. After all, this was the future holy master. If he were to make things difficult for him today, there was no guarantee he wouldn't make things difficult for him in the future. Leaving the palace, everyone gathered around Yang Kai and quickly flew towards a nearby mountain peak. These people seemed to be following him casually, but in fact, they had blocked all of Yang Kai's escape routes. Once Yang Kai showed any signs of discomfort, they could instantly take action to restrain him. "Great Elder, can you tell me where we are going this time?" Yang Kai asked on the way. Su Hui hesitated for a moment before replying, "We are going to the Holy Tomb." "Holy Tomb?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Why does it sound like a place where people are buried?" And Su Hui nodded. "My Holy Land's previous holy masters, when they realized that they were nearing the end of their lives, would enter the Holy Tomb and wait for death to arrive. Therefore, that place is indeed a place where people are buried. It is the tomb of my Holy Land's previous holy masters." "Isn't that place very dangerous?" Yang Kai asked with a smile, seemingly just asking casually. "For us, it is indeed very dangerous. Anyone who is not a holy master who enters that place will die. But for little brother, it is the final test." "What do you mean?" Su Hui hesitated for a moment. Yang Kai immediately said, "If you can't say, don't say. I have no interest in other people's secrets, especially big ones. The more I know, the more dangerous it will be." Su Hui smiled awkwardly. "It's not that I can't say, but since things have reached this point, this old master won't hide anything from you. Little brother only knows that the previous holy masters were all brought back by the saintesses, but what you may not know is that each time the saintesses brought back more than one person. Because my holy land has several saintesses each generation, each of them will find a suitable candidate for the position of holy master according to their own vision and secret art, then bring them back to the holy land, and through the saintesses' indoctrination, they will comprehend the 9 heavens' divine skills and enter the holy tomb. The only one who can come out of the holy tomb alive is the true holy master candidate. Then I'm not very lucky. This time there's no one to compete with me," Yang Kai said sarcastically. Su Hui laughed dryly. "You could say that. What's inside that place?" Yang Kai asked coldly. "This old master doesn't know. I only know that it is the burial place of all the previous holy masters. Other than that, I don't know anything else. Not only me, but even the protectors and elders also don't know anything about that place because only those who have comprehended the 9 heavens divine skills are eligible to enter. So, the 9 heavens divine skills are the key to entering that place. Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. Probably, but what's certain is that it is not safe inside. Little brother, when you enter, you must be careful not to encounter any accidents. Chung Yutong suddenly added, although there are dangers, there are also great benefits. Benefits? Yang Kai glanced over at her and suddenly became interested. What kind of benefits? Tell me in detail. Chung Yutong smiled lightly. How would I know? It's just that the old holy master chose to cultivate there, and every time he came out, his strength would improve. On top of that, it is said that when the old holy master entered the holy tomb, he obtained a great deal of gains. And that's right, the artifacts used by the old holy master were all taken from the holy tomb. Those were saint-grade high-rank artifacts. There aren't many of them in this world. The artifacts used by each generation's holy master were not bad. All of them were buried in the holy tomb along with them. That will depend on little brother's opportunities. Perhaps you will be able to obtain a suitable artifact from there, Su Hui said with a smile. Saint-grade high-rank artifacts? You should have said so earlier. If you had told me about these things earlier, I would have entered the holy tomb long ago. There would have been no need for you to use both hard and soft tactics. Yang Kai suddenly became excited. Everyone was stunned. I like to take risks the most. Yang Kai grinned, his face filled with an inexplicable light. The more dangerous a place is, the more I like to explore it, especially a place like the holy tomb where the dead are buried. Su Hui's face twitched, suddenly finding himself unable to see through Yang Kai. Chapter 795. At the foot of one of the 9 peaks, Su Hui and the others led Yang Kai to a stop. Looking around suspiciously, Kai Yang saw a huge blue stone in front of him. It looked as if it had been cut, flat and neat. The blue stone was covered with moss, and 2 majestic characters were engraved on it. Holy Tomb. This was obviously the entrance to the Holy Tomb. Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Although he couldn't see any clues, he could still faintly feel some hidden energy fluctuations coming from the blue stone in front of him. Su Hui stepped forward and formed a few mysterious seals, causing the blue stone to suddenly become blurry. A moment later, a hole appeared in the center of the blue stone. Yang Kai was slightly startled and quickly called out, "A void corridor." Su Hui gently nodded. "Yes, from here, you will arrive at the Holy Tomb, the burial place of all the previous holy masters. It is a mysterious small world independent of this world, and every holy master must pass the test here before inheriting the throne. Little brother, after you enter, you must be careful. In addition, no matter what, you must bring out the Holy Master Spirit ring worn by the previous Holy Master. It is the key to my Holy Land's future. And no matter what, you must come out alive." Yu Ying solemnly exhorted. "The future of the Holy Land is counting on you." Chung Yutong lightly pursed her thin lips. Everyone else also wore looks of expectation and worry as they stared towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced over at them and grinned meaningfully. "I think you'd better pray that I don't come out." "Why is that?" Su Hui was puzzled. Yang Kai's eyes flashed like lightning as he stared at them coldly. "If I come out alive, I'll make you pay." Everyone was stunned, only now realizing that Yang Kai was still very disgusted with them for forcing him into the holy tomb. But before they could say anything, Yang Kai had already plunged into the void corridor. This future holy master, his tolerance isn't very good. Is he really going to settle accounts with us? Shi Kuan frowned. Su Hui's expression also fluctuated as he sighed. A young man's temperament is still not mature enough. In any case, it's the great elder's idea. I'm just here to make up the numbers. If the future holy master really blames me for this, I'll definitely be punished. Great Elder will take care of everything." Meng Tianfei had a gloating expression on his face. Everyone looked at him with disdain. Within the holy mausoleum, as soon as Yang Kai entered, the void corridor behind him closed. His surroundings were filled with green fluorescent light, as if he was in the mortal realm. A chilly wind blew past his ears, and he could vaguely hear the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves, which made him shudder. It wasn't very bright. He could barely see, and the heaven and earth energy in this place was unbelievably rich. It had almost condensed into snow-white clouds that were as thick as cotton wool. This mysterious small world was quite a magical place. Yang Kai had never seen a place with such rich world energy. It was almost comparable to the best earth veins. No wonder the old holy master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land chose to enter retreat here. With such rich world energy, there was no need to take any pills or use crystal stones. All one needed to do was open their bellies wide open and absorb it. This was indeed a cultivation treasure land, except for the somewhat gloomy atmosphere. While vigilantly observing his surroundings, Yang Kai couldn't help paling. In his perception, balls of extremely ferocious energy were suddenly born in all directions. This energy was rapidly rushing towards him. The birth of this energy was extremely strange. It was as if it had always been there, waiting for Yang Kai to arrive so it could attack. Before Yang Kai had time to react, these energy masses had surrounded him. Could it be that he wasn't proficient enough in using the Nine Heavens' divine skills and hadn't grasped the mysteries behind them, so he was unable to break through the blockade of these energy masses? His Nine Heavens' divine skills had been learned from Ling so to what extent she had comprehended them, he could only comprehend them to the same extent. And Ling was still young, so it was natural that her comprehension of the Nine Heavens' divine skills was not deep enough. Yang Kai had seen Saintess Nan use the profound heavenly sword with his own eyes and knew that it was on a completely different level from his own. It was obvious that Saintess Nan's use of this divine skill had reached a high degree of proficiency. Moreover, before succeeding the position of Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, they had to enter the Holy Tomb. The cultivation of these people was not necessarily as high as Yang Kai's, nor was their strength necessarily greater than Yang Kai's, but they had all passed the test of the Holy Tomb. From this, it could be seen that this difficulty had nothing to do with one's strength, only with one's comprehension of the Nine Heavens' divine skills. Considering all this, Yang Kai calmed down and no longer hurried to display his Nine Heavens' divine skills, instead immersing his consciousness into the energy masses that contained the profound heavenly sword, relaxing his body and carefully perceiving them. As time passed, Yang Kai's harvest was huge. His consciousness had seen the birth and display of the profound heavenly sword countless times, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of its hidden mysteries. Soon, he had reached a level where he could completely memorize the profound heavenly sword and imprint it into the depths of his soul. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, he found that the energy masses he had immersed his consciousness in had become traceable, allowing him to grasp their hidden mysteries and patterns. Pushing his spiritual energy once again, Yang Kai summoned the profound heavenly sword. This time, however, the purest form of the Nine Heavens' divine skills was several times more profound than what Ling had comprehended. With a cracking sound, the moment the energy masses were bombarded by Yang Kai's divine sense, they suddenly collapsed. A winding path appeared in front of Yang Kai, leading directly into the depths of the Holy Tomb. Yang Kai smiled lightly, instantly understanding what mysteries were hidden in the Holy Tomb. If someone who had not practiced the Nine Heavens' divine skills wanted to enter this place, they would likely be torn to shreds by the nine masses of energy. But those who had practiced them were different. As long as they could crack any one of them, they would be able to find a way out. Moreover, the more they cracked, the brighter and safer the way out would be. Su Hui was right. The Nine Heavens' divine skills were indeed the key to entering the Holy Tomb. Yang Kai didn't rush forward and instead turned his attention to another mass of energy. In any case, he had been forced into the Holy Tomb by Su Hui and the others. If he didn't fish for some benefits here, Wouldn't he be letting himself down? The 9 heavens' divine skills were exquisite and divine skill. Having seen Saintus and used them so many times, Yang Kai had long ago become envious. Now that such a great opportunity had appeared in front of him, Yang Kai wasn't willing to miss it. Not to mention, the more he cracked, the safer he would be inside. Making up his mind, Yang Kai immediately began to spy on the mysteries of the other 2 9 heavens' divine skills he had learned. 3 or 5 days later, the imprisoning heaven lock was cracked, and another 3 or 5 days later, the great heavenly attraction was cracked. From then on, Yang Kai's speed suddenly slowed down. He had learned the first 3 moves from Ling, so he was quite proficient in them, but as for the remaining 6 moves, he hadn't touched them at all, so he naturally had to start from scratch. Fortunately, the profound mysteries contained within these energies were enough for him to comprehend. There was no flowing time, Great Emperor, when it came to cultivation. Yang Kai was practicing the 9 heavens' divine skills inside the Holy Tomb, so he was completely unaware of the passage of time. However, the elders and protectors waiting outside the Holy Tomb felt as if every day was like a year. A few days after Yang Kai entered, everyone was still waiting expectantly, hoping that he would suddenly emerge from the Holy Tomb, bring back the Holy Master's spirit ring, and inherit the Holy Master's legacy. 10 days later, everyone began to worry. Although they didn't say anything, everyone was guessing that Yang Kai had encountered some kind of difficulty inside. A month later, the atmosphere became solemn. 2 months later, everyone's expression became gloomy, and from time to time, sighs could be heard. 3 months, for months. The number of elders and protectors who remained here grew fewer and fewer, and everyone seemed to feel that it was impossible for Yang Kai to appear again. Chapter 796. Every Holy Land's Holy Master entering the Holy Tomb to undergo the test was a major event, so there were many historical records about it. Su Hui and the other elders naturally knew how long it would take. The fastest one to safely exit the Holy Tomb took 15 days, while the slowest one only took 2 months. However, it had been 4 months since Yang Kai entered the Holy Tomb, and there was still no sign of him, causing Su Hui and the other elders to wonder if Yang Kai had really died inside. All the elders and protectors sighed, none of them having the patience to continue waiting. They all held important positions and had trivial matters to attend to every day, so how could they continue to wait here? Even Su Hui, who was in charge of this matter, left after 4 months. Only Ling continued to wait outside the Holy Tomb. 3 days after Yang Kai entered the Holy Tomb, Ling learned of this matter and immediately rushed over, complaining to Su Hui and the other elders, but was powerless to stop what had already happened. During these 4 months, she had been waiting, but even though she had been anxiously waiting, Yang Kai had yet to appear. On this day, Yu Ying and the other beautiful women came together. From afar, they saw Ling standing outside the Holy Tomb. They glanced at each other and sighed in sorrow. "That girl is still waiting here," Yu Ying sighed softly. "Weren't we too impatient? Not only did we ruin the Holy Land's future hope, we also ruined a young man's beautiful future." Chang Yutong's pretty face also flashed a trace of guilt and sadness. "What's the point of saying all this now? When the great elder suggested it, none of us objected. Everyone is responsible for this. Everyone is responsible." Yu Ying slowly shook her head. Fortunately, the person this little girl sent to Soaring Heaven Sect was stopped by Great Elder. Otherwise, if Soaring Heaven Sect had known about this matter, they would never have let this matter rest. Such an outstanding young man, no matter which sect he joins, would be vigorously cultivated. Chang Yutong also wore a look of fear. 9 Heavens Holy Land was currently facing external and internal troubles. If they were to become enemies with Soaring Heaven Sect, they would likely have to seal off their 9 peaks and completely isolate themselves from the outside world. If that was the case, even the next generation Saintus would not be able to participate. Did we overestimate him? Or did he have bad luck? Yu Ying sighed. In the past, when the Holy Masters chose to enter the Holy Tomb, The old holy master would give them a few pointers, but this time he is exploring alone. It must have been hard on him. Let's go and have a look, Chang Yutong said and stepped forward. A moment later, the two of them arrived in front of the holy tomb. And Ling turned her head upon hearing the commotion and nodded to them with a complicated expression as a greeting. In the past, and Ling was the closest to these two female elders. But now her expression was somewhat cold. Clearly, she still cared about the fact that they had sent Yang Kai into the holy tomb. Looking at each other, Yuing and Cheng Yutong didn't know how to comfort her and just stood there. Staring at the blue stone at the entrance of the holy mausoleum, he felt a little embarrassed. After a while, Yuing said, Ling don't wait. He probably won't be able to get out. Ling slowly shook her head. Listen to me, go back and rest. You've been waiting here for 4 months already. Chang Yutong also tried to persuade him. He will come out. And Ling suddenly said solemnly, her tone firm. Yuing and Chang Yutong were stunned and glanced at each other, the former forcing a smile. How do you know? There has never been a holy master candidate who has been in the holy tomb for so long and still be safe. And Ling blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's not that I dislike him. After a while, and Ling whispered softly, I just feel very guilty for harming him because of me. If I hadn't allowed him to comprehend the 9 heavens' divine skills at that time, he wouldn't have suffered such misfortune and wouldn't have been forced into the holy tomb by you. He should have had a better future. This is our decision. It has nothing to do with you. Yuing sighed, taking responsibility for this matter. 2 elders, can I discuss something with you? And Ling suddenly raised her head and asked solemnly, Speak. Yuing and Chang Yutong nodded lightly. If he can come out of the holy tomb, can you let him go? He really doesn't want to be bound here. And Ling smiled bitterly. Perhaps the position of Holy Land Master is an incomparably great temptation to anyone in this world. But to him, it is a kind of shackle. Binding him here is of no benefit to him. You don't want a holy lord who doesn't think about the Holy Land, right? Yuing and Chang Yutong frowned slightly as they glanced at each other, neither of them willing to agree casually, suddenly feeling a little embarrassed. And Ling continued, Don't you think he won't come out? Then just pretend he's dead. The dead won't reveal the secrets of the Holy Land. So what's the point of agreeing to this? This will have to be discussed with Great Elder. Yuing smiled reluctantly. We can't make that decision. I can agree. A loud voice suddenly called out from the side, and with a flash of light, Great Elder Su Hui's figure appeared in front of the holy tomb. Great Elder. Yuing and Chang Yutong quickly saluted. Su Hui nodded lightly and turned to Ling Your Highness Saintess, what you just said, I can agree. Really? And Ling smiled happily. And with Elder Yu and Elder Chang here as witnesses. Su Hui firmly nodded. Of course, the premise is that he can come out and is unwilling to become the Holy Master. He shouldn't be willing. That's not certain. Su Hui smiled mysteriously. Perhaps when he comes out, there will be no need for us to ask. He will ask to inherit the position of Holy Master himself. There has never been a Holy Master who entered the Holy Tomb and then came out without thinking about the Holy Land. Yuing and Chang Yutong's beautiful eyes lit up as they smiled. Although they didn't know what mysteries were hidden inside the Holy Tomb, in fact, as Great Elder said, every Holy Master who entered the Holy Tomb and then came out had already regarded it as their home and would devote themselves wholeheartedly to the Holy Land, even if they had a sect or family they couldn't part with. Great Elder also thinks he can come out? And Ling beautiful eyes brightened. I hope so. Su Hui slowly shook his head. But I don't see any hope. Just wait. He will surprise all of you. And Ling gently clenched her fists. The 3 of them stared at her in a daze, none of them knowing where her confidence came from, thinking that Yang Kai, who had been in the Holy Tomb for more than 4 months, would be able to return safely. Oh! Inside the Holy Tomb, Yang Kai gently exhaled and sent out a burst of exquisite energy from his knowledge sea towards the final mass of energy floating in front of him. With a crisp cracking sound, this mass of energy, which contained the mysteries of the 9 heavens' divine skills, shattered, and the various mysteries contained within it poured into Yang Kai's mind, allowing him to thoroughly understand this final technique. Profound heavenly sword, imprisoning heaven chain, great heavenly attraction, encompassing heaven net, heaven covering hand, punishing heaven spear, grand heavenly shield, flickering heavenly shadow, scarlet heaven arrow. The 9 heavens' divine skills rolled through Yang Kai's mind in great detail. These 9 divine techniques were incomparably profound, far more so than any martial skill or soul skill Yang Kai had ever seen. After such a long period of enlightenment and study, Yang Kai had not only mastered these 9 divine skills, but had also greatly benefited the refinement of his Yuan Qi. Imperceptibly, his Yuan Qi had become more condensed and pure. The world energy aura here was extremely rich, so it could be said that Yang Kai's cultivation over the past few months had not only allowed him to master the 9 heavens' divine skills, but also his own cultivation. Chapter 797. Every time he cracked one of the 9 heavens' divine skills, the path in front of Yang Kai became more spacious. After breaking all 9, the entire mysterious small world seemed to have become much brighter, allowing Yang Kai to see directly into the holy tomb. Sweeping his divine sense around, Yang Kai suddenly showed a surprised expression. Originally, with the world energy here being so rich, Yang Kai thought that this mysterious small world would occupy a vast area, but only now did he discover that it was at most the size of a small town. This was the smallest mysterious small world Yang Kai had ever seen. In such a space, Yang Kai didn't know where so much world energy came from, but it was as if there was some kind of energy source that was constantly pouring into this mysterious small world. No matter how one tried to absorb it, it wouldn't have any effect. Inside the holy tomb, there were all kinds of dangerous barriers, all of which exuded hidden energy fluctuations and dangerous auras. Once someone accidentally touched one of these barriers, they would likely suffer a terrifying attack. Yang Kai being able to see through all of these barriers wasn't because of his keen eyesight, but rather because he had cracked all 9 divine skills before. The more he cracked, the more barriers he could see through. Yang Kai had cracked all 9 divine skills and was very familiar with them, so naturally he could see through the mysteries of the holy tomb at a glance. Not far away, there were several pale skeletons lying on the ground, their flesh and blood long gone. Even their robes had been reduced to dust. These skeletons should belong to those who had entered the holy tomb but failed to pass the test and died tragically here. These skeletons could be found throughout the holy tomb, numbering at least a few dozen. In addition to these skeletons, there were also huge coffins lying quietly in various corners of the holy tomb. These coffins were strangely shaped and varied in color, giving them a terrifying and gloomy appearance. Yang Kai secretly condensed his Yuan Qi, preparing for any unexpected situations as he walked towards the nearest coffin. After a while, Yang Kai arrived in front of this coffin. The coffin wasn't closed, and inside it lay the body of a middle-aged man who didn't seem to be very old. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. His eyes were attracted by the bronze ring on the man's left hand. After standing next to the coffin for a long time and confirming that it had not been tampered with, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and touched the ring on it. If his guess was correct, this ring should be the Holy Master Spirit Ring Su Hui mentioned. Every old Holy Master would bring the Holy Master Spirit Ring into the Holy Tomb when they reached the end of their lifespan. The next Holy Master's greatest task was to bring this ring back from the Holy Tomb. Because this ring was related to the operation of the entire 9 heavens Holy Land, without it, there were many places that were impossible to access. Furthermore, judging from the condition of this person's body, he should have died not long ago. He was definitely the previous generation's Holy Master. A third order saint died after only 300 years. Throughout the entire world, only 9 heavens Holy Land would have such a situation. Looking at that person, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. He felt that if he became the owner of this place, this would be a portrayal of himself 300 years later. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help snorting. Removing the ring from the previous generation's holy master's finger, Yang Kai carefully examined it before secretly shaking his head. He couldn't recognize what this ring was made of, but it should be an artifact with some kind of special function because there was a lot of extremely obscure energy flowing inside this ring that had not weakened in the slightest even after tens of thousands of years. The way this energy was flowing was quite strange, faintly following some kind of inexplicable law, but it was also impossible to trace. While examining this ring, Yang Kai suddenly felt a devouring force coming from inside it, as if a giant invisible hand had reached out from it, breaking through the shackles of space and directly reaching into the depths of Yang Kai's knowledge sea, causing his soul to tremble. Great heavenly attraction! Yang Kai paled as he immediately recognized that the energy coming from this spirit ring contained the mysteries of the 9 heavens' divine skills. Hurriedly trying to resist, however, before he could, a faint light flashed across Yang Kai's knowledge sea and disappeared. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt that there was a subtle connection between him and this holy master spirit ring. His face extremely gloomy, Yang Kai stood in place, staring at the holy master spirit ring in his hand, wishing he could just destroy it. Great heavenly attraction could affect another's soul brand and control it. Yang Kai had used this trick to deal with Enling when they were at the bottom of the sea. After obtaining her soul brand, Yang Kai could control Enling life and death, as well as spy on her mental activities. But at this moment, this holy master spirit ring had actually been imprinted with great heavenly attraction, branding his own soul brand into it. Needless to say, Yang Kai knew that this was the previous generation's holy master's doing before his death. A third-order Saint Realm Master's method was something Yang Kai couldn't resist, nor could he remove. This also meant that Yang Kai couldn't throw away this ring even if he wanted to. Inside this ring was his soul brand, so once it was obtained by an enemy, it was tantamount to controlling Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. Originally, he had planned to take the Holy Master Spirit Ring out and hand it over to Su Hui in exchange for his release. But now that the Holy Master Spirit Ring was his, he couldn't hand it over to an outsider. His mood suddenly became terrible. Before Yang Kai could recover though, a huge amount of energy rushed out from the body of the previous generation's Holy Master, who was sleeping in the coffin in front of him. At the same time, inside the Holy Tomb, from the coffins placed in all directions, a similar amount of energy shot out and rushed towards Yang Kai. It seemed that Yang Kai had become the source of their attraction. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai felt the defenses of his knowledge sea being directly torn apart and all of the energy poured into his knowledge sea, causing his consciousness to tumble and his head to ache. Yang Kai's face went pale and he didn't dare to show the slightest neglect, quickly sitting down cross-legged and immersing his consciousness into his knowledge sea, manifesting his soul avatar. Looking around, Yang Kai's knowledge sea was filled with turbulent waves. As if because of the invasion of these energy streams, his knowledge sea was spontaneously resisting. Like a raging inferno, the sea roared and surged forward, rolling up waves that rushed towards the uninvited guests. These energy streams seemed to be very afraid of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea and were all desperately trying to avoid them. While dodging, layers of invisible spiritual energy fluctuations spread out from these energy streams and attacked Yang Kai's soul avatar. Yang Kai's face filled with suspicion as he stared unblinkingly at the energy streams that rushed into his knowledge sea, his mind gradually stabilizing. The roaring and surging sea also gradually calmed down. Yang Kai could see that these energy streams were all the wills left behind by the previous holy masters of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. Strictly speaking, they were their souls. However, for some unknown reason, at this moment, these souls didn't have much consciousness, as if they were simply following the wishes they had set before their deaths and mechanically completing their tasks. These souls didn't have any intention of harming him. Instead, they were constantly emitting spiritual energy fluctuations, attacking his soul avatar, as if they were trying to instill something into him. Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment before opening his soul to accept the spiritual energy these people were trying to instill into him. A moment later, Yang Kai's expression became strange. Unlike what he had thought, these people's souls weren't trying to instill some kind of secret art or secret skill into him, more like they were trying to brainwash him. After a short while, Yang Kai began to change his opinion of Nine Heaven's holy land, secretly thinking that staying here wasn't a bad idea. Becoming a holy master not only gave him great power, he could command tens of thousands of disciples, but he could also reach the peak of the martial Tao in the shortest time possible. Compared to wandering the outside world alone, experiencing the bitterness of life, this was undoubtedly much better. Thinking of this, Yang Kai began to relax and become more relaxed. At the same time, he also felt that the souls of these previous holy masters were much more intimate, so he couldn't help wanting to listen to their teachings. Feeling a chill, Yang Kai quickly sealed his soul avatar and drove out all the distracting thoughts, staring coldly at the soul that was lingering around him. So that's how it is. Yang Kai sneered softly, his eyes filled with malice. He had always been curious as to why the holy masters brought back by the saintesses would suddenly choose this place, even if their lifespans would be shortened. It turned out that in the holy tomb, these souls had induced them to do so. If it weren't for Yang Kai's extraordinary spiritual energy, he likely would have followed in the footsteps of those holy masters and become one of them in less than 2 hours. The spiritual energy fluctuations emitted by the souls of these previous holy masters had a very strong soothing effect. Under this effect, anyone who came here would feel a sense of belonging to Nine Heaven's holy land, making it their life's goal. However, of all the holy master candidates who entered the holy tomb, the strongest had not exceeded the first-order transcendent realm, so their souls were naturally not very strong. Yang Kai was different, his cultivation was not low, and his spiritual energy far surpassed his physical strength, so he was able to resist these purposeful inducements to a certain extent. In addition, Yang Kai didn't want to become the holy master of a holy land, so he quickly sobered up from this comfortable state. Understanding the mysteries of these souls, Yang Kai suddenly became fearless. If it were any other kind of barrier, he may have some scruples, but the last thing the souls of these previous holy masters should do was tear through his knowledge-seized defenses and rush into it. In this world, Yang Kai was the only master. Yang Kai tried to communicate with these souls, but couldn't get any response. The previous holy masters had all died long ago and their souls had somehow managed to remain behind, but they had no consciousness of their own and were simply fulfilling their last wishes. Layer after layer of spiritual energy fluctuations continued to be released, carrying all kinds of comforting and inducements in an attempt to shake Yang Kai's soul avatar. Yang Kai gradually became impatient and with a single thought, the demon eye of annihilation suspended above his knowledge sea slowly opened. This golden pupil contained an endless majesty as it stared down indifferently. In the next moment, a golden light flashed. With a series of crackling sounds, the countless masses of soul fragments belonging to third-order saints were instantly purified. Chapter 798. Inside the holy tomb, Yang Kai sat in meditation for a few days, absorbing the remnant essences of the Nine Heavens holy land's previous holy masters into his own. The harvest was unimaginably huge, although his cultivation had not changed, because all of these essences were the insights of third-order saints. Yang Kai instantly gained a clear understanding of his future path. As long as his physical strength could keep up, Yang Kai could continue on this path without any worries. It could be said that before he reached the third-order saint realm, he would not encounter any bottlenecks every time he tried to break through. This kind of good fortune was the dream of almost every cultivator. The reason why it was so difficult to break through to the next realm was because every time a cultivator reached a certain critical point, they would encounter bottlenecks and shackles of varying degrees of difficulty. If they couldn't grasp the mysteries of these bottlenecks, they would not be able to break through. Countless cultivators in the world were stuck at their bottlenecks their entire lives, unable to take even a single step forward. Among them, there were even many gifted children with outstanding aptitude. Perhaps when they were young, they would blossom with extraordinary brilliance, causing the world to exclaim in admiration. But once they reached their limit, they would become stagnant. If they were lucky enough to break through their bottlenecks, their strength would soar. Therefore, bottlenecks were something that every cultivator feared. No matter who it was, they would encounter them more or less on their path of growth. Yang Kai had also encountered them before, and every time, he had experienced all kinds of dangers, breaking through the confusion between life and death. But from now on, he would no longer have to worry about this problem. Before he reached the Third Order Saint Realm, his cultivation path would be smooth and smooth. Gently taking a deep breath, Yang Kai stood up, suddenly feeling that the whole world seemed to have become somewhat different. Immersed in it, he felt as if everything was in his grasp. From the coffin beside him, some hidden energy fluctuations were transmitted. Yang Kai carefully probed them. A moment later, a smile appeared on his face, sending out his divine sense. A stream of light suddenly shot out from the coffin and flew straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and allowed the stream of light to land firmly on his palm. Looking closely, this stream of light was actually a silver leaf. The meridians on the leaves were distinct and lifelike, as if they had just been plucked from a tree. However, this seemingly simple leaf was emitting a shocking energy fluctuation, a Saint-grade high-rank artifact. Su Hui and the others had said that the previous generation's Holy Master possessed a top-grade artifact, and there were only a few such artifacts in the entire Tongshan realm. This silver leaf still had the sole brand of the previous generation's Holy Masters, but Yang Kai had used his demon eye of annihilation to purify and absorb the souls of the previous Holy Masters here. Naturally, he could control the previous generation's divine spirit brand. Not only the previous generation, but everyone's divine spirit brand could be controlled by him. In other words, if there were any artifacts left in these coffins, he could easily obtain them without worrying about being injured by the power of these artifacts. Yang Kai had never seen such an artifact before, but there were many different kinds of artifacts. Their shapes were all different. This silver leaf should have a unique power, so he didn't refine it. Yang Kai didn't know much about it, so he temporarily put it into the black book space. Avoiding the various dangerous barriers inside the holy tomb, Yang Kai excitedly walked towards the second coffin. He wanted to sweep this place clean. Exploring the coffins one by one, Yang Kai found that almost every coffin had some kind of harvest. These old holy masters were all top masters, so the artifacts they used were naturally not bad. All of them were Saint-grade artifacts, most of them were Saint-grade mid-rank, a few were Saint-grade low-rank, and the only Saint-grade high-rank artifact was the silver leaf. It was obvious how rare such artifacts were. Although these artifacts were quite good, Yang Kai didn't care much about them. Those swords, spears, staffs, and halberds weren't suitable for him, so if he encountered a life or death battle, he might as well use his bare hands. The only thing that caught Yang Kai's attention was a crimson-colored artifact armor. This artifact armor looked extremely beautiful and was light to the touch, definitely capable of withstanding the attacks of a Saint Realm Master without breaking. This was a woman's artifact armor that Yang Kai had obtained from a woman's skeleton inside one of the coffins. This coffin was different from the others. Inside it lay two skeletons, one of which was the Holy Master of the Holy Land while the other was the Saintess of that time. The two of them were closely huddled together, sharing life and death, causing Yang Kai to sigh a little. This artifact armor would be a good gift, whether it was given to Su Yen or Xianing Chang, it would provide a tyrannical defense. Thinking so, Yang Kai put away the artifact armor. A moment later, Yang Kai came to a stop in front of the last coffin. What made him feel slightly strange was that there didn't seem to be any trace of an artifact inside this coffin, and unlike the other coffins, this one was tightly shut and had a thick layer of spirit arrays surrounding it. After countless years, these spirit arrays had shown signs of loosening. For some reason, as soon as Yang Kai arrived here, the blood in his body began to flow faster and his heartbeat became stronger. as if there was something inside this coffin that was guiding his blood. Frowning, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Because of the spirit arrays surrounding this coffin, he couldn't sense the mysteries inside at all. However, this coffin was the only one here that was closed. Obviously, this holy master didn't want others to open it and investigate the secrets hidden inside. If not for this strange feeling, Yang Kai wouldn't have gone looking for trouble. But now he was very concerned about this coffin. Once this thought came to him, he could no longer suppress it. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai's expression became firm as he raised his hand and patted the coffin, Yuan Qi gushing out. A barrier placed by a third-order saint, logically speaking, should have been impossible for Yang Kai to break. But this holy master had been dead for who knows how many years, so this barrier should not have been at its peak. It took Yang Kai less than half an hour to completely destroy these spirit arrays. The light dimmed and the spirit arrays on the coffin lost their function. Yang Kai took a deep breath and reached out to lift the lid. A skeleton that had long decayed beyond recognition immediately entered Yang Kai's eyes, and after seeing the appearance of the skeleton, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. There were many fractures and injuries on the bones of the skeleton. Almost 80% of the bones in the skeleton were broken. Yang Kai was deeply shocked. Every holy master lying here was a peak third-order saint, and this one was obviously no exception. When one's strength reached this level, whether it was the strength of their physique or the toughness of their bones, they would become extremely powerful. There were very few attacks that could break them. However, the scene in front of Yang Kai showed that before this holy master died, he had fought a fierce battle with a powerful enemy. Regardless of whether he won or lost, this holy master must have been beaten very miserably. The reason why he died was definitely related to these injuries. What kind of person could beat a third-order Saint Realm master to death? While in a daze, Yang Kai's eyes were attracted by a dark bottle placed on the chest of this skeleton. Before this holy master died, his hands had been clasped together, holding this dark bottle close to his chest. There was also a spirit array placed on this bottle, seemingly to protect what was inside. A terrifying evil chi spread out from this bottle, causing Yang Kai to suddenly feel as if his body and mind were being tortured. Asterisk kachacha. Asterisk a crisp sound rang out. It seemed that because Yang Kai had broken the spirit array of the coffin, the thing inside the bottle had become unstable and was now violently struggling to break out. The dark bottle was unable to withstand such an impact, and in an instant, countless cracks appeared on its surface. The light of the spirit array on the bottle also flickered strangely. Yang Kai just watched indifferently, not showing any intention of stopping this. He had a feeling that the thing inside this bottle was somehow related to him. Somehow he had sensed some clues. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk accompanied by a crisp sound. The dark bottle suddenly shattered into pieces and a golden light appeared, exuding a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire holy tomb. The various spirit arrays that had been placed all over the holy tomb were disintegrated by this golden light and lost their effectiveness. With the golden light as the center, the murderous and evil aura surged into the sky. All of the coffins were blown away and exploded in midair. The skeletons of the saint sovereigns were also turned into dust in an instant. Yang Kai stared intently at this golden light, his expression fluctuating as he muttered, "Demon god golden blood?" This golden light exuded a strong bloody smell. No doubt it was blood. On top of that, it was as dazzling as melted gold, filled with an evil chi that caused even Yang Kai to tremble. Now that it was being held in the hand of a holy master from 9 heavens' holy land, besides demon god golden blood, Yang Kai couldn't think of any other possibility. Why was this drop of demon god golden blood here? What was the relationship between the legendary great demon god and this holy master? Yang Kai's thoughts raced, but before he could figure out what was going on, the demon god golden blood floating in front of him seemed to have found its target and suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a golden afterimage as it rushed directly towards Yang Kai's brow and imprinted itself between his eyebrows before disappearing. In the next instant, Yang Kai's face became ferocious. He felt as if his blood was boiling and roaring as the golden blood in his body seemed to have been activated and was exploding. The terrifying power of this explosion spread through his meridians and physique, and in just a moment, Yang Kai's body was covered in wounds, his 5 viscera burning, and the pain was unbearable. The dazzling golden light enveloped Yang Kai, and Yang Kai couldn't help roaring towards the heavens. Above the mysterious small world, the wind and clouds began to change as a thick blood chi filled the air, filling the entire mysterious small world with a strange mixture of gold and blood red. The unyielding golden skeleton wriggled and emitted a cracking sound. The demonic chi stored inside the golden skeleton uncontrollably gushed out, transforming into demon crests that covered Yang Kai's skin, imprinting themselves into his flesh and blood before disappearing. The golden and red mysterious small world was suddenly covered in darkness, no longer able to see a trace of light. In this darkness, Yang Kai grit his teeth and endured, his whole body trembling as his skin began to crack and red blood flowed out, soaking the ground. However, in front of his eyes, it was as if a picture scroll was slowly unfolding, and inside this picture, an earth-shattering battle was taking place. Chapter 799. Yang Kai didn't open his eyes to watch, nor did he use his divine sense to sense anything, but the scene of this great battle was still being transmitted to his consciousness. Soon, Yang Kai's attention was completely absorbed by this battle, gradually forgetting his own pain and focusing all of his attention on it. The two sides involved in this battle were both top-level masters, each of their moves giving off unimaginably powerful energy fluctuations that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth. On one side was a master filled with demonic chi, while on the other side was a handsome middle-aged man whose every movement exuded an air of calmness. The appearance of the former made Yang Kai feel somewhat familiar, and after thinking about it for a while, his eyes lit up as he suddenly understood who this master filled with demonic chi was. Great Demon God. The most powerful great demon god in legend. Yang Kai had once seen a statue of great demon god in the mysterious small world where the ancient demon clan lived, one that was very similar to the one in front of him, almost identical. Great demon god was a legendary existence, one that no one in his era could compare to, and was recognized as the strongest master under heaven. Under his leadership, the entire demon race was filled with powerful soldiers and horses. Even the human race, which had the largest population, had to avoid him. Since then, none of the rulers of the demon race dared to call themselves great demon gods, all of them simply calling themselves demon commanders to show their worship and respect to great demon god. It was said that there was once a demon commander who was not very tactful and proclaimed himself great demon god, but before he could enjoy this supreme power for a few days, he was besieged and killed by his subordinates. It was obvious what kind of influence great demon god had left on the demon race. Judging from the scene in front of him, this great demon god should still be in the process of growth and had yet to reach his peak. Even so, the number of people who could fight against him at that time was extremely rare. This middle-aged man should be one of them, the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land, his true body that had been broken in countless places. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little excited. He didn't know why he was able to see this battle that happened countless years ago, but he could guess that it had something to do with the drop of demon god's blood. Perhaps the demon god's blood carried the memories of the great demon god, allowing him to see this. Both great demon god and the holy master at that time were third-order saints, so this battle should have been a showdown between peak saints. No one knew how the war started, but it had already started when Yang Kai saw it. Again and again, they clashed fiercely against each other. Both of them unleashed their full strength. They fought from the ground to the sky, from the sky to the star field, and then from the star field back to the ground. The scene changed extremely quickly, and the strength of the two was also evenly matched. It was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. But Yang Kai was fascinated by it. There wasn't the slightest bit of impatience. Witnessing such an earth-shattering battle was of great benefit to his growth. The younger generation of great forces would often be taken by their seniors to watch a battle between a higher realm cultivator in order to gain some combat experience and comprehend some things they couldn't comprehend in their daily cultivation. Could be said that what was placed in front of Yang Kai was an opportunity. The adaptability of the two in battle and the way they released their energy made Yang Kai ponder, carefully observing the situation and verifying it with his own. Time passed by, and after an unknown amount of time, the balance between the two who were originally evenly matched was gradually broken. The Holy Master, perhaps too eager to win or for some other reason, was unable to use any of his moves. Soon he was at a disadvantage. The great demon god's posture was wild. Like a madman, he took advantage of this opportunity to kill. Yang Kai watched with relish. The scene in front of Yang Kai's eyes suddenly changed. Probably because too much time had passed, the memory of the drop of demon god's blood was not very coherent. By the time Yang Kai glanced over again, the outcome of this battle had already been decided. The Holy Master coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale as he transformed into a streak of light and quickly fled from Great Demon God. Before leaving, he took a drop of the Great Demon God's golden blood with him. The Great Demon God just stood in place, staring coldly and arrogantly at his disheveled figure, not showing any intention to pursue. A moment later, his figure flickered and disappeared. The scene in Yang Kai's mind was cut off. Yang Kai let out a long breath and slowly calmed the excitement in his heart. He had never expected that he would be able to see the Great Demon God with his own eyes in this way. Since coming to Tongshen Realm, Yang Kai had heard many legends about this man from various people and knew that he had an inextricable relationship with this man. The unyielding golden skeleton was his body, the demon eye of annihilation was his eyes, and even the wordless black book was created by him. Unfortunately, he had died so many years ago that Yang Kai had never been able to see it. Now, Yang Kai had finally gotten what he wanted. The wealth left behind by the Great Demon God had been of great help to Yang Kai's growth. But Yang Kai felt that he would not be bound by the Great Demon God's path. On the contrary, Yang Kai was convinced that he could walk a path that the Great Demon God could not and surpass his achievements. Only in this way could he live up to the huge amount of resources he had, and only in this way could he prove that everything he had was not something the Great Demon God could have arranged. However, after watching such a great battle, Yang Kai finally understood what was going on with that coffin. The damage to the Holy Master's body should have been left behind by the Great Demon God. After that battle, he returned to the Holy Land and should have died soon after, leaving behind the Demon God Golden Blood because he was unwilling to accept it. But today, it had aroused Yang Kai's curiosity, allowing him to obtain the Demon God Golden Blood and watch that fierce battle. Inside the holy tomb, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. At some point, the darkness that had filled this place had receded, returning to its original gloomy environment. Probing his body, Yang Kai was a little surprised. Although there were many wounds on his body with his powerful resilience, these injuries were not important. What he was concerned about was that because he had fused with the drop of Demon God Golden Blood, the blood flowing through his veins seemed to have undergone some significant changes. The golden blood had become more abundant, and the demonic chi that filled the unyielding golden skeleton had also become purer. Faintly, Yang Kai even comprehended a divine technique that belonged to the Great Demon God. Soul fission technique. By pouring a huge amount of soul energy into one soul brand and nourishing it with a special method, one could produce another soul. This soul could then enter another body and become an avatar outside of one's true body. Depending on the degree of refinement of this avatar, it could possess various abilities of the real body. The strongest avatar could display up to 80% of the real body's strength, perhaps even more. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly remembered the soul clone of the demon general Meng Gu he had encountered in his own world. Inside the evil cavern, Yang Kai had used the demon sealing chain to kill Meng Ge's soul clone and had even been threatened by him at that time. It was not until he came to Tongxian realm that Yang Kai understood what kind of person Meng Gu was and how powerful he was. So, what Meng Gu had used at that time should have been a soul fission technique, allowing his avatar to descend into the evil cavern, but compared to the great demon god's soul fission technique, there was still a big difference. Meng Ji's soul clone was simply too weak. Yang Kai guessed that Meng Gu might have obtained some ancient books left behind by the great demon god and obtained some clues from them, but he wasn't very proficient in them, nor was he orthodox. Cultivating the soul fission technique didn't only have this benefit. Once a soul clone was formed, it was equivalent to having two souls inside one's knowledge sea. With two souls cultivating at the same time, the growth of one's spiritual energy would also be twice that of the average person. Of course, the initial price to pay was definitely huge. Constructing a soul clone required a huge amount of spiritual energy. However, for Yang Kai, this wasn't a problem. The six-colored soul-warming lotus was constantly nourishing his soul, so his spiritual energy could be replenished at any time. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the holy tomb was a complete mess. It seemed that because he had entered this mysterious small world this time, it had been completely destroyed. From now on, any holy master who entered this place would likely not be able to obtain any benefits and would no longer be brainwashed by their predecessors. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit ashamed. Although he had been forced to enter this place by Su Hui and the others, the Holy Tomb was still one of the foundations of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. If they were to learn that he had destroyed this place, they would likely not let him leave easily. At the very least, Yang Kai would have to accept the position of Holy Master before they would give up. What's more, the Holy Master Spirit Ring had been branded with his own soul brand. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on as he secretly felt that this time, unless he had a falling out with Nine Heavens' Holy Land, there was no way to end this matter. After sighing for a while, Yang Kai didn't rush to leave the Holy Tomb and instead decided to stay here and begin cultivating the great demon god's soul fission technique. Inside his knowledge sea, Yang Kai condensed his own soul brand and then poured his spiritual energy into this brand using a special method to nourish and construct his soul clone. The consumption of spiritual energy was enormous, and even with the six-colored soul-warming lotus, he couldn't make ends meet. Fortunately, Yang Kai had a number of pills in his black book space, some of which could be used to supplement his spiritual energy. Yang Kai also had the myriad drug liquid, so he didn't need to worry about replenishing his spiritual energy. The sun and moon flew by and time passed. Inside the Holy Tomb there was no daylight, so Yang Kai didn't want to leave. He only hoped that, with the passage of time, he would be able to fade away from the sight of Su Hui and the others, so he decided to stay here and cultivate. It wasn't until his soul fission technique reached the minor accomplishment stage and another soul appeared in his knowledge sea that Yang Kai stopped cultivating. There was no need for him to worry too much about the rest. As time passed, his soul clone would become more and more tenacious and powerful. Unfortunately, it didn't have its own consciousness or emotions. After it grew to a certain extent, Yang Kai could find a suitable vessel and pour his soul clone into it to create his own soul clone. The soul clone created this way would have no consciousness or thoughts, but Yang Kai could manipulate it to go to places that were inconvenient for him. Perhaps it would play an unexpected role in certain situations. Slowly standing up, Yang Kai released his divine sense and searched for the exit of the Holy Tomb. I already knew you weren't a good person, so don't think you can win my favor like this. Yang Kai laughed dryly before his expression became serious and he cupped his fists. Then we'll part ways here. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. Go quickly, head south. The Great Elder and the others are all in the north. And Linger urged. Yang Kai nodded lightly, identified the direction, and quietly headed north. Not long after Yang Kai left, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside Linger like a ghost. Ah, Elder Yuing. And Ling Er was startled and covered her mouth in shock. Ying stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, sighed softly, and said faintly, "Letting him go like this? Are you really willing? Did you see it?" And Ling Er's expression became a little awkward. She didn't know when Ying had been following her, but from the tone of her voice, it was clear she had seen everything just now. "I only saw him leave in a hurry, without the slightest reluctance. There's nothing here for him to miss." And Ling Er forced a smile. "What about you? You've been worried about him, you've been with him through thick and thin for so long. Yet he doesn't feel any affection for you? Don't you feel even the slightest bit of affection for him?" Ying looked at Ling Er indifferently, and Ling Er gently shook her head. "Although he is a hateful person, I don't think I deserve him. Speaking of which, I really don't feel much for him. It's better to be friends. And it is undeniable that following him always gives me a sense of security, making me mistakenly feel that I am younger than him and will always be protected. Moreover, now that the Holy Land has become like this, I don't want to implicate him. Elder Ying, don't mention this matter to the Great Elder. Okay? We'll just pretend he's dead." Ying's brow furrowed, seemingly considering it. And Ling Er quickly hugged one of Ying's arms and begged her coquettishly. Unable to bear Ling Er's coaxing, Ying smiled bitterly and rubbed her forehead. All right. I won't say it. I didn't see anything today. Ling Er, you must have been tired for the past few days, so you should go back and rest. We will take care of things outside so you don't need to worry. The Holy Land can only place its hopes on you now. You have all the secret arts the Saintess needs to cultivate, so if my Holy Land can survive this time, the next generation of Saintess will depend on you." Seeing her agree, and Ling Er was overjoyed. However, when they thought of the Holy Land's current tragic situation, the eyes of the two women dimmed. Whether they could survive this disaster was another matter altogether, and no one knew what the future would be like. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before everyone died here. Otherwise, Ying wouldn't have agreed to Ling Er's request so easily. Elder Ying really is easy to talk to. A faint voice suddenly resounded around the corner of the pavilion, drifting erratically, making it impossible for anyone to guess the location of the speaker. Ying's beautiful face paled as she quickly condensed her yuan qi and shouted, "Who is it?" As soon as her voice fell, a figure emerged from the side and looked at them with a smile. "Flickering heavenly shadow?" And Ling Er shouted, instantly recognizing that this was one of the 9 heavens' divine skills. It was an extremely wonderful movement skill, and whether it was used to fight enemies or to escape. Startled, she stared at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Why didn't you leave?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and glanced at Ying intentionally or unintentionally. When he left just now, he noticed that this woman was following Ling Er, so to be on the safe side, he decided to conceal himself and monitor them. But he didn't expect to hear the conversation between the two women, which made him feel that it would be a bit unkind to just leave like this. "How did you manage to hide from my divine sense? I clearly noticed that you had already left. When did you come back?" Ying stared at Yang Kai in a daze, a look of disbelief flashing across her beautiful eyes. She was a first-order saint, yet Yang Kai was able to silently approach her. If it weren't for Yang Kai not showing any hostility, she would likely be a corpse right now. Considering all this, Ying's tender body broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly realizing that this person they regarded as the future Holy Master was somewhat unfathomable. "Why are you so nervous? I don't want to do anything to you." Yang Kai grinned but didn't answer Ying's question, instead solemnly saying, "I've been quite concerned since a moment ago. What's wrong with your 9 heavens Holy Land?" And Ling Er opened her mouth, but before she could answer, Ying suddenly said coldly, "This has nothing to do with you, right? If you don't want to inherit the position of Holy Master, what's the point of asking this?" Kai Yang wrinkled his brow, feeling somewhat inexplicable. When this beautiful woman saw him last time, her attitude was quite respectful. But this time, it was as if she had just met an enemy, clearly rejecting him. Yang Kai didn't have any intention to bicker with her and simply smiled faintly. "If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. I don't want to meddle in other people's business. Farewell. Saying so, he turned around and left. Don't go! Ying suddenly shouted again. What's wrong? Yang Kai turned to look at her impatiently. Ying's expression was both complicated and awkward, hesitating for a moment before saying, Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I'll tell you. Sorry, I don't want to know. The more I know, the more trouble there will be. Ying stared at him in amazement, her face turning blue with regret. How can you be like this? He was like a scoundrel. Where was the dignity and bearing of a holy lord? Didn't he enter the holy tomb? Why was he still acting like this? It stood to reason that those who entered the holy tomb and then came out would regard the Holy Land as their home. Ying couldn't understand. Seeing the depressed look on this beautiful woman's face, Yang Kai was in a good mood and sat down directly on a stool in the corner pavilion, turning to Enlinger and saying, Tell me about it. Enlinger secretly glanced over at Elder Ying and found that the latter was glaring at Yang Kai like she wanted to eat him alive, as if she couldn't wait to skin him alive. Enlinger couldn't help laughing, pursing her lips for a moment before saying, Why do you want to know? You know very well that once you know, you'll get into trouble. You just made the situation sound so serious, of course I want to know. Who told you to say we're friends? I rarely have friends, Yang Kai said seriously. Enlinger couldn't help feeling moved, staring at him for a moment before smiling meaningfully. That Go Che will definitely regret not treating you with sincerity in the future. He will. Yang Kai grinned confidently. Chapter 801. If Enlinger had begged him to stay when she discovered him, Yang Kai would have simply left without hesitation. But she had actually asked him to leave. This was obviously for his own good. Since Enlinger was so considerate, Yang Kai couldn't just walk away like this. Something big must have happened to Nine Heaven's holy land. Seeing Yang Kai take the initiative to stay, Enlinger was particularly happy and quickly explained what had happened after he entered the holy tomb. Yang Kai then learned that it had been 9 months since he entered the holy tomb. The first half of the year was peaceful. But one day, nearly half a year later, the spirit arrays arranged around the 9 peaks suddenly lost their effectiveness, catching all the Holy Land's elders and protectors off guard. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find the cause, let alone repair or restart the spirit arrays. Just as everyone was at a loss, Saintess Nan, who noticed the disappearance of the spirit arrays and barriers, attacked the Holy Land. Everyone worked together to resist, and although they succeeded in forcing Saintess Nan to retreat, the Holy Land's foundations were destroyed and many of its disciples were injured or killed. At this time, foreign enemies invaded. Foreign enemies? Yang Kai was surprised. Although my Holy Land has been strong these past few years, which great force doesn't have enemies? When the old Holy Master was alive, we were able to deter them, but the old Holy Master has been dead for almost 2 years now and the new Holy Master has yet to succeed, allowing them to see an opportunity. My Holy Land's 9 peaks are an excellent place to cultivate. So many people are coveting them. Isn't that just throwing stones at someone who's down? Yang Kai sneered softly. Yes. Enlinger nodded, her expression sad. It's not all their fault. When the old Holy Master was alive, his methods were too harsh, causing them to feel resentment. That's not all. A trivial few small forces aren't enough to put in my Holy Land's eyes. But, Ying continued, her brow furrowing as she lamented. But Saintess Nan has been stirring up so much trouble outside, causing several great forces to take advantage of this opportunity to gather a large number of masters to demand an explanation from my Holy Land. Those experts either harmed Saintess Nan's interests, or had their families and friends killed by Saintess Nan. They all view our Holy Land as a thorn in their side. When it rains, it pours, but when it rains the night, the boat is late enough to meet the headwind. Yang Kai frowned, finally understanding why 9 Heaven's Holy Land was in such a miserable state. However, Nine Heavens Holy Land's barrier and spirit array had failed nearly half a year ago. At that time, Yang Kai happened to obtain the Holy Master's spirit ring. Could it be related to this? Yang Kai guessed, but he wasn't sure. Half a month ago, those people came again and cursed us, asking us to hand over the sage nun. But after the battle half a year ago, Saintess Nan was injured and fled far away. No one knows where she went. How can we find her? The great Long Chalk Elder spoke to them for a while, but it was to no avail. Those few powers who coveted my 9 peaks fanned the flames and started fighting. Both sides suffered casualties, and this enmity grew deeper and deeper. Now it seems that no matter what, it can't be resolved, Sai. What kind of forces came here to stir up trouble? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Naturally, the leaders were 3 nearby forces: Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect. A look of disgust and hatred appeared on Yu Ying's pretty face. These 3 forces are the main culprits. If it was just one of them, even if my holy land's Yuan Qi suffered heavy losses, we wouldn't have put them in our eyes. But they also gathered many powerful masters from other forces, sects, and families. After that battle, my holy land became enemies with almost half of the world. Is the situation really that bad? Yang Kai was also taken aback. However, thinking about Saintess Nan's actions outside during this time, it made sense. Saintess Nan killed wherever she went, causing countless deaths and injuries to her subordinates. Naturally, she was a huge hidden danger to 9 Heavens Holy Land. As a second-order saint, her strength was profound, her cultivation was profound, and her divine technique was immeasurable. Only third-order saints could deal with her. In this world, there weren't many masters of this level. Even Yang Kai didn't know if Soaring Heaven Sect's Chu Lingxiao was a master of this level. It's far worse than you think. Yu Ying's face was cold and harsh. These 3 forces don't just covet the foundations of my 9 peaks, they covet Ling the most. Saying so, she shot a meaningful glance towards Ling. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he suddenly understood. They want to arrange for one of their sect's disciples to marry your saintess in order to obtain your holy master's inheritance. Right? Once they obtained the holy master's inheritance, they would soar to the heavens. This was a huge fortune that they could not obtain even if they struggled for hundreds of years. Indeed, Ewing nodded firmly. Half a month ago, when they retreated, they said that we had 1 month to hand over Saintess Nan, or they would raze our 9 peaks to the ground. However, that night, Great Chalk Elder received a secret letter stating that if we couldn't hand over the previous generation Saintess, we could use the current generation Saintess to offset it. Such calculations! Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at the shamelessness of these people, hesitating for a moment before asking, "So you're just going to sit here and wait for death?" Yu Ying's beautiful eyes dimmed. "What else can we do? The world is so big, and we have no place to go. There's still half a month's time. Great Chong Elder Chalk can only hope to persuade those forces that have been implicated to retreat on their own accord. If there are only 3 forces left, they won't be able to make any waves. When my holy land recovers, we will settle accounts with them one by one." Your old holy master really did a great deal of harm. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Why didn't he treat them better when they were alive? You can't blame them for coming to cause trouble. Hey, whose side are you on? Ewing glared at Yang Kai with some displeasure. I'm just telling the truth. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. When the old Holy Lord was still alive, although his methods were a little more forceful, and every year he would make them offer some cultivation resources, it was precisely because of the old Holy Lord's protection that these 3 forces have always been safe and sound. And Ling explained, now they have chosen to repay kindness with enmity. They are really ungrateful wolves. What do you mean? How did your old holy master protect them? Yang Kai showed a puzzled look. Didn't I tell you? Our holy land is located at the edge of the human territory, just past the towering mountain. The beast sea jungle on the other side is the territory of the monster race. If it weren't for the old holy master, the monster race great senior would have already led his people here and occupied this territory. Monster race. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked in surprise, "Is that the monster race's territory? And then why haven't they taken this opportunity to attack us?" With the old holy master dead, it was reasonable to say that the monster race should be the ones to make the first move. There was a blood feud between the human race, monster race, and demon race, so none of them could stand the other. With such a great opportunity, the monster race had no reason to miss it. Yang Kai was keenly aware that there should be some inside story behind this, perhaps some unknown secret. And Ling glanced at Yu Ying, seemingly asking for her opinion. Yu Ying's pretty face showed a complicated expression as she pondered for a moment before nodding lightly. And Ling then whispered, "The old holy master seems to have some friendship with the monster race great senior over there. This is probably one of the reasons why they didn't attack us." "Oh?" Yang Kai showed a look of interest as he sneered and said sarcastically, "So it seems the monster race is more humane. The monster race great senior is certainly not weak." "We haven't seen him, but he shouldn't be weak." Yu Ying nodded. "That's the specific situation." After Enlinger said so, she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, seemingly waiting for him to make a decision. Yu Ying also looked at him with a very nervous expression, fearing that he would simply walk away after learning about such a big trouble. If that were the case, Yu Ying would really cry. Since Yang Kai could safely emerge from the holy tomb, he must have passed the test. Now, he was completely equivalent to the holy master of the Holy Land. With such a person presiding over the Holy Land, the mood of the disciples could be stabilized and it would be more convenient for them to arrange their affairs. With two beautiful women, one young and one young, staring at him, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling helpless and quickly asked, "Where's Su Hui?" Hearing him ask this, whether it was in Ling or Yu Ying, both of their beautiful eyes brightened, Yu Ying quickly saying, "I'll take you to him." As he spoke, he led the way with a smile on his face. Yang Kai and Enling followed closely behind. Are you going to become the holy master of the Holy Land?" Enling suddenly asked softly. "I didn't say that, don't misunderstand. It's just that right now, I'll do whatever I can. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to help you resolve this disaster, but I can only say I'll do my best. If your holy land is really destroyed because of this disaster, at least you won't blame me." That's good. And Linger smiled. "You're not bad. We really are friends, right?" Yang Kai grinned wickedly. "So don't fall in love with me. If you do, then I'll leave and we won't even be friends. Don't be so full of yourself." And Ling cheeks flushed red as she couldn't help hitting Yang Kai affectionately, gritting her teeth as she said, "Do you really think all women in the world are attracted to you? Although you're a good person, you're not my type. What kind of man do you like?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Someone older than me, tall and strong. Someone who knows how to take care of others." And Ling suddenly fell into a fantasy. Her beautiful eyes filled with sweetness and happiness. "You really don't have good eyesight." Yang Kai kept shaking his head, a look of arrogance appearing on his face, causing Enlinger to giggle. Along the way, there were broken fences and dilapidated walls. The ground was full of bloodstains and traces of battle. The Holy Land disciples who were busy seeing Yu Ying and Enlinger all bowed respectfully, but when they saw Yang Kai walking side by side with Enlinger, all of them showed dumbfounded expressions, none of them daring to believe their eyes. Up ahead, Su Hui was busy arranging for people to work when Yu Ying called out to him with a smile. Su Hui turned his head and was about to respond when his eyes suddenly popped out of their sockets, as if he had seen a ghost, his mouth wide open, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 802. In front of a certain ruin, Su Hui stared at Yang Kai in a daze, hardly daring to believe his eyes. Beside him, Shi Kuan, Chang Yutong, and the others also wore similar expressions. "Don't be so surprised. Did you think I had died inside?" Yang Kai chuckled. Su Hui finally recovered and a look of joy appeared on his face, his body trembling slightly as he cupped his fists. "Welcome, Holy Master! Welcome, Holy Master!" Shi Kuan, Chang Yutong, and the others also quickly repeated, their expressions respectful. It seemed that seeing Yang Kai appear was equivalent to seeing hope, the haze on their faces being swept away. Even the nearby Holy Land disciples all gathered around and stared at Yang Kai as if they were looking at their savior. Yang Kai frowned and raised his hand. "Don't call me that. I've heard the general situation from Elder Yuing and Enling Er. Is there anything I can help with here? If there is, feel free to tell me. If I can do it, I will do my best to help." Su Hui stared blankly for a moment before immediately understanding Yang Kai's meaning, not wanting to annoy him any further, politely saying, "I wouldn't dare. The matters here are trivial. Pacifying the mood of the disciples and treating the injured is not something you need to intervene in." Saying so, Su Hui's eyes wandered over Yang Kai's hand, but after a moment, he couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. "Are you looking for this?" Yang Kai flipped his palm and took out the Holy Master Spirit ring. Everyone's expression changed as they stared at the simple and unadorned ring with burning eyes. Su Hui nodded repeatedly, his face filled with excitement. "Little brother, you really brought out the Holy Master Spirit ring?" Yang Kai nodded lightly and put the ring on his finger in front of everyone, leisurely saying, "I wanted to give this ring to you when I came out, but there was an accident. Before I reach the Saint Realm, this ring will be kept by me and will be returned to you when the time comes." Yang Kai estimated that when he reached the Saint Realm, he would be able to remove the connection between him and this ring and remove his soul brand from it. "It's fine. This spirit ring belongs to you. You can wear it for as long as you want." Su Hui smiled, the other elders and protectors also nodding. "But with the Holy Master Spirit ring, things will be much easier." Su Hui breathed a sigh of relief. "Little brother, this old master has a few things he wants to ask you for your help." "Great elder, please speak." Yang Kai nodded. "Many of the disciples have been injured, so we don't have enough medicinal pills and herbs for healing. Little brother, please follow me to the storehouse and take some things out. You lead the way." Su Hui quickly nodded, exhorting the other protectors and elders before leading Yang Kai off in a certain direction. After they left, the protectors and elders all showed shocked expressions. "He really came out of the holy tomb 9 months ago. How did he do it?" Shi Kuan shook his head, unable to understand. "Isn't this already breaking the record recorded in the history books? If I remember correctly, the previous Holy Master who took the longest only took 2 months to do so. Taking so long to pass the test. This Holy Master isn't very good. Did we overestimate him? It doesn't matter. The most important thing now is that the Holy Master Spirit Ring was brought out, so the 9-peak spirit array and barrier can be reactivated to prevent those people from invading." Everyone was talking at once, and only Yu Ying's beautiful eyes flickered with extremely complicated emotions. She still couldn't figure out how Yang Kai had managed to deceive her perception and silently appear beside her just now. Even with the help of the 9 heavens' divine skills, if his own spiritual energy wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish this. Have I underestimated him? Or have I overestimated him? Yuing, what's wrong? Chang Yutong saw her somewhat absent-minded and quickly leaned over to ask. "It's nothing. I just feel that this future Holy Master is different from others." "How is he different?" Chang Yutong suddenly became interested. "I can't explain it clearly." Yuing slowly shook her head, suddenly turning to the side and shouting, "What are you looking at? Don't you have anything else to do?" The disciples who had gathered here all seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly scattered to continue with their work. However, the news that the new Holy Master had come out of seclusion and had successfully passed the Holy Tomb's test still spread like wildfire. All the Holy Land disciples who heard this news were excited, feeling that there was hope for the Holy Land. In front of the underground storehouse, Yang Kai and Su Hui came to a stop. Using their divine senses, Yang Kai found that this storehouse was made of some kind of unknown material. Even with Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he couldn't penetrate it in the slightest. On top of that, the texture of the materials surrounding the storehouse was extremely hard and solid. On the way here, Su Hui had briefly explained the situation to Yang Kai. The materials collected by Nine Heavens Holy Land were generally stored in this storehouse. After so many years, the amount of materials stored in this storehouse had become innumerable. Since the fall of the old Holy Master, this storehouse had never been opened. After nearly 2 years, there weren't many materials left in the Holy Land, and after this disaster, all of them had been completely exhausted. Many of the injured disciples didn't even have healing pills to take, let alone cultivation pills. As such, the top priority now was to quickly open this storehouse and take out the materials inside. The only key to opening this storehouse was the Holy Master Spirit Ring that Yang Kai had brought out. Following Su Hui's instructions, Yang Kai poured his Yuan Qi into the Holy Master Spirit Ring and placed the ring on his finger into a groove in the center of the storehouse's door. With a flash of light, the impregnable door slowly opened. A huge underground warehouse suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. This warehouse was filled with all kinds of materials, herbs for alchemy, rare stones for artifact refining, pills and artifacts that had long since been refined. There were simply too many to count. Kai Yang's eyes were dazzled, and he was horrified. After all, this was the storehouse of a great force. The richness of its heritage far exceeded Yang Kai's imagination. Little brother, take a look around yourself. If you need anything, feel free to take it. I'll call some disciples over to help transport the materials. Su Hui informed Yang Kai before leaving. Immediately, Kai Yang rejoiced and began to wander about. Su Hui was completely shocked. He knew how much Yuan Qi and energy it took to open the spirit array, and even the previous generation Holy Master was unable to do so in half a day. This was a massive spirit array that covered the entire Holy Land. But Yang Kai had done it. After opening the spirit array, his face didn't even blush. His heart didn't skip a beat, as if nothing had happened. Su Hui couldn't even begin to guess just how much true qi was stored in Yang Kai's body, causing him to be completely shocked. His attitude became even more respectful. He knew that although his current cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, in time, this young man would grow to a height that he could never hope to reach. At that time, the entire Holy Land would rely on him. Chapter 803. After a busy day, the trivial matters of the Holy Land were finally coming to an end. As night fell, not a single star could be seen. The dark sky was like the maw of a ferocious beast, enveloping the Holy Land in a heavy atmosphere. The elders and protectors of Nine Heavens Holy Land gathered together to discuss how to deal with the upcoming disaster half a month from now. After all, those people had already declared that half a month from now, they would either hand over the previous generation Saintus or hand over the current generation Saintus. Otherwise, they would meet on the battlefield. The three forces who had been suppressed by Nine Heavens Holy Land daring to act so arrogantly obviously had great self-confidence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so resolute. The previous generation Saintus, Su Hui, and the others couldn't be handed over, and Saintus Nan was nowhere to be found. The current generation Saintus couldn't be handed over either. Half a month from now, there would definitely be a great war, this was obvious. Yang Kai didn't know what their intentions were, but they had actually allowed Ling to pull Yang Kai here to listen. While they were discussing, Yang Kai remained silent, neither expressing his own opinion nor making any attempt to criticize them. Yang Kai was self-aware. Although these people had always expressed their hope that he could inherit the position of Holy Master, in this kind of crisis, he had no right to make decisions. In their opinion, he was still too young. So Yang Kai tactfully remained silent. After listening for a while, Yang Kai was surprised to find that none of these people wanted to escape. all of them resolute in their decision to stay and fight to the death in order to defend the dignity of the Holy Land. Yang Kai secretly shook his head, not making any comments. Although he understood that where there was life, there was hope, but he also understood that it would not be easy for such a huge force to escape. Even if Su Hui and the others could safely evacuate, the rest of the disciples would likely become abandoned pawns. The most critical thing now was how to persuade the masters who had been lured here by Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect. As long as they could withdraw, the remaining three forces could be easily dealt with by the Holy Land's current lineup. After discussing for a while, without any results, everyone turned their eyes to Yang Kai, who was sitting nearby. "What are you looking at me for? I'm used to being a loner, so I don't know anything about these things. You guys talk, I'll just listen." "Ha ha." Su Hui let out a hollow laugh, his expression becoming gentle as he said, "That being said, little brother should at least have his own opinion, right? Why don't you tell us about it? Maybe we can find a way out." The others also looked at him expectantly, as if they wanted to hear his opinion. Yang Kai frowned, and although he was somewhat reluctant, he still asked, "How many Saint Realm Masters do those three forces have?" Su Hui's expression became serious as he quickly replied, "These three forces aren't very powerful, each of them only having 2 Saint Realm Masters, and most of them are First-Order Saints. The only one you need to pay attention to is Zhang Ao from Shattering Mystical Palace. That old man's cultivation is similar to mine, Second-Order Saint Realm, so if we really fight, it won't be easy to determine who will win." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Each force had 2 Saint Realm Masters, so in total there were 6 Saint Realm Masters, 5 of them First Order and 1 Second Order. This number and strength was just enough to put them on par with the current 9 Heavens Holy Land. 9 Heavens Holy Land now also had 1 Second Order Saint and 5 First Order Saints. This number didn't even include the Masters who had been enticed by these 3 forces. Before coming here, Yang Kai had not even known that there were different races like the demon race and monster race. "There is one person, if we can find him, my Holy Land may be able to easily resolve this disaster." Su Hui suddenly fell into contemplation and muttered softly, "Great Elder, are you referring to that person?" Chang Yutong also seemed to remember. "N. Who?" Yang Kai suddenly became curious, not knowing who they were talking about. But it seemed this person had some kind of extraordinary means. An old man with mysterious origins. I don't know his specific name, but he should be an old acquaintance of the old Holy Master. Half a year before the old Holy Master fell, he suddenly came to visit. At that time, he was still in my Holy Land for some time, and the old Holy Master treated him with great courtesy. It seems his friendship with the old Holy Master was not shallow, if only he could help us. That old man has an unfathomable aura, and I have never seen the old Holy Master treat anyone as politely as he did to him. He's obviously not an ordinary person. Ewing also agreed. Mysterious origins? Yang Kai was stunned. Can't you find him? Everyone shook their heads. However, he should come back to my Holy Land again. Su Hui suddenly said with certainty. Why? Because when he came to our Holy Land, there was a little girl by his side who arranged something in a certain place on the 9 peaks. After he left, the old Holy Master ordered us to guard that place and not let anyone get close to it and destroy it. My guess is that after a certain period of time, he and that little girl will come back here to take something from that place. And since that little girl arranged something, that place has become extremely cold. Meng Tianfei nodded, somewhat helplessly saying, "Because of this, I had to move my residence. Being exposed to that kind of cold for so long, even I couldn't bear it." Listening to them speak one sentence after another, Yang Kai suddenly understood what they were talking about. When he and Su Hui opened the 9-peak spirit array and barrier earlier today, Yang Kai had indeed felt that there was a certain place that was different from others. It seemed to be particularly cold, but this kind of cold was different from ordinary cold. It was hard to describe, but it made people feel quite uncomfortable. Yang Kai had thought that this was a naturally occurring place in Nine Heaven's holy land, but he hadn't expected there to be such a factor. However, listening to them call him an old man and a little girl, two familiar figures inexplicably appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Unable to stop himself from laughing, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that it couldn't be such a coincidence. With a smile on his face, Yang Kai asked casually, "The old man you're talking about, don't tell me he's an old man who looks like a transcendent being but actually has a pair of lustful eyes?" Su Hui gawked, but before he could answer, Yuing and Chang Yutong both nodded. Yuing grit her teeth and said, That old man's eyes are extremely hateful. They often look at places they shouldn't be looking at." Chang Yutong also chimed in, "That's right, he's already so old. Yet he still doesn't respect himself. Yuing and I still politely called him that we should dig out his eyes." The two beautiful women both wore angry looks, as if that old man had really done something to them. Su Hui laughed dumbly. "It's not as serious as you say, is it? Perhaps that old man's strength is profound and his eyes are filled with vitality." Yuing and Chang Yutong glared at him at the same time. "Just pretend I didn't say anything," Su Hui said awkwardly. Yang Kai's expression, on the other hand, became extremely strange, his heartbeat accelerating slightly as his mood became inexplicably excited, continuing to ask, "The little girl beside him, is she wearing a veil that prevents others from seeing her true appearance, but her temperament is pure and innocent?" Everyone stared at him in amazement, Su Hui also wearing a stunned expression. "Holy Master, you? Little brother, how did you know? Is that so?" Yang Kai suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry, adding, "Is there a light blue gem on her forehead?" Chapter 804. Hearing Yang Kai's question, everyone nodded, Yuing replying, "Although that old man was a bit hateful, the little girl who followed him was very likable. Although I haven't seen her face, I feel that she isn't any worse than our saintess. And her cultivation is also very high, not much worse than yours. Before meeting you, she was the most outstanding young person we had ever seen. That was 2 or 3 years ago. Her current cultivation should be higher than mine," Yang Kai said decisively, his mood suddenly becoming quite delicate. Meng Wuya and Xianing Chong. There were not many people in this world who could cause the Holy Master of Nine Heaven's Holy Land to treat them with respect, and Meng Wuya was perhaps one of them. Coincidentally, there was also a little girl who looked very similar to Xianing Chong. The people Su Hui and the others were talking about were definitely them. They had actually come to Nine Heaven's Holy Land before. This was quite surprising. Does little brother know them? Su Hui and the others looked at each other and found that Yang Kai seemed to be lost in thought, a meaningful smile appearing on his face, as if he was reminiscing about something, immediately understanding that this new holy master may have had contact with this old man and young girl. "How should I put it? I know them," Yang Kai chuckled. Su Hui's expression brightened and was about to ask something when Yang Kai interrupted. "But I haven't seen them for several years, so I don't know where they are." "Is that so?" Su Hui showed a look of disappointment, but soon recovered. "Since we can't find anyone to help, we can only rely on our own strength now. Fortunately, little brother brought out the Holy Master's spirit ring. With this spirit ring, if those people really dare to attack, we can make them pay a heavy price." And everyone nodded and continued to discuss. Yang Kai found an opportunity to sneak away. Following his memories from the day before, Yang Kai flew towards one of the 9 peaks on the left. This peak wasn't much different from the other 8, reaching several hundred meters high and towering into the sky, giving off a magnificent and majestic aura. However, starting from the middle of the mountain, it was filled with a kind of cold aura. The higher one went, the denser this aura was. Near the peak, there were even countless of different lengths of icicles that were as sinister as spears, hanging upside down under the rocks. When he activated the spirit array on this peak earlier today, Yang Kai felt a bit strange, but he didn't ask anything at the time. Now, he wanted to see what his little senior sister had arranged here. Flying upwards, it wasn't long before Yang Kai arrived at the peak. This kind of coldness that penetrated deep into one's soul, almost capable of freezing one's mind. Yang Kai carefully probed himself and his expression changed slightly. He found that even though he had a conflagrated knowledge sea, he still had to exert all his strength to resist the chill coming from the peak. He circulated the true essence in his body, but he couldn't dispel the chill in his body. Strange! Slowly shaking his head, Kai Yang stepped forward. His courage stemmed from his skill. After a while, an extremely clear pool suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. All the cold aura seemed to be emanating from this pool. The area around this pool was desolate and deserted. It seemed that even people from Nine Heavens' Holy Land generally didn't come here. Around the deep pool, there were indeed some obscure energy ripples that were arranged in a mysterious pattern. Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully probed this pool, a look of joy soon appearing on his face. Sure enough, this was arranged by his little senior sister because there were traces of spirit arrays in this pool of energy. What's more, these were the spirit arrays he had taught Xianing Chang. Why would she arrange this here? According to Su Hui, she and Treasurer Meng hadn't taken anything away at that time, probably because the time wasn't right and they wanted to wait until the right time to return. What kind of secret was hidden in this icy pool? Was it related to unlocking the seal on Meng Wuya? Yang Kai secretly guessed, but he wasn't certain. Chu Ling Xiao had said that Meng Wuya had fought with the demon commander and was struck by the demon commander's profound heavenly seal, suppressing his cultivation to the peak immortal ascension boundary. He should have gone to the central capital to seek refuge or perhaps to search for the sacred spirit medicine body. Underneath the central capital, Meng Wuya had unlocked his first seal and restored his strength to the second-order transcendent realm. After not seeing him for so many years, Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder what his current situation was. Yang Kai had always been curious about Treasurer Meng's true cultivation. This old man knew Chu Ling Xiao, Ice Sect's sect master, Qingya, and the old holy master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Which one of these three wasn't a top-level master? Being able to recognize these people, his own cultivation couldn't be too bad. On top of that, wherever he went, he would leave behind a mysterious impression. What are you doing here in the reflecting moon pond? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Yang Kai had been lost in thought, so he hadn't even noticed the other party approach. Hearing this voice, his yuan qi surged but quickly calmed down, turning his head to Enling and asking, just looking around, is this place called Reflecting Moon Pond? Enling smiled, looking up at the sky. There's no moon tonight. If there was a moon, this place would have been quite beautiful. I don't know what kind of secret this reflecting moon pond has, but it's able to make the reflection of the moon appear like it's real. In the past, Shaolian and I often came here to play, seemingly thinking of the three sisters who had been killed by Saintess Nan, and Ling Er's mood suddenly became gloomy. Is it really that mysterious? Yang Kai quickly changed the subject, lest she become even more sad. Then the secret hidden here, does your Nine Heavens Holy Land not know about it? And Ling slowly shook her head. Great Elder didn't dare go down. No one knows how deep this reflecting moon pond is. The old Holy Master went down once to investigate but gained nothing. After he came out, he ordered us not to enter, so no one knows what is hidden inside. Moreover, when I stood on this mountain peak before, I didn't feel cold at all. Only when I went deep into the reflecting moon pond did I realize this, but now, for some reason, it has become like this. It should be related to the things arranged by that little girl. After speaking for a while, Ling couldn't help shivering, her lips pale as she muttered, "Let's go back. It's so cold here." Yang Kai nodded, no longer insisting, and flew down with her. After a night of silence, Yang Kai also spent the entire night thinking, finally coming to a decision. The next day, Yang Kai found Su Hui and directly stated his intentions. Great Elder, I want to see that monster race great senior. Hearing this, Su Hui trembled and asked in amazement, "Why do you want to see him? Could it be you want to ask him for help?" Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "He has a friendship with the old holy master, but not with me. Even if I ask him for help, he won't agree." "Then why do you?" Su Hui couldn't understand. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Great Elder, have you ever considered temporarily abandoning the Holy Land's foundation?" "Abandon?" Su Hui frowned. "Yes, abandon, of course only temporarily." Yang Kai nodded. "As the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. With the current lineup of foreign enemies, the Holy Land has no way to resist. If we continue to resist, I'm afraid Nine Heavens' Holy Land will really be destroyed by your generation. When that time comes, how many of us will be able to escape? Your protector and elder strength are profound and your cultivation is profound, so it probably won't matter if you want to escape, but what about the remaining disciples?" Su Hui's expression became gloomy as he sighed deeply. "How could we not know this? It's just that the Holy Land has as many as 6,000 to 7,000 disciples. Where should we go? Since Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect have already chosen to offend my Holy Land, naturally they won't give up easily. They also know that if we don't kill a snake with a stick, I'm afraid that as soon as we leave the Nine Peaks, they will chase after us. Rather than that, we might as well stay here and fight to the death with them." "So, you've considered this method?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Su Hui nodded awkwardly. "Although this would be a disgrace to our ancestors, preserving the Holy Land's bloodline is the most important. Once we have accumulated enough strength, we can make a comeback and make all those who have tried to embarrass my Holy Land pay the price." Saying so, Su Hui's expression became fierce and fierce. "Very good, since you've thought about it, there's no need for me to waste my breath." Yang Kai chuckled. "I have a place where the Holy Land's people can safely settle down. As long as you stay there, they won't be able to do anything to you." "Oh?" Su Hui's eyes lit up as he asked in surprise. "Little brother is referring to—" "It's not convenient to say now, but when the time comes, you'll know. Of course, the premise is that you believe me." Yang Kai paused. Of course we believe you." Su Hui nodded repeatedly before suddenly asking suspiciously, "But what does this have to do with you going to see the monster race great senior? These two things have nothing to do with each other, but if you plan to temporarily abandon the Holy Land's foundation, I can go see the monster race great senior." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "The Holy Land's foundation naturally can't be given to those people for free. If that monster race great senior learns that the Holy Land is now empty, what do you think he will do?" Su Hui's expression became solemn as he quickly said, "The world energy aura in the monster race's territory is far less dense than the Holy Land's, and this place has been coveted by them for a long time now. If this is really the case, I'm afraid they will immediately invade and occupy the Holy Land's 9 peaks." Saying so, Su Hui suddenly understood what Yang Kai wanted to do and stared at him dumbfoundedly, his face twitching slightly, as if he hadn't expected the new Holy Master to be such a sinister and cunning person. Yang Kai grinned wickedly, his voice becoming even more demonic as he declared, "My mother taught me, if people respect me 1 foot, I will respect them 10 feet. If someone destroys 1 grain of mine, I will rob them 3 times." Su Hui suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. After a long time, he couldn't help praising, "Your mother is truly a heroine." "Good. I know you can't decide on this matter alone. Go discuss it with Elder Yuing and the others. If they all agree, then come and inform me." Su Hui's eyes flashed as he cupped his fists. "Although I can't decide on this matter, if you can agree to inherit—" "Scram!" Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish before glaring at him with no trace of politeness. Su Hui's brow twitched as he quickly left. Chapter 805. Yang Kai didn't like to be controlled by others. His fate was always in his own hands. Therefore, he had always expressed a strong aversion to the idea of inheriting the position of Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, because this was not what he wanted. No matter how friendly those in the Holy Land were to him, it was simply because they had ulterior motives. However, when he learned that Xianing Chong and Meng Wuya had come here and arranged some kind of method in the reflecting moon pond, Yang Kai's resistance to Nine Heavens' Holy Land inexplicably decreased. Preserving the strength of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, perhaps he would be able to meet his little senior sister here again in the future. He had already found Su Yan and she was still in Ice Sect, concentrating on her cultivation. He wasn't worried about the old demon as he wasn't someone to be trifled with, but the whereabouts of his little senior sister was something he often worried about. Now that he finally had some hope, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to see this hope destroyed because of the invasion of foreign enemies. That was why he took the initiative to propose this to Su Hui. Soon, Su Hui returned with news that was similar to what Yang Kai had guessed. After learning that he could properly arrange for the Holy Land's disciples, the elders and protectors all expressed their willingness to temporarily withdraw and preserve their strength in order to rise again in the future and take revenge. However, when it came to where the 6,000 to 7,000 disciples would be placed, they repeatedly asked about it. Yang Kai was unwilling to answer right now, and in the end, it was only after Ling came forward to persuade them to give up. Since you've decided to do this, first tell me about this monster race great senior. Inside the hall, Yang Kai looked at the elders and protectors and quickly said, the more detailed the better. After coming to this world, Yang Kai had only dealt with one monster race individual. The charm monster, the lustful dragon lady who possessed the ability to poison one's soul and arouse one's deepest desires. As such, Yang Kai didn't know much about the monster race, so now that he was going to meet a monster race great senior, he naturally had to make some preparations. None of us have seen this monster race great senior before, but from what the old Holy Master said, he was an 8th order monster beast, Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, and was born with the ability to cultivate 2 different attributes. His cultivation was quite high and his divine technique was quite good. 8th order monster beast. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he secretly guessed that a 6th order monster beast was equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary, a 7th order being a transcendent, and 8th order being a saint realm. Yang Kai's of course, he was a saint of course of the 3rd order. S. S to him. Of course. 7's 2's his. S of course. These 20 or so are all transcendents, that is to say, 7th order or above. They were born with fighting instincts, and although they haven't cultivated any martial skills, their combat power can't be ignored. However, they don't understand spirit arrays, so the world energy aura they live in isn't very rich, so it's completely natural. Everyone began to talk at once, sharing the little information they knew. Yang Kai listened carefully, waiting for them to finish before curiously asking, the enmity between the human and monster races isn't shallow. How did your old Holy Master manage to become friends with that monster race great senior? Su Hui chuckled. The monster race doesn't have many crystal stones, but they are rich in spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Once, when the old Holy Master went out, he seemed to have encountered that monster race great senior. The two of them fought for a while, but for some reason, they actually felt a sense of camaraderie and decided to trade. So every once in a while, the old Holy Master would bring a lot of spirit stones to them in exchange for a large number of spirit grasses, spirit medicines, and rare 5-element metals. By the way, the monster race isn't very proficient in alchemy or artifact refining, so the artifacts and pills used for them were all brought to them by the old Holy Master. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly. So, if that monster race great senior still remembers some old sentiments, I won't be in much danger this time. He really does remember some old sentiments. What do you mean? Su Hui asked in amazement. It's been almost 2 years since the old Holy Master fell, so the monster race must have received this news long ago. but they haven't taken any action. Obviously, that monster race Great Senior doesn't want to attack Nine Heavens' holy land. Otherwise, your current situation would only have become worse. Listening to Yang Kai's explanation, everyone thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. I heard that the monster race has something called the Beast Transformation Pond? Yang Kai suddenly asked. N. Su Hui nodded. The Beast Transformation Pond is the foundation of the monster race. I don't know how it was formed, but every place that has a Beast Transformation Pond is a gathering place for the monster race. Once a monster beast breaks through to the 7th order, it is eligible to enter the Beast Transformation Pond, and if its luck is good enough, it can assume its human form. Otherwise, those monster beasts will forever remain in their beast form. Is it really that amazing? Yang Kai suddenly became interested and couldn't help wanting to take a look. Su Hui shook his head. Not every monster beast that enters the Beast Transformation Pond is able to successfully assume human form. I heard that many monster beasts have failed, but even if they do manage to assume human form, many of them are accustomed to maintaining their true form and appear in their beast form all year round, so there are definitely more than 20 transcendents on the monster race's side, perhaps even double that number. That's quite an impressive force. Yang Kai praised. The entire Nine Heavens Holy Land only had so many transcendents, so the strength of the monster race was basically on par with Nine Heavens Holy Land at its peak. You should prepare some crystal stones first. Yang Kai ordered. Since this is the first time we are meeting as a junior, naturally we should prepare some gifts. Otherwise, we may not even be able to meet the monster race Great Senior. Good. I'll arrange it. Su Hui nodded and immediately left. An hour later, with everything ready, Yang Kai took 2 universe bags filled with crystal stones and flew out of the 9 peaks in the direction everyone had pointed out. The various protectors and elders watched him leave, all of them wearing puzzled expressions. Great Elder, why do I feel like the new Holy Master's attitude has suddenly changed a lot? Shirkuan frowned and asked. He suddenly became enthusiastic about the Holy Land's affairs. Before, he was quite indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. Cheng Yutong also frowned. I don't know. Su Hui slowly shook his head. But this is a good thing. Since he is so enthusiastic about the Holy Land's affairs today, perhaps he will agree to inherit it in the future. Perhaps it has something to do with the reflecting moon pond. And Linger muttered. Oh? Why do you say that? It's just a guess. And Linger smiled, unable to explain further. But Linger, can we trust him? He said there was a place where so many Holy Land disciples could settle down, and now he wants to visit the monster race Great Senior. I really am confused. Yuing said worriedly. Weren't you all prepared to fight to the death with those people? If he succeeds this time, there may be a chance to turn things around, but if he doesn't, you can only follow your original plan, so what difference does it make whether you believe him or not? That's true. Yuing smiled, feeling much more relieved. But I believe him. And Ling Er's face suddenly became solemn. He has always been able to find a way out of desperate situations. I think he can do the same this time. If that's the case, after this matter is settled, whether he agrees or not, this old master will worship him as Holy Master. Su Hui declared. What Great Elder says is right. Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with expectation. Oh! Yang Kai had just flown away from the 9 peaks when he felt he was being watched. Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect had bewitched many masters and attacked 9 Heavens Holy Land half a month ago. Although they were forced to retreat, they certainly hadn't gone far and should be stationed nearby to monitor the situation. Anyone who left the 9 peaks would definitely fall into their sights. However, Yang Kai didn't panic at all. Using his divine sense, he was able to clearly see the cultivation of the people tailing him. A first-order transcendent and a dozen immortal ascension boundary masters. This number wasn't enough to fill the gaps between Yang Kai's teeth. After chasing for an hour in the mountains, those people lost sight of Kai Yang. The leading transcendent wore a dignified expression and suddenly stopped, raising his hand to signal the other immortal ascension boundary masters to stop and carefully investigate their surroundings. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find Yang Kai's location. "Senior, where is that little brat?" Among the group, a square-headed young man asked suspiciously. The leading Transcendent Realm Master slowly shook his head, his expression dignified. "That little brat is a bit strange. Let's go back. He doesn't look very old, his strength shouldn't be too high, right?" The young man snorted disdainfully, thinking that this senior was being a bit too cautious. "What do you know? Do you think all the young people in this world are like you? Although he looks younger than you, he was able to escape from my pursuit, so his cultivation is definitely not bad. Perhaps he has already discovered us and has set up some kind of trap ahead of us." After being scolded and despised, the young man felt a little unconvinced and snorted, "I don't think he's that strong." The leading Transcendent Realm Master sneered and no longer bothered with this young man's nonsense, simply saying, "If you think you're stronger, just chase after him. Let's see if you can come back alive." Saying so, he turned around and left. This group of people didn't belong to the same force. Chapter 806. In front of them, under a large tree, the young man who had come out of Nine Heavens' Holy Land had at some point appeared behind them. At this moment, he was standing there with a smile on his face as he stared at them mockingly. Everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy, quickly gathering their yuan qi as they stared vigilantly at Yang Kai. This mysterious method of appearing and disappearing at will was enough to show how extraordinary Yang Kai was. These people all had some insight and naturally knew that Yang Kai was not someone to be trifled with. In particular, the Transcendent leading this group released his divine sense at close range to investigate Yang Kai, but it was as if he was throwing a stone into the sea, his divine sense being swallowed up without the slightest bit of feedback, greatly shocking him. "I'll delay him for a while. The rest of you split up," the Transcendent whispered. Yang Kai just chuckled and turned a deaf ear to these words before walking towards them. As Yang Kai's footsteps approached, everyone felt a huge pressure descend from the sky, as if a mountain was collapsing, as if an avalanche was crashing down on them, impossible to resist. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator couldn't help feeling the urge to kneel down, as if under this kind of pressure, they would soon be crushed to dust, not even their bones remaining. "Run!" the Transcendent roared, forcibly circulating his yuan qi and leaping into the air. "You think you can escape?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, sending out a sharp divine sense attack that rushed into the Transcendent Cultivator's mind, instantly tearing apart his knowledge sea defenses. The jade pendant that the man was wearing flashed with a brilliant light before exploding into dust with a crisp cracking sound. This jade pendant was a sole defensive artifact that could actively defend against enemy divine sense attacks. This grade wasn't too bad, at least mysterious grade mid-rank. Even so, under Yang Kai's divine sense attack, this artifact was completely destroyed. The First Order Transcendent Cultivator's body fell heavily to the ground, his eyes suddenly losing their luster. Clutching his head, the Transcendent Cultivator fell to the ground, howling miserably, his voice reaching the ears of the others, causing them to feel as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Only then did the square-headed young man realize how big the gap in strength between him and Yang Kai was, and he also understood that what the senior had said before was not an exaggeration. He didn't know what kind of trick Yang Kai had used to reduce a first-order transcendent to such a pitiful state. Just how profound was his cultivation. The miserable howls lasted for less than 10 breaths before gradually dying down. The Transcendent Realm Cultivator lay stiffly on the ground, motionless, his aura completely drained away. He was dead. The remaining dozen or so Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all trembled, their teeth chattering as they stared at Yang Kai in horror, not knowing what to do. Yang Kai glanced over at them faintly, but when they met his eyes, all of them couldn't help averting their eyes. A dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivators. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Back in the central capital, this kind of lineup was already considered quite powerful, but after just a few years, Yang Kai was able to look down on these people with cold eyes. To him, they were nothing more than ants. "I'll ask you some questions. Who can answer?" Yang Kai suddenly said. These people were all in a state of panic, thinking they were about to die, so none of them reacted. However, the square-headed young man was the most quick-witted and quickly said, "Me." Yang Kai glanced over at him and nodded lightly. "Tell me, where are you stationed?" "In a mountain valley 50 kilometers away from your sect." The young man was afraid that if he answered too slowly, Yang Kai would be dissatisfied, so he quickly replied, "How many people?" "At least 3,000. "That's a lot of people. What about the Saint Realm cultivators?" Yang Kai continued to ask. 3,000 people, although less than half the number of Nine Heavens Holy Land's disciples. If they really fought, it still depended on the number of masters. If the masters won, the battle would be won. If the masters lost, the battle would be lost. Once one's strength reached the transcendent realm, no matter how many cultivators below the transcendent realm came, they wouldn't be put in their eyes. Lu Gui, if you dare leak information to the enemy, be careful, you won't be able to keep your head when you return. An immortal ascension boundary cultivator in the crowd suddenly recovered and shouted. Many others were also dissatisfied, glaring angrily at the young man named Lu Gui, their eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Lu Gui panicked and hesitated for a moment, not daring to continue, only staring at Yang Kai timidly and worriedly, fearing he would be dissatisfied. Yang Kai grinned gently and nodded. "You can rest assured, I promise you. No one will know you told me this, so it doesn't matter if you speak a little more." Saying so, he waved his hand, causing all the immortal ascension boundary cultivators present to freeze in place, unable to move or speak, each of them shivering uncontrollably as cold sweat seeped out of their bodies. With Yang Kai's assurance, Lu Gui seemed to feel relieved and quickly revealed everything he knew. The more Yang Kai listened, the gloomier his expression became. This time, Nine Heavens Holy Land was really in trouble. Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect had taken advantage of Nine Heavens Holy Land's external crisis to not only bring in their own friends and family, but also take advantage of the chaos Saintess Nan had stirred up outside to persuade more than a dozen great forces to come and attack Nine Heavens Holy Land. These dozen great forces weren't very strong, each of them having at most a single Saint Realm Master, some of them not even having such a master. Counting the 6 Saint Realm Masters each of these 3 sects already had, the total number of Saint Realm Masters was about a dozen. In terms of numbers alone, Nine Heavens Holy Land had twice as many transcendents as Nine Heavens Holy Land. If a fight really broke out, Nine Heavens Holy Land had no chance of winning. Even with the help of the spirit arrays and barriers, they would only be able to resist for a short time. As Su Hui had said, since these 3 sects had chosen to offend the Holy Land, they had made ample preparations and would not give the Holy Land a chance to make a comeback. These 3 sects had not attacked for 2 reasons. One was because they had made the declaration half a month ago, and the other was because they were waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai found that this monster beast was only at the 6th order. So he didn't pay it much mind and continued to rush forward, hoping to find a monster beast or monster race member he could communicate with. But soon, Yang Kai noticed that this monster beast was different from the ones he had encountered before. It had been tailing him, as if it had a mind of its own, monitoring him and not rashly attacking. Wherever it passed, it seemed to have come into contact with other monster beasts. As Yang Kai went deeper, the monster beast following him also increased in number. They were organized and disciplined, obviously possessing a certain level of sentience, but not high. Perceiving this, Yang Kai paused and sent out his divine sense in an attempt to communicate with them. Yang Kai was very experienced in this regard, and after communicating with the divine tree for a few days, Yang Kai knew what methods to use to deal with these creatures with low sentience. Chapter 807. The most important thing was to be patient, so that they could clearly feel that he had no malicious intentions. Only in this way would they no longer be vigilant and take the initiative to communicate with him. During this process, even the slightest bit of impatience could result in failure, stimulating their instincts and causing some bad things to happen. Somewhere in the dense forest, Yang Kai stood there quietly, restraining his aura and completely blending into the surrounding environment. He was constantly releasing his divine sense to convey his goodwill. The monster beast that had gathered nearby hid in their hiding places, staring at Yang Kai's direction with ominous eyes. Time continued to pass, but Yang Kai was not in a hurry. After half a day, Yang Kai heard a rustling sound nearby. He turned his head and saw a huge tiger-like monster beast slowly walking out of its hiding place. Rustle, rustle, rustle. More and more monster beasts appeared, surrounding Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai glanced around and suddenly felt his eyes light up. These demonic beasts were of different shapes and sizes, but every single one of them was extremely handsome. Their appearances were excellent, and they looked awe-inspiring. When they were about a dozen feet away from Yang Kai, they stopped and kept growling from their throats. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that they seemed to be releasing their divine sense, wanting to communicate with him. But their intelligence was not complete, so they could not clearly express what they wanted to express. Yang Kai smiled and transmitted his divine sense. "Hello, everyone. And I came here with no ulterior motives, so you don't have to worry. I just want to see your great senior. If it's convenient, can you show me the way?" After the divine sense was transmitted, a roar immediately came from the tiger-like monster beast, as if it was questioning Yang Kai why he wanted to see the great senior. "I have something to discuss with him," Yang Kai patiently answered. All the monster beasts fell into silence. They turned their heads to look at each other, seemingly unable to make a decision. After a while, the tiger-like monster beast looked up at the sky and roared. The roar was rolling like thunder, deafening to the ears. Yang Kai frowned, but he didn't show much impatience. He just stood there quietly and waited. He didn't know where the monster race's grand senior was, so he could only ask for help from these monster beasts that had yet to develop intelligence. After that long howl was heard, another howl came from the depths of the forest in response. Soon after, more howls came from afar, as if they were relaying, spreading further and further. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood something. He simply sat down cross-legged and took out a few bottles of pills from his bosom. He then threw them at the monster beast as a gesture of goodwill. These pills were all concocted by him casually. They could increase the flow of yuan qi in the body and had the effect of assisting in cultivation. When the monster beast saw this, they all leaned over and lowered their heads to sniff. The monster beast had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. They were born with the ability to distinguish between danger and danger. Although the grade of these pills wasn't very high, the overflowing aura from them naturally attracted their interest. After a while, the pills were all snatched up by the monster beast. They swallowed them like beans and looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. He helplessly took out a few more bottles of pills. About half an hour later, Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. In that direction, an unruly aura was rapidly approaching. Moreover, this person's cultivation wasn't low, at least at the third-order transcendent realm. Saying so, Yang Kai tactfully took out a few bottles of pills and handed them over. Wild Lion's expression showed that he was tempted, but there was a trace of struggle between his eyebrows. However, after smelling the pill fragrance, he immediately destroyed his reason and snatched the bottles of pills away, saying in a dissatisfied tone, "Despicable bastard, don't even think about using these things to gain my favor, and although this father likes you a lot now." Yang Kai laughed involuntarily, secretly feeling that this guy was a little too naive. If all monster race masters were like this wild lion, it would be easy to deal with them. After inspecting the bottles of pills, Wild Lion stuffed them into his trouser pocket with satisfaction. He kept them close to him and treasured them to death. Curling his lips, Wild Lion squinted at Yang Kai and said, "I heard you want to see the great senior." Without asking, he understood Yang Kai's purpose in coming here. Obviously, the beast roars just now contained information that Yang Kai could not understand. Brother Kwang, can you recommend me?" Wild Lion sneered. "Boy, what kind of place do you think my Beast Sea Jungle is? Who do you think my monster race great senior is? Do you think he is someone you can meet just because you want to? Seeing that you are so tactful, I won't kill you. Just go back to where you came from. Don't be presumptuous here. If you dare to stay here before sunset today, when dusk falls, it will be the time of your death." Yang Kai frowned and patiently said, "Brother Wild Lion, I really have something important to discuss with your great senior. Can you make it easy for me? Don't try to provoke me, you humans always overestimate yourselves. If you anger me, your end will be very miserable. The Beast Sea Jungle has never allowed humans to enter, so today I will be showing you mercy." Wild Lion coldly snorted, clearly not giving Yang Kai any leeway. Yang Kai chuckled. "Is that so, Brother Wild Lion? I heard that someone used to come to the Beast Sea Jungle from time to drink and chat with your great senior." Wild Lion's expression changed as he shouted, "Where did you hear that? Oh, why does that ring on your hand look so familiar?" "Because when that person came, he was wearing this ring." Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed the ring towards Wild Lion so he could see it more clearly. "Nine Heavens Holy Land, the old Holy Master fell, you should have heard. And, in a sense, I am his successor. The old Holy Master and your great senior were friends, so I wanted to ask your great senior for a small favor." "You're his successor?" Wild Lion couldn't help widening his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. That guy was very powerful. He even fought evenly with great senior. So how come you, his successor, are so weak? He looked down on Yang Kai, as if he could flick his finger and send Yang Kai flying. Yang Kai didn't care and continued. "You should know that our old Holy Master brought you a lot of crystal stones and pills. These past 2 years you haven't received this kind of treatment, right? Since I took over the position of the old Holy Master, I can bring you many things in the future, such as... Wild Lion's attention couldn't help being attracted. "For example, the bottles of pills I just gave you." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Those are already mine." Wild Lion covered his pockets as he stared at Yang Kai vigilantly, fearing he would try to take them back. "I know they are yours." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "But in the future, if you want to take them back, you must first let me see your great senior. Only when I reach an agreement with your great senior can I continue to bring you these things, right?" Wild Lion looked up at the sky. His brow furrowed as a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. After thinking about it for a while, he scratched his head and muttered, "Why do I feel like what you said is a bit inexplicable? But it also makes sense. Brat, you're not lying to me, right?" Saying so, he glared at Yang Kai angrily. Yang Kai remained calm, not showing the slightest sign of guilt. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.